This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Hungry. So hungry. An unprecedented weakness swept over her. Even breathing became a burden. Lossie's heavy, unsteady steps were entirely due to willpower, as she followed the refugees to the gathering point. But she was simply too weak. She had to stop and catch her breath after every few steps, slowly falling to the very back of the group. Damn it! If it weren't for the spaceship malfunction, how would she have ended up on a radiation-filled wasteland planet? Even finding something to eat was a problem. Suddenly, a brisk, powerful gate came from behind. You brat, you didn't call me when you were gathering. Accompanied by a strong voice, a middle-aged woman, dressed fairly neatly, and wearing a straw hat woven from dried plant stems, walked by in the morning light. Looking at Loci, who remained motionless, she kindly advised, "Little girl, the sun's about to rise. Get moving. You can rest during the day." Loci was too tired to stand any longer, so she leaned against a tree nearby. She waved to the older woman, too exhausted to speak. The older woman immediately realized that the little girl wasn't trying to be lazy. She was probably starving. Although she was as thin as a sheet of paper, almost like a skeleton, 70% of the million refugees were like that, so the older woman assumed Loci was just trying to be lazy. After all, she looked only 14 or 15, the perfect age to play. Looking at Loci, the older woman thought of her own deceased youngest daughter, and a look of pity crossed her face. She reached for her pocket. Just a second later, she lowered her hand again. "Girl, you just need to hold on a little longer. We'll be at the collection point soon. If we can't find anything with moderate radiation, eating something with high radiation won't hurt, just to survive." With that, she quickly walked away, her face filled with reluctance. Lossie, hands on her knees, could only nod silently. After a while, Lossie leaned against a tree trunk and stood up. She dared not sit down to rest, afraid she wouldn't have the strength to get up again. Looking at the large group that had disappeared ahead, Lossie took a deep breath and continued forward. She couldn't die here no matter what. Her home planet and her sister were waiting for her. Since God had given her a second chance at life, it would be too shameful to starve to death. Half an hour later, Lossie finally arrived at the first collection point. It was wild rice. To be honest, if her home planet hadn't grown so much wild rice, she wouldn't be so familiar with the characteristics of its roots, stems, and leaves. Otherwise, she wouldn't have believed that the long, black, slender plant, as thick as an adult woman's finger, was the same thing as wild rice. Normal wild rice plants are only 1 or 2 meters tall, but this patch was a full 1.5 stories high. They grew by a small stream, about 100 plants in total, but only 7 or 8 people remained to test for radiation levels. The main group had already moved on to the next collection point. Looking at the wild rice hanging high and the few green leaves discarded on the ground, Luoshi knew that only highly radioactive materials remained here. So she didn't waste any more energy testing the wild rice, but instead walked to a wild rice plant with a particularly large root. When wild rice is infected with Eustelago maedis, its rhizomes swell. The swollen rhizomes are the water chestnuts. Seeing that the roots of the wild rice here were all healthy, she knew that the people here didn't know that its rhizomes were edible. Loci crouched down, raised her left hand, and pressed the detection bracelet on her wrist tightly against the outermost layer of skin at the base of the plant. Beep, high radiation. A red light from her watch accompanied the beep. Loci wasn't disappointed by the high radiation level. If it were moderate radiation, the skin would have been peeled off long ago, and it wouldn't be here now. She peeled a small opening with her fingernail, revealing the yellowish-white water chestnut inside, and couldn't help but swallow hard. She was incredibly hungry, and the sight of raw food was almost too tempting. She pressed the bracelet against her wrist again. Beep, high radiation. This result was expected by Loci. If the skin was highly radioactive, the water chestnut inside was very likely to be as well. She licked her lips, suppressing the urge to eat. When she left the refugee camp, she saw many people whose skin was 80% rotten from eating too much highly radioactive food. Many had had their limbs amputated and could only crawl. Some parts of their bodies were swollen high, while others were riddled with large, festering craters. In short, they were living a life worse than death. These people still had families to care for them. Those without care mostly dug their own graves and lay there waiting to die. I absolutely cannot die like this, Loci thought, testing 3 more samples. All showed high radiation levels. There were only 10 infected with the black mold in total. If none of them were edible, Loci wasn't sure if he would have enough strength to reach the next collection point. At this moment, The dozen or so people who had been testing earlier had already left. Losai calmed himself and tested again. Beep, high radiation. Beep, high radiation. With each high radiation report, Losai's heart grew colder. Was he really only able to eat highly radioactive food? Beep, moderate radiation. At the same time, the bracelet glowed yellow. Losai's eyes lit up instantly. She glanced around warily, and after confirming no one was around, quickly pulled a small razor blade wrapped in cloth from the woven bag at her waist. The blade, even with the handle, was only about the length of her index finger. Though small, it was the best piece of equipment Losai could find in her home. She quickly cut the water chestnut, peeling off the outermost layer in a few swift movements. It was about the size of an adult woman's forearm. Looking at the tender white fruit, Losai couldn't resist any longer and took a bite. The raw taste wasn't great. While the outermost skin was relatively juicy, the inside was rather dry and contained small black pustules. But Losai didn't care about that at the moment. Her mouth was already drooling profusely. Her stomach, which had been silent until now, began to rumble, as if urging Losai to put the food in. She chewed it casually a couple of times and swallowed it. She desperately needed food to replenish her strength. This one weighed nearly 2 pounds, and Losai only ate 2/5 of it. She had no idea what food would come next, so eating until she was about half full was enough. Losai cut the water chestnut into small pieces, and put them in her bag, so they wouldn't be too noticeable, and others wouldn't realize she had found food. With her current body, she trembled even when walking. If someone wanted to steal her things, it would be effortless. She didn't know how far the next gathering point was, but unfortunately, she didn't have the original owner's memories. The radiation here during the day would probably be very strong, and those people would be back soon. For safety reasons, she should stay in this area. If she went back early, and the people in the refugee camp saw her, they would probably think she had found something good. She should wait for the main group to return. Losai looked at the time on her bracelet. April 27th, 3028, 6:10 a.m. Remembering the announcement she had just heard, she found the settings on her bracelet and turned off the audio broadcast function. Fortunately, the language here was 9/10 similar to that of her home planet, Kyushu. Otherwise, even daily life would be a problem. The remaining water chestnuts were tested, and without exception, all showed high levels of radiation. Looking around, she noticed red and yellow cloths were used to mark some spots. Sticks of varying heights, seemingly casually broken off from the roadside, were used, their cloth strips faded by wind and sun, their original colors barely discernible. Luoshi glanced at the pale yellow glow emanating from her silver bracelet, and immediately understood that yellow represented moderate radiation and red represented severe radiation. She walked to the left, where the yellow cloth strips were placed, and began exploring the planet. She had just transmigrated today, waking up in a room of less than 20 square meters, haphazardly constructed of yellow earth, wood, and plastic. Besides a bamboo bed, a hand-woven straw mat, and a black, mushy quilt, the room contained only 2 wooden stools used as chairs, for broken bowls, and a crumpled aluminum pot. Her living standards were those of a refugee among refugees. Chapter 2. Judging from the original owner's physical condition, she was around 14 years old, 1.6 meters tall, but weighing only about 70 kilograms. Moreover, the burned scars on her left hand covered her entire forearm, clearly indicating a difficult life. There were 2 wooden stumps in her house, suggesting there was likely another family member, though her whereabouts were unknown. When she first woke up, her stomach was cramping, and she was extremely weak. If she didn't eat for half a day, Luoshi felt she could die again. So, without even figuring out the situation, she followed the group to the collection point. Returning to her senses, Luoshi entered the moderate radiation zone. Her bracelet was glowing yellow, and next to it was a number. 8. She had also seen a yellow glow in the wild rice zone, but the data, there was 3. It seems radiation is not only categorized into high, medium, and low, but each zone also has different concentrations. No wonder the dozen or so people she saw at the beginning only had their samples tested at the wild rice zone, ignoring this area entirely. It turned out the radiation concentration was too high, making the plants inside more likely to be inedible, so everyone was too lazy to waste time there. Losai thought for a moment, but decided to quickly take a look around anyway. The vegetation here was incredibly lush, the trees were exceptionally tall, and it was all shrubs and grasses. To her surprise, she found a strawberry the size of a fist. Unfortunately, the test showed it was highly radioactive. Losai, undeterred, picked it anyway just in case someone liked it. After putting it in her yellow woven crossbody bag, she moved on to an area with moderate radiation, a concentration of 7. This place was like the opposite of the previous one. Where life was thriving, here there was sparse vegetation, mostly bare, with the exposed soil appearing reddish-black. Inside, only a few low, dying shrubs and scattered weeds clung to the cracks. From a distance, it looked like a dead land. Based on the current situation, the radiation might cause two extremes, either exceptionally lush plant mutations, or utter lifelessness. Lossie was somewhat confused about this, but decided to go in and investigate anyway. She surveyed the area in less than a minute, and just as she was about to leave, something suddenly blinded her. But upon closer inspection, it seemed like nothing was there. She paced back and forth several times until she finally spotted the source of the light. Upon closer inspection, she saw it was in a crevice between two stones, and only the size of a fingernail was visible. The stones before her were somewhere between the gray of ordinary stone and the deep blue of the sky. Lossie tentatively touched one with her right index finger. A sudden, intense pain shot through her eyes, and the surrounding scenery vanished, leaving only boundless darkness. The sudden change caught her completely off guard, and her first instinct was to flee. The next second, she really did leave. Her consciousness returned to her body, and Lossie looked around. Everything was the same. Wait, the blue stone had darkened, becoming more gray. After thinking for a moment, she decided to touch the stone again, but the scene before her didn't change. Could it be? A thought popped into her mind. Back on her home planet, she had read a pre-apocalyptic novel. In it, the protagonist's ancestral jade bracelet, after being bound to him by blood, would grant him a mysterious space, also known as a golden finger. Her situation just now was so similar to the space described in the novel. Entering this space. With a thought, the scene before her went black, and she was indeed back in the same place. Looking down, she saw no physical body, it seemed only her consciousness had entered. Although incredible, Lossie quickly familiarized herself with the space and determined its size, 10 cubic meters. The space wasn't large, but its uses were considerable. She wouldn't have to worry about having her supplies stolen later. Could transmigrating really have a cheat code? Remembering her body still outside, Lossie hurriedly exited the space. After looking around to make sure no one was there, she began digging at the blue stone with her bare hands. This thing could grant her a space, it must be valuable, she couldn't let it go. 5 minutes later. The skin on her fingers was already scratched, but thankfully she had dug out the blue stone, a full football-sized piece. Mixed inside were some gray stones, their color much darker. With just a thought, the stone disappeared from Lossie's hands. Lossie confirmed with her consciousness that she was indeed in that dark space before she felt relieved. Then she reached into her handbag and discreetly stuffed the water chestnuts and strawberries into her storage space. Just then, footsteps sounded in the distance. The main group had returned. She slowly approached, blending in naturally. The crowd included men, women, and children. Those with a discerning eye glanced at her empty handbag and knew she was penniless, then turned their attention to the others. She kept her head down, adopting the same indifferent expression as everyone else. She wasn't unaware of the ill-intentioned people in the crowd, but what did it matter to a penniless pauper like herself? Having eaten, she had the energy, and the journey home took her only half an hour. Relying on her memories from the morning, she groped her way back to her front door. But there stood two menacing, heavily tattooed men, wearing slick-back leather jackets. One was a bald, mixed-race man of mixed race, the other a purebred Caucasian with long, blonde hair. Even sitting on two wooden stools in the house, their massive size was undeniable. They were easily over 1.9 meters tall, their bodies bulging with muscles. Even standing, Lossie was only half a hand's height taller than the seated giants. Sensing something was amiss, she almost immediately noticed something was wrong. Her cheerful steps faltered, and she turned to run. But the two giants were far more agile than she expected. She had only taken 3 steps when her footing gave way, and the bald giant lifted her up like a chick. Chapter 3. You dare run? You fooled me this morning by pretending to be dead, but this time I won't let you get away with it. The bald, burly man's voice was deep and menacing. She sighed inwardly, not bothering to struggle much. It seemed the original owner had left her a surprise. The two men were unnaturally fast. She only ever seen such speed from drug-addled martial artists. In her prime, she could take on 6 men like that, but her current body was too weak. Even 1 against 1 was a problem. Since she couldn't escape, she didn't bother wasting her energy. Brothers, I didn't mean to lie to you. I thought I was going to die too. But I survived, and I was so hungry I had to go out to find something to eat. If I wanted to run, Why would I come back? There's nothing valuable I could take with me. Luo, she pleaded earnestly, her face full of grievance. The bald man thought her words made sense, but the blonde-haired giant said, then why did you run away just now? At this moment, nearby residents, hearing the commotion, naturally formed a circle to watch the show. Before Luo she could even argue, the blonde-haired giant sneered, your alcoholic father may be dead, but his debts won't. 10,000 points. If you can't pay it back, you choose between Spring Breeze Alley and selling your organs. So this was the original owner's father's doing. 10,000 points didn't sound like a small amount. Luo, she turned to the bald-headed giant holding her by the back of her collar. Put me down first. Don't worry, I can't run away. The bald-headed giant, his face cold, only put Luo she down when the blonde-haired giant didn't react. Luo she stood still, clearing her throat, and said, 10,000 points is too much. Although it's said that a son should pay for his father's debts, I don't have that much to offer right now. I wonder if you could be lenient. Upon hearing the mention of 10,000 points, the surrounding crowd erupted in uproar. 10,000 points? Didn't Rod only owe a few hundred points? How did it become 10,000? I heard he borrowed a few hundred more later, but that's at most 1,000 points. It's only been less than 2 months. How did it jump to 10,000? The Black River Gang's loan sharking is terrifying. Some children, unaware of the Black River Gang's past, argued, could it be that Uncle Rod borrowed more later? The adults in the crowd immediately retorted, we refugees are barely scraping by. We'd be grateful if the Black River Gang lent us 10 points. Rod must have used some tricks to get the Black River Gang to lend him so many. But it definitely couldn't be more than 1,000. The Black River Gang doesn't do business at a loss. Hearing the crowd's discussions, Losai understood the general situation. The Black River Gang was truly ruthless. The blonde-haired man refused almost without hesitation. No exceptions. If you're willing to try your luck in a high-radiation area and find a better quality source crystal, you might actually be able to pay off this debt. But if you die in there, we suffer a huge loss. So, Spring Breeze Alley or organs, choose one. Source crystal? Upon hearing the name, Losai immediately thought of the blue stone she had found in the wasteland earlier that day. It had even helped her create a spatial dimension. What does a source crystal look like? Losai asked tentatively. A blue, glowing stone, the bald man replied without suspicion. Although every year some lucky refugees find source crystals, becoming rich overnight, and even gaining access to safe zones, only a few have actually seen one. To save costs, most of the refugee bracelets only had 4 functions: radiation detection, time tracking, temperature monitoring, and transaction tracking. Therefore, the true nature of the source crystal hadn't circulated in the refugee camps. Possessing the source crystal, should she first deceive them, and then use it to enter the safe zone, or directly use it to pay off her debts? Losai chose the latter without hesitation. Leaving aside the question of how many points the source crystal was worth, the arrogant and domineering manner of the 2 men in front of her indicated considerable power. She'd probably be reported before she even received the points, and even entering the safe zone wasn't guaranteed safety. Who knew if their people were inside? Having made her decision, Losai turned her back to the crowd and frantically winked at the bald man and the blonde man. The bald man frowned, confused by Losai's antics. Fortunately, the blonde man understood, stepping forward and grabbing Losai by the collar. Barry, enough talk, just take her back. With that, he dragged Losai towards the parked motorcycle. The bald man, genuinely believing they were going back, scratched his itchy head and quickly followed. The motorcycle stopped in an open area some distance from the refugee camp. Although puzzled, the bald man stopped anyway. The blonde-haired man, one hand in his pocket, asked, Lassie, right? You have source crystals? Lassie wasn't surprised that the blonde-haired man guessed she had source crystals. It just meant he was a normal person. Lassie, yes, but it's the first time I've seen them, so I'm not entirely sure. And I don't have any on me. The blonde-haired man stared at Lassie with a half-smile, as if confirming her statement. Lassie remained unfazed, meeting his gaze directly. The bald man, finally understanding the situation, loudly protested, Zach, she said she had source crystals as soon as we came to collect the debt. She's definitely lying to us. Yellow-haired Zach glared at the bald man, with a look of utter disappointment. If this girl hadn't survived, just because you pushed her this morning, all her debts would be on our shoulders. The bald man, who had been so arrogant, knew he was in the wrong and shut his mouth. He had just stepped down from the team, and was doing debt collection for the first time. He hadn't been careful, and hadn't expected Losai to be so fragile. She was lying in bed, refusing to come with him, so he picked her up and gently pushed her forward. Then she fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Strangely enough, he checked Losai's breathing. She was clearly dead. If he hadn't seen Losai come back to life with his own eyes, he would have thought the messenger was playing a trick on him. This time, he dared not touch a hair on Losai's head. His threats were limited to just pulling her collar. If she really died because of him, he simply couldn't afford the 10,000-point bill. "Take us there now," Zack said with a half-smile. Whether Lucy was telling the truth or not, they'd find out once they went. But Lucy refused without hesitation. "No way. What if you take it, and then don't pay? Bring someone who can professionally assess the source crystal's grade tomorrow." The bald man's eyes widened, and he said fiercely, "No way. What if you run away? We're going now." The bald man, Barry, appeared fierce, but inwardly he felt sorry for Lucy. She was so young and hadn't done anything, yet she carried so much debt. However, he had his own job and had to collect the debt. Otherwise, his fate would be even worse than Lucy's. As an experimental subject, he would suffer torture and either die or become a grotesque monster. She could only blame herself for not having a good father. Zack stopped the bald man who was about to step forward, saying helplessly, "Fine, I need to see the source crystal by 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Otherwise, Spring Breeze Lane will be waiting for you." With that, he grabbed the bewildered Barry, got on his motorcycle, and drove off. On the way, Barry couldn't help but ask, "Zack, have you softened?" Zack didn't answer. There was still time. Let this little girl live a little longer. She wouldn't survive long in Spring Breeze Alley. Everyone was pitiful. Besides, he was confident that whether Lucy was in a refugee camp or a safe zone, the Black River Gang could find her. He wasn't worried about Lucy escaping. As for the source crystal she mentioned, Zack wasn't optimistic. He guessed the content was very low. Lucy sighed and slowly walked back the way she came. Good news. She found the universal currency of this world. Bad news. She was drowning in debt and couldn't escape. Chapter 4. The radiation concentration in the refugee camp was yellow 1, the lowest outside of the safe zone. Even if she wanted to hide from her debt collectors, there was nowhere to go. The radiation concentration outside was too high. Back in her house, it was already 8 in the morning. The sun was high in the sky, and the temperature was rising rapidly. It was already cold wearing just a long-sleeved shirt, but now she wished she didn't have any clothes at all. She found a water jug in the house, gulped down 2 mouthfuls, and lay down on the bed. She needed to rest and convert what she had eaten into energy. At 2 in the afternoon, she woke up because of the heat. She struggled to sit up, exhaled a puff of hot air, and checked her temperature. 42 degrees Celsius, she frowned. She could tolerate the high temperature, but what about the low temperature at night? Looking at the black blankets on the headboard, whose original color was no longer visible, she rubbed her temples helplessly. It was currently the peak of radiation. The once noisy streets were now quiet, without a soul in sight. Lucy remembered there was a lot of thatch growing outside. Since it was too hot to sleep anyway, she figured she might as well gather some to make a bed. Stepping out of the mud door, a wave of heat hit her. Lucy carefully stood in the shade of the eaves, quickly cutting the thatch with a blade. In no time, she had a large handful. She was still halfway there to make a bed, but the rest of the thatch was in the sun. She'd have to wait until night to gather it. She checked her wristband. The radiation concentration under the sunlight had already soared to yellow 8. Indoors, it had also risen 2 degrees, reaching yellow 3. The radiation was too high during the day. If she wasn't mistaken, everyone only moved around in the early morning and at dusk. Gurgle. In the empty little house, Lucy's stomach rumbled particularly loudly. It was indeed time to eat. She took half a water chestnut from her spatial storage, put it in an aluminum pot, and then scooped half a ladle of water from a small water vat into it. Faced with absolute hunger, who cared if the pot was poisonous? Just being alive was a blessing. After searching for a while, she found 2 flint and steel. Thankfully, she didn't need to rub sticks together to start a fire. Thinking this, Losai lit the fire. There were still some dry branches in the house, so she didn't need to go looking for more. The water in the pot quickly boiled, and the water chestnut, cut into small pieces, tumbled in the water, emitting a faint, fresh aroma. There were no seasonings in the house, not even the most basic salt. She wondered how the original owner had survived to this age. Looking at something that clearly had nothing to do with delicious food, her body instinctively salivated. Losai couldn't resist any longer. She turned off the fire, poured the food into a bowl, and drank it all in one gulp. The scalding water inside was still quite hot, even through the bowl, but Losai didn't put it down. The original owner's hands were calloused, so this temperature was nothing to her. She blew on the water repeatedly. It tasted utterly bland. To be honest, even plain water tasted better. But to fill her stomach, Losai ate it all without hesitation. With the food in her stomach, her weakness lessened a bit. Time flew by, and it was 5:30 p.m. in the blink of an eye. The sky was dyed yellow by the setting sun. People gradually emerged from their earthen or wooden houses, discussing in small groups which gathering point to go to. Losai chose a different direction than during the day and followed them. There were probably over 1,000 people heading there. The first gathering point was only a 20-minute walk away, but unfortunately, because it was so close, it was tested by different people every day, making it almost impossible to find any edible supplies. Except for 3 or 4 people who were unwilling to give up, the majority of the group chose to move on to the next gathering point, and Losai was no exception. The second gathering point was a banana grove, covering an area of nearly 10,000 square meters. This time, almost half of the group stayed. Losai, unfamiliar with the area, decided to gather there that night. After choosing a banana tree, she heard a constant series of beeping and high radiation warnings. It seemed the chances of finding edible food here were also very low. The banana tree in front of her wasn't very tall, and judging from its roots, it had been cut down many times. The tree had countless 1-meter-long banana leaves, roughly estimated at 20 or 30, likely due to mutation. Normally there should only be about 5 to 10 leaves. After testing the entire tree, not a single leaf was edible. She also tested the core, which was also highly radioactive. Without hesitation, she moved on to test another tree. By this time, the ground was littered with torn banana leaves. Some people, in a fit of anger, had even chopped down the banana trees themselves. She merely glanced at them without intervening. Banana trees have an extremely strong regenerative ability. As long as a stump remains, it will sprout and grow again in a few days. Since the entire tree is highly radioactive, it's better to just cut it down and let it grow again. Perhaps it can even grow trees with moderate radiation. Thinking this, she quickly finished testing the next tree, but still found none edible. Unfortunately, she didn't have the right tools to cut down the banana tree, so she only managed to tear off a few leaves. After testing 5 or 6 bananas, Losai's hand was almost numb from holding it up, but she couldn't find a single edible leaf. The closer she got to the center, the more people there were, especially around the trees laden with bananas, which were being tested repeatedly by wave after wave. If they weren't unripe, Losai suspected they would have taken them even if they were highly radioactive. She sighed silently and decided to test on the outer edge. Once outside, the twilight had faded, leaving only a grayish-white afterglow. Only a few people were testing on the outermost edge, and they were all spaced apart. Losai chose the very edge to start testing, her wristband constantly glowing red. Time flew by, and it was already 7:30 in the blink of an eye. The sky was completely dark. The temperature had plummeted, and those with coats had already put on their prepared clothing. Of course, there were also those like Losai, who had nothing and could only tough it out. At this time, on the dirt path, small groups of people who had gone to the collection points further ahead were already beginning their return journey. Losai sighed. It seemed she would have to return empty-handed today. Just then, a commotion arose from the depths of the banana grove, and her bracelet, which hadn't emitted a yellow light in a long time, suddenly appeared. Losai didn't have time to investigate what was happening inside. She shielded herself from the moderately irradiated banana leaf with her body, slashed it off with a small blade, and quickly stored it in her spatial storage. Luckily, she had turned off the notification sound. Otherwise, with the outside so quiet, if someone had heard, she probably wouldn't have been able to keep the leaf. The commotion grew louder, attracting many onlookers. Losai initially intended to follow the main group back to the refugee camp, but her keen senses detected unusual activity around her, a subtle encirclement. The surroundings were currently empty, with few obstacles to conceal her. Losai hesitated for only a moment before quickly heading deeper into the banana grove. Those planning the ambush hadn't expected Losai to suddenly change direction, and in their haste, they gave themselves away. The group exchanged glances, and immediately decided to follow. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Losai blended directly into the arguing crowd. Because of her small size and the darkness, she quickly disappeared into the shadows. The noisy, crowded masses slowed the attackers' pace, and they completely lost track of Losai. "Damn it! Gone!" one of them cursed. Chapter 5. The remaining 3 exchanged bewildered glances, unsure how the little girl had discovered them. One of them said hesitantly, "Boss, could we have made a mistake?" That girl looks dirt poor. How could she possibly have anything good? The boss scoffed. If she didn't have something on her, why would the Black River gang let her come back alive? Then, his eyes darted around, as if he just realized something. That drunkard Rod isn't an ordinary person. The Black River gang wouldn't have lent him so many points if he didn't have some strength. I heard he used to live in the safe zone, so he must have hidden a lot of good stuff in the refugee camp. Lossie's return must be related to what Rod hid. The others thought this made sense, but would they really get away with robbing the Black River gang? At 8 o'clock that evening, Lossie returned to her small house, still shaken. She hadn't expected someone to attack her so quickly, but judging from their footsteps and movements, they didn't seem to be trained. They were probably just a group of ordinary refugees. She couldn't stay here. She had to find somewhere else. Looking at the bare walls of the room, under the cover of night, she shoved everything into her spatial storage, including the still-drying thatch and 4 tattered pieces of clothing. Fortunately, the bamboo bed was only 1.5 m by 2 m, leaving some space inside. Although she planned to leave, she was really just changing direction. The area outside the safe zone was the place with the lowest radiation the refugees could find. At this time, the people who went out to collect resources were slowly returning, and Lossie's movements through the refugee camp didn't seem out of place. She walked until 10 o'clock at night, then spotted a spot by the river. The radiation level here was between yellow 1 and yellow 2, and the data on her wristband kept fluctuating. Although there was a long row of mud brick houses on the border between yellow 1 and yellow 2, many were empty. Only half of the houses were inhabited. Lossie chose a relatively intact house, and since neither of the houses on either side was occupied, only the second house on the right was occupied. It was about 30 square meters, roughly the size of a master bedroom, but much better than her previous house. After simply arranging the few things that could be considered furniture, her stomach started growling again. Currently, all she could eat was a small bowl of water chestnuts and a banana leaf. The banana leaf was quite large, enough for about 5 or 6 meals. Her body was too weak right now. She needed to replenish herself. After convincing herself, Lossie picked up a pot and fetched half a pot of water from the river. She had tested the river water. It was yellow 3, within the drinkable range. There were no trees around, so she casually plucked a couple of handfuls of withered grass from the roadside. After boiling the water, she poured half into several bowls. This was for tomorrow's drinking. Finally, she took out a palm with banana leaf, tore it into small strips, and threw them into the pot. These banana leaves were different from those on her home planet. They were thicker and had more moisture, almost twice the thickness of a regular banana leaf, though the taste was exactly the same. The withered grass quickly burned out. Looking at the banana leaves that had turned yellow in the pot, Lossie decided not to add any more fuel. The bowls were full of water and banana leaves. The first taste was a strong, unique, herbal fragrance, but the flavor wasn't particularly good. The banana leaves had quite a bit of fiber. She ate the leaves, carefully removing the larger fibers as if picking out fish bones. She finished a bowl of food, but was only 6/10 full. She had eaten just that afternoon, yet her stomach felt like a bottomless pit. Luo, she sighed, and lay down on the bamboo bed, which was covered with straw. It wasn't perfectly dry, but it was better than nothing. Looking at the blanket, which reeked of sweat, she reluctantly covered herself with it, as the temperature was only in the teens. The temperature difference in this world was extraordinary. A difficult night passed, and Luo, she woke up early. The lowest temperature overnight was only 10 degrees Celsius. She woke up several times in the middle of the night from the cold. It was 5 a.m., the temperature was 15 degrees Celsius, and a faint sliver of light was appearing on the horizon. Except in the height of summer, it was almost completely dark on her home planet, Kyushu, at 5 a.m. This planet, called Aegeal, seemed to have earlier sunrises. She wondered if it had seasons. Many people in the surrounding houses were also up, carrying buckets to the river to fetch water. No one seemed to notice Luoshi's arrival, or perhaps they simply couldn't be bothered. The radiation concentration here is higher than in the inner area. Only those who can't survive would come here. Almost every few days, someone dies, then new people arrive, and the cycle repeats. Lossie didn't pay much attention. This situation was better for her. She carried a bucket to the river to fetch water for washing, but unexpectedly found a mineral water bottle in a roadside garbage dump. She was both surprised and delighted. It was too dark last night, so she hadn't found it. Now, with this, she could take water out to find supplies. After washing up, Lossie cooked a bowl of banana leaf soup and washed the mineral water bottle with lukewarm water. It was 5:30, the sky was a little brighter, and the road was visible. By this time, many people had already set off for their respective gathering points. Lossie didn't go with them. She still had to pay off her debts today, and also wanted to familiarize herself with the area. Retracing her steps, she noticed that the closer she got to the safe zone, the more crowded it became, and the better the houses were, mostly made of wood. There was almost no space between the houses, and the roads were winding and often led to dead ends. The people inside were dressed somewhat more decently, with only 1 or 2 patches on their clothes. Seeing Lossie in her tattered clothes, they all showed disdain. Lossie simply passed by quickly and didn't linger. It was noteworthy that there were quite a few shops in the refugee camp, mostly selling food. These shops had one thing in common: a sign with the words Black River prominently displayed. It seemed the Black River gang's influence had infiltrated the entire refugee camp. Without their approval, almost no one could open a shop here. She walked along the city wall of the safe zone the entire way, but didn't see a single entrance. She had originally planned to sneak in to see what was going on, but faced with walls 10 stories high, she was powerless. The election is next month. Your father and I have been feeding you well, and you've been running off to Spring Breeze Lane every day. If you don't win, don't bother coming back. We pretend we don't have a son like you. A woman's sharp voice reached Lossie's ears, making her stop in her tracks. An election sounded like a very good thing. She looked out from a corner and saw a young man, who looked like he had just come of age, kneeling and clutching the woman's trousers in a wooden house near the city wall. Mom, I was wrong. I promise I won't go gallivanting around before the election. Really? Seeing her son like this, the woman was both angry and heartbroken. She forcefully pulled her leg away. Don't think I don't know you're doing this for that slut Anna. You grew up with her, and I don't blame you for going to brothels because you felt sorry for her. But your father and I earn our money with our blood and sweat. I absolutely refuse to let you use our points to help her. Her family got into trouble. They borrowed 100 points from us and haven't paid them back. Now they're going to delay your election. Even if you get into the safe zone and bring her back, I still won't agree. The boy looked conflicted, his head bowed, his voice choked with sobs. Mom, it's all my fault. I definitely work hard to get into the safe zone. Please don't blame Anna. Chapter 6. Lossie heard the rest of the conversation in general terms. It was mostly apologies from the men, with little mention of the specifics of the election. Currently, all she knew was that participating in the election would grant entry into the safe zone and a significant boost to her status, something even refugees would flock to. Staying in the refugee camp was a dead end. Only by reaching the safe zone behind the high walls might she have a chance to return to interstellar space. She absolutely had to participate in the election. Time quickly passed to 7 o'clock. Zack and his companion arrived on time on their motorcycle, with an old man carrying a square, silver machine on the back. They had just gotten off and, seeing the empty room, thought they'd been tricked. However, the entire refugee camp was under the control of the Black River gang. There was no way she could escape. Even if she entered the safe zone, they would find her. It was just a matter of time. Just as he was about to get angry, he suddenly heard, "Gentlemen, I'm here." Zack frowned and casually ruffled his blonde hair. "You moved?" Lossie nodded slightly, letting Zack lead her back to her new little house. She went inside and, out of their sight, took out a dull blue source crystal from her spatial storage. The old man, whose temples were graying, had initially been very interested, but upon seeing the crystal core, his eyes immediately fell in disappointment. Zack and the bald man had seen many source crystals, and they knew the approximate level of the crystal core in Lossie's hand. An E-grade crystal core, worth only a couple hundred points. The old man sneered, glaring at Zack. "That's not fair. Just an E-grade source crystal, and you want me to make a whole trip? Do you know how much I earn in a day running this shop?" Although Zack hadn't expected the source crystal in Lossie's possession to be of such a low grade, he had assumed Rhodes had left her quite a bit. But since he was already there, faced with the old man's complaints, Zack retorted without hesitation, "With your temper, you can only earn a dozen or so points a day, no more than that. This time, you only need to check the source crystal's grade, and I paid you 10 points. If you hadn't helped me take care of Dale, I wouldn't have let you do this job." A hint of embarrassment flashed across the old man's face, but anger quickly took over. "Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you've been in the team for 5 years. I may be old, but I'm still in good health. With your genetically modified body, you might not live longer than me. If you die, I have to take care of Dale, so you better be polite to me." The old man's words seemed to strike a nerve with Zack, instantly extinguishing his arrogance. All right, it's my fault. Let's get it tested. Losai stood to the side, eyes lowered. It seemed what she found really was a source crystal, just not very valuable. The old man proudly raised his head and took the football-sized source crystal from Losai's hand. Using the instrument, he quickly detected the energy contained within the source crystal, grade E, approximately 180. Zack looked at Losai, waiting for her response. Points and energy were exchanged 1-to-1. This source crystal didn't even have 2% of 10,000. Getting this answer, Losai was still a little disappointed. She didn't want to go to Spring Breeze Alley. Her lowered head instantly lifted, transforming into a pitiful, tearful expression. Could you delay a little longer? Consider this source crystal as payment, please, brothers. Salty tears welled in her eyes, her thin, bony frame highlighting her frailty and helplessness, especially the pleading look in her clear green eyes, making it hard to look at her. Looking at Losai, Zack couldn't help but think of his own sister. The bald man stood to the side, about to say no, but seeing Zack's silence, he swallowed his words. Zack said he didn't think before he spoke. If he hadn't spoken, it was best not to speak first. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Losai continued, "Can I definitely pay it off within 6 months? Even if I went to Spring Breeze Alley in my current state, I wouldn't earn any money." Zack glanced at Losai's small frame, clearly not believing she could pay off a debt of 10,000 in 6 months, and besides, he couldn't afford to wait that long. He was just a debt collector, not the creditor. But Losai was still a child. This shouldn't be her burden. Blame it on her father. Knowing it was loan sharking, he still went to the Black River gang to borrow points. Although he didn't know the exact amount Losai's father borrowed, Zack figured it was probably over 1,000, not as terrifying as the other refugees described. The Black River gang is ruthless, but not to this extent. They usually multiply the amount by 1 to 5 times. Unless he offended someone in the upper echelons of the gang, and they deliberately targeted him to inflate his debts so many times over. As lower-level members, they sometimes didn't even know how much the debtors had actually borrowed or what the interest rate was. They only knew the collection figure. Some debtors were pitiful, while others were quite hateful. They knew they couldn't repay when they borrowed the money. At that point, they were already using their families as bargaining chips. It's just so pitiful for these innocent people. He only been a debt collector for a few days, and he's seen countless pitiful people. He felt these people were innocent, but he couldn't really let them go, otherwise he and his young sister would be the ones to die. And even if he died, the Black River gang would send new people to collect the debts. Those seasoned debt collectors, if they were women, they bully them first. Sigh. Zack sighed inwardly. When he was in charge of debt collection, he would try his best to make things easier for them. He accepted being scorned and labeled a bad guy because of this job. In this post-apocalyptic refugee camp, he couldn't give up a stable job to become a good person who couldn't even afford a few bites of food and had to fight over tree bark. That's the kind of person you only see in peaceful and safe times. That era is far, far away now. This is a refugee camp. Anyone who owes the Black River gang a debt will remain under their control until it's paid off. Who wouldn't be afraid of debt collectors and refugees? Yet, they also yearned for it. When even food was scarce, human life was cheap, and everyone was scrambling to get in. He was forced by circumstances. Blame the times, blame those who borrowed money and didn't repay. Zack snorted coldly, feigning indifference, and said, "No, 2 months at most." This was the longest he could leniency. Besides, if Losai died during this time, and the higher-ups knew he had given her leeway, the blame would fall on him. 10,000 points. That's too much. With bad luck, he could risk his life fighting on the battlefield for a year to earn that much. Now that his genes were unstable, he wouldn't live for many more years. He had to work hard to earn as many points as possible for his sister. 2 months. Losai's face deliberately flashed with disappointment, then she forced a smile, her eyes shining with gratitude for him. "Thank you. I will definitely try my best to pay off my points, and not take up any more of your time." Seeing Losai's pitiful appearance, Zack scratched his head in annoyance. He couldn't help her, and in the end, he didn't know what to say. He took the source crystal, and was about to leave. Finally, he remembered something, stopped, and coldly reminded her, "The radiation here is high. You better find a house closer to the safe zone. Life is hard. Every day you live is a day better than nothing." Losai looked at the fierce-looking man before her. In this refugee camp where murder goes unpunished, he was being lenient with the time all this time, and even offering her a reminder. Sigh, nothing in a peaceful society applies here. In this era, no one can be their true self. Even if they were being lenient because of this E-grade source crystal, in this lawless place, they could easily steal it and sell her off, and no one would say a word. Now that he was an orphan, all alone and without any connections, anyone could take advantage of him. Besides, in the refugee camp, if the original owner hadn't been so thin and deliberately feigning dirt, he would probably have been humiliated at his age. Chaos and disorder were the defining characteristics of this place. Before they left, Losai casually asked about the election. The election? You want to participate? Zach's tone clearly showed disapproval. But he couldn't resist Losai's pitiful yet resolute gaze. The election is a selection process for new students from all academies within the safe zone, consisting of 3 rounds. It's open to all citizens of planet Aegil. But the cultural requirements are quite high, and most people in the refugee camp can't complete them. If you're physically strong enough, you might be selected by the military and stay in the safe zone. Zach finished speaking succinctly, showing absolutely no belief that Losai could be chosen. Very few people in the refugee camp were literate, and almost none were educated. Losai looked completely illiterate. As for her physical condition, he worried she'd collapse after just a few steps. Unless she was receiving gene-modifying injections, but that was very risky, expensive, and not guaranteed to succeed, potentially leaving her disabled. Before they left, the old man stroked his beard and smiled at Losai. Little girl, my shop is at the end of Vive Road in the refugee camp. Come find me if you have any problems. He added, the price is negotiable. Losai smiled obediently and nodded. As soon as they turned away, their expressions returned to their usual blankness. Now that her original father's debts had been granted a 2-month grace period, and she understood the purpose of the election, the source crystals hadn't been wasted. While there was still time, Losai took a fist-sized strawberry to the nearest shop, one she'd seen on her way to her previous home, and silently memorized. The shop wasn't open plan, it was enclosed by a 1.2-meter high wall. This ensured customers could see the merchandise, but couldn't easily steal anything, while also providing some protection for the owner. Lossie stood outside the wall, only half her body visible. Boss, how much are the highly radioactive fruits? The middle-aged owner, drowsy and reclining in his chair, glanced up at Lossie, then immediately lay back down casually, saying, apples are 5 points, bananas are 4 points. In his eyes, this was just another guy about to die, or someone with a terminal illness in their family. Chapter 7. Only the dying would eat a rare treat of fruit before their passing. Fruit with moderate radiation was rare, each costing 10 points or more. While highly irradiated fruit was generally considered unsuitable for consumption, this wasn't a concern for the dead. More than half the refugee camp residents had managed to eat a decent meal before their death. Therefore, highly irradiated fruit had become a commodity. Lossie had a better idea of what to expect. She took out some bright red strawberries from the bag and placed them in front of the shopkeeper. Strawberries are rare. Will you buy them for 8 points? The shopkeeper, who had been closing his eyes, opened them again, glancing at the strawberries. They were indeed quite good. 2 points. Strawberries don't keep well, I lose money if they didn't sell. Lossie, 7 points. Strawberries are rare among fruits. Shopkeeper, 3 points. That's the most I can offer, I need to make a profit. Lossie, 6 points. That's the lowest I can go. Shopkeeper, 1 price, 4 points. Lossie, deal. The shopkeeper's eyes widened instantly. He realized he'd been tricked. He usually bought highly irradiated fruit for 1 or 2 points. The strawberries were indeed worth the price. Even if he earned a little less, he wasn't one to go back on his word. Honestly, if it weren't for the high radiation levels, he'd eat them right now. Fruit was just too tempting in the wasteland. The shopkeeper raised his left hand, displaying a delicate bracelet, clean and seamless, much prettier than Losai's. He tapped his own bracelet a few times, then had Losai enter her bracelet's number. 4 points were quickly transferred to Losai's bracelet. He returned inside with the 4 points, quite a haul for the day. Unfortunately, it was already late, not the right time to go out and search for supplies. In the afternoon, after a bowl of water chestnut soup, it was time to go out and search for supplies again. Over the past 2 days, she had figured out the best times to go out, 5 a.m. to 9 p.m. Going a little late wasn't a problem, but going too late would make her realize the importance of returning home on time due to the radiation. The radiation was severe during the day, and too cold at night, and the radiation wasn't low either. This time, Losai chose to go with people from the neighborhood near her new home. However, she didn't stop at the first gathering point. People passed by every day, making the chances of finding edible food too low. At 6:40 p.m., she arrived at the second gathering point, a small stream. Half the group stayed there, dripping water onto the palm-sized, finger-thick patches of dark green moss growing in the cracks of the rocks along the stream. Strangely enough, This stream wasn't short, but only this section had mutated moss. The moss in other areas was normal size. Loci chose a spot and tested a patch of moss. Unsurprisingly, it was highly radioactive. After testing for over 10 minutes, not a single edible moss was found. Many people had already given up and moved on to the next collection point. Loci raised her bracelet. The radiation concentration here for the mutated moss was yellow 5. Other areas along the stream were yellow 7 to 8. Loci didn't quite understand. Logically, higher radiation levels should make mutations more likely. Unfortunately, the original owner didn't seem to have any friends, and she couldn't find anyone to ask. She herself had gained nothing, but one person was lucky enough to find 2 edible moss growing together. Many people looked at him enviously, but no one dared to snatch it, because that person had 3 other people with him, like a family. Before making a move, one should first consider whether they can defeat 4 people. The group didn't linger long. After walking briskly for half an hour, they split into 2 groups again. Loci followed the smaller group to the right. The further they went, the larger the area to be explored became, and the more dispersed the group became. Loci saw the group that had arrived earlier, but they immediately stopped what they were doing upon seeing someone approaching and headed towards the next gathering point. Looking at this patch of miscellaneous plants of unknown origin, as an outsider, she dared not act rashly. What if she finally found a moderately radioactive plant only to discover it was poisonous? She could only continue forward with the group that had just left. Walking at the back was a girl of about 14 or 15, dressed slightly better than Loci, but appearing even thinner. Feeling her heart pounding differently than usual, Loci deliberately stomped her feet harder so she could hear. Hearing a stranger following her, the girl instinctively quickened her pace. To her surprise, no matter which way she went, she couldn't shake her off. With the light growing dimmer, the footsteps behind her sounded like a death knell. Damn it! Remembering her elderly mother at home, the girl steeled herself, abruptly stopped, and whirled around, simultaneously pulling a chipped kitchen knife from her pocket. Stop! The girl gripped the knife tightly with both hands, her eyes blazing, glistening with a tearful light, conveying a sense of resolute determination. Loci stopped the instant she turned, her mouth agape in surprise, feigning ignorance as she stared at the knife-wielding girl. The dozen or so people walking ahead glanced back at the commotion, but seeing it had nothing to do with them, continued on their way. They were used to this. In the post-apocalyptic wasteland, minding one's own business was ingrained in their genes. Tell me, why are you following me? The girl shouted in what she thought was a fierce voice, but the rapid heaving of her chest betrayed her nervousness and fear. Loci innocently raised her hands to shoulder level. I just wanted to go to the next gathering point. A simple, clear sentence brought the girl back to her senses. Only then did she realize that the girl following her was about her age, or even a little younger. Her empty shoulder bag clearly indicated that it couldn't possibly contain any offensive weapons. Her expression immediately turned awkward, realizing she had been overly paranoid. But just to be safe, she asked again, "Then why did you follow me when I ran?" I thought the next gathering point was too far, and we didn't have enough time, so when I saw you running, I followed." Loci smiled apologetically, then scratched her head in feigned embarrassment. She then added, Sorry, I'm unfamiliar with this place. I just thought I'd follow someone. I scared you. I'm really sorry." Well, never mind. Just don't follow me anymore." The girl's sallow face flushed, and she silently lowered her hand holding the knife, but her grip remained firm, always on guard. The person in front of her was too polite. She didn't know how to react. Loci remained harmless, readily agreeing to the girl's request. The girl kept glancing back at Loci as she walked, only running off after confirming she wasn't following her. A few drops of bright red blood were left where the girl had stood. She was injured. Loci smiled. They would meet again soon. Choosing someone else to follow, at 6:30, Loci arrived at a patch of vines as thick as a thumb. They were more like slender saplings than vines, only about 2 meters tall, intertwined, their leaves growing at the top, dominating the nearby sunlight. This resulted in the absence of any other plants on the ground. Those who arrived were dispersed in layers, numbering only about 30. The expressions on everyone's faces were noticeably more relaxed than when there was a large crowd earlier. They called to their companions to choose a spot to begin testing. The fewer competitors, the higher their chances of finding edible plants. Loci didn't immediately begin testing. Instead, she pretended to wander around, seemingly debating where to start. In reality, she was constantly watching how the people around her were testing. Chapter 8. They expected the vines to be inspected for green leaves, but to their surprise, The vines avoided the leaves meticulously, as if afraid of contracting some virus. Instead, they used knives to make small cuts in the vines, waiting for a milky white liquid to flow out before examining it. Looking at the palm-sized, serrated, thin, almost translucent green leaves, Loci was puzzled but dared not move. Following the other's example, she avoided the leaves and began examining the dark yellow vines. This must be a lucky spot. Half of the 30-odd people had found edible plants. Since everyone had gone in groups, everyone got a share. One person even found low radioactivity plants, which, if sold, could be exchanged for at least 3 times the points of plants with moderate radiation. Everyone carefully used knives to cut off the top leaves, afraid to make any sudden movements for fear of the liquid leaking out. The roots were simply dug out. Loci was lucky. She found a slightly smaller one. She could barely manage to get it out by herself. Just as she moved the vine out, a green leaf fell from a short distance away because of the large movement of the people below. Below were 3 teenagers. They were lucky enough to find a thicker vine, but because the vines were intricately intertwined, they had to be very careful and work together to move it out. The 3 were so focused that they didn't notice they had slightly brushed against a nearby vampire vine. The leaf, which was originally harmless and even looked delicious, rapidly turned from green to red after touching the skin of one of the teenagers in less than a second, because none of the 3 noticed it on the back of his neck. The leaf, after landing, miraculously began to move and expanded rapidly. The surrounding serrations hardened, allowing the leaf, now the size of a fist, to stand upright. Blood continued to flow from the back of the boy's neck, soaking through his trousers and dripping onto the ground, yet he remained oblivious, still weaving through the vines. The leaf, following the serrations, slowly moved along the trail of blood where it had touched the reddened area, absorbing the blood completely as if it had never been there. In the blink of an eye, the leaf had grown to the size of 3 fists, with several black spots appearing in the rich blood. Just as Loci was about to warn him, his companion suddenly shouted, "Second brother, what's wrong?" Having come here, they knew the power of these blood-sucking vines. Seeing their companion's face turn deathly pale, they immediately became alert. "Brother, I'm all right?" The second brother, unaware of what had happened, only felt a little cold. Remembering where he was, he hurriedly looked back and saw a bright red blood sac slowly approaching him. A long trail of blood had appeared where he had walked. Only then did he realize he was injured. Yes, the vampire vine had a paralyzing effect. No wonder he hadn't felt anything. Wait, it get even more dangerous later. The second brother anxiously looked at his 2 companions. "Quick, let's go. The vampire vine is about to go berserk." The 2 looked at the vine in their hands, ultimately reluctant to leave, and could only let the second brother go first. Staying here would only accelerate the vampire vine's berserk transformation. The second brother looked conflicted, but still chose to leave quickly, otherwise, none of them would get out. The group's voices were quite loud, and everyone knew something was wrong. The man still moving the vines in the middle was furious. He had finally found a moderately radioactive vine, which he could sell for a lot of points. But one clumsy person had disturbed the blood-sucking vine. Looking at the winding path out, to survive, he had no choice but to abandon the vine and flee the area quickly. About 30 people left almost simultaneously. Although Luoshi didn't know what would happen next, he knew it wouldn't be good, so he immediately ran out with the others. Only 2 people remained in the forest, still moving the vines. The mobile blood pack sensed their target's escape, but calmly absorbed the blood on the ground. Time passed slowly. Just as the 2 stepped out of the vines, the blood pack, already almost the size of an infant's head, seemed to reach its limit, and tiny cracks appeared on its transparent outer layer. Under everyone's watchful eyes, it exploded with a bang, forming a large cloud of blood mist. A pungent, foul stench of blood instantly filled the entire vine forest. The smell was nothing like something that had just flowed out. It was like the stench of maggots flying out of a giant, purplish-black corpse that had been fermenting for months in a sweltering summer room, its belly swollen high. Less than 1% of rural outhouses smelled this. Even from a distance, everyone gagged. Luoshi stood at the back, calmly shielding her nose. This was one of the stronger smells she ever encountered, but not enough to make her vomit. The 2 who had just emerged were closest, and nearly fainted from the stench. Fortunately, they managed to pull themselves out with strong willpower, and the vines remained intact. The second brother, however, was in bad shape, bleeding profusely. His wound wasn't large, but the bleeding wouldn't stop. A large pool of blood had formed at his feet, and his face grew increasingly pale. Without professional hemostatic agents, he would bleed to death within 10 minutes. Perhaps not even 10 minutes, 3 minutes would suffice. The second brother looked at his hand. It seemed numb. By the time the remaining two reached the boy's side, the second brother was already lifeless. One carried the vines, the other the boy's body, and they quickly fled. At that moment, the pervasive blood mist vanished instantly, as if absorbed by something, and the stench lessened considerably. In the blink of an eye, all the blood-sucking vines moved strangely. The previously intertwined vines separated rapidly like nimble snakes, then stabbed towards the dead boy. No, to be precise, they stabbed towards his blood. Countless leaves, aided by the vines, instantly reached the large pool of blood left by the boy, frantically absorbing the blood from the ground. But the blood was still too little, far from enough to satisfy the thousands of vines. The crimson on the ground was completely absorbed, and following the scent of blood, they quickly locked onto their next target. Their vines grew wildly, and the person carrying the boy's corpse was quickly overtaken. To save his own life, he had no choice but to painfully throw down his companion's body. The corpse hit the ground with a dull thud, and countless blood-sucking vines, as if hearing a feeding horn, swarmed forward, completely enveloping the boy's body. From the outside, it appeared as a large sphere of vines, still writhing. In a mere half-minute, the blood-sucking vines all returned to their original positions, exactly as they had been. Only the withered, unrecognizable corpse remained on the ground. Instantly, everyone retreated, fearing that the blood-sucking vines would go berserk again. They had heard of the vampire vine's power, but seeing it with their own eyes was a different story. Many were traumatized and decided never to return. Lassie left with the others. The deceased boy's companion, seemingly frightened, ignored the body and followed behind, carrying the vampire vine. It was getting late, and the return journey would take over an hour. They had no intention of searching for supplies again. Compared to the others, who were still desperately searching, this hastily assembled team was far too conspicuous. It was hard for anyone to ignore them. Chapter 9. The group of about 30 people had a whopping 19 vampire vines. Many were envious of such a large quantity of supplies, but seeing the sheer number of the other side, they abandoned their plans. Ultimately, everyone returned home safely. As soon as Loci reached her doorstep, in the dim moonlight, she immediately realized someone had been inside. Although the person tried to put things back in their place, Loci could tell from subtle differences that her house had been burgled. There were also footprints at the door, one deep and one shallow. The intruder was male, about 1.7 meters tall, weighing around 50 kilograms, and had an injury on his right foot that had been there for a long time. His left footprint was much deeper than his right, indicating he had completely shifted his weight to his left foot. Loci breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was just a thief. There was nothing in the house anyway. She glanced at the time. It was only 8 o'clock. There was still time. While the gatherers hadn't returned yet, she quickly sold the vampire vines. Otherwise, being alone and helpless, she would be robbed within a day. Many people around had seen her take the items home. The house wasn't locked, and if she put them in her spatial storage at night, and someone with ulterior motives came in and found nothing, and then she took the items out to sell the next morning, it would arouse suspicion. She wouldn't fall into the same trap twice at the shop she sold things at during the day, so this time Loci decided to go to the old man's shop from earlier. She roughly knew the direction of Veed Road. She had seen the street sign on her way back home. The old man's shop wasn't particularly far, about a 20-minute walk. She had assumed the old man knew the Black River gang and that the shop would be large, but it turned out to be only about 20 square meters, more like a small studio. The further they went in, the dimmer it became. The surrounding 2- or 3-story buildings, a jumble of debris, blocked half the moonlight. The stench of swill and excrement mingled on the ground. The environment here was even worse than Loci's little house by the river. The old man's shop was a small, 2-story wooden structure, a dark, crumbling building sandwiched between 2 3-story wooden houses, seemingly on the verge of collapse. The sign with the Black River Gang's name on it was so worn it was illegible. Most of the window was sealed off, leaving only a small opening. The old man hadn't turned on the light. He was dozing on the doorframe. Knock, knock, knock. Loci gently knocked on the shop door. The old man groggily opened his eyes. What do you want to buy? Loci, blood-sucking vines. Do you buy them? Yes. The old man said slowly, picking up a flashlight and shining it on Loci. The bright light made Loci, who had already adapted to darkness, instinctively shield her eyes. The old man shone his flashlight on the vampire vine. Its exterior was perfectly preserved. Hand it over, let me see. Hearing this, Loci lowered her hand and held the vampire vine closer to the old man. The milky white liquid inside was perfectly preserved, its color barely oxidized. She then smeared a little liquid on her bracelet with her finger. It was yellow too. The old man nodded with satisfaction. 5 points per ounce. Turning his head, he saw Losai's green eyes, and realized this was the little girl he'd seen during the day. She actually found it. It seemed the vampire vine had just been found at night. This child was lucky. She hadn't died inside. Hearing the old man's price, Losai was pleasantly surprised. Such a high price. Looking at the vine she had painstakingly carried back, she asked, "Don't you buy the vine bark?" The old man yawned. "This stuff is useless. I don't buy it." Seeing the disappointment in Losai's eyes, the old man added, "But it's quite tough. You can use its fibers to make whips. It just depends on whether you have time to make them." Losai's eyes lit up immediately, and she quickly thanked him. The old man poured the liquid from the vampire vine into a small glass jar, containing about 2.1 ounces. Losai smiled and said 2 ounces was fine, and then used those 10 points to exchange for 10 nutrient solutions from the old man. The old man seemed to like Losai, and before she left, he said kindly, "Losai, my name is Lao Lev. From now on, if you have anything good, come sell it to me, and I definitely give you a good price." Losai obediently nodded, turned around, and disappeared into the darkness with the 10 nutrient solutions and the large sum of money. Lolev's price was indeed good. She had asked several shops on the way here, and they all only offered 4 points per tael. That's why she so decisively chose to trade with Lolev. Back in her house, Rossi's stomach growled again. Given her current nutritional deficiencies, she made herself a small bowl of banana leaf soup. The next morning, Rossi got up early to wash. Just as she was fetching water from the river, a startled cry rang in her ears. "It's you? You've been following me again." The girl's voice was strong and clear. Rossi knew who it was immediately. She feigned surprise and confusion, shaking her head, and putting down the pot, hurriedly waving her hands to indicate she hadn't. "I didn't, let me explain." The girl's hand was already on the knife at her waist. If she didn't hear a satisfactory answer, she would definitely use it. "I just moved here the day before yesterday. I didn't know you lived here too. I really didn't mean to follow you. I swear." As she spoke, Losai raised her left hand as if to swear, but halfway through, she pointed to her house. "My house is over there. I really didn't lie to you." The previously angry girl looked at Losai's house, her emotions suddenly freezing. Her furrowed brows immediately drooped, filled with a strange guilt, all her previous arrogance gone. Is that so? I misunderstood you, I'm sorry." After saying that, she immediately ran back with a bucket of water. The people around had thought there would be a good show, but it ended just like that. Losai put on an innocent, pitiful look, washed herself with cold water, and then carried the full bucket of water back. But soon, she was carrying 2 palm-lit banana leaves to the girl's house. The girl's house was only a few dozen meters away from Losai's house, the second house on the left, and she quickly arrived at her doorstep. Losai politely knocked on the slightly ajar bamboo door. The girl opened it from the inside. "Who?" The last awe was swallowed back down after she saw it was Losai. "What are you doing here?" Losai held out a neatly cut banana leaf, about the size of her palm. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to last night. This is an apology." This banana leaf, boiled in water, would only be enough to fill her stomach a little, not much, but for refugees living on the edge of death and survival, the sentiment was incredibly precious. The girl's mouth gaped slightly, her eyes filled with surprise. It was the first time she had ever met someone so strangely friendly. But she herself. Losai smiled and looked over. On the small wooden bed in the room lay a woman with a deathly pale face. Her features were deep and striking, with short blonde hair, a classic Caucasian beauty. Unfortunately, she was completely bloodless, looking like she wouldn't live much longer. Besides the most basic furniture, the only other thing in the room was firewood piled up to half the room's height, neatly chopped to save space. This didn't seem like the place to hide the thing, but yesterday she had definitely sensed the aura of the source crystal on her. And the closer she got, the stronger the aura became, which was why she had deliberately followed her and let her discover her. Just then, a lewd and smug voice came from outside. "My good daughter, little Amy, guess what I stole today, ha ha." The owner of the voice stopped laughing abruptly when he saw a stranger at the door. He initially thought he had been discovered and confronted by enemies again, nervously looking around, ready to run at any moment. But after looking around and confirming that it was only Losai, he felt he could handle it, and lowered his foot. Lucy turned her head, and saw a limping middle-aged man. "Hello, uncle," Lucy greeted politely, then brought up the misunderstanding with Amy from the previous night. Finally, she shoved a banana leaf into Amy's hand, and quickly left, giving Amy no chance to refuse. Seeing his daughter still staring in the direction Lucy had left, the limping man, exasperated, snatched the banana leaf from Amy's hand. "Humph, look at you, so stingy. Free stuff, why wouldn't you take it? Your mother and I will." "Dad, you just stole from their house yesterday. How can we take their things?" Amy's little face scrunched up. "You may be shameless, but she is." Chapter 10. But Amy underestimated her father's shamelessness. "I didn't steal anything. Her family is as poor as ghosts. It's a complete waste of my time." With that, the man didn't even wash the banana leaves, throwing them directly into the pot beside him. Amy wanted to argue further, but her mother's helpless gaze from the bed silenced her. Meanwhile, Loci returned home, drank half a bowl of banana leaf soup, and then carefully tore open a nutrient solution. Inside was a yellowish-brown paste, looking rather disgusting. It tasted awful. A single 30-gram nutrient solution was small, and Loci swallowed it whole in one bite. Honestly, she was still hungry, but this was the most nutritious thing she could get. Loci rubbed her still empty stomach, put on her gear, and joined the gathering crowd. Coincidentally, Amy had chosen the same route as Loci today. Watching Amy walk behind the crowd, a smile curved Loci's lips. Yesterday, she deliberately followed Amy and let her discover her. Because there was an inexplicable aura about Amy that attracted her. Although she wasn't sure yet, Loci had a guess. Source crystal. Loci considered herself to have a good memory, and having moved to a new house, she naturally observed the surrounding neighbors. So when Amy reacted, Loci had already roughly recalled Amy's family situation. Living on the outermost floor like herself, they were obviously poor. And since the girl was dressed lightly, Loci ruled out the possibility that she carried a source crystal. She had no choice but to approach Amy first, and then try to find clues about the source crystal. She just didn't expect to be so lucky. That very night, Amy's father searched her house thoroughly. Now she didn't need to worry about her deliberate approach arousing suspicion. Out of guilt and remorse, Amy would only feel deeply that she was a kind, innocent, and pitiful person. But she couldn't rush things. She still had things to do today. Around 6 in the morning, Loci arrived at her destination, the Vampire Vine. Because someone had died here yesterday, everyone avoided it like the plague, afraid of getting tainted by bad luck. This made things convenient for Loci. If she wasn't mistaken, the few black dots among the blood-red leaves yesterday were the seeds of the Vampire Vine. Yesterday, there were too many people around, so she had to wait until today. Loci cautiously stood 3 steps away from the Vampire Vine. After the blood-red leaves exploded, the seeds had flown away, she didn't know where. Yesterday, many leaves had turned red after absorbing blood, but because there wasn't enough blood, they hadn't gone berserk. Today, however, they had all turned back to their previous translucent green, and the vines even seemed to have grown a little taller. Mutation was indeed a wondrous thing. Loci memorized the characteristics of the vampire vine, while searching for the seeds. As the saying goes, perseverance pays off. Loci found 2 seeds and, thanks to her relatively agile movements, emerged unscathed. Putting the seeds into her spatial storage, Loci wiped the thin layer of sweat from her brow, and gulped down a glass of water she always carried. Daily gathering involved walking at least 5 to 10 kilometers, which was far from easy. Leaving the area infested with vampire vines, Loci turned and went to a gathering spot adjacent to Amy's. The terrain here was flat, and many radishes grew there, but unfortunately, no one tended to them. The radish fruits at the base were only 2 or 3 fingers in size. The root systems and leaves, however, were exceptionally well developed. The tallest leaves reached up to her thigh. Many radishes had even flowered, but it would be a while before they bore fruit. Rosie silently noted this down, planning to get some seeds to plant later. Relying entirely on luck to find supplies would lead to starvation sooner or later. Half an hour passed quickly, and she hadn't found a single edible item. Just as she sat down to rest on a roadside stone, a clear voice rang out. "Hey, what's your name?" Rosie looked up and, sure enough, it was Amy. "You're here too?" Rosie exclaimed in surprise, covering her mouth, then her face paled as she changed her words. "I'm sorry, I really didn't know you were here. I didn't mean to follow you." These words successfully evoked Amy's guilt. Amy crossed her arms and awkwardly turned her head away. "I asked you what your name is, and also, did you find any supplies today?" Rosie pointed blankly at herself, seemingly not believing Amy was willing to talk to her. "My name is Rosie, and I did find some supplies today." Amy looked at her in surprise. She had been watching this girl for a long time. She clearly hadn't found anything. The next second, Lucy pulled a fist-sized amount of cotton from her crossbody bag, showing off, "Look. This can be used to make the bed." Looking at Lucy's eyes sparkling with excitement, Amy didn't know what to say. What could such a small amount of cotton do? These days, they were barely scraping by, only food and items that could be exchanged for points counted as supplies. Amy turned her back and rummaged through her own bag, glancing at Lucy several times. Seeing Lucy's bewildered expression, she finally took out the cotton. Anyway, she already eaten this morning, so it didn't matter if she didn't eat tonight. This fool. Not only was no one home, but she also stupidly used the family's only sustenance to apologize. Remembering how she couldn't stop her father from visiting Lucy's house again after Lucy left earlier that day, she realized that the 2 banana leaves from that morning were the only food this girl, even younger than herself, had. How could she be so foolish? If no one cared for her, she would surely starve to death soon. In a short time, Amy's mind raced. Lucy watched her retreating figure, her chin resting on her hand, smiling gently. What an innocent child. The cotton was just something she picked casually, highly radioactive. She'd throw it away after this charade. The instant Amy turned around, Lucy immediately switched to a docile demeanor. Amy reached out and offered her a palm-sized, thick succulent. Looking into Rossi's clear eyes, she turned away shyly. Here, you don't owe me anything. Don't give away supplies so easily again. Rossi stood up, looking flattered, and stammered, This is too valuable, I can't take it. I still have a lot of food at home. Then, afraid Amy wouldn't believe her, she added guiltily, Besides, I'm strong enough to find it myself. Hearing Rossi's naive answer, Amy was furious and forcefully shoved the succulent into her hand. Just take it, don't dawdle. I don't know how you survived this long with this personality. She then asked, Do you have any weapons for self-defense? Rossi lowered her head, looking at the succulent in her hand, and rubbed her eyes hard, successfully turning them red. Hearing this, Rossi pulled a thin blade, no bigger than a finger, from her bag and proudly displayed it. Yes, I sharpen it regularly, it's very sharp. Amy was almost laughing in exasperation at Rossi. The latter half of the blade was wrapped in cloth for easy handling, only 3 or 4 centimeters were actually usable. It couldn't even pierce skin, let alone be used for self-defense? It was a joke. Chapter 11. Never mind, let her come along. I have a kitchen knife. Most people wouldn't dare lay a hand on me, Amy muttered softly. Rosie asked Sister Amy, What are you saying? Amy coughed twice, her ears slightly red. Nothing. From now on, you come with me to find supplies. Whoever finds them keeps them. I won't take them from you, don't worry. Hearing this, Rosie's tears welled up instantly. Amy panicked immediately, hurriedly trying to wipe them away. She hadn't said anything offensive. Halfway there, seeing her hands dirty from searching for supplies, Amy stopped. The next second, Rosie hugged her tightly, her pitiful voice tinged with sobs. Thank you, Sister Amy, you're so good to me, boo-hoo. Amy remembered crying in her mother's arms when she was little, her mother always gently patting her back. But since she was 8, she hadn't cried anymore. That year, her mother's leg was broken by her father's creditors, leaving her unable to walk. From that moment on, her world collapsed. She had to start supporting her mother, and now, at 15, she hadn't cried again. Hearing Lizzie's cries, her nose inexplicably stung. This time, she imitated her mother's actions from her memories, slowly but firmly patting Lizzie's back. On the way back, the two walked and searched, finding nothing edible. But thankfully, they arrived home safely, having gathered quite a bit of firewood. Unable to find a place to throw away the cotton, Lizzie simply used it to start a fire. A bowl of succulent soup was ready in no time. Its texture was sticky, like aloe vera, with a strong plant-like aroma. She gulped down the drink and fell into a deep, restful sleep. Although the temperature was high, it couldn't diminish the fatigue of the outing. She fell asleep almost immediately. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Amy arrived promptly to find Losai. Losai was already dressed, and the two set off together. Amy had chosen their destination this time. She knew the area much better than Losai. No matter which road you take, the probability of finding food at the first few gathering points is the lowest, you know? Hearing this, Losai nodded obediently, indicating she remembered. Amy, by the way, the day after tomorrow is the late summer gathering day. If you don't have anywhere planned, come with me to Development Zone 23. Late summer? Autumn is almost here? Although she didn't know what the gathering day was, based on her current understanding of Planet Ager, Losai could guess roughly. Lucy's eyes sparkled. No, it would be great if I could go with Sister Amy. My father always went before. This is my first time. Hearing that Lucy had never been before, and mentioning her father, Amy felt both envious and heartbroken. She must have had a good life before, not even having to go on such an important day as the gathering day. Now that she's moved here alone, her father probably. Amy didn't want to bring up Lucy's sad past, so she changed the subject and started explaining the gathering day. 5 months of summer pass, then there's only 1 month of warm season, followed by a 5-month winter, you know that, right? Lucy nodded. Knowing this now meant she knew it. Amy continued, during the warm season, a large amount of food ripens, including in the official gathering areas. Every year at this time, the Safe Zone organizes a large-scale gathering event for its residents. However, due to the inconsistent quality of the development zones, no one from the Safe Zones wanted to go to the lower quality ones, so it was the refugee camp's turn. This method of gathering had been going on for several years. Later, the authorities simply plowed the land, sowed the seeds, and then left it to us refugees, leaving the harvest to chance. Lassie didn't comment. Although it seemed excessive, the Safe Zones did give these refugees a chance to survive the winter, and the refugees helped the Safe Zones gather supplies. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. The points required to be submitted vary depending on the development zone, generally ranging from 5 to 20 points. Development zone number 23 requires 8 points, which is considered below average. But my harvest there last time was good. I mainly planted fig trees. Fruit is more valuable than other things. As long as we're quick and find a few edible ones, we can make money. Fruit trees can live for decades, and the yield is relatively stable, unlike the other zones where crops are replanted every year. Good luck can make you money, but bad luck can leave you penniless. So this time I'm also planning to go to District 23. Losai agreed wholeheartedly. Sister Amy knows so much, you're amazing. I go to District 23 with you. Being looked at with admiration, Amy felt a little embarrassed, but a smile unconsciously crept onto her lips. Yeah, don't worry, I remember there are a few trees with a higher probability of producing figs with moderate radiation. I take you there as soon as we get there. While chatting, the two arrived at today's collection point. It was the same area where everything grew before, but since Losai didn't recognize most of the plants, she hadn't tested it. With Amy leading the way, Losai was able to learn more about the plants on this planet. Hey, that's poisonous. Why are you testing it? Losai's hand had barely touched an unassuming shrub when Amy immediately stopped her. Losai quickly withdrew her hand, looking frightened. Oh, is it poisonous? I didn't know. Amy pulled Losai close, making her look and learn. What you just touched was a thorny plant. If you get scratched by its thorns, the wound will itch terribly. Look at this, we call it toad grass. Although it looks ugly and doesn't taste good, it's a plant with a very high edible probability. Losai looked at the fist-sized, cabbage-like thing, truly surprised that it was toad grass. Mutation is a strange thing. Losai silently memorized all the plants Amy explained, regardless of whether they were poisonous or not. She was too weak now, and without any suitable weapons, it would be best if she could use these things to create poison for self-defense. Half an hour later, Amy gulped down half a bottle of water, trying to moisten her throat. Talking was so tiring, she never felt this tired even after running for half an hour. Looking at Lucy, who had already memorized dozens of plant species, Amy felt a pang of disappointment. She probably couldn't teach her anything. She didn't know the answers to many of Lucy's questions. At the same time, she felt a pang of regret. It was such a waste for someone so intelligent to be stuck in a refugee camp. There were at least 50 different kinds of plants in this area, and it had taken her several days to memorize them all. Her mother had even praised her for being clever. But Lucy had memorized them all in just half an hour. Amy couldn't explain her feelings, yet she felt a strange sense of happiness. Because someone so intelligent was struggling to survive outside the safe zone, just like her, and even worse off than her. Intelligent, yet knowing less than her. Thinking this, Amy inwardly berated herself. Her thoughts were too despicable. It was getting late, and apart from the edible toad grass Lucy had found, Amy had found nothing. On the way back, the two kept searching, and as they neared the refugee camp, Amy still hadn't found any edible plants. She kept looking at the roadside flowers, grass, and trees, checking them again and again, the red indicator light practically burning the entire way. Lassie offered to share half of her toad grass with Amy, but Amy refused. Even if she hadn't found any for herself, at least she still had the points and supplies she accumulated specifically for surviving the winter. She accidentally glimpsed Lassie's balance, only 4 points. Chapter 12. With such meager savings, they could starve at any moment. and it was impossible for them to go to Development Zone 23 with her. Amy was still hesitating whether to help Losai pay for her meals. If she really took her there, the chances of finding edible figs would be slim. But seeing Losai foolishly handing over her only food, Amy couldn't bear it. Such a good girl, if no one helped her, she definitely wouldn't survive the winter. Struggling with this decision, the two carried the firewood they had gathered by the roadside back to their respective homes. Loss closed the door, glanced at the vampire vine seeds in her space. There weren't suitable conditions for planting them now. She could only hope for a chance later. Then she looked at the hemp grass she had secretly collected during the day, took it out, and carefully spread it flat on the ground. She was a professional at making small doses of poison and powder. With high radiation, the effect was even greater. Before it was 9 o'clock, Losai, under the cover of darkness, retrieved a black pot about the size of a broken fist. The toxicity of the toad grass was unknown, and she didn't want to use her own cooking pot to make it, lest she poison herself and waste all her years of life. From a large bunch of toad grass, she only extracted a tiny amount of brown powder the size of a fingernail. She wrapped it in plastic and put it in her spatial dimension. Still unsure of the effects, she used a small wooden stick to apply a thin, almost invisible layer of powder to her hands. Before dawn, Losai had already washed up, eaten half a nutrient solution, and then cooked and ate the toad grass. Without oil or salt, no matter how much food she ate, her stomach felt empty, and she always felt weak and listless. Coupled with a poor night's sleep, she felt very tired. Losai scooped a bowl of water from the bucket and rinsed the small pot, instantly cleaning it. After filling the pot halfway with water, he placed it back on the makeshift stove, then pulled out a blood-sucking vine whose shell had been boiled to a pulp from the corner, and tossed it into the pot. At this rate, the whip should be ready by tomorrow. Before leaving, Losai smeared some ash from the bottom of the pot onto his face before stepping out of the house. Although his small, withered body was unsightly now, the world was cold and cruel, full of perverts. Without legal constraints, the consequences of crime were practically non-existent. What might be someone else's momentary whim could ruin one's entire life. Just outside, he saw Amy walking towards him. The two were together again today. Perhaps because she hadn't eaten yesterday, Amy seemed listless. Notably, Amy was carrying a stick nearly a meter long and as thick as a ballpoint pen. The inner part was tucked into her bag, obscuring its contents. However, Losai guessed it was probably a hook. It seemed he would need it today. The two remained silent for a while, with Losai trying to sense Amy's aura. But she no longer found the energy that had stirred her that night. The debt of tens of thousands of points was impossible for her to pay off in a month by scavenging for trash every day. She wasn't lucky enough to get source crystals every day. So when Losai sensed a similar aura on Amy, she decided to follow her. She had initially thought Amy was some hidden little rich girl, and even went to her house under the pretext of apologizing. Looking at her house, it seemed unlikely she was hiding source crystals. If she did, they wouldn't have been forced to move here and live such a poor life. Now it seemed that Amy's aura was just a coincidence. "Sister Amy, are we going the same way as yesterday today?" Losai initiated the conversation. "Yes, I know that way better. Let's hurry and get to the foraging point at the front. We're sure to find food." Amy looked ahead in the faint morning light, her steps light and quick. Losai hurried to catch up, then, as if just noticing, said, "Sister Amy, how did you hurt your wrist?" She'd seen the scar on the first day she met Amy, but hadn't paid it much attention then. Minor injuries on the foraging route were normal. Amy raised her hands, only then noticing the wound on her right wrist. She frowned, remembering something unpleasant. "It's nothing. I fell a couple of days ago. Was it the night I met you? I'm so sorry you were injured, and I even startled you." Losai lowered her head slightly, which Amy interpreted as her feeling guilty again. So she explained, "This has nothing to do with you. I was just unlucky, and got targeted by robbers." Seeing that Rossi was still looking down, Amy felt the atmosphere was too heavy and forced a smile. "To be honest, I was actually quite lucky. Those 3 big men escaped unscathed. My injuries are just from falling into a ditch on the way. They didn't even touch a piece of my clothing." At this, Rossi finally looked up, her face full of admiration. "Sister Amy, you're amazing. If I had encountered robbers, I'd probably be a corpse for days." "Where did you encounter the robbery?" "I avoid that place from now on." Amy, unaware that she was being tricked, obediently told her. "It was on a small path not far ahead. It's considered a shortcut, but accidents often happen there, so very few people use it. I was in such a rush that day, that's why I took that road." You should avoid taking that road in the future, okay? Amy said earnestly. Although they had only known each other for a few days, she didn't want anything to happen to her few friends. After saying that, she pointed out the road to Losai as they passed by. The collection point they went to this time was really far. It took them an hour and a half to get there. Looking at the mutated cabbage at her feet, Losai rubbed her chest, which ached from breathing. To avoid slowing them down, she had to switch between brisk walking and jogging. If she hadn't eaten so much that morning, she probably would have died of exhaustion halfway there. There were 5 or 6 other people who came with them. They quickly stopped at their chosen spots before daring to catch their breath. Amy pulled. Losai chose a spot in the southwest corner and gulped down several mouthfuls of water before recovering. Losai crouched down and reached out to examine the nearest cabbage. It was called cabbage, but it was different from the tightly packed, large, white cabbages of their home planet. Here, because of the lack of human intervention, the cabbages were spread out, blooming like clusters of green flowers on the brown earth. Moreover, most of them were only the size of a palm, competing with weeds in the wild. They had lost the tender, juicy quality of cultivated cabbages. Their leaves were shriveled, dark green, and full of fiber and a bitter taste. However, no one complained. After all, compared to the tree leaves they ate every day, this was already a very palatable food. Chapter 13. Nearby were 3 abandoned 2-story concrete houses, their windows all broken, revealing thick layers of dust and moss-covered corners. The interiors were completely empty, devoid of any furniture. So much time had passed that no one intended to search them. Luoshi quickly glanced at the houses, then squatted down to begin examining them. The others, who had wanted to catch their breath, dared not rest any longer, fearing they would fall behind, and hurriedly squatted down to examine the cabbages. The not-so-small cabbage patch immediately emitted a series of beeps, high radiation. Soon, someone detected edible cabbages with moderate radiation. The others exchanged a knowing glance and simultaneously quickened their pace. The cabbage patch was about 3 or 4 acres, enough for them to examine for a long time. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Some of the slower-moving people joined in. The crowd looked on with hostility, all praying the newcomers wouldn't choose their side. Those with real strength told others to leave, while those without could only accept their fate. It was obvious that Losai and Amy were the weakest, and the 2 newcomers chose to work on either side of them. Their territory shrank rapidly. The 2 exchanged a glance and silently increased their speed. You know what? The 2 children, working together and being more agile than the adults, finished their portion while the others had only completed half. They were lucky, they had 3. However, they still needed to test each leaf, removing those with excessive radiation, leaving them with about 2 whole seeds. Amy suggested splitting them equally. She looked at Losai with bated breath. Losai had found 2 of the 3. So when she suggested splitting it equally, Losai was at a disadvantage. Okay, Losai agreed without hesitation, even seeming pleased. Amy paused for a moment before exhaling her worries. She hadn't misjudged her. Losai sensed Amy's probing but didn't say much. Without Amy's guidance, it might have taken her several days to find this place. Splitting it equally meant she was actually getting a good deal. However, looking at the discarded vegetable leaves at her feet, Losai didn't quite understand why the radiation concentration of each leaf from the same plant would differ. The toad grass she ate this morning was the same. Several leaves contained high levels of radiation. Luckily, she had cautiously checked them and removed the leaves before cooking. She had actually asked Amy about this, but Amy's answer seemed to suggest that different plant concentrations were normal. She had been taught this from a young age, and so had everyone around her. They were starving. They didn't have time to care about such things. The people in the refugee camp only knew how to follow the rules and survive. As for why such rules existed, that was something only the wealthy could think about. Let's go, while we still have time. Let's go to the next gathering point. Amy's words pulled Lucy back to reality, and the 2 quickly left the area following her. More and more people arrived at the cabbage patch, now numbering about 20. Some of them, seeing that the chances of finding food were dwindling, also left with Lizzie and Amy. Amy was indeed very familiar with this area. Whenever she saw a gathering point with even a slightly larger number of people, she immediately led Lizzie to another location. After wandering around 3 gathering points, they finally found a less crowded spot. There was a jujube tree here. Each brown jujube was almost the size of an adult woman's finger, looking plump and juicy. Only 3 people were harvesting there at the moment, and they frowned unhappily when they saw the newcomer. But after noticing the gleaming kitchen knife that Amy inadvertently revealed, they silently looked away. Not many people knew about the jujube tree. Everyone tried to keep it a secret, so few people came here. This was a treasure trove for Amy. As the warm season approached, she came almost every day, just to be among the first to harvest the jujubes and earn more points before winter arrived. She didn't come yesterday because she had Losai with her, but after observing yesterday, she decided to trust Losai this time. Whether she could accumulate enough points to go to Development Zone 23 depended on her. The jujube tree was quite large, about 2 stories tall, and an adult could barely wrap their arms around its trunk. It was covered with jujubes of varying shades of brown. The lowest branches were only accessible to adults, and the 3 who had arrived earlier had already harvested most of them. Seeing the slightly swollen bumps on their berries, it was clear they had found ripe and edible jujubes. Just 2 days ago, none of the jujubes here were ripe. In previous years, they usually ripened a week after the summer solstice, so at this time, only a few should be ripe. But looking at the color here, almost half of them were ripe. Amy was a little impatient, and didn't care about anything else. She squatted down under the tree first, gesturing for Lizzie to step on her to climb up. Lizzie didn't know if the original owner could climb trees, but she was an expert. With Amy as a stepping stone, she climbed up in no time. After climbing up, Losai pulled Amy up with her. The 2 girls helped each other, and quickly reached the top. The 3 below also became anxious. Only one of them knew how to climb trees. The other 2, those strangers, lowered their guard for the sake of food and helped each other up the tree. The ripeness of the jujubes was easy to tell, color and softness. After learning, Losai quickly got the hang of it. The 2 girls, one on each side, covered the tree canopy, while the 3 adults below could only watch enviously. The branches above were too thin to support their weight. I brought a hook. I hook it over so you can check it, okay? Amy pulled out a hook she had been hiding in her bag. The innermost part was a piece of metal tied with thread, forming an angle of about 60 degrees with the stick. Just as I thought, Losai thought to herself. Understood. Losai had just agreed when a branch was presented to her. She squeezed the 4 darkest jujubes, only 2 were soft. After the mutation, any fruit, no matter how dark in color, would be hard if it wasn't ripe. Losai didn't have time to marvel at the wonder of the mutation. She reached out her bracelet and began testing the jujubes. Unfortunately, neither was edible. But there were at least several hundred on the tree, so the 2 weren't discouraged and immediately moved on to the next branch. 2 more people arrived, looking quite robust, and joined the harvesting team. Time passed slowly, and it was soon 7:20. The sun was high in the sky, and the temperature was rising rapidly. The tree crown had been almost completely tested by the 2, leaving only the very top, where the branches were no more than 2 fingers thick. The 2 didn't dare risk it. Climbing up was easy, but climbing down was difficult. Because the crown received more sunlight, it had the most ripe jujubes. The 2 of them had about 1 to 2 pounds in their bags. Those below only swelled slightly, especially the last 2 who only managed to pick 2 or 3 to fill their teeth. Seeing that Lossie and Amy were about to climb down, the 2 men actually climbed down the tree first and waited for them on the ground with ill intent. Amy pursed her lips. She could easily see through their blatant malice. Currently at a disadvantage, if she wanted to get back, she would have to climb down the tree. Even if she didn't climb, she couldn't outrun the 2 men on the ground. Her knife would probably be snatched before she could even swing it. This was the first time she had picked so many jujubes, including several low radiation ones. She could exchange them for points. Even if she didn't earn any points in District 23, she could barely survive the winter. Chapter 14. Just as Amy hesitated, the 2 men on the ground spoke up. Hey, little girls, we won't make things difficult for you. Just give us half of the jujubes you found, and we let you go. The 3 down below, to put it bluntly, if they want to rob us, they certainly won't let you 3 fat sheep go either. Why don't we? Amy's words were cut short. The 2 men on the ground had already guessed what she was going to say, and preemptively offered a warning, though it might not be entirely true. Gentlemen, today we only want the supplies from those 2 little girls. We absolutely won't touch yours. Don't worry, I Yang Bing mean what I say. The 3 men weren't entirely convinced, but then Yang Bing actually agreed to let them go first. The 3 men formed a temporary team, keeping a close eye on Yang Bing and his companion, and actually left unharmed. Of course, Yang Bing and his companion didn't really want to let the 3 go. It was just that the 3 men were armed and huddled together. The 2 of them might not be able to defeat them. Even if they won, the spoils wouldn't be enough to cover their medical expenses. Now only Lossie and Amy remained in the tree, truly with nowhere to retreat. Amy thought long and hard, realizing her chances of escaping with the jujubes were slim, and reached for her purse, only to be stopped by a pair of rough little hands. Lossie looked at her, blinked rapidly, and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Don't breathe when I yell at them." Amy looked at Lossie in surprise, not understanding what she was doing, but nodded nonetheless. "Okay, we can give you half. But you can't go back on your word, we're really starving at home." Lossie's voice was weak, and both men were so thin, they looked like skeletons. No one would believe two little girls could really cause trouble. The two men readily agreed, appearing very agreeable. They were about 2 meters above the last section of the tree. Yang Bing was already standing around the trunk, less than half a meter away. If the two jumped, they would be immediately subdued. There was no way they would lead the jujubes. Judging from the two men's feigned friendliness, their eyes held a lewd gaze. They'd probably be ruined if they jumped. "Hey, what are you looking at, you pervert?" Lossie suddenly cursed, waking the two from their reverie. Their anger caused their chests to heave violently. Following this was the brown powder Lossie blew out. Because they were so close, and looking up, they inhaled a full amount of the powder. Their faces immediately itched, their noses and throats felt like slugs were crawling on them, or like someone was gently licking their palates with their tongues. A tingling, numbing sensation. Both of them were sneezing incessantly, even scratching their mouths to try and relieve the pain. Soon, the sensation reached their lungs. "Jump!" Without hesitation, Lossie pulled Amy down from the other side of the tree, not even glancing at Yang Bing and Amy, whose mouths were already full of blood, and ran into the woods. They didn't know how long they ran before finally stopping, completely exhausted. Lossie braced herself on her knees, looking back to make sure no one was behind her before letting out a sigh of relief. Amy, panting heavily and covered in sweat, slumped against a tree by the roadside. I can't go on. I can't run anymore." Lossie waved her hand and sat down beside her. After a while, Amy couldn't help but ask, "What kind of poison did you just exhale? Why did they suddenly become incapacitated?" "I got it by chance." "I didn't know it was so potent," Rossi said, adding, "They shouldn't die." She had tested it last night, her hands itching all night, but the amount was small, and she could barely resist. She had thought the effect would be weaker inside the body, but judging from the subsequent sounds, it seemed they hadn't even been targeted, and the effect was much better than she expected. She thought Amy would think she was cunning or something, but instead, Amy said, I saw they were all vomiting blood. So they won't die." Receiving Ross's surprised look, Amy explained seriously, "We caused them so much trouble today. If we meet again, they definitely won't let us go, so it's better that they're dead. Besides, if it weren't for your poison today, we might never have come back, so you did a great job. Don't worry." In Amy's eyes, Rossi was still a naive child, and she added this extra explanation to avoid making her feel guilty. Lossie nodded with a look of sudden realization, but inwardly she was cursing herself for underestimating the naivety of the wasteland's inhabitants. Amy had witnessed the cruelty of the wasteland from a young age. While she might not be wary of someone as harmless as herself, she was definitely not the type to be a soft-hearted saint when facing an enemy. It was almost 9 o'clock in half an hour, leaving little time for them to rest. They ran all the way home, finally arriving just in time, without even having time to gather firewood. After their lunch break, the two agreed to go sell jujubes together. After asking about prices along the way, they finally arrived at Lola's shop. "Hey, Lucy, found something good again today?" Lola puffed on his pipe, enjoying a leisurely smoke. Lucy nodded obediently and introduced, "This is my good friend, Amy. Mr. Lolev, do you buy fresh jujubes?" "Hello, Mr. Lolev." Amy gripped her purse tightly with her left hand, her right hand holding a knife, hidden deep inside. It was dangerous outside, and even more dangerous in the refugee camp. She had to be constantly vigilant to prevent her supplies from being stolen. "Yes, 20 points per pound." Lolev glanced at Amy briefly, memorizing her appearance. Hearing the price, both of their eyes lit up. They had asked at countless shops along the way, the highest price being only 18 points, the lowest only 10. Weigh them together. Lucy handed over her purse first, followed closely by Amy. Lolev emptied all the jujubes from the purse onto the counter, then picked up a thin metal pen from a small table and began examining each jujube individually. Losai and Amy watched quietly. Shopkeepers always inspected their goods before making a transaction. "The jujubes are ripening so early this year, I'm afraid the winter won't be easy," said Lolev, initiating conversation, since the inspection was tedious. Amy immediately tensed up. Why would the winter be difficult? Her mother was paralyzed at home. In previous years they had managed to get through the winter, but what if it got worse? Nature is much smarter than we think. If there's any danger, They give warnings, Lalev said. Losai chimed in, for example, ripening early to reproduce? Lalev was pleased with Losai's intelligence. That's right. I lived for over 50 years and experienced 4 long winters. This year is the 5th. Before each long winter, many plants ripen in late summer or early spring. This year will probably be no exception. You should prepare your winter supplies early. Losai frowned almost imperceptibly. How long will the long winter be? Chapter 15. There are 12 months in a year, 5 months of winter, and 5 months of summer, plus 2 months of temperate season. Long winters last from half a month to a month. Lalev stopped what he was doing. He had finished testing. Then he placed the jujubes on the scale. 3 Jin and 2 Liang, a total of 64 points. Will you split it equally? Losai couldn't change the ways of nature. She could only try to earn more points, equally. How much for low radiation ones? Lalev put the jujubes into the box, hesitatingly saying, low radiation ones are 65 points per Jin. Low radiation items were actually hard to sell in the refugee camp. Few could afford them, and those who could usually had established supply channels. Unexpectedly, the price of low radiation food had more than tripled. Losai was pleasantly surprised and handed over the 6 jujubes she had in her pocket. 3 Liang and 4 Liang, 22 points. A total of 84 numbered. Lalev quickly finished testing and reported the results. After the two gave their numbers, 42 points were quickly credited to each of their accounts. He also asked Lavrov a lot of questions about the long winter. The arrival time of the long winter is not fixed, but on average it happens about once every 10 years. The last one was 8 years ago. An extra half a month or a month of winter might not be a big problem for people in the safe zone, but for refugees, who are barely surviving and struggling for survival, it's a catastrophe. Every extra day of winter means countless more deaths in the refugee camps. The idea that a long winter is a sign of premature plant ripening is not a widely accepted belief. It's just Lavrov's speculation. Before leaving, Lavrov specifically instructed the two of them to make sure they were there on the first day of harvesting, and of course, it would be best to bring him the best produce to sell. The plants are ripening earlier than usual, so the first people to go will definitely find more supplies. In previous years, plant ripening was gradual, taking up to a month, so the first people to go found relatively fewer supplies. Everyone preferred to go in the middle of the month. So this is an opportunity. Just as the two left, 4 men dressed in black arrived in front of Lalev's shop, exuding an imposing aura, but standing unusually orderly. Lassie glanced back. They were probably here to collect protection money. Which development zones can we go to? And what do they grow? On the way back, Lassie thought she could try her luck and turn her life around. Districts 1 to 10 are for the military, zones 11 to 20 are for people within the safe zone, and zones 21 to 35 are the ones we can go to. There were originally only 32 zones, but 3 new zones were added this year. I don't know exactly what they grow there. Amy explained slowly, based on what she knew. The crops grown in zones 21 to 25 are generally fixed: potatoes, corn, figs, cabbage, and sweet potatoes. The remaining zones, because of their shorter development time and unstable yields, have different crops planted each year, similar to experiments to see which ones grow best before being planted consistently. By the way, Development Zone 26 has been growing tomatoes for 2 consecutive years. The first year's harvest was very good, but I heard that last year there were a lot of fruits, but very few were edible. It's hard to say whether they continue growing tomatoes this year. Amy then spread her hands. I really don't know anything else. After hearing this, going to zones 21 to 25 did seem safer, especially for the perennial figs. Are you going to look for supplies again today? There's not much time. I plan to just wander around the neighborhood. Knowing that a long winter was coming, Amy had no desire to rest at all. She had to make plans for her family. I rest for tomorrow's collection and won't go. Hearing Lucy's reply, Amy understood, and the two quickly parted ways at the crossroads. Watching Amy's figure completely disappear, Lucy also set off. Rest was out of the question. She still had a huge debt to pay. Fortunately, Amy had chosen the other side this afternoon, so she didn't have to worry about running into her on the road. It was only 5:50. There was enough time for a round trip. Reaching the side of the path, the main group had already left, and few people ventured there. The further she walked, the more blurred the path became, the dense weeds almost completely obscuring the narrow dirt trail. After walking for about 10 minutes, there were no traces of blood or trampling on the path. Finally, she found some clues at a clearly visible ditch by the roadside. The surrounding woods were dense, and because the sunlight was blocked, the ditch was almost devoid of vegetation. instead covered with a thick layer of dead leaves. In the 100-meter-long ravine, there was a patch of withered leaves that had clearly been trampled, and upon closer inspection, a few drops of dark blood could be found. The ravine wasn't high, about 2 meters, and Loci easily jumped down. With each step, Loci hoped that the lingering feeling she had when she first met Amy would reappear, proving that her search hadn't been in vain. But no matter how thoroughly she searched that spot, how thoroughly she scoured the entire ravine, she found nothing but yellow soil and leaves. The lingering feeling didn't return. Could she have guessed wrong? Had Amy accidentally gotten the blood elsewhere? Loci pursed her lips slightly. The search area was too vast, and the chances of finding her were slim. Brother, do we really think we find anyone if we stay here? Don't the refugees all avoid this area? A voice came from not far away. There were 4 footsteps. Loci hurriedly ran into the depths of the woods and hid, but unexpectedly, the feeling of sluggishness actually came over her. Without thinking, Loci threw herself to the ground, the tangled bushes successfully concealing her figure. As long as she didn't move, almost no one would notice her. Idiot! Even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. We just arrived. If we openly rob someone, the local gangs will come knocking on our door in no time. Although there are fewer people here, the roads are short. Surely some people will take shortcuts because they don't have enough time. The leader, a blond man with a buzz cut, had once striking features, but his face was now repulsive due to a face full of acne. The people of planet Aegil are similar to those of Kyushu, divided into yellow, black, and white races, but due to high radiation, humans have clustered together, resulting in a large-scale intermingling of races. Mixed-race people are everywhere, and names are divided into English and Chinese. Through the weeds, Loci recognized the man, the one who had ambushed her in the banana grove. Although it was just a fleeting glimpse, Loci remembered him because of his repulsive appearance. How did they get here? And why did they ambush me when I was completely out of supplies? I initially thought it was just bad luck, that it would pass, but today I run into them again. Luoshi looked at the items in her storage space. Almost nothing was usable. She should have made more lima herb powder last time. The 4 of them slowly walked away before Luoshi stood up from the bushes. Right now, the most important thing was the source crystal. She'd deal with them later when she had the chance. The sensor was nearby, but there was no trace of source crystal on the surface of the ground. Could it be underground? That's troublesome. She didn't have any digging tools. Chapter 16. Loci reached out and touched the ground, trying to find the strongest point of contact. Finally, she found a relatively thin stone to use for digging. Time ticked by, and Loci had been digging for half an hour. The hole, initially the size of a fist, had grown to the size of 2 buckets. She had used up most of her strength, and her clothes were soaked with sweat. Fortunately, her efforts paid off, and she finally saw a glimpse of the tip of the source crystal. The deep blue source crystal emitted a soft glow in the gradually darkening sky. Like a firefly, beautiful but not dazzling. Loci touched it almost without hesitation. A strange warmth flowed from the cold source crystal into her body. In Loci's mind, the space, which had been only 10 cubic meters, suddenly expanded, stopping at about 50 cubic meters. Loci felt the expanded boundary, overjoyed. It was still dark around her, but she could feel that the space had indeed increased 5 times. At the same time, his previously weak body instantly returned to normal. As if he had eaten a full meal, his once ravenous stomach now felt full, and his body felt instantly comfortable. He could even feel that his hands were stronger, though not as agile as in his previous life, but about the same strength as a normal adult. It turned out that this body could absorb the power of the source crystal for its own use. Previously, he had thought it was just because he had eaten that he had regained his strength. Now it seemed impossible for someone who had starved to death to regain the physical condition of their peers just from a meal or 2. Having confirmed the source crystal's usefulness, Loci dug even harder. Another 10 minutes passed, and the source crystal was finally unearthed intact, about the size of a head, just like last time. Because some of its energy had been absorbed, the source crystal's color had dimmed considerably, but this time it had fewer impurities, and was even brighter than before, so it should fetch a good price. Loci put the source crystal into her spatial storage, dusted herself off, and was about to head home. But suddenly, she heard a mocking laugh. I was wondering why I always felt like someone was watching me. It's you? I didn't expect you to be here. No wonder I couldn't find you. Loci was startled. It was that person from before. Whether he hadn't gone far or had secretly returned, it didn't matter to Loci anymore. Although the vegetation provided some cover, the blonde, buzz-cut man had likely still seen her. Sure enough, The man's next words were, "Heh, I thought Rod was just drunk and talking nonsense, but it turns out it's true. You really are looking for the source crystal." The man's eyes widened, gleaming with excitement, as if he were seeing a delicious meal, and he swallowed hard. "Where did you hide the source crystal? You don't happen to have a mess in space similar to the Interstellar Empire besides being able to find source crystals, do you? You really surprise me, my darling Lossie." The man's words made Loss's heart pound. She thought she won the lottery, that something like a system had appeared in her body. So the ability to sense source crystals was something the original owner possessed, and her father knew about it too. But if the original owner could sense them, how did she end up in a refugee camp and starve to death? How could Rhodes have accumulated so much debt that he couldn't repay? Unfortunately, Lossie didn't have time to think further, because the blond man was already close. He gripped a half-meter-long machete, stained with a pool of dark red blood, clearly a weapon of mass murder. The good news was that the blond man's accomplices hadn't arrived. He was likely acting alone. The bad news was that he only had a small razor blade. Before the blond man could even get close, he'd be sliced to pieces. The blond man, noticing Lossi's predicament, grinned smugly. "You want to kill me? Aren't you afraid that killing me will only give you my possessions, not my skills? All I own is that one source crystal I just dug up." Lossi bit her lip hard. Still clutching the ridiculously small razor blade, the panic and fear in her eyes were genuine. The blond man paused, his eyes gleaming with an arrogant confidence. "You're right. So as long as you obey, I won't hurt you. I even provide you with good food and drink." Lossi slowly lowered the razor blade in her hand, her expression hesitant. "I know I can't beat you, but if I behave, you really won't mistreat me?" Seeing an opportunity, the blond man continued to slowly approach Lossi. "Of course, I promise. As long as we earn enough points, we can go into the safe zone together, eat low-radiation food, and live in a beautiful little house. What about your brothers? Will I still have to support them?" By this time, Lossi had completely lowered the razor blade, but her arm was still trembling slightly with fear. "No, they don't know you. As long as you follow me, we move into the safe zone as soon as we have enough money, away from these filthy refugee camps and people." The blond man's words sounded nice, but Lossi couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Once they moved into the safe zone and ran out of points, she still had to come out and find source crystals. She wasn't some naive little girl. She wouldn't believe a word the blond man said. As long as his henchmen weren't nearby, that was good. Lossie stretched out her hands, and the source crystal that had vanished reappeared in her grasp the next second. This time, seeing the miraculous skill so clearly made the blond man's eyes light up. If Lossie could truly be used by him, taking over the entire safe zone in the future wasn't impossible. "Here, catch!" Lossie suddenly threw the source crystal. Faced with the precious source crystal, the blond man instinctively reached out to catch it. The next second, a whooshing sound rang out, and a whip made of vampire vines lashed out like a snake, striking the blond man's eyes. The still wet whip, while not very agile, was definitely lethal. In excruciating pain, the blond man's machete slipped from his hand, and he reached out to cover his eyes. Another whooshing sound came, and the blond man, without thinking, struggled to open his bloodshot eyes and dodged to the side. However, this time, Loss's target was his fallen machete. Because the ditch was uneven, the knife didn't fall flat on the ground, the hilt was sticking up. After successfully retrieving the knife, Lossi didn't rush over immediately. Instead, she picked up a rock and smashed it hard against the man's lower body. The effect was excellent. The scream was more than twice as loud as before. Lying on the ground, the blond man clutched his groin, howling loudly, startling the surrounding birds into flight. The noise was so loud that Lossi, fearing it would attract his companions, retracted her whip into her spatial storage and rushed to the blond man's side with the knife. With his former comrade at his neck, the blond man immediately fell silent, his body stiff and unable to move. "No, no, no, don't kill me. I was wrong. I was blind. I have elderly parents and young children to support. Please spare me," sob, sob, sob. The once arrogant blond man immediately begged for mercy. His change of heart was textbook perfect. "What else do you know about my father and me? How many people know about me? And why did you chase me back then?" Lossi questioned coldly, her machete pressed firmly against the blond man's neck, her arm not trembling at all. She was a completely different person from her weak and pitiful appearance just moments before. Chapter 17. With his life at stake, the blond man dared not remain silent. "I knew you could find the source crystal. Before today, I didn't believe it, I just took it as a joke." Many people at the bar Rod frequents heard him mention it, but no one believed him. The other day, when we were chasing you, I sensed something was off. The Black River gang wouldn't let you go easily, so you must have traded something. I suspect Rod might have left you some treasure, and since he could sell you for money, that's why I wanted to capture you. Losai frowned. This news was neither good nor bad. How did you know I was hiding here? The blond man swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing as he could clearly feel the cold blade cutting through his skin. You might not believe it, but I have an intuition, an ability to perceive things that ordinary people can't. The blond man's eyes were in too much pain, and the whip had left the surrounding skin a bloody mess. He couldn't see Losai's expression. Driven only by instinct to prove his worth and survive, I can be your helper. My intuition is spot on. I gained many followers thanks to this skill. From now on, you be our boss, and we all listen to you. Before he could finish speaking, the cleaver had already fallen. Even if he truly possessed a similar superpower, Losai wouldn't do anything that would bring trouble upon herself. She deliberately chose a tricky angle, so that only a few drops of blood splattered onto her clothes. Then she severed the man's wrist, removed the bracelet, picked up the source crystal from the ground, and stored it along with the cleaver in her spatial storage. After confirming that she hadn't left any distinctive marks on the ground, Losai ran away almost without thinking. Luckily, she left quickly, because the blond man's henchman arrived just 2 minutes after she left. She got home at 8:30, and many people hadn't returned yet. She sat on the bed, and gulped down a whole bowl of water. Thankfully, she had seen the vampire vine almost cooked at noon and, taking advantage of the heat and insomnia, had hastily crafted the whip. Otherwise, the blond man might not have been the victim of her blade today. Looking at the items scattered in the empty space, a thought struck her, and the blond man's bracelet appeared in Luoshi's hand. This bracelet looked better than Luoshi's own, but just as she was about to open it, it required a password. Forgive her for wearing such a low-level bracelet. The original owner hadn't set a lock screen password, and she didn't seem to know the original owner's payment password. She had exchanged the points from selling vampire vine juice for nutrient solutions since they hadn't been credited, so she didn't need a password. Luoshi scratched her head in frustration. What was she going to do about paying points in the development zone tomorrow? On second thought, even in a wasteland, there should still be basic fingerprint payment. But the blond man's bracelet still needed to be cracked, so Lizzie went to Lolev's shop again. Lolev had been dozing off, but seeing Lizzie, he immediately perked up. Coming twice in one day, this little girl's luck was extraordinary. Most people in the refugee camp had never even seen a source crystal in their lives, yet she found one at a crucial moment to pay off her debts. And she was willing to use all her source crystals to buy time. That kind of vision was beyond the reach of ordinary people. What good stuff did you find again? Lolev yawned, looking at Lizzie with interest. For some reason, even though it had only been a few hours, he felt that Losai seemed a little plumper than in the afternoon. Although she was still very thin, like a skinny skeleton, Lolev dismissed it as his imagination, secretly lamenting that he was getting older and less useful. I found a bracelet in the trash heap. Can you help me unlock it? Losai asked with a harmless smile, handing him the bracelet. Lolev took it, and noticed it was only a second-generation bracelet. There were traces of blood in the seams, and his experience quickly revealed that the blood had been there that day. But he only smiled and didn't say anything more. Whether someone killed someone or not was none of his business. He was just a businessman. Turning around, Lolev went to a corner of the shop, found a machine Losai hadn't seen before, fiddled with it for a few moments, and easily cracked the bracelet. Lucky girl, you have over 200 points inside. What are you planning to do with it? My service fee is 10 points, and if you sell me this bracelet, I can give you 5 points in return. Lorev could tell that Losai didn't really want the bracelet, so he simply bought it himself, offering a reasonable price. Bracelets were quite popular. Lossie really didn't want the bracelet. Although the blond man wasn't a big shot, keeping it around was still risky. Lorev was a professional. He not only cracked the lock screen password, but also the payment password. Lossie took the bracelet, transferred 280 points, leaving 25 points. Exchanged the rest for 10 2-point nutrient solutions. With better conditions, it was time to improve her meals. Time was running out, so Losai had to run back. Just then, she bumped into Amy returning home. Lossie? Weren't you resting at home? Lossie chuckled and adjusted her bag. Tomorrow's gathering day, I won't be back until the day after. I went to buy some nutrient solutions. A single gathering trip usually lasts about 2 days, during which time it's inconvenient to cook, so most people choose to eat nutrient solutions. It was too dark for Amy to see the bloodstains on Loss's clothes. They briefly discussed the departure time for tomorrow, and what to prepare before going home. This time she had money, and Lassie generously threw the half-eaten nutrient solution and the last banana leaf into the pot. After finishing a bowl of warm soup, she ate a whole nutrient solution worth 1 point. It looked like a lot, but she was only about 70% full. But it was much better than before. Before going to bed, Lassie took stock of her belongings. 7 1-point nutrient solutions, 10 2-point nutrient solutions, 1 cabbage, 2 blood-sucking vine seeds, the blonde man's machete, a whip, and the newly acquired source crystal. It's only 3 days until she sells her last source crystal. Selling it now would be too conspicuous, she'd have to wait a while. As for the original owner's small razor blade, it's practically useless, it's just for show. At 4:30 a.m. on May 1st, Lassie got up, washed, ate breakfast, and consumed a 1-point nutrient solution and a bowl of cabbage soup. At 4:40 a.m., Amy appeared promptly at the door. Judging from the bulging shape of her whitish shoulder bag, she likely carried 2 or 3 bottles of water. Also, several nutrient solutions and a kitchen knife she always carried. "Let's go, have you packed everything?" Lassie proudly patted her bag, tilting her head back. Everything's there. She had brought similar things to Amy. 3 bottles of water, 5 nutrient solutions, and her thickest coat. Of course, she had plenty of spares in her storage space, just in case. The extra water bottle was something she found in the trash. It could still be used after a wash. At 5 in the morning, the temperature was only a few degrees Celsius. Their breath was pale white. By the time they ran to the registration point, their faces were red from the cold. This was the first time Lassie had seen the gates of the safe zone, and also the first time she'd seen what the safe zone looked like inside. Chapter 18. The city gate, made entirely of metal, narrowed to the left and right. Although only half open, the buildings inside were clearly visible. Opposite the mud brick houses were 6-story concrete villas. Even on the outermost edge of the safe zone, they were still painted a beautiful white, though slightly yellowed with age, but still far superior to the refugee camp. The streets were clean and lined with shops. Many buildings were already lit up, and the pedestrians were well dressed. The world inside seemed to remain as it was before the radiation. The further in you went, the taller the buildings became. The central buildings were even 100 or 2 stories high, as bustling as the city center of a major city in a normal world. The most striking difference was the towering roads. These roads were no longer confined to the ground. Many extended above the buildings. Some even seemed to be suspended in midair, the tallest connecting directly to a building over 100 stories high. Amy was mesmerized, as were the other refugees, who wore expressions of envy and astonishment. Lassie glanced at the queue briefly, then, while everyone else was still stunned, pulled Amy into the shortest line. Although they lined up early, the registration staff didn't arrive until 5:15. They were dressed in matching black and white uniforms, and each line had 4 to 6 armed guards protecting them. There were 8 registration points in total, and the lines moved quickly. Unfortunately, some people cut in line, some to their family and friends, and others simply using their numbers or better weapons to get to the front. The guards were only concerned with protecting the staff and preventing a disturbance. They didn't care about maintaining order in the lines. However, thanks to their presence, no fights or bloodshed occurred. Disputes in the queue were mostly just verbal. Many people cut in line in low-sized queue, turning what should have been a 10-minute wait into twice the time. "We're 2 people. We want to go to District 23. Lassie gave a sweet smile, but the staff member didn't even look up. "Districts 21 to 25 are full. You have to go to District 26, 7 points. Lassie and Amy quickly exchanged a glance. They hadn't expected it to be full. They weren't sure about the other districts, so they could only follow the staff member's instructions. "Put your wristband here and give your name." The staff member pointed to a black device next to them. Lassie extended her wristband. Before she even turned on the screen, a voice immediately said, 7 points, credited. "Meet here at 5:45 a.m. to depart." After a simple instruction, the staff member called the next person. The whole process was very quick. The most time-consuming part was manually entering names. The 2 sat by the roadside, quietly waiting for the time to arrive. To Lassie's surprise, she saw Zach and the bald man, accompanied by a red-haired girl. She looked younger than her, around 12 years old, but with a full figure and fair skin. Among the starving refugees, she stood out strikingly beautiful, clearly having a comfortable life. Many people cast strange glances, but they quickly withdrew their gazes upon seeing Zach and the bald man. The 2 burly men were clearly trained fighters, carrying 2 large machetes. They were driven by lust, but not to the point of wanting to die. Perhaps out of Hunter's wariness, Zack quickly noticed Losai, but he only glanced at her and showed no intention of speaking. 545 green military pickup trucks continued to drive out of the city, quickly filling the 2,000 square meter open space with people and vehicles. The convoy was orderly, with large gaps between vehicles every few, thus dividing the area into sections. Lossie looked at the newly erected sign and walked with Amy to line up in front of section 26. At the front, a nearly 2-meter-tall black captain raised his wrist, and a blurry image immediately appeared on his wristband, displaying the list of those going to section 26 with him. 500 people in total. From now on, whoever's name I call, come over. A single ride costs 4 points. Blue Charles, Lee June. Behind the black man stood 6 armed soldiers, all with varying degrees of black ancestry. One of them held a device. When a name was called, the wristband was scanned to confirm registration. Lossie assumed that registering and scanning the wristband was just payment, but actually, the registration number was also recorded. This eliminated the risk of impersonation. Their names were quickly called. Lucy immediately chose to ride, while Amy hesitated but listened to Lucy's advice to conserve energy for finding supplies, and also chose to ride. The two were quite lucky. Their names were near the top of the list. Only 3 vehicles were being sent to District 26, and there were only 60 seats available. Many others wanted to ride but couldn't. "Sir, could you make an exception? My leg really isn't working," a middle-aged man with a limp pleaded with the leading black captain. As he spoke, he pulled something out of his pocket and handed it over. The black captain glanced at it, seemed satisfied, and granted his request to ride, though he still had to pay the fare. With this person setting a precedent, many others were tempted. Some paid a sufficient price and successfully boarded the trucks, while others, dissatisfied with their offerings, were ruthlessly refused. 6 a.m. The refugee camps group was mostly organized. At this moment, another long-plated pickup truck appeared from the city. The military is at the front, and the residents of the safe zone are behind. "We can only leave after they left," Amy explained to Losai. Losai nodded, trying to shrink herself further. Originally, the pickup trucks were already cramped with 20 people in the back, but because the leading soldier had been bribed, about 10 more people were crammed into each truck. Now there was simply no room to sit. Everyone had to stand, their backs pressed against each other. Luckily, the 2 of them were small and managed to squeeze into the area with more women, otherwise they would have been subjected to countless groping. 6:10 a.m., the refugee camps group finally started moving. The trucks didn't go fast, swaying and rattling along the dirt roads in the wilderness. A large, weary group of people followed behind the vehicles, constantly jogging to keep up. Some knew the way, but the further they went, the denser the forest became, and wild animals roamed freely. Although the soldiers leading the way were rather ordinary, they still needed the protection of firearms. This is why the safe zone wasn't worried about the development area being harvested prematurely. The army hunted down a brown bear that had blocked their path, which pleased them, and they sped up, but it was tough on those following behind. It was almost 9 o'clock. The stench of sweat and body odor inside the vehicles and the high temperature was overwhelming. Many people in the refugee camp only showered once every 10 days or 2 weeks. With everyone crammed together, the smell was unbearable, making everyone's eyes water. Fortunately, they finally arrived at their destination before the radiation surge. Before they knew it, vast fields of tomatoes nestled among green leaves, about 100 acres of flat land, a truly magnificent sight compared to the crowded refugee camp. Chapter 19. Especially those who were chronically hungry, the sight of the vibrant, juicy tomatoes, almost like fruit, made them involuntarily swallow hard. "They're already half ripe. How come they're ripe so early this year?" Someone in the crowd, clearly a repeat customer, exclaimed in astonishment. In previous years, if even 1/5 of the tomatoes were ripe by the first batch, that was considered good. What they didn't know was that not only District 26 was ripening early, but almost all districts were ripening ahead of schedule. "What? More ripe tomatoes are a good thing? We're among the first to arrive, so we can pick more," someone chimed in. This remark was immediately echoed by the crowd. They were truly lucky to be among the first. The black captain took out a key and opened the only building nearby, a rusty, 600 to 700 square meter corrugated iron shack. Upon closer inspection, the original blue color was still visible. Losai preferred to call it a shipping container. High radiation was coming soon. Everyone had to go inside and wait until 5 p.m. before proceeding. The place was empty. The floor was just basic cement, with slivers of sunlight filtering through holes in the ceiling. Upon closer inspection, some of the holes were from years of neglect, while others were bullet holes, as were the floor itself. Rosie and Amy chose to sit in the far corner, listening to the leader explain the harvesting rules. There are a total of 100 acres. Each person has a fixed area to harvest from. You can't go into anyone else's area without their permission. This harvest requires a tax of 1 pound of tomatoes. If you don't harvest a pound, you don't need to pay extra, but you must hand it all over. For every pound exceeding that, you need to pay 2 ounces of tax. If you exceed that but are less than a pound, you don't need to pay. Everyone is free to move around now. We move out promptly at 5 p.m. This rule is heard every year, so no one objected. Hey, wasn't this place only 70 mu last year? This year it's expanded by 30 mu. I was so annoyed that I didn't get to go to the previous districts. But I stumbled upon the best one. The best one? I doubt it. Last year, the edible produce here was so little. Even with the expansion this year, it's only just caught up with the other districts. Pa! 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 Get out of here, you jinx! Can't you say something positive? You really hope this is the wrong one. The discussion continued, but soon it was replaced by a chorus of snores. Firstly, most people were exhausted from walking all that way. Secondly, after the radiation exposure, everyone had gotten used to taking a midday nap. Luoshi and her companion leaned against the wall, their bags tucked behind their backs to prevent theft. They only managed a short nap before Luoshi couldn't fall asleep again. The heat and the crowd made her feel unsafe. With her eyes half closed, she saw several people furtively reaching for the bags of those around them. 7 soldiers. Half the soldiers were resting, and the other half were patrolling. As long as they weren't openly running around, they pretended not to see anything. Lossie lowered her eyes. She, of course, also pretended not to see anything. It was 4:30. Many people had woken up and started chatting and eating. Meanwhile, several soldiers set up an iron pot and began stewing brown bear meat. Everyone watched as they carefully peeled open a bear paw. A piece of meat the size of 3 adult men's arms was cut into 4 finger-width pieces and thrown into the pot. The foul-smelling blood of the brown bear flowed all over the ground, staining the confined space. No one felt disgusted. Instead, they all stared intently at the pot of boiling meat. In this resource-scarce wasteland, even many within the safe zone couldn't afford meat and had to survive on nutrient solutions. How much more so for those in the refugee camp? Many were born and died without ever tasting real meat. Lossie drank water and ate nutrient solutions, the constant swallowing sounds making her, who wasn't initially particularly hungry, involuntarily salivate. The soldiers knew how tempting the meat was, and they kept their guns pointed at the refugees. But they couldn't resist. This was the first time they ever eaten meat so readily, and they couldn't wait to return to the safe zone. Damn it! These bastards. If only I could have a bite of meat. If they didn't have guns, I definitely wouldn't have let them go back alive. If you ask me, everyone should have a share of that meat. From time to time, complaints about the soldiers rose from the crowd. Heaven knows how much they longed to taste it. Soon, some people discovered their belongings were missing, but knowing the soldiers wouldn't care, they could only swallow their anger and vowed to be more careful next time. At 5 o'clock, everyone had almost finished eating. The black captain raised his hand and measured the radiation outside the door, yellow too. He then took out a 1-meter-long stick and placed it in the southwest corner. A green laser beam shot out, forming grids. 100 acres were divided into 500 equal parts, each approximately 133 square meters. Rosie and Amy, because their names were adjacent, were assigned adjacent plots. The two walked to their positions, exchanged a glance, and began the testing. The sooner they finished testing, the better, then they could move freely in the vicinity. Items found outside the collection area are tax-free. A little over 100 square meters isn't a huge area, but it's not small either. To avoid losing money, everyone scrutinized every ripe tomato, even peeling them for double testing when they heard about high radiation levels. Because the field was neglected, weeds and tomato plants were mixed together, and many fruits had to be scooped up from the ground to be tested. Lucy looked at the ground. The thick grass made her feel like snakes were hiding there, and snakes were her biggest fear. Thinking of this, she hurriedly broke off 2 sturdy branches from outside and brought them back. Be careful of snakes. Tap the grass before testing. Amy, who had been puzzled, immediately understood, took the branches, and thanked them. Not long after, a scream rang out, immediately attracting the soldiers' attention. What happened? The man limped to the outermost edge, sat down on the ground with a mournful face, and cried, Inside, inside there's a snake. I was bitten. Hearing this, The soldier lowered his gun and knelt down to examine the man's wound. 2 reddish teeth marks. It was impossible to tell from appearance whether it was venomous or not. What kind of snake was it? Is there any hope for me? The man's voice trembled, terrified of hearing an outcome he couldn't accept. The soldier stood up, his voice cold. I don't know. Rest or continue collecting, it's up to you. Hearing this, the man slumped into despair. What kind of snake could be so harmless in the wild? But he couldn't accept dying like this. Suddenly, the man knelt on the ground and grabbed the black soldier's trouser leg. Sir, please save me. I give you any amount of money. Please. The man's near wailing drew everyone's attention, and some even took advantage of the moment to steal tomatoes from their neighbors. The soldier tried to pull his leg out, but was stopped angrily. Let go. I order you to let go. Chapter 20. The man felt he was dying and refused to let go, demanding they take him back for treatment, continuing his commotion. The farce only stopped when a cold gun barrel was pressed against his forehead. Indeed, firepower is the only truth. Lossie sighed, thankful she had found a stick. Having learned from the previous incident, everyone was much more cautious. Many followed Lossie's example and broke off sticks to beat the grass. But with nowhere to run, snakes still managed to bite a few unlucky souls. A total of 4 people were bitten by snakes today. By 8 o'clock, most had been tested. Unlike last year, there were an unusually high number of tomatoes with low to moderate radiation this year. They accounted for about 2%, more than double the usual number. It was completely dark. Unfamiliar with the surrounding area, everyone tacitly remained still and obediently returned to the container. The soldiers turned on the vehicle lights and set up scales to weigh the tomatoes. Of course, those not yet tested could be weighed tomorrow. Lossie had half a bag full, about 18 tomatoes, and Amy had a little more. Lossie, for pounds and 6 ounces, I take 1 pound and 6 ounces. Amy, 5 pounds and 1 ounce, I take 1 pound and 8 ounces. After handing them in, Lossie had 11 tomatoes left, and Amy had 13. Sigh, why did I only get 1 ounce more? What a loss. Amy hugged the tomatoes tightly, saying she'd lost money, but her smile never faded. But we're really lucky this year. This yield is much higher than in previous years. I heard that last year half the people here didn't even get a pound, losing 7 points. Actually, it's good we didn't go to the previous districts. Everyone knows the yield there is stable. If you don't bribe the soldiers, you won't get a good spot, and you might end up losing money. Amy grew increasingly excited. Tomatoes were legitimate vegetables, worth dozens of points per pound, and both she and her partner had found low radiation ones. Back home, they could save a moderately radiated tomato for their mother. Just the aroma of tomatoes made her mouth water. She couldn't even imagine what it would taste like. This time, not only did they benefit from a large batch of ripe tomatoes, but the proportion of low and moderately radiated ones was also significantly higher. Almost everyone picked more than a pound, making a profit. Lossie and Amy were considered above average in the group. The highest earning person collected a full 7 pounds. They were guaranteed over 100 points this trip. The 3 people bitten by snakes also collected 2 or 3 pounds. Even if they didn't make it back alive, they could ask their companions to take the points back to their families. The only person who didn't earn any points was the one bitten by a snake at the beginning. Since then, he had given up and lay on the ground. That evening, everyone drank water and chatted, soon falling asleep. Some dared not sleep, carrying such a large sum of money. No one wanted their hard-won supplies stolen. Those traveling with companions had almost all agreed to take turns keeping watch, and Lossie and Amy were no exception. Amy kept watch the first night, Lossie the second. At 1 o'clock in the evening, the two switched shifts on time. Nothing went wrong between 1 and 2 o'clock. Supposedly keeping watch, it was really just sitting on the ground, lost in thought. The car lights were long gone, the room pitch black. Suddenly, Lossie felt someone approaching, barely audible due to the snoring. Just as a hand reached for the bag behind him, Lossie accurately placed Amy's large kitchen knife against his neck. Get out. The voice, devoid of warmth, was faint, but the man heard it clearly. Trembling, he withdrew his hand and crawled away on all fours. Lossie tightened her coat. It was already past freezing tonight. Winter was fast approaching. At 3 a.m., more and more people were taking action. Lossie frowned. At this rate, trouble was bound to break out. Sure enough, someone discovered they'd been robbed, and caught the thief red-handed, immediately confronting him loudly. The noise was so loud it woke almost everyone. Among those awakened were several people who were being robbed, and the argument quickly escalated from 1 couple to 5. Many people checked their belongings after waking up, and found they were missing, but not knowing who had stolen them, they joined the fray. If the commotion got big enough, the soldiers would have no choice but to intervene. Amy groggily opened her eyes, immediately checking her bag, then patted her chest with relief. Thank goodness nothing was missing. The soldiers turned on their headlights, shining them directly on all the refugees. The commotion didn't stop, instead, it intensified. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out, and everyone immediately fell silent, staring at the black captain at the front, gun in hand. Anyone who causes trouble will be executed. Refugees weren't considered citizens, and the soldiers had complete authority to deal with those who caused trouble or refused to cooperate with the harvesting operation. So when they said kill, they really meant kill. After a brief silence, a young man mustered his courage and said, "This guy stole my stuff. I saw him and caught him red-handed. I had 8 tomatoes left, now I only have 3. Those 5 tomatoes could be exchanged for at least several dozen points, enough for 2 months' worth of nutrient solutions for one person. He couldn't bear to lose them like that. Anyone else have a question?" The black man's face was too dark for most to read, but some still mustered the courage to speak. Rosie, seeing the tense atmosphere, silently pulled Amy back. The next second, the black captain waved his hand, and the 6 soldiers behind him opened fire simultaneously. Thieves and victims alike were all shot dead, and even a couple innocently caught in the crossfire because they were too close. Amy stared in shock, her faith crumbling, looking at the soldiers in disbelief. They were killing people indiscriminately. In her eyes, the safe zone was a safe, warm, and comfortable place, but they treated refugees like dirt, killing them more efficiently than killing a brown bear in broad daylight. The container instantly descended into chaos, but within 3 seconds, it fell silent again. The soldiers, who had said anyone who made a sound would die, and with the vehicle lights half off, went to sleep. But the refugees dared not sleep, anxiously awaiting 5 o'clock. Amy leaned against Losai, her body trembling, but worried that Losai was afraid, she comforted her. "It's okay. It's okay. As long as we don't cause trouble, they won't kill us. We can go back tomorrow, don't be afraid." I'm not afraid," Losai replied softly. Amy's fearlessness was meant for Losai, but more so for her own comfort. She was only 15 years old. Before her rebirth, she was already 24, fighting zombies every day. Seeing such scenes might have affected her, but it didn't frighten her. Indeed, in any world, power and strength reign supreme, and the common people are merely fish to be slaughtered. Chapter 21. At 5 o'clock, the soldiers received orders to return in the afternoon. This meant they could still collect materials here in the morning. The group stepped out of the container, but several people lay motionless on the ground. Soon, someone recognized them as the men bitten by snakes yesterday, all dead. Aside from their original companions, no one stopped for them. The soldiers glanced at them briefly, then quickly tossed the bodies aside. The ground was blackened. The bodies of yesterday's troublemakers had been burned overnight, becoming nutrients for the soil. Those venomed by snakes would also turn to ashes today. Under the blazing fire, the red tomatoes seemed to have multiplied a little more. Most people chose to go back to their own fields to search again, while a few chose to wander around the neighborhood. Lossie, carrying a machete, and Amy, carrying a kitchen knife, explored the surrounding area. Lossie explained that the machete was found among the belongings of the men who had been shot. Amy looked at Lossie suspiciously. She seemed bolder than she had thought. Everyone was terrified, yet she dared to rummage through the dead man's belongings. Lossie weighed the knife in her hand. It was lighter than the knife in her spatial storage, making it more suitable for her. So she really had picked it up. Using the blonde man's knife would have been a huge mistake if she were recognized. Of course, her initial goal was tomatoes, and she smiled contentedly at the nearly 20 pounds of tomatoes in her spatial storage. She had actually picked about 6 pounds herself, but to avoid drawing attention, she had put some into her storage. Later, she picked over 10 pounds of tomatoes from the dead man. She could have picked even more, but someone else had the same idea and was also secretly picking things up. Overall, this trip was incredibly profitable. As they walked, Losai's heart suddenly stopped and then began to pound. It felt like the source crystal, but this place was too peaceful, only a few hundred meters from the tomato field. Digging it out unnoticed was impossible. If they dug it out in front of everyone, they definitely wouldn't be able to keep it. The soldiers would be the first to snatch it. Cold weapons against firearms. Firearms wins 100%. Why are we moving? Amy waved her hand in front of Losai. Losai snapped out of her daze, silently memorizing their location. Since the others didn't have sensing abilities, They should be able to avoid being discovered. They could always come back to dig later. Having made up their minds, loci casually followed Amy, examining the edible plant leaves around them. This place hadn't been visited for over half a year, the plants hadn't been cleansed. The two found 2 or 3 edible leaves, not many, and inconspicuous in the crowd. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was afternoon, time to return. Everyone had to be weighed again to prevent anyone from harvesting more tomatoes without paying taxes. This was a bumper harvest. The basic tax plus additional taxes totaled over 900 gene, approximately 400 kilograms, filling an entire vehicle. In previous years, even the basic 500 gene, approximately 250 caddies, tax wasn't enough. On the way back, there were fewer vehicles, and even fewer seats available. The soldier simply raised the price to 6 points per trip, but because everyone had made money and was willing to spend points, the seats were in high demand. Lossie and Amy couldn't get a seat this time, and had to jog to keep up with the vehicle. Fortunately, they didn't encounter any wild animals on the way back. After more than 3 hours of strenuous running, they arrived at the refugee camp. People from other districts gradually returned, and the streets were bustling with activity by nearly 9 o'clock. Those who hadn't gone were watching the excitement and gathering information on which district had the most produce, so they could decide which to go to the next day. Rosie and her companion had bulging bags, and being 2 little girls, they attracted the attention of many, but the sight of 2 knives deterred most. The 2 returned home safely, agreeing to sell their wares at Lala's shop first thing the next morning. As soon as Rosie entered the house, she vaguely heard arguing coming from Amy's house. She silently shook her head. It wasn't her place to interfere in family matters. After boiling a pot of water and quickly washing herself, she changed into clean clothes and laid down on the bed. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. She had only been gone for 2 days, yet at least 3 groups had visited her home. Fortunately, it was only 1 or 2 people each, probably thieves. The house was too dilapidated. The thieves didn't find anything they wanted and left after a quick look around. One of them was Amy's father. He was clearly a habitual thief. Even knowing the house was empty, he still came to browse. At 10 p.m., there was a noise outside the door. Before going to bed, Loci had barricaded the door with a stone, but now someone was pushing it open. Loci sighed. Only an hour had passed, and she couldn't resist anymore. Honestly, she quite admired these thieves. The radiation after 9 p.m. was just as strong as during the day. For every degree the radiation level increased, life expectancy was halved. Yet they risked their lives to steal. For example, a person could live 100 years under yellow eye radiation, but only 11.1 years under yellow 9 radiation. That's why people are so wary of the time after 9 p.m., the radiation is just too high. Staying there for an extra hour is equivalent to losing 8 or 9 hours of life. Of course, this only applies to moderate radiation. Once the radiation reaches a high level, the lethality increases 100-fold. A normal person will experience various symptoms after just 1 hour, some of which are difficult to treat in later stages. Staying for more than 5 hours almost certainly results in death. Even wearing the most advanced protective suit on planet Azure, one cannot stay in a high radiation zone for more than 24 hours. You ask how Loci knows this? Of course, it's from listening to the conversations of those around him every day. Naturally, he knows a little bit about everything. Refugees have little entertainment, relying solely on chatting to relieve boredom, and often hear all sorts of explosive gossip. Squeak! The door opened, and the thief, using the moonlight, glanced at the bed. There was a small bulge vaguely visible under the covers. It seemed to have gone unnoticed. He smiled with relief and tiptoed in. Just then, he felt something strange on his neck, like a thread blocking his way. No, it wasn't a thread, it was a sharp blade. The man, seeing the knife gleaming coldly in the moonlight, immediately cowered, automatically raising his hands in surrender. I went to the wrong place, I didn't mean to come in. Oh! Is that so? Leave the bracelet or your life? Lori didn't believe his lies at all, directly stating her terms, and incidentally confiscating the fruit knife he hid in his pocket. The man, his face contorted in despair, hesitantly unfastened the bracelet, regretting ever coming. I only have 5 points here. How about I transfer them to you? The bracelet isn't worth much, just keep it. The man was still reluctant to part with his valuables, and besides, Lori was just a young girl, he didn't believe she could really bring herself to do it. Lori lowered her eyes slightly, smiling, and said, okay. She then put down the knife, waiting for him to transfer the points. The man, looking miserable, unfastened the bracelet and clicked on the transaction side. Losai pretended to activate her bracelet, and the man's lips curled into a triumphant smile as he reached for the machete in Losai's hand. The next second, a dark shadow flashed before his eyes, and then he lost consciousness. Losai used the back of the blade to snap his neck. Because the skin wasn't broken, the ground and his body were clean, without any bloodstains. With a high cervical fracture, the man's breathing and heartbeat immediately stopped. He didn't even have a chance to resist. Losai stepped on the man's wrist as he lay on the ground. His hand was still twitching slightly due to muscle memory. But it was too late. Losai easily took the bracelet from him. Chapter 22. She had given the man a chance, but he didn't cherish it. Looking at the man's corpse, Losai tried to put him into her spatial storage. The storage confirmed he was inanimate and actually placed him inside. The radiation outside was strong now. She planned to dispose of the body tomorrow. The next morning, it was unusually noisy outside. People were probably rushing to sign up for the second batch of people to collect materials in the development zone. This year was different. If they were late, there wouldn't be anything left. Losai rubbed her swollen eyes. She hadn't dared to sleep too soundly the night before, and now she'd been ripped off. She'd eaten a soup of cabbage leaves and nutritional supplements for breakfast, and also ate half a tomato, all 1 point of nutritional supplements for the day. Good morning, Losai. Let's go to Mr. Lolev's place together. Amy seemed very happy, but Losai detected a hidden somberness. However, she didn't care. With a father like that, no one could be happy. Lolev woke up early this morning. He heard yesterday that crops in all districts were mostly ripe, and the first people to go had made a fortune. He figured the two girls, knowing their personalities, would be here early to exchange their points. Of course, he also had other regular customers coming. He was eating the jujubes Losai and Amy had sold last time. They were very sweet. He wondered which district they'd gone to this time. While he was lost in thought, Losai and Amy arrived. The two little ones waved and ran over, grinning. Lolev put down his tea, suppressing a smile. Although they only met a few times, he quite liked these two girls. They definitely praise him for his foresight, and look at him with admiration later. Sigh, even though he's old, he still has a lot of personal charm. He's always been popular with girls, since he was a kid. There's just no way to stop it. While thinking all this, Lolev showed no sign of it on his face. Oh, you're back. Which district did you go to the other day? District 26. Losai's eyes lit up as she leaned over the counter, waiting for Lolev to give her a price. Although Lolev was an old friend, they wouldn't be foolish enough to sell to someone at an unreasonable price. Lolev stroked his beard, feigning profundity. District 26? Good luck. This year, their production is among the top 3 in districts 21 to 35. The remaining 2 are districts 28 and 31. This year is really strange. The highest yield isn't even among the top districts. Amy looked at Lolev in surprise. The main group returned close to 9 o'clock, and almost no one was selling anything. It was only 5:30 in the morning, and he had already found out the production figures for each district. Receiving admiring glances, Lolev was very satisfied and quoted a relatively high price. Moderate radiation, 82 points per pound. Low radiation, 205 points per pound. Upon hearing the price, the two immediately handed over their bags. They always asked about prices along the way when they came to sell things. This time, the highest price offered by other tomato shops was 75. Lolev could easily see through the two young girls' little scheme, but it was understandable, and he didn't mind. Moreover, the price he offered was indeed excellent. He only earned a small profit from his labor, and he wasn't worried that the two girls would sell to other shops. Lossy, moderate radiation, 2.7 gene, low radiation, 1 pill 3 liang, totaling 282.9, I give you 283. Amy, 3 gene of moderate radiation, 1 low radiation tomato, also 3 liang, totaling 307.5, I give you 308. Looking at the plump, juicy tomatoes, Lolev couldn't help but smack his lips. Such fresh fruit, he wanted to keep one for himself. Hearing about so many points, Amy's smile was non-stop. This time, she earned more than she would in previous years. Luo, she wasn't in a hurry to get the points. Instead, she bought 2 sets of light clothing, 2 sets of cotton clothing, 2 quilts, a lock, an iron pot, and salt from Lolev. Oil was too expensive, costing 100 points per gene, so she didn't buy it. Light clothing was cheap, 2 sets only cost 10 points. Cotton clothing and quilts were more expensive, totaling 70 points. Adding the iron pot and salt, the total was 95 points. The lock was worthless. Lolev gave it away as a free gift. Actually, second-hand clothes and quilts were much cheaper, but Luoshi felt they weren't clean enough and wanted brand new ones. Compared to food was cheap in the wasteland, as daily necessities were already inexpensive. Amy didn't exchange for daily necessities, but instead bought 20 nutrient solutions worth 1 point each and 10 nutrient solutions worth 2 points each. Lolev was very satisfied with their attitude of spending money wherever they could earn it. He felt his good price was well worth it. He transferred 188 points to Losai and 268 points to Amy, then happily saw them off. He had several regular customers, who, seeing such fresh tomatoes, knew he could make a good profit. 2 days later, carrying blankets and clothes, Amy's father suddenly appeared at her doorstep, loudly scolding her for wasting money. Buying blankets? These things could have been picked up from the garbage. Uncle Francie, Amy helped me move these things. These things are all mine, Losai explained with a smile, peeking out from behind the blankets. The lame man, who was having an attack, suddenly stopped and looked Lucy up and down. He naturally knew that this girl had gone to District 26 with his daughter, and that she had probably earned about the same as Amy this time. But she had finally earned some money, and yet she bought such flashy and impractical things. She was still young and didn't know how to plan for life. Winter lasts 5 months. Instead of buying some nutritional supplements to store up, she was spending it on these things. In his opinion, it would be best if there was an adult in charge at home. Since he lived so close, he would reluctantly help out. Lucy, right? I heard you live alone? Where are your parents and siblings? Francie, with a blade of grass dangling from his mouth, looked slovenly, his golden beard yellowed from unkempt hair, looking no different from a homeless man. My parents are both dead. I live alone. After saying this, Lucy bent down and went into the house, putting away the blankets. He took the things from Amy's hands, his voice gentle. But my family owes the Black River Gang 10,000 points, so Uncle Francie had better not try anything with me, or the debt will fall on your shoulders. Hearing the number 10,000 points, Francie gasped. That many points could have moved into the safe zone. How could Rossi's parents owe so much? At the same time, Francie gave up on taking over Rossi's services. He just come over occasionally to steal things. 10,000 points wouldn't be enough to pay off even if he sold his entire family. Hee hee, you're my daughter's friend. Why would I want to take advantage of you? Don't overthink it. With that, Francie yawned and walked towards his house. Suddenly, Rossi called out to him. He turned around, puzzled. Was this girl trying to cling to him? Chapter 23. Lossie, Uncle Francie, could you watch my house while I'm out each day? Francie snorted, a mocking smile on her face. She really thought he was her good neighbor. 1 point a day as long as nothing's stolen. Before he could even speak, Lossie quoted a price. Francie swallowed the words of refusal that were on the tip of his tongue. 1 point a day, 30 points a month. Enough to eat for half a month. He did petty theft every day, earning only 20 or 30 points a month, barely enough to get by, and often had to go home for meals. Especially since everyone in the neighborhood knew about the thieves, houses were locked up very tightly, making it increasingly difficult to steal. He also got beaten several times a month, couldn't afford medicine, and had to endure it, often suffering from insomnia due to the pain. 30 points. He was tempted. Lossie, if everything's fine for 5 consecutive days, I add an extra point. Deal. Francie agreed quickly, afraid Lossie would change her mind. This job is easy, and not tiring at all. All I have to do is sit under my own roof, and keep an eye on things. No, I don't agree. Amy was still a little dazed. She'd been in a daze for a moment, and now Rossi had hired her father to watch the house. Shut up. He's hiring me. I won't have to do what I used to do. Do you want your enemies to come knocking on your door, and beat up your mother? Francie pointed at Amy, and shouted sternly. He knew Amy's weakness was her wife. Usually, if her mother was mentioned, she'd swallow her anger, no matter how much she wanted to say. However, this time Amy didn't do as he wished. She was silent for a moment. No, Rossi, that's too much of a loss for you. My mother's home. She can just watch the house for me. I won't charge her. She emphasized the words no money, as 30 points a month was far too much for refugees, especially for just guarding a house. Even though Lucy had a little money now, with such a long winter, she needed to save up to buy more food. Francie was furious at her daughter's disobedience and raised her hand to slap the back of her head. But Lucy freed one hand and firmly grasped Francie's wrist. Although Francie was lame, he possessed considerable strength, befitting an adult man. He hadn't expected Lucy to stop him so easily, and he even seemed about to be pushed down. He looked at Lucy in disbelief, Her clear green eyes, though smiling, held an unyielding authority. Seeing his hand about to be completely pinned down, he had no choice but to release it himself. Lucy put down her hand as well, her innocent smile still on her face. Auntie isn't feeling well. Even if someone came, she couldn't stop them. Let's not trouble her. I think Uncle is fine. Since Lucy said that, Amy could only remain silent. She knew Lucy wanted to help her. The two houses were so close. Amy must have heard everything they argued yesterday. Lucy truly considered her a friend, and Amy secretly resolved to treat Lucy even better in the future. If Lucy knew what Amy was thinking, she would definitely say that she was just worried about the thing she had just bought being stolen. 90 points. Today, she had openly brought the supplies into the house. She couldn't put the things into her spatial storage when she left, otherwise Francie, the thief, would definitely be the first to notice something was wrong. She might as well hire him. He was a thief, he must be good at preventing theft. Lucy felt relatively at ease in trusting him with the task, and it was also a way of repaying herself for using Amy to find the source crystal. Satisfied that he was ready to start working, Francie went home, secretly giving Amy a thumbs up. You made a great friend, she thought. Amy angrily turned her head away, not wanting to look at her father. Amy still had a family to support. After thanking Rossi briefly, she went back to collecting materials, using the remaining 3 hours. Rossi said she had something to do and wouldn't be going that morning. She took out the lock, about to put it on, when Francie, who was sitting at her doorstep, came running over and quickly fixed it. You're going out? Don't worry, I keep a close eye on your house. Not even a mosquito will get in. Rossi nodded, paid for the day in advance, and left with his bag. Francie earned points so easily for the first time, walking briskly home. After showing off to his wife, he sat back down at the door. He was a man of his word. He would do a good job once he accepted a job. Leaving home, Rossi turned and went to Lola's place. The once empty satchel was now overflowing with tomatoes. Laura had just finished serving the previous customer, and was tidying up his goods, when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Lassie tilted her head. Mr. Laurev, are you still buying tomatoes? Laurev turned around in surprise. You still have some? Lassie lied without a hint of guilt. They're from my friends. They heard you have good prices, so they asked me to sell them here. Laurev looked at Lassie suspiciously, his intuition telling him she was lying. But experience told him, don't ask questions you shouldn't ask, just focus on making money. Yes, still the same price. Taking the bulging bag, Laurev realized he guessed wrong. She couldn't have found so much by herself. Even if she had, the news should have spread throughout the refugee camp by now, and she couldn't possibly have come back alive. Could it really belong to a friend? Here's another bag. Just as Laurev was pondering, Rossi pulled out a small bag. Her own bag could only hold a little over 10 pounds. Laurev was truly stunned. This must weigh 10 or 20 pounds. The next second, 5 more bracelets appeared on the table. You? Laurev hesitated. Rossi hurriedly explained, I found them all. There was a riot in District 26, soldiers killed many people, I picked them up in the chaos. Please keep it a secret, Mr. Laurev. Laurev was silent for a moment, then gave an okay sign, and silently began the tests. Moderate radiation, 17.1 pounds, low radiation, 2 pounds, total 1812.2, let's say 1813. The bracelets yielded a total of 54 points. 2 of them were good, as they could be recycled, each worth 2 points. The crafting fee for the first generation bracelet was only 5 points, leaving 33 points remaining. This trip earned a total of 1846 points. Laurev wiped the thin layer of sweat from his forehead, and silently transferred the points from another app. He had collected quite a few things today, but hadn't started selling them yet. Luckily, he had some savings, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to afford low-size fees. Girl, well done. Looks like you'll be able to pay off your debt soon. Laurev gave her a thumbs up in praise. Mentioning this only made Losi irritable. She had worked so hard to earn these points, and now she had to use them all to pay off debts. These all belong to my friends, and the points aren't mine. By the way, Mr. Laurev, do you know exactly how much my dad owes? Chapter 24. Laurev stroked his chin. I don't know the exact amount, but it's not as terrifying as others have said. Borrowing 1,000 and returning 10,000. That kid, Zach said. He stopped abruptly, looking towards the street. He's here. Ask him yourself. Lucy turned around. Zach, bald Barry, and the red-haired girl she only glimpsed briefly before. Her hair was waist-length, neatly combed, braided into 2 ponytails hanging down on either side. Her red hair seemed to glow in the sunlight. From Zach and Laura's earlier conversation, Zach had a younger sister. This must be her. Although their hair colors differed, in the wasteland era of the Great Fusion, siblings with different hair and skin colors from the same parents were common. Compared to the common blonde, brown, and black hair colors, red hair was rare, only about 1%. "Hello, brothers, and this little sister," Lucy greeted them first. The girl, who had been walking at the front, jogged over to greet Lalev, but upon seeing the stranger, Losai, she quietly went behind her two brothers. Seeing Losai greet her, she peeked out halfway, smiled shyly, nodded, and then immediately withdrew. So she's socially awkward, Losai thought to herself. Zach raised an eyebrow slightly and asked bluntly, "What do you want to ask me?" "Losai, how much exactly does my dad owe, and how much is interest?" 5,000 points, and the other half is interest. Zach said, his eyes scanning his surroundings, finally settling on the counter Lalev hadn't yet tidied up. The tomatoes on it represented a huge sum of money. However, he didn't suspect Losai, assuming it was just that Lalev had received so many tomatoes that he hadn't had time to sort them. "Old man, business is good today," Zach joked with a smile. Lalev nodded. Although Losai delivered them all by herself, how could it not be good business? "Dale, come let me see. Have you gotten thinner? Your brother hasn't been bullying you, has he?" Lalev opened the front desk door and beckoned Dale Indiana. Dale happily jumped onto Lalev. To her, Lalev was like a grandfather. "Grandpa Lalev, I missed you so much. My brothers didn't bully me, they were very kind to me. We even found a lot of things in the development zone this time." "Oh dear, my little darling, hold him gently, your strength has increased recently." The grandfather and grandson chatted endlessly, and Losai continued to ask, why was the Black River gang willing to lend him so much, and he can't pay it back? Zach shrugged. "I don't know, I'm just in charge of debt collection, I only need to know how much you owe." Losai, Zach didn't know, so Losai could only leave. There was no hope of bargaining. He was just a lowly soldier in the Black River gang. He should wait a while before making a move with the source crystal. He couldn't gather 10,000 points anytime soon anyway. From Dare and Lawless conversation, they went to District 21 and were lucky. The three of them dug up about 14 pounds of potatoes. But these weren't as valuable as tomatoes. The three of them averaged less than Losai's 3 pounds of tomatoes. After Losai left, Zach asked, "What did she sell?" Lalev affectionately patted Dale's head. "Tomatoes. She had good luck this time, made a lot of money. Maybe she really can pay off her 10,000 points within a month." Zach was somewhat puzzled by Lalev's statement. He knew that the tallest person in District 26 had picked 7 Gene, 3.5 caddies, of tomatoes yesterday, and he knew that person wasn't Lucy. Even if she picked 6 Gene, 3 caddies, it would still be far from the 10,000 point debt. Therefore, he had no doubt that all the tomatoes on the table were from Lucy. Dale stood obediently beside Lalev, glancing at the tomatoes as he spoke, then at the spot where Lucy had left. A flicker of understanding crossed her amber eyes, but she said nothing. Grandpa Lalev was a bit of a perfectionist. He would never leave a customer's belongings for a second customer. Even if he was in a hurry, he would tidy them up before serving another customer. So these must all belong to that girl. Sure enough, just as Barry was about to put the potatoes up, Laura hurriedly stopped him. "Don't put them up yet. Don't put them up yet. Let me tidy up." Dale's eyes crinkled. "Grandpa and I will tidy up together." Back in the house, Francie sat at her doorway, giving Rossi an okay sign from afar. Rossi unlocked the door. No one had been inside. But seeing the fresh footprints outside the door, she wondered if France's professional habit had kicked in, and she'd been peeking in while she wasn't there. Ross's lips twitched. Oh well, as long as nothing was stolen. After a simple lunch, Rossi laid down on the bed for a nap. The gathering days lasted a month. When should she go? Logically, she should wait until winter, but she didn't know what winter would be like. What if it was below 0? Going alone would be almost impossible. This year was a long winter, meaning winter would arrive early, and the gathering days would likely end early as well. If the temperature is suitable, she tried during the break. The election was originally scheduled for the last 3 days of the summer season, but she doesn't know if it might be brought forward. Rosie had just dozed off for a while when she was woken by a knock on the door. Going out, she saw Amy had brought her a bundle of firewood. "I collected extra, so I'm giving you this. Winter is long, and this little bit of firewood won't last you half a month." Rosie paused for a moment, then smiled and opened the door to let Amy in. Faced with such a kind person, Her already limited conscience was pricked. She planned to go into the safe zone, where she probably wouldn't need firewood for heating, so she had been perfunctory about stockpiling firewood. She just hadn't expected Amy to be so naive. Sister Amy is the best. I definitely collect firewood properly this afternoon. Rosie hugged Amy tightly, affectionately pouting. Amy stiffened, then softened and pushed Rosie away. Alright, you're so old, why are you acting like a little kid? Rosie wasn't upset by the push, because she noticed Amy's ears were red. She was a child who wasn't good at expressing herself. Oh right, I treat you to something. Rosie turned and walked to the pots and pans, taking out a bright red tomato from her spatial storage. You didn't sell them all? But Amy remembered that Rosie had sold the same weight as before. There was no way she could have kept one. Rosie quickly cut the tomato in half, then divided that half into 3 pieces. I picked up some from those people who were executed, but I didn't have anywhere else to hide, so I only took one. Rosie, with one half in her mouth, handed the remaining 3 segments to Amy, and even shoved the largest one of the 3 directly into her mouth. You eat this one, the big one is for Auntie, and the small one is for Uncle. She didn't really want to give it to Francie, but he would definitely take the mother and daughter's food at home, so she had to. Amy hurriedly refused, unsure whether to spit it out or swallow it. This moderately irradiated tomato was too valuable. She had originally wanted to keep one for her family, but her mother made her sell it, so in the end, she didn't keep it. Chapter 25. Sister Amy, are you being so distant with me? If it weren't for your help, I'd probably starve to death. I just wanted to thank you. Is that not allowed? Losai's eyes reddened, her shimmering green eyes glistening with tears, making her look especially pitiful. I didn't mean that. Oh dear, this is too valuable. It would be better to sell it for points. I haven't helped you much. Amy took the tomato out of her mouth and hurriedly explained. Losai wouldn't listen to anything, and finally, through her manipulative tactics, she had no choice but to accept it. Amy returned home, the sweet, juicy aroma still lingering in her mouth. Francis stood at the door, his expression somewhat displeased. You gave the firewood to Losai? He was about to say something more when a slice of tomato was placed in his mouth. She's not as petty as you, Amy said, then walked into the house. Francis' eyes lit up when she ate the tomato, instantly forgetting about the firewood. She gave Amy a thumbs up. Great. Excellent. Inside, Amy sat by her mother's bed and handed her the tomato. Amy's mother sat up, a look of surprise in her eyes. Did Rosie give this? Amy nodded. Her mother had always taught her not to accept gifts without merit, and she was a little worried about what her mother would say. But her mother just smiled, and was about to cut the tomato in 2 for Amy. Amy quickly refused, whispering, I already eaten the biggest piece. Yours is the second biggest. She was afraid her father would hear and get angry. Her mother smiled, eating the tomato with elegant small bites, her entire demeanor brightening the mud brick house. After finishing her meal, she picked up a folded handkerchief from the bedside and gently wiped her mouth. She's a good girl. You won't go wrong following her. Amy didn't understand why she was supposed to be following Lizzie. Shouldn't Lizzie be following her? But she didn't dwell on it, and happily lay down for a nap. In the afternoon, the two agreed to go to the banana grove together. They couldn't go to the juju tree area for the time being. Yang Bing and his group were likely still guarding it. Plus, the plants were ripening early these days, so those who knew about the juju tree would definitely be guarding it like a treasure. They'd probably be chased away if they went. The banana grove was about an hour's drive away. When the two arrived, there were already about 100 people testing the bananas. Fortunately, everyone was rushing to the collection area today, otherwise, the banana grove would have been packed. And judging from the conversations around them, a large group had already come yesterday. The two chose an empty spot and began testing. There were many highly radioactive ripe bananas. They hadn't sold in the past few days. Normally, some shops would have bought a few. But the group was still reluctant to part with the fragrant bananas, and almost everyone packed 1 or 2 into their bags. So, the vast banana grove had almost no ripe bananas left. However, the two didn't really care whether it was leaves or fruit, as long as it was edible. After testing along the way, each of them obtained a leaf as tall as a person, and also detected an edible stalk. After a quick discussion, the two cut it down without hesitation. The leaves on top were highly radioactive, so they removed them without a second thought. This banana stalk was as thick as a leg, but not very tall. They peeled off the outermost layer to reveal the white core, cut it into sections, and divided them equally, stuffing them into their bags. Having obtained their supplies, the two immediately moved on to the next gathering point, which was becoming increasingly crowded. Follow me, I know a place with very few people, Amy said mysteriously, pulling Losai along as they jogged. Over the years, she had explored most of the gathering points near the refugee camp, discovering numerous secret hideouts. Upon arriving at their destination, they found a small patch of ginger. Crowded together with weeds, the ginger was difficult to spot without close inspection. It covered an area of only about 100 square meters, scattered rather than densely packed, but most importantly, there wasn't a single person there. Amy gasped for breath, sitting down to rest for a while before recovering, while Losai only needed to stand for a short time to feel better. Is her stamina really that good? Amy couldn't help but marvel. Was she some kind of chosen athlete? She became so amazing in just a few days. Ginger isn't very expensive, because only people of Asian descent like to eat it, but if you're lucky enough to find a lot, you can still exchange it for some points, Amy explained happily without much thought. You must have some Asian blood, right? Have you ever eaten ginger? It has a really strong taste. Lassie took a sip of water. Yes, she had. She even liked the pickled ginger from the Xiangxi region of Kyushu. It had a unique flavor. I eaten it, but ginger is usually used as a condiment, mostly to remove fishy smells and enhance flavor. Amy, removes fishy smells? You even eaten meat? I haven't had any in ages. The only time I ate it when I was little was when my dad stole some wild rabbit meat. After that, my dad's leg was crippled. Her mood dipped slightly as she recalled the past, but she quickly recovered. The present and the future were what mattered most now. The past was the past. Lassie squatted down and examined the root of the ginger. I only eaten it a few times too. When I have money, I treat you to barbecue. Amy, barbecue? Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. You're treating me to barbecue, so I treat you to that hot pot thing, a specialty of Asian cuisine. Lassie, hot pot? Amy, yes, hot pot. While chatting, the two finished testing the ginger patch and got 4 palm-sized pieces of ginger. It was getting late, and the two returned home with their bags full and their hands laden with firewood. After selling the ginger to Lolev, they earned 5 points. Because Amy found the spot, Lassie only got 2 points. Feeling Lassie was being cheated, Amy gave her half of her firewood. For 10 days in a row, the two occasionally found things to sell, each earning about 10 points. They also collected a lot of edible leaves, and their firewood filled an entire wall. Originally, she had planned to visit the development zone, but due to the early ripening crops, people were in a frenzy, crowding to go every day. What used to be a trip cost 7 or 8 points now required at least 10 points, and even then, there was no waiting list. On the night of the 12th day of the warm season, a cold wave quietly descended, and the temperature plummeted to -10 degrees Celsius. Many people were awakened by the cold, only to find their family members already stiff. Early the next morning, before dawn, cries could be heard everywhere. All shops raised the prices of winter clothing. Luoshi huddled under the covers. She had dug a fire pit in the mud floor, but the fire was dwindling, and would go out if she didn't add more firewood. Desperate, she could only wrap herself tighter in the blankets and get out of bed to add firewood. A cold wind blew in through the crack in the door, making her shiver. Just as the firewood was lit, there was a knock at the door. Luoshi, are you all right? Chapter 26. I'm fine, Sister Amy. Come in and warm yourself by the fire. Losai lay on the bed, not wanting to move at all. This house was too dilapidated, drafty everywhere. She would definitely fix it up after the sun came out. Amy quickly opened and closed the door, shivering involuntarily. She immediately squatted down beside the fire pit, stretching out her weathered little hands to warm them. It's freezing. It was so hot yesterday, and today it's so cold. In previous years, it always gets colder gradually. Losai lay dozing on the bed. What's the coldest temperature in previous years? Amy. The coldest in recent years has been around -25 degrees Celsius. Losai gasped. The average temperature in the north and south poles of China is only -20 to -25 degrees Celsius. It's so cold here. It's okay, I should have enough points this year. I help you gather firewood when the sun comes out. Amy covered her ears with her warmed hands, thinking Losai was worried about not having enough firewood. Lucy lay on the bed and shook her head. No, I have some errands to run today. Hearing that her friend wasn't going out, Amy was a little disappointed. Okay, then I go home first. At 6:30 in the morning, the sun finally peeked out, and the temperature was close to 0. Lucy changed her clothes and went to Lolev's place. On the way, she had already learned that the safe zone had announced the end of this gathering activity. Here you are. Everything is ready for you. Don't break it, this one costs 10,000 points, Lolev said, pushing a completely white motorcycle out of the shop. Lucy looked at the sleek, exquisitely crafted motorcycle and fell in love with it. Since arriving on planet Ager, she had been walking all the time. She was really missing the comfort of driving. The next second, a black object flew towards her, and Lucy caught it. It wasn't as heavy as she had expected. Lolev, an L890 shotgun. This is military stuff, made with the latest lightweight materials. The bullets are already in the car. You can return any unused bullets. It's 120 points in total, with a 1,000 point deposit. After the transaction, Lolev was still worried. You have to come back alive. Actually, he didn't know what Lucy was going to do, but if she died, and the car couldn't be brought back, he would lose a lot of money. Lucy found the bullets in her helmet, and quickly loaded them. Although she was from Kyushu, the principles of guns were all similar, and she knew how to use it after just one glance. Donning the helmet, she easily straddled the helmet. She knew of Lorev's concerns, and said before leaving, "The place I'm going isn't too dangerous, just in case." Lorev stroked his beard and waved his hand. "All right, come back soon." To be honest, Lucy was quite pleased that she was already 1.6 meters tall at only 14 years old, otherwise, driving this vehicle would be difficult for her. Passing the refugee camp, many people cast envious or inquisitive glances. Leaving the rugged roads within the refugee camp, Lucy suddenly accelerated, quickly leaving the camp behind. Without needing to deliberately control her speed or wait for anyone, Lucy reached Development Zone 26 in an hour. The once vibrant red tomatoes were much fewer, many having fallen to the ground and rotted. The stench was mixed with a peculiar smell of burnt corpses. Lucy glanced at the dark patch of ground. It seemed there were a few more corpses there in the past few days. Some of the fresh corpses, due to the sudden drop in temperature, were not completely burned, emitting a faint smell of roasted meat. Lucy frowned and quickly walked to the spot where she had been before. The throbbing sensation returned. She took out the shovel she had prepared and began digging at the spot, where the ground sensed her strongest connection. Time ticked by. She had dug almost 2 meters deep, but the source crystal still hadn't appeared, yet her heart was pounding faster and faster. Her intuition told her that this source crystal was definitely the largest one yet. Another half hour passed. The pit, which had started at 1m times 1.5m times 2m, had grown to 1.5m times 2m times 3m. The pit had completely covered her figure. Just then, a heavy breathing sound came, followed by 4 footsteps. Lucy looked up. It was a brown bear. It was slightly open-mouthed, foul-smelling saliva dripping from it. Seeing Lucy's disgusted expression, it excitedly stomped its feet. A cold wave was approaching, and it needed to eat more to survive the winter. There were too many people here a few days ago, so it didn't dare come. Today, it smelled meat, and decided to try its luck. Unexpectedly, it actually caught a living person, just as it was searching for its way down. Bang, bang, bang. Lucy, a happy smile on her face, picked up the gun hanging at her waist, shot it in the head with one shot, and then fired 2 more shots into the joints of its forelimbs. The powerful shotgun blasted its head open, blood gushing out, crimson brain matter, and blood mingling with fragments of flesh, exploding together. "You're kidding. I brought a gun just for you. You think you can eat me?" By the time the brown bear realized the human in front of it was dangerous, it couldn't stand up anymore, and had no chance to run. Because it had been shot in the head, it struggled a few times before losing all life. Lucy put its carcass into her spatial storage, but unfortunately, she was too close, and the fur was damaged. Otherwise, it could have fetched a good price. Back in the pit, Lucy swung her shovel with even more force. Today was going to be a bumper harvest. However, she hadn't expected that she wouldn't see any trace of the source crystal even by 9 in the morning. The pit was already almost 4 meters deep. Time to rest. There was a particularly large section of the tin shack. Lucy fired 2 bullets, just enough to squeeze in. Once inside, she didn't immediately rest. Instead, she took out some dry food from her spatial storage. Today, she wanted to taste what bear meat was like. She wasn't short of food in Kyushu. Even if she accidentally killed a bear, she hadn't considered eating it. She cut off half a bear paw, skinned it, and threw it into boiling water, adding a little salt and a small piece of ginger the size of her little finger that she had hidden in her spatial storage. A fishy smell wafted out with the steam, giving Lucy a bad feeling. Lucy picked up the bear paw with her chopsticks. Even before putting it in her mouth, the stench almost made her vomit. But not wanting to waste anything, she took a bite anyway. Damn it! She angrily threw the meat down. It smelled awful, and it was inedible. All that precious ginger she saved was wasted. Losai gulped down water and quickly rinsed her mouth. It stank. Even a simple leaf soup without oil or salt would taste better. She never believed in those fancy, lost delicacies again. They were all fake and disgusting. Losai was so disgusted by the smell that she threw the bear paw out of the container, not caring if it attracted animals. She just considered it earning points. Unfortunately, reality didn't go as she hoped. When she woke up from her nap, there was no sign of any animals outside. Lossie wrapped her clothes tighter around herself. During the day, the sun had kept the temperature above 10 degrees Celsius, but now it had dropped to just a few degrees. She returned to the pit and continued digging. Fortunately, perseverance pays off, and the source crystal finally appeared. Even at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, its radiance could still be seen. Chapter 27. Luo Shi eagerly touched it, and after a moment of dizziness, the space increased from 50 cubic meters to 200 cubic meters, equivalent to the size of a two-bedroom apartment. Luo Shi's lips curled slightly. This cheat code worked perfectly. The purity of this source crystal was significantly higher than the previous two, although it expanded the space less than she had expected. However, she didn't dwell on it. It was probably related to the size of the source crystal. She wielded her shovel. Her strength had now reached her peak in her previous life. Fighting 5 burly men hand-to-hand was no problem. Luo Shi dug out the source crystal in a few shovelfuls. This source crystal wasn't as large as the previous ones, only about the size of 2 fists, but its color was extremely bright. Even after being absorbed by Luo Shi, it still emitted a considerable amount of light. After storing the source crystal in her space, Luo Shi walked out along the dug slope. Filling the pit took more than half an hour. No one would visit again until the new warm season after winter, and then no one would notice anything unusual. She wiped the thin layer of sweat from her forehead, when suddenly a drop of icy water landed on her face. She looked up. The sky had turned a hazy, dark gray. She had been so focused that she thought it was just getting dark. It turned out it was going to rain. She quickly gathered her gear, got on her bike, and started her journey back. But the weather wouldn't wait for her. Halfway down the road, the long-suppressed sky finally gave in, and a torrential downpour began. Luo Shi glanced at her fitness tracker. 0 degrees Celsius. Heaven knows how cold it is to be caught in freezing rain at 0 degrees. She wiped the rain off her helmet, fighting off the urge to shiver, and continued driving. Having finally gotten close to the refugee camp, she still had to release the bear from her spatial dimension, tie it up, and continue on her way. The journey, which should have taken until 7 o'clock, was delayed until 7:20 due to the rain. Lolev was sitting in his shop warming himself by the fire. The rain was so heavy that he had to close half the shop to prevent the goods from getting wet. Hearing the sound of a motorcycle engine, Lolev stood up in surprise. Seeing Losai soaked to the bone in the downpour, Lolev opened the shop door for the first time, letting her in. "My God, what urgent matter do you have that made you come in this rain?" Lolev added 2 pieces of firewood to the burning iron pot, and hurriedly took out a towel and cleaned winter clothes. Losai didn't rush in. Instead, she dragged the brown bear off the vehicle. Lolev's hand, holding the clothes, froze. A 14-year-old girl had single-handedly killed a bear? He quickly recovered and said, "Stop dragging it. Come in." Rossi didn't reply. The rain was too loud, and she hadn't heard what Lolev said. Dragging the bear's carcass into the shop made the already small space feel even more cramped. Rossi showed no sign of resting and dragged the cart inside. Lolev closed the shop door tightly before Rossi took off her helmet. The next second, a towel was thrown over her head. Lorev's expression was serious as he shoved the clothes into Rossi's hands. "Go change quickly, don't die here." Rossi chuckled and obediently went to the back cubicle to change before coming out. She immediately saw Dale. Dale was hiding behind Lolev, cautiously peeking out. Rossi was startled, but quickly recovered and greeted her with a smile. "Miss Dale, long time no see." Dale looked at Rossi with bright eyes, her sweet voice echoing in the room. "Miss Rossi, you're amazing." Her fair skin and red hair, her delicate face, and the yellow and white, slightly puffed, knee-length dress made her look like a little elf incarnate in the firelight. After speaking, Dale shyly shrank back behind Lolev. Rossi glanced at the brown bear's carcass on the ground and said casually, "Luckily, thanks to the gun Lolev gave me." Lolev looked displeased, completely ignoring Rossi's flattery. "Why didn't you wait for the rain to stop? You freeze to death in the dead of winter." Rossi knew he was concerned for her. His words were harsh, but not malicious. "I was afraid if I didn't come now, I'd be trapped there. Who knows when this rain will stop? It's not convenient to go back home right now. This bear is too conspicuous." Hearing Rossi's explanation, Lalev sighed helplessly. Neither of them would settle down. Weren't you going to participate in the election? The news is out. It'd be in the next couple of days. Dale's going too, so you two can keep each other company. Hearing that Dale was going too, a hint of surprise flashed across Rossi's face. She was only 11 or 12, a bit too young. Larev coughed lightly. Let me introduce you to Dale Duran, 12 years old. 2 years ago, she received a gene-modifying injection, and now her strength is comparable to 4 strong men. She has some knowledge of basic firearms. Rossi, what's your full name? Just as he was about to introduce Rossi, Larev realized that although he had interacted with Rossi quite a bit, he didn't really know her very well. Rossi was taken aback. She didn't know the original owner's full name either, only that her father's name was Rod, and she had never heard anyone mention his surname. However, she didn't show it on her face, introducing herself confidently. I don't want my previous surname anymore, just call me Lucy. I'm a jack of all trades, master of none. If I had to pick a strength, I say my aim is pretty good. Then she extended her right hand formally, saying, Miss Dale Durley, it's a pleasure to meet you. Dale mustered her courage and stepped out from behind Lalev, extending her right hand in return. Me too. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Lucy. Just as Dale was about to pull her hand back, Lucy suddenly increased her grip. Dale paused, understanding Lucy's probing, and gripped her hand back forcefully. Lucy felt the increasing pressure on her hand, her initial ease turning into a grimace. She could now take on 5 large men single-handedly, but not entirely through strength. Skill was also crucial. Right now, her strength was only about that of a half-adult. Dale realized she had used too much force, and quickly released her grip, but her eyes seemed to shine with a light as she looked at Lucy. This was the first time she encountered someone her age with such strength, and Rossi shouldn't have lacked the money for the gene-modifying serum, yet her strength surpassed that of an adult man. Both her hands, returning to their master, bore deep handprints on the backs. Strength aside, hands were still flesh and blood. Larev stroked his beard. He knew Rossi was strong enough to lift a brown bear with her bare hands, but he hadn't expected her to be able to hold her own against Dale. Although she lost, it was still quite impressive. He wouldn't dare try to match Dale's current strength. When she first received the serum, her strength doubled after a day of fever. Now, 2 years later, the serum had fully integrated into her body. Could you believe a 12-year-old girl, only 1.5 meters tall, could lift 1,000 pounds? However, Dale had been too well protected by her brother and lacked practical experience. After this period of interaction, Larev was certain Rossi was a seasoned veteran, especially since she had hunted a bear today. Their collaboration might yield unexpected surprises. Chapter 28. Dare's lips curved into a shy yet excited smile, her eyes always shining. You're amazing. Many people can't compare to you. Losai scratched her head sheepishly. No, you flatter me. Lolev cleared his throat and sat down on the recliner. All right, you two, stop being so polite. Let me tell you about the election. There are 4 colleges in the safe zone, enrolling about 20,000 students each year, but we refugees only have. He paused deliberately, building suspense before continuing. 10. A refugee camp with a population of 1 million and only 10 spots. Larev, if the safe zone is 1 in 100, our refugee camp is 1 in 10,000. The first hurdle is the high literacy requirement. Many will be eliminated because of low scores. Hearing this, Losai couldn't help but tense up. How high? She didn't know much about Planet Ager. Everyone around her talked about survival. Only the wealthy had the leisure to discuss the past and future. Larev, knowing most of the words. Losai, She was overthinking it. Planet Ager had been in the wasteland for over 100 years. The refugees' knowledge and culture had long since been lost. Being able to recognize most of the words was already quite impressive. Although Losai found this high requirement somewhat ridiculous, it was indeed an insurmountable mountain standing in the way of the refugees. Larev continued, the second round is about physical fitness or special skills. With Dale's strength, getting into the top 20 shouldn't be a problem. Losai, if your special skill is accuracy, there will be guns and all sorts of weapons there. You can show off to your heart's content. There will be judges who will score you. I can't help you with that. It's all up to you. The final stage is different from the free-for-all of previous years. This time it's a hunt. I heard they already set up a hunting ground, and everyone will enter that area. It's an upgraded version of the free-for-all. The specific rules aren't known yet. It all depends on your luck. Dale asked, can we bring our own weapons to the hunt? Larev, probably not. In previous years, weapons were chosen based on the rankings of the first 2 rounds. It's unlikely we'd be allowed to bring our own weapons this year. After saying that, Larev looked at Rossi. You should be literate, right? If you're not, you have to get into the top 5 in the last 2 rounds to have a chance of entering the top 10. Of course, even if you don't make it into the top 10, if you perform exceptionally well, you might be noticed by the army. In previous years, they usually recruit 20 to 30 people. Although the percentage isn't large, it's still considered entering the safe zone. Rossi, I know some words, but I make mistakes easily. It's not a big problem. The rain outside hadn't stopped. Even through the door, the deafening sound was still audible. A cold wave has arrived, marking the start of winter. This election will be much tougher. We don't know when the rain will stop. You two should rest well these next couple of days, and stay in top condition. Understood. Losai saluted Laulev like a soldier. Dale followed suit. Understood, sir. Laulev rolled his eyes at them, and snorted in response. Next, it was time to calculate Losai's spoils. The brown bear pelt is rotten. It can only be butchered and sold. We can't find a seller for the meat right now, so we leave it here. How much we get depends on luck. You spent over 100 points today just for this? Not at all. Losai chuckled, taking the bag hanging from the handlebars of the motorcycle. She unzipped her handbag, and a bright blue light emanated from it, dazzlingly bright in the dimly lit shop. Even as the firewood burned out and produced a brilliant flame, everyone present stared at the source crystal. You? Laulev hesitated, realizing she had found another source crystal in such a short time, its purity likely worth thousands of points. Rossi handed her the newly found source crystal. I understand, you're just lucky. As for the previous one, she'd use it again if she didn't have enough points, otherwise, it would be a backup. So beautiful, Dale whispered from the side. She had seen the source crystal Rossi had given her as a condition for an extension. Although large, its color was dull, far less spiritual than this one. Laulev, over 50 years old, had never seen anyone so lucky, and he was so envious he wanted to vomit blood. People really can't be compared. He took the source crystal and pulled out professional testing equipment from a back cubicle. Source crystals are divided into 6 grades, from A to F, with A being the highest and F the lowest. Even the worst grade A is worth 10 million, enough for a month's energy in the safe zone. As he finished speaking, the results of Losai's source crystal test came out. Top grade D, around 78-90. You really hit the jackpot, Laulev said incredulously, fumbling around, trying to find something. Dale silently blocked a cabinet, somewhat annoyed. Grandpa. Laulev, who had just taken out a lighter, looked embarrassed and silently put it back. I just wanted to calm my nerves. I wasn't really planning on smoking. His eyes darted around, changing the subject. Hey, Losai, are you going to sell this source crystal to me, or give it to Zach directly? Lucy blinked her large eyes, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. I can guarantee Dale a top 10 finish in the 3rd round. This seemed completely off topic, and it took old Lev a moment to understand Lucy's meaning. I think cooperation is better than a deal. Dale's strength will also be helpful to you. But I don't want to lose so many points, Mr. Leviticus. You know, half of my debt is interest, which is too high. Besides, I have no way of verifying whether my father actually borrowed that much. Shouldn't you show some compassion to a pitiful orphan like me? In the darkness, Lucy's green eyes were filled with cunning, yet not unlikable. Lev frowned, his voice a shade lower than before. Why are you telling me this? I'm not part of the Black River gang. Do you think I reduce your debt? Dale's small hands clenched tightly, and she looked back and forth anxiously. How did the two who were just fine suddenly become so tense? Lucy simply smiled. You must have close ties with the Black River gang. If you put in a good word for me, I pay the interest. I swear on my life savings, I guarantee Dale gets into the top 10. If she doesn't, I pay back the debt in full, with interest. A long silence filled the room, the loudest sound being Dale's tense breathing. Suddenly, Laulev snorted coldly. Fine, brat, if you can't do what you say, don't even think about selling anything else in the refugee camp. Understood. Lucy, completely disregarding the tense atmosphere, cheerfully saluted. Laurev cursed her inwardly for being heartless, but he wasn't as angry as before. How did you know I had ties with the Black River gang? Chapter 29. Lassie stroked her chin thoughtfully. I've seen a lot of Black River gang members collecting protection money lately. Their attitude can only be described as arrogant and domineering. But last time, I came to sell jujubes, they were very polite to you. Other shops have Black River gang signs that are practically polished to a shine, but yours are old and the writing is illegible, yet they never bothered with them. Just as Lolev was about to say that this didn't necessarily mean anything, Lassie added, of course, there's also the fact that your prices are much higher than other shops. If I'm not mistaken, the Black River Gang doesn't collect protection money from you, otherwise you barely make any profit at such high prices. Combining these three factors, you definitely have some connection with the Black River Gang. Although Lolev was indeed kind to him, it was just that he found him agreeable and considered him a friend. Only Dale truly treated him like a granddaughter. Although Dale was strong, she was still young. Whether she could make it into the top 10 in the third round was another matter, but whether she could survive against such a mixed group of people was another question entirely. Sure enough, Lolev immediately said, I can get them to reduce your interest entirely, and all you need to do is get Dale into the top 20, but you must protect her from serious injury. In previous years, the chaotic battles resulted in almost everyone being injured, with a mortality rate as high as 20%. With the rule change this time, if Dale wasn't protected, he feared she wouldn't come back. She was the girl he had raised since childhood, he couldn't bear to part with her, but that brat Zach was actually willing to let his own sister participate in the election, calling it some kind of training. Even if Dale's strength was now extraordinary, she was only 12 years old. Lucy agreed without hesitation, deal. Seeing the easing of tension between the two, Dale secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Lucy, can I exchange the source crystals for points now? 7,800 will do. Lucy had been coming to sell things from time to time lately, and Lolev had memorized her bracelet number, transferring the money directly to her. Luckily, when G had sold everything he collected, otherwise he really wouldn't have been able to come up with so many points. Lolev was quite pleased with the kickback Lucy offered. However, he still cautioned, don't think that taking the points and hiding in the safe zone means you don't have to pay your debts. The Black River Gang's power is much greater than you think. If you dare to run, it won't just be a matter of 5,000 or 10,000 points. Understood. If I didn't intend to pay them back, I wouldn't need to ask you to help me pay the interest. After I participate in the election, just give the order, and I pay my debts immediately, without a second thought. With that, Lucy went over to give Lolev a massage. Lolev scoffed dismissively, but inwardly, he was secretly pleased. The rain had been falling for a long time without stopping, and Loci returned home under the umbrella Lolev had kindly provided. Lying in bed, listening to the relentless rain outside, the room was dark, with no electricity. The sound of the rain masked the surroundings, as if a mute had been pressed. Usually, the large group returning from their gathering at this time would be incredibly noisy, but Loci felt a little uneasy not hearing that sound today. In the cramped, simple room, he smelled the earthy scent of rain hitting the ground. If it weren't for his spatial ability and his cheat-like powers, Loci felt his life might have ended like this. He could write 100 wills lying here all night. Lost in thought, Loci fell into a deep sleep. The rain quietly stopped during the night. The next morning, the refugee camp seemed coated in crystal, everything was frozen solid, and many struggled even to leave their homes. Loci. Loci had a nightmare. In her dream, her home planet, Kyushu, was destroyed by the suzerain planet because it hadn't paid its tribute. Everyone was blown to pieces along with Kyushu. Her former leader, the one she held hostage, and who was also her most beloved sister, was executed. No one survived. Their faces were contorted in agony before they died, yet they cried out the same name, herself, Kyushu's former greatest hope, Loci. She wanted to save them, but found herself unable to move. In her dream, she screamed desperately, but nothing could stop her. Loci suddenly awoke in a cold sweat, her vision blurred, but the sounds around her grew clearer and clearer. Lassie. What's wrong? I'm coming in if you don't say something. Amy's voice was urgent from outside the door. Without getting a response from Lassie, Amy acted swiftly. First, the eyes shattered, then the door was flung open. Lassie fell back onto the bed, groggily watching Amy rush towards her. Amy saw Lassie's flushed face, and realized something was wrong. She reached out to touch Lassie's forehead. The next second, her hand was gripped by a burning hot hand, the force so great it felt like it would crush her bones. Lassie, it's me, Amy, let go, it hurts. Amy's face was contorted. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't pull her hand away. Perhaps Lassie heard her, and finally released her hand, collapsing weakly onto the bed. Amy casually rubbed her reddened wrist, and reached out to touch Loci's forehead again. This time she succeeded, but what she touched was like a boiling kettle, frighteningly hot. Amy immediately withdrew her hand. Fever so bad, what should I do? What should I do? Amy looked around and found a towel on a wooden rack. When she had a fever, Her mother used a handkerchief soaked in cool water to cool herself down. She hurriedly took the towel, intending to wet it and apply it to Losai's forehead, but when she reached the bucket, she found the water inside was already frozen. But the river outside was frozen too. Looking at Losai, who was as red as a boiled shrimp, Amy grew increasingly anxious. After pacing around several times, she remembered that they had boiled water at home, which should have cooled down by now. She quickly ran home, nearly slipping on the icy road. Inside, her father was warming himself by the fire pit, and her mother was still lying in bed. Seeing Amy's flustered state, her mother asked with concern, "What happened?" Amy sniffled, touched the bucket of water in the house to make sure it was cold, then grabbed it and ran outside. "Rosie has a fever. I'm going to bring her down." She disappeared through the door, leaving it open. The room was filled with cold air, and Francie shivered, even sneezing. Reluctantly, he went to close the door, saying, "You weren't this worried when I was sick." But he didn't stop Amy from taking care of Rosie. Inside Rosie's room, Amy had already placed a handkerchief on her head. But Rosie shifted restlessly, muttering something. Amy leaned closer to listen and vaguely heard the word sister. Amy had never heard Rosie mention a sister before, but bringing her down was the most important thing right now. After 2 or 3 hours of busy work, Amy lost count of how many times she had changed the damp towels. Just as she was starting to feel sleepy, she touched Losai's forehead and found that his temperature had dropped considerably, which put her at ease. The fire in the fire pit inside the house was burning brightly, and amidst the crackling and popping of the burning firewood, she unknowingly drifted off to sleep. Chapter 30. When Losai woke up, it was already afternoon. The world seemed to spin when she opened her eyes, and it took a while for her vision to return to normal. She reached out from under the covers to try and sit up, but unexpectedly touched a pair of icy hands. Losai looked closely and saw Amy. She was asleep by the bed, wearing several layers of clothing, but none of them were warm. Her face and hands were exposed, already red from the cold. The fire pit inside the room hadn't been lit for a long time, and only a few embers were still burning. The cold air felt like it was freezing her throat. Losai carefully got out of bed, and just as she finished dressing, Amy suddenly woke up. She rubbed her eyes groggily, forcing back a few coughs before speaking. "You're awake. Is your head still hot?" Losai quickly put on her shoes, noticing the towel lying beside her pillow and the bucket of water on the bedside table. "Yeah, much better. Thank you for taking care of me, otherwise I might have gone crazy from the fever." It was meant as a joke, but Amy took it unusually seriously. "Paw, paw, paw. Good things come true. Bad things don't. You can't go crazy, and you can't die. I'm waiting for winter to pass, so we can continue gathering together." Losai moved a stool to the fire pit, the newly added firewood emitting thick white smoke. Amy also moved one of the only 2 stools in the house, and sat opposite Losai. Looking at the expectant Amy, Losai suddenly didn't know how to tell her about her participation in the election. Just then, Amy felt hungry, so Losai took out 2 nutritional supplements, handing one to her. "Thanks for your hard work, consider this payment." To prevent Amy from refusing, she added, "Not eating means you don't consider me a friend." Left with no other choice, she could only tear open the packaging and eat it in small bites. This one was worth 2 points, whereas she usually ate the 1-point kind. "Why did you suddenly catch a cold? Did you get caught in the rain yesterday?" Losai nodded. Amy continued, "I saw the weather was off yesterday, so I came back early. It started raining as soon as I got home, otherwise we would both be sick today. Luckily." Sister Amy, I'm going to participate in the election." Losai suddenly spoke, interrupting Amy's next words. Amy was stunned for a long time before reacting. "Election? But elections are dangerous." Losai lowered her head, looking at the newly lit flame. "I have things to do, even if it's dangerous." Amy remained silent for a while. She had just been imagining the days they would gather together next year, but now her friend was leaving her. She had heard about the cruelty of elections. If Losai passed, she would be happy for her. If she lost, she would welcome her back. But she was afraid she would stay there forever. Suddenly, the sound of raindrops began to fall again outside. Amy hurriedly stood up, ready to go home. But before leaving, she stopped and forced a smile, saying, "Then you better do your best. If you pass, I have connections in the safe zone, and everyone around me will be so envious." Without waiting for Losai's reply, she rushed off. Watching her disappearing figure, Losai felt a pang of sadness. Although she had only known Amy for a little over half a month, Amy had always treated her like a younger sister. Losai wasn't heartless. She wasn't oblivious to Amy's feelings. She also considered Amy a friend, but she knew she couldn't stay here. She reached into her pocket and pulled out 2 new bracelets, each with more functions, such as adding friends and sending messages. One of them was for Amy. Rossi opened her umbrella and knocked on Amy's door. After a while, Amy opened the door, her nose slightly red, whether from the cold or from crying, it was hard to tell. "Amy, why did you come?" Rossi took out the brand new bracelet, smiling warmly. "It's for you. You're my good friend, and no matter where I go, we should keep in touch. This is too precious, it must cost a lot of points." Amy hesitated, but hearing that she could contact Rossi made her more interested. "It's not expensive, it's my sentiment that's valuable," Rossi winked playfully, successfully making Amy laugh. Amy sniffed. "You're just talking big, huh? If you get into the safe zone, don't forget me. If you dare forget, I sneak into the safe zone and beat you up." What she really meant was, you have to live. You absolutely have to. In her eyes, Lizzie was still a child. Even if she was a little smart, it was dangerous for her to pass the election. Even though her wrist was still slightly sore from that handshake this morning, she was still afraid Lizzie wouldn't come back. "Okay, I won't forget. I go back now." Lizzie coughed twice, feeling the cold wind and hurrying back to warm herself by the fire. "Amy, okay, make sure you're covered up well tonight." Lizzie nodded, her figure gradually disappearing into the rain. Inside, Amy's mother, lying in bed, watched her daughter's dejected figure, her eyes trembling with guilt. Had she really done the right thing? Cough, cough, cough. Hearing her mother's cough, Amy quickly closed the door and rushed to the bedside. "Mom, is it too cold?" After a simple dinner, Losai lay back in bed. This was the first time she'd been sick since her rebirth, and it just so happened to coincide with the election. Luckily, she made it back yesterday, otherwise, with the freezing rain and ice everywhere, she probably wouldn't have made it back. And since Lolev hadn't contacted her today, it meant the election hadn't started yet, and she still had time to recover. The next morning, Losai was woken up by her bracelet. It was a message from Amy asking if she was awake. Losai sent an okay emoji, and Amy immediately replied, "Get some rest." Just as she was about to go back to sleep, her bracelet vibrated. It was a message from Lolev. Election registration has started. Losai coughed a few times, covering her mouth, and asked Lolev to help her register. "Lolev, you can't come because of something?" "Losai, I have a cold." "Lolev, is it serious?" "Registration starts today, it should begin tomorrow." "Losai, it's not a big problem." "Lolev, okay, you can decide. If it fails, I won't help you negotiate the price." "Luoshi, okay." She turned off the bracelet, touched her forehead, the fever should be almost gone, but she felt weak. After taking a nutritional supplement in bed, Luoshi fell into a deep sleep. Unconsciously, the sounds around her grew louder, like entering a bustling city, listening to people talking. The sound of her feet scraping the ground felt like countless ants crawling in her brain. A cold wind blew faintly, the river surged, and water droplets dripped onto the ground, making her feel irritated. Luoshi frowned, instinctively wanting to cover her ears. She suddenly opened her eyes. There was nothing in front of her, but the sounds continued. Luoshi thought she was delirious from the fever, and shook her head vigorously. Chapter 31. Hey, you heard? The election has started. Is your son going to register? Ugh, he's always loafing around. He's too lazy to even go out and find supplies. He'd just be eliminated in the election anyway. Forget it. Amidst the chaotic voices, Losai gleaned the key information. It really wasn't a dream. She glanced at her bracelet. It was 5 p.m. It was the time for everyone to go out and gather supplies. Wait, winter had already arrived, and yesterday everything was covered in ice. Were they going to watch the election? It's only been one morning, and I heard there are already 10,000 people registered. The competition is exceptionally fierce today. There's no way around it. Who knew winter would come early? Many families weren't fully prepared for winter, so they had to send their children to try their luck. Huh? But in previous years, only 10 people were selected. The chances of winning are slim, aren't they? You don't know this, do you? I heard from the rumors that this year, anyone who makes it into the top 100 in any of the 3 rounds will receive a points reward. How many? I don't know. Countless voices flooded into Losai's mind, making her head feel like it was about to explode. She stood up, clutching her head, and leaned against the wall, opening the door a crack. 100 meters away, on a main road, people were carrying buckets towards the riverbank further out. The river, which had been frozen, had somehow been breached, and refugees were queuing orderly to fetch water. That wasn't all. Losai also discovered that she could see their facial expressions very clearly, as if she had a telescope in her eyes. Recalling the blond man's boast about his exceptional intuition and Dale's strength, Losai suspected she had mutated. It's most likely due to the source crystal. No wonder she felt the space increase was a bit too small. The first time, even the dim source crystal gave her 10 cubic meters of space, but this time, with such a pure source crystal, it only increased by 150 cubic meters. So the extra energy was used to modify her body? Losai felt she had figured it out. The fever might not just be because of getting caught in the rain, it could also be a sign that her body was about to mutate. Although these past 2 days haven't been pleasant, overall it's been a good experience. Hopefully, she'll feel better before the official selection tomorrow. June 17, 3028, the general election. After a day of rest, she could control her hearing range again. When she didn't want to listen, her hearing was normal. Her head was still a little throbbing. The bustling square, quiet for 2 days due to the freezing temperatures, was lively again. Although the streets were still covered in ice and extremely cold, it couldn't dampen the crowd's enthusiasm for watching the spectacle. At 6 o'clock, just as dawn broke, the city gates opened once more, and countless soldiers in black and white uniforms emerged from the city, driving everyone out of the square. The crowd had no choice but to watch from the streets along the way. Soon, 3 cars slowly drove out of the city gates and stopped below. Unlike the ordinary pickup trucks used on gathering days, these 3 vehicles were entirely black with smooth curves, seemingly floating above the ground. They were much flatter than normal vehicles, like fish floating in the air, ready to take flight at any moment. 4 people stepped out of the cars. Their uniforms were no longer the black and white of ordinary soldiers, but a dazzling pure white, with gold stripes and some decorations. The man in the center had a handsome face and resolute eyes. His features were those of a typical Asian, and his skin, tan healthy from years of training, was a deep wheat color. However, judging from the single bar and star on his shoulder, he was only a second lieutenant. Losai wasn't sure if the ranks here were the same as in Kyushu, but her intuition told her that men here weren't a very high rank. "We're here." Barry appeared behind her unnoticed. Lolev had to mind the shop, and Zack had been assigned work, so he was the only one there to pick up Dale today. Dale beside her was dressed differently today, wearing a well-fitting purple jacket resembling a windbreaker and thick black trousers. Her long hair was braided and hung down her back, looking neat and efficient, and she seemed much more composed. "Good morning, Miss Losai." Dale greeted her proactively. Rather than saying she had become bolder, it was more accurate to say that she had met Losai more often and was more familiar with her, making her less timid. Losai smiled and greeted Dale and Barry. She could tell that Barry wasn't entirely at ease with her. After all, she hadn't yet paid off her debts. At this moment, the second lieutenant in front began to move. Without much formality, he simply waved his hand, and the trunk of the car on his left opened by itself, releasing countless spheres. Accompanied by a cacophony of buzzing sounds, they hovered evenly at a height of about 2.5 meters in the plaza, allowing Losai to finally see what they looked like. They were platinum-colored shells, with a black camera embedded in the center of the front, like individual eyeballs. They had no wings or propeller-like structures. They simply stood there in midair. Was it some kind of magnetic levitation function? Losai couldn't understand how they worked. Even though Kyushu had experienced rapid technological advancements after the apocalypse, it hadn't deviated from the most fundamental laws of physics. The technology within the safe zone felt unfamiliar to her. She had initially thought planet Agil was 8 parts similar to Kyushu, but now it seemed she knew far too little. The lieutenant's voice rang out, carrying a distinctively Chinese accent. "Participants in the election will be screened before entering the examination hall." As soon as he finished speaking, soldiers at the center of the semicircular plaza immediately parted to make way. Many were familiar with the rules. The first to step forward was a muscular, over 2-meter-tall black man. Even in the daytime temperature of -10 degrees Celsius, he wore only a thin black shirt, demonstrating his robust physique and suggesting he could easily fight off Japanese soldiers unarmed. The muscular man stood at the entrance, and soldiers immediately scanned his wristband with a device. The device showed green, and the soldiers quickly let him in. The whole process took no more than 3 seconds. The crowd, which had been quiet after the lieutenant's speech, couldn't help but begin to murmur. "Who's that guy? I better stay away if I run into him in the finals. I don't know, I never seen anyone like him before. Could he be from the Black River Gang? The Black River Gang, huh? Then there's no problem. Looks like our chances of getting into the safe zone this year are even slimmer." With the first sign of this, Numerous contestants swarmed forward. Each stood beneath the metal eyeball, waiting for the exam to begin. The first test, like every year, was a cultural knowledge test. The lieutenant waved his hand, and the metal eyeball projected a dazzling green laser. The pure green laser formed 4 walls, separating each contestant. The next second, a countdown of 3 appeared on the laser wall facing the city gate. 2, 1, the exam begins. A question appeared in front of each person, and each person's question was different. Some were multiple choice, some were fill in the blank. Lossie wasn't curious about the questions. She was more curious about how the laser projected by the metal sphere could refract and bend in the air without any other object being emitted, then surround the people. This is unscientific. Chapter 32. The exam proceeded quickly, with only 15 seconds to answer each question. Only 10 minutes had passed since the first group came out. A careful calculation showed that the total answering time hadn't exceeded 5 minutes. Many people asked the newcomers if the questions were difficult and wanted to know the answers, but unfortunately, there were too many questions and the pace was too fast. Their educational levels were limited, and everyone gave different answers. The first question was about planets. How do you write planets? Please, please, please. Lossie and Dale caught up with the second group. They stood side by side, and once the area under the metal eyeball was nearly full, the second group's exam began. The laser wall descended again. Lossie curiously reached out and touched it. It was intangible and had no substance. Suddenly, several large characters appeared on the laser wall. Contestant, Lossie. Lossie glanced at her bracelet. It contained her identity information, meaning that all her information had been read by the metal eyeball as soon as she entered. Then a 3-second countdown began. The question appeared. 1. Which of the following is a real fruit? A. Onion. B. Apple. C. Corn. D. Potato. Lossie was momentarily stunned. This question, as expected of a test of literacy, was ridiculously simple. Lossie decisively chose B. As soon as she made her choice, the second question popped up. 2. The examiner's clothing color today is A. Rainbow. B. Black. C. White. D. Sky blue. Lossie silently clicked on C and immediately moved on to the next question. The laser wall would only unlock after everyone had answered the questions. Lossie finished all the questions in 2 minutes. The questions were all very basic, except for 10% related to planet Ager, which Lossie didn't know and just randomly selected. With nothing else to do, Lossie glanced at the metal eyeball above her head. The camera, which had been motionless, sensed her gaze and moved slightly before quickly returning to its original position. Lossie blinked, a clear look of curiosity on her face. It seemed the metal eyeball was not only responsible for setting questions, but also for monitoring. When the time was up, the laser wall disappeared, and Dale beside her let out a heavy sigh of relief. Miss Lossie, how did you do on the test? Lossie patted Dale's shoulder and asked, SOSO, barely passed. Dale was inevitably nervous about her first formal exam, but she pouted, Miss Lossie, don't lie to me. I know you definitely did very well. Lossie chuckled and asked, and you? Dale's lips curled into a smile, her eyes shining with excitement, clearly indicating she had done well. If it's 180 won't be a problem. Lossie, that's good. As they talked, the two had already left the plaza, where Barry was still waiting. As soon as Dale came out, she ran to Barry for comfort. There were too many strangers around, and she was still a little scared. Barry, with his fierce, bald-headed appearance, immediately bent down and tenderly stroked Dale's head. What's wrong, little Dale? Uncle's here. If anyone bullies you, just tell me, and I fight back for you. Dale clutched Barry's clothes, giving a shy smile. No one bullied me, I'm just a little nervous. Hearing this, Barry relaxed and pulled Dale into his arms. Lossie stood to the side, said see you in the afternoon, and left. Back home, Amy didn't come to see her. Lossie wanted to go see her, but didn't know what to say, so she just went to sleep. The afternoon arrived quickly. The plaza had been completely transformed, divided into several sections. There were piles of various mechanical parts, all sorts of weapons, bottles and jars everywhere, and even an area with a variety of obstacle courses. Lossie reunited with Dale, and after passing the tests, they lined up in the weapons section. The line moved at a leisurely pace. 20 minutes later it was their turn. Lossie, worried that Dale might be nervous, chose to go first. 3 examiners sat in front of the weapons section, their metallic eyes hovering above them. As soon as Lossie approached, the metallic eyes immediately displayed her information. Name, Lossie. Age, 14. Cultural exam score, 94 points. This score was more than enough to get her into the top 50. The examiners only glanced at it briefly before asking Lossie to choose the skill she wanted to demonstrate. Lossie picked up an old-fashioned rifle and 3 magazines from the weapon rack beside her. The examiner gave the order, Sky Eye, rifle shooting mode without scope. Yes, Instructor Bell Ellis. Contestant Lucy, please shoot at the aerial targets in 3 seconds. There are 3 parts: stationary target, moving target, and random animal simulation target. So the name of the medal is Sky Eye, which suits its image quite well, Lucy thought to himself. At the same time, he released the safety of his rifle and checked that it was fully loaded. This action drew a second glance from the examiner in the middle. There were plenty of magazines in the weapon bay. The previous person had finished and left, and if the next contestant started the test without checking, they would run out of ammo halfway through. Sky Eye wouldn't wait for him to reload before continuing the competition. Any wasted time and lost points would have to be borne by the individual. Moreover, Rossi's gun handling posture was impeccable, like that of a seasoned marksman. Seeing that the magazine in his pistol was less than a third full, Rossi immediately pulled out the magazine he had just taken from his pocket and loaded it, his hand moving so fast it took only about a second. 1. Just as the countdown ended, a green laser circle appeared in the sky. Rossi aimed and fired, hitting the bullseye perfectly in one fluid motion. The hit target immediately disappeared, and another appeared. Without hesitation, Rossi fired again. As each target was hit, the newly appearing moving targets grew farther and smaller, making them harder to hit. But Rossi continued firing almost without stopping. The 15 stationary targets were quickly cleared, and moving targets began to appear. Because the movement path was fixed, Rossi only needed to observe for 1 to 3 seconds to fire and hit. Rossi's score appeared on the virtual screen in front of the examiner. Shooting wasn't just about hitting the target, hitting the bullseye earned more points. Lucy scored full marks on the stationary target, and the examiners were fairly satisfied. In the safe zone, only half the shooting team could achieve full marks on stationary targets, and none were as fast as Lucy. Lucy's score on the moving target continued to rise, the first full mark, the second. In the blink of an eye, she was on the 11th target. Lucy narrowed her eyes. The targets were too far for ordinary soldiers to hit, but she wanted the bullseye. Bang! Lucy hit the bullseye again. This time, the attention of all 3 examiners was drawn to her. The moving targets on the Sky Eye became increasingly distant, and now they were just small green dots to the naked eye. If Lucy were using a sniper rifle, they could accept it, but she was using a rifle without a scope. To hit the bullseye like this was unacceptable. They had to look at her in a new light. This was the kind of person who was suitable for the military region. Chapter 33. Examiner Bell silently noted down Losai's name. Even if Losai's performance wasn't great later on, he still planned to recruit her into the military. She was only 14 years old. With a little training, she would definitely become a valuable asset to the military. Losai scored full marks on the 12th and 13th moving targets. Just as the 3 examiners were eagerly anticipating her shot, the 14th target only grazed the target, and on the 15th, Losai aimed for a long time, but didn't dare to fire. Each target only appeared for 10 seconds before disappearing. Just as Losai was about to fire, the target was gone. Losai scored 90 on the moving target. Although the examiners were disappointed, Losai's score was currently the highest. The third round was random animal simulation targets. A bird-shaped laser appeared in the sky a dozen meters away. Its flight path could change at any moment. The most important thing about this kind of target was timing. Clearly, Losai's reflexes were very high. She fired a shot and hit the head. The bird vanished, and a green eagle laser appeared in the distant sky. Although the target was larger, its movement was extremely fast, leaving no time to aim and only allowing for anticipation. However, the laser only stayed in the air for 10 seconds, giving no chance to observe or hesitate. Bang! Losai was hit in the head again. In her past life, she had been exposed to firearms at 6, and could hit a target from 100 paces away by 12. These were trivial matters for her. She just hadn't expected her luck to be a little bad. On the 10th target, it was a fly the size of a little fingernail. Fortunately, based on biological characteristics, the target wasn't very far away. She raised her gun, glancing out of the corner of her eye at the excited examiner. Her hand slipped, and the bullet barely grazed the fly's wing. She deliberately let one of the last 5 scores slip by. After 3 rounds, her total score was a high 94. Lossie put down her gun and glanced at her score from the examiner. Although she had deliberately let it slide, she was still a little annoyed that she hadn't gotten a perfect score. If she had taken the test in her previous life, she would have easily scored at least 96. Now, with her body modified by the source crystal, her eyesight could see much further. If she used her abilities, getting 100 wouldn't be a problem at all. But that would be too conspicuous. She only needed to make sure she was in the top 10. She knew the saying, the tallest tree in the forest catches the most wind. Each area was isolated by black lasers, so people outside couldn't see Loss's exact score. But based on the frequency of the green lasers disappearing, it certainly wouldn't be lower than 80 points, a formidable opponent. As for why they didn't guess Lossie scored over 90, that was because it had been years since anyone had scored 90. Everyone assumed the highest score was over 80. Lucy stepped out. Seeing the excited look in the examiner's eyes, she assumed they were going to offer her a business card or add her as a friend. But the examiner did nothing, simply telling her to survive the third round. She sighed. She thought she could get in through connections, but it seemed she'd been overthinking it. As soon as Lucy came out, she attracted attention from the people still in line, the most striking being Dale. Dale was no stranger to firearms. Lucy's performance had been quite good, it was just that the targets behind her were too far away, making it difficult to judge whether she hit them with the naked eye. Still, it was quite impressive. Lucy patted Dale on the shoulder. Your turn. Don't be afraid, just do your best. I'd be waiting for you here. Dale nodded emphatically, placed her clenched hands at her sides, took a deep breath, and strode inside. The people in line sized up Lucy, noticing her still developing appearance. She was clearly a minor. Someone, naturally shrewd, asked, Hey little girl, what score did you get? Lucy crossed one arm over her chest and rested her chin on the other, her voice uncertain. Probably above 70. Hearing that it was only 70-something, most of the probing glances around her immediately disappeared. Lucy wasn't annoyed. She waited for Dale outside. After hearing two heavy thuds, not far apart, Dale emerged, a thin layer of sweat on her forehead, indicating she had exerted herself quite a bit. Dale walked to Lucy's side without speaking, her reaction unreadable. Lucy took her hand and led her outside. Only when they saw Barry waiting outside did Dale breathe a sigh of relief. Everyone's eyes had been glued to her, making it hard for her to breathe. The third round of testing wasn't until the next day. On their way home, Dale finally dared to talk about her results. I lifted 1,080 pounds the first time, which is the heaviest I ever lifted in training. After that, I can choose an even heavier weight. This time I chose 1,100 pounds, a weight I never lifted before. Looking at their unfamiliar faces, I was so nervous. Just when Rossi thought she had failed her second attempt, Dale patted her chest with relief. Then, with a burst of strength, I lifted it. Barry was very happy for Dale. This was already a very good result. Rossi covered her mouth with her hand, almost laughing. Others' fear stemmed from weakness and a desire to give up. Dale's fear was that with a burst of strength, she had surpassed her own previous performance. Dale wasn't annoyed to see Rossi smirking. She was curious about Rossi's score. Rossi beckoned, and Dale obediently came closer. Upon hearing the number, Dale's amber eyes widened instantly. Then, the two reached a fork in the road and went their separate ways. Barry wanted to ask, but scratched his head, thinking that since she was whispering, she probably didn't want him to know. Dale noticed Barry's curiosity and playfully stuck out her tongue. Sister Rossi said she only tell me. You know when all the results come out. Hearing this, Barry snorted. I don't want to know that brat's score. Dale nodded repeatedly, trying to comfort her somewhat clueless uncle. Back at the house, Francie hurriedly ran out of his room, giving Rossi an okay sign, indicating that he had also kept watch. Rossi nodded and opened the door. It's been freezing lately. Amy probably hasn't gone out. Rossi sent her a message via his bracelet. Didn't you go to the election? It was so exciting. A little while later, Amy replied, No, it's too cold. I don't want to move. Rosie, it really is cold. Get some rest. After confirming Amy was alright, Rosie couldn't resist using her ability to listen to the sounds coming from Amy's house. There was the sound of 3 people breathing, and firewood was crackling in the room. Francie was still complaining to herself. I don't know where Rosie got the guts to go to the election. She's probably not coming back alive. I lose my job, and I'm a little sad about that. The next second, Amy's voice rang out, sounding quite angry. Dad, don't talk nonsense. Rosie is a good person. She'd definitely come back alive. Hearing Amy speak up for her, Rosie paused, her hand about to start the fire, and silently deactivated her ability. As long as Amy was alright at home, it was fine. Eavesdropping was unethical. Chapter 34. June 18th, overcast. No rain, the third round of the election proceeded as scheduled. The crowd gathered in the square as usual. This was the usual battleground, but now it was filled with pickup trucks, just like on gathering day. Few people came today. Yesterday, all participants received a notice that only the top 5,000 could participate in the third round. This time, Barry wasn't the only one who brought Dale. Lolev and Zach also came. They were carrying a lot of gear. If they were allowed to bring their own weapons, Dale and Lizzie would have an advantage. Lizzie shifted. Last night, Lolev had Barry bring her professional combat gear, lightweight, warm, and more puncture and scratch resistant than ordinary clothes. However, the competition hadn't started yet, so they were both wearing thick down jackets and trousers. Laura's expression was serious. "How's your cold?" Loci touched her forehead. "Almost better, it's nothing serious." Hearing this, Laura wasn't much relieved. Dale was still too young. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Laura punched Zach, who was standing nearby. Zach took the punch but didn't utter a sound. Only after entering the safe zone could his sister have a better future. Today's person in charge was the lieutenant from the first morning. Hundreds of sky eyes hovered above everyone's heads, and the lieutenant's voice reached everyone's ears through them. The third round of this year's election is hunting. All participants, please proceed to the designated vehicles according to your current scores. No weapons or supplies are allowed. The specific competition rules will be announced upon arrival at the competition venue. Failure to participate in the third round will be considered automatic forfeit. Driving based on scores? Loci frowned. This rule was both good and bad. It allowed her to know who was roughly equal to her in strength beforehand, but it also made her a target. Whether to avoid them, fight them, or form an alliance was all unknown. Laurev glanced uneasily at the lieutenant at the front, reaching for his cigarettes, but then restrained himself because Dale was still there. Why change the rules that had been in place for decades this year? What was the safe zone up to? Even supplies weren't allowed. This time, the number of soldiers scanning had increased from 10 to 50. Scanning Loci's wristband, the monitor displayed 188 points, placing her in the top 10. The soldier glanced at it again, politely saying, "First row in front of the city gate, first car on the left." Loci nodded her thanks, not leaving immediately, but waiting for Dale behind her. The soldier scanner had been turned away from her, so she didn't know her own ranking, but she saw Dale's ranking, 12th. Loci smacked her lips, resting her chin on her hand. This ranking was a bit precarious. The soldier scanned Dale's bracelet and said, "First row, second car from the left." The two walked over together. Although they weren't in the same car, they were close enough to help each other if anything happened. "Sister Loci, my total score is 175, what's yours?" Dale couldn't help but ask on the way. After receiving the answer of 188, she confirmed that car seating was based on ranking. Based on the current situation, Loci was in the top 10, while she was in the top 20. If she couldn't break into the top 10 in this competition, getting into the academy within the safe zone would be very difficult. Loci patted her shoulder to reassure her, and told her to come find her once the competition started. Then, the two got into their respective vehicles. Before boarding, soldiers checked participants for weapons. The pickup truck had 2 rows of seats on either side of the back, covered in foam and leather, barely half a finger thick. They flattened the seats easily, and the welded metal underneath made them uncomfortable. When Loci got in, there was already someone inside, a beautiful, confident woman in her 20s with long, wavy brown hair, striking features, and arched eyebrows. She was likely of Caucasian descent. She wore a long black down coat, revealing a close-fitting black turtleneck underneath her slender neck. Upon closer inspection, the material wasn't ordinary clothing. It was a smooth fabric similar to that of a wetsuit. It seemed she had come prepared. The woman on the left looked Loci up and down with interest, surprised that such a young child was among the top 10. They were all strangers, and competitors at that. She had expected Rossi to sit opposite her, but Rossi unexpectedly sat down next to her. This direct and bold move made the woman a little embarrassed. "Little girl, you're quite bold. Why are you participating in the election at such a young age? Why not enjoy a few more years of leisure?" Rossi tilted her head, puzzled. "I'm starving. I don't have time to play. I want to enter the safe zone to earn some points." Hearing Rossi's answer, the well-proportioned woman realized that Rossi's face was slightly sunken, and her hands and feet were slender. She really did look like a refugee. Unexpectedly, an ordinary refugee could actually make it into the top 10. Sure, I also want to earn more money." Loci looked innocently at the woman, nodding obediently as if she truly believed her. Then what should I call you, sister? The woman tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, extending a pair of slender, fair hands with glossy, polished nails, clearly well maintained. Just call me Narcissus. Losai shook her hand. Losai. Just then, a third person arrived. It was a young man in his early 20s, thin and wearing black-rimmed glasses. His long, black hair covered half his eyes, resembling the typical look of an Asian otaku from Losai's home planet. It's noteworthy that neither Losai nor Narcissus carried any weapons, yet the otaku was carrying a silver briefcase. Losai, taking advantage of her young age, flashed a harmless smile. Big brother, you're amazing. You even managed to bring things in. The otaku, timid and weak, had been cowering, clutching the briefcase tightly with both hands. He knew the third trial was a fight to the death, and he'd been on high alert the whole way. But seeing such a small child as Rossi left him completely stunned. Rossi's smile remained unchanged. He'd be even more surprised if he saw Dale. Narcissus also stared at the nerdy guy with interest. The nerdy guy, realizing what was happening, adjusted his glasses and awkwardly got into the car, sitting opposite them. Seeing that they were still staring at him, he lowered his head even further, but they didn't seem particularly dangerous. After a moment's thought, he spoke. The examiner gave me special permission to bring them in. Narcissus, resting her chin on her hand, smiled alluringly, then uttered a meaningful sentence. Ah, I see. Did you make the things inside? They seem very impressive. The nerdy guy blushed slightly. He hadn't talked to many girls, especially not someone as beautiful as Narcissus, whose every move exuded charm. Sort of. Narcissus understood. He was a tech guy with good talent, which was why he made it into the top 10. Unfortunately, whether he could even survive the third round was questionable. However, if his talent was good enough, the military would probably intervene at a crucial moment to protect him. For now, he didn't need to be considered an opponent. He wasn't much of a threat. But why were all the opponents unplayable this year? Just as Narcissus was pondering this, a black man over 2 meters tall entered. It was the black man Losai had seen before, a member of the Black River gang. His massive figure instantly lowered the car, making the previously spacious compartment feel much smaller. The black man glanced around and chose to sit next to the nerdy guy. But as soon as he sat down, the nerdy guy immediately got up and sat next to Losai. The black man's oppressive gaze swept over the three of them, finally letting out a disdainful exhale. Chapter 35. Narcissus's eyelids twitched slightly. She had just been thinking that Losai and the otaku couldn't fight, and now she was on the black man's list of those who couldn't fight. When the otaku arrived, his legs were still trembling slightly, and he gripped the box even tighter. The black man's presence was too intimidating. Narcissus still had a smile on her face, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. Although there were only 2 rows of seats, it was almost an open secret that both sides were opponents. With the otaku, who had no fighting ability, arriving, her side's offensive power plummeted. She just didn't know what this little girl's special skills were. She hoped it wasn't a technical type like the otaku. Narcissus sighed inwardly. If it weren't for the fact that moving now made her seem insecure, she would have liked to sit next to the black man. Soon, the 5th person arrived. He was a trained fighter, all muscle, like a giant bullfrog. Unlike the black man, he was only about 1.6 meters tall. On planet Agil, where everyone was over 1.75 meters tall, he looked like a dwarf. He glanced at the imposing black man, then at the 3 harmless figures beside him. After a moment's hesitation, he finally sat down next to the nerdy guy. At least this side posed no threat to him. The 3 on his left looked at him curiously. He appeared to be of pure Asian descent, but years of sun and wind had tanned his skin to a bronze hue. Despite the cold weather, he was only wearing a thin black Chinese-style training uniform, making him look like he was in his 30s. After sitting down, he didn't look at the 3 but closed his eyes to rest. Narcissus didn't even have a chance to greet him. Even in a relaxed state, his muscles were still terrifyingly large, clearly the result of rigorous training. Losai couldn't help but compare him to the black man. While the black man was also large and muscular, he had a more technologically advanced look. It's not certain who will win in a head-to-head match, so having a trained fighter on their side is a good thing. The only problem is that the nerdy guy's body is trembling even more violently. The 6th and 7th people arrived at the same time, a man and a woman, classic Caucasian features, blonde hair and blue eyes, and upon closer inspection, they look extremely similar. Twins. Losai thought to herself, they seem to have something going for them, but they can only have one person sit on their side, so they definitely choose the right side. Sure enough, The brother and sister only glanced at each other briefly before sitting on the right. The two sat in the car, passing by the four people opposite them one by one. Narcissus waved charmingly, throwing a flirtatious wink at the men. Hi. Losai smiled obediently and nodded, while the nerdy guy kept his head down, completely unaware of her gaze. They nodded politely in response to Losai and Narcissus's response. The competition hadn't started yet, and they didn't intend to make things awkward. The eighth person followed closely behind, surprisingly a plump middle-aged woman in her 40s, resembling a landlady. Surprisingly, she was also allowed to bring things. Everyone's gaze fell on the large cloth bag at her waist, filled with quite a few items. The bullish man, who had been silent since boarding, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the woman. Master Jingbai, what brings you here? The woman glanced at the bullish man disdainfully, then sat down opposite him. What, you can come but I can't. The bullish man opened his mouth as if to ask something, but then shut up seeing the large number of people. Now there were 4 people on each side. It was unclear which side would fill up first. The 9th person was a woman in her early 20s, of Asian descent, with neat, shoulder-length, center-parted hair. Her black hair was as smooth as silk, and she had delicate features, possessing a unique, aloof air. She glanced at the people on both sides, paused for a moment, and then chose to sit on the right. Lassie looked around cautiously, like a little girl who hadn't yet experienced the harsh realities of life. She had just noticed the thick calluses on the woman's right hand, suggesting she might be armed like herself. She needed to be careful. The 10th person was a burly man, thin, wearing an ill-fitting casual suit, with long brown hair and a stubble. As soon as he appeared at the back of the bus, he muttered to himself, "Oh, it's full. I'm not late, am I?" He quickly boarded the bus, and after checking the number of people on both sides, could only sit on the left. It's more spacious here. The black guy is too big, isn't it crowded over there? He was met with silence. The thug-like man wasn't annoyed. He slumped back in his seat and continued, Ugh, I squeezed my way in through the door for ages, I'm exhausted. I don't even know when we leave. He leaned out from behind the car and asked the soldier waiting nearby, Hey buddy, when are we leaving? The soldier knew this guy was in the top 10 and likely to get into the academy, so he was relatively polite to the thug. We leave when everyone's here. The thug pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one out, and offered it to him. Do you know what our competition venue is like, buddy? No comment. The soldier refused to reveal anything without hesitation, and didn't even try to take the cigarette. The thug, feeling awkward, still grinned and pushed the cigarette closer. Hey, don't be angry, buddy. I'm just curious. I won't force you to say anything if the higher-ups don't want you to. We should still take the cigarette. Just consider it a friendly gesture. The soldier hesitated. If this guy made it into the top 10, he'd be a student at the academy, giving him more opportunities in the future. Under the thug's repeated persuasion, the soldier finally accepted the cigarette. The car was quiet, except for the thug's voice. Shuexian poked her head out and greeted him warmly. What's your name, handsome? The thug's eyes lit up when he saw Shuexian, and he excitedly extended his hand. Just call me Zhang Jie. Shuexian stretched out her hand, shaking hands with Zhang Jie across the 3 people. Hello, brother Jie, I'm Shuexian. Shuexian, what a beautiful name, but the girl is even more beautiful than her name. After saying this, thug Zhang Jie took the opportunity to touch Shuexian's hand before letting go. A flicker of displeasure crossed Narcissus's eyes as she felt groped, but she chuckled. Ugh, you smooth talker. Changing the subject, she asked, Brother Jie, do you have any inside information about this competition? Zhang Jie shrugged. No, they're too strict. Seeing Narcissus's disappointed expression, Zhang Jie suddenly clenched his fist. Ah! I just remembered something. This caused not only Narcissus to look at him, but everyone in the carriage turned to look. Even the otaku couldn't help but listen. Seeing everyone staring at him, Zhang Jie tossed his flowing long hair and cleared his throat. This year, anyone who gets into the top 100 in any of the 3 rounds of exams will receive a points reward. Hearing this, some were disappointed, some were delighted, and some clearly already knew this. Narcissus looked surprised. Really? In previous years, even the top 10 didn't get points. Although the top 10 could get into the academy, the safe zone really didn't give points. Like Narcissus, Losai feigned surprise, pretending to know nothing, though she wasn't sure if Narcissus was faking it. Besides her, the fair-skinned middle-aged woman, the nerdy guy, the bullfrog guy, and the female gunslinger opposite them were also somewhat surprised. The brother and sister quickly exchanged glances, showing little surprise. Zhang Jie stroked his beard. It should be true. The Safe Zone Army might expand recruitment this year. We're currently in the top 10. Even if we fall behind, as long as it's not too outrageous, we can still get into the safe zone. Let's not fight amongst ourselves. I just want to get into the army and make a living. No one else spoke up, only Narcissus chimed in. Not at all, I just want to get into the army and make a living too. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't lay a hand on a weak woman like me, please. As she spoke, Narcissus made a gesture of clutching her heart, a pose she was well past the age of acting cute in her 20s, but her outstanding appearance made it seem natural. Zhang Jie chuckled and replied, then why don't we go together? We can look out for each other. Narcissus readily agreed, then looked at Lassie. Little sister Lassie, why don't you come along? Chapter 36. Lassie hadn't expected to be forced to choose sides so quickly. Although they were temporarily divided into two teams, it wasn't entirely fixed. Narcissus's invitation effectively cut off any possibility of her teaming up with others, but currently, teaming up with these two seemed like a good choice. Really? This is my first time participating in an election, and there are so many things I don't understand. With Lassie's addition, Narcissus's smile widened. The others couldn't help but glance at Lassie again. Anyone who could make it into the top 10 was definitely not mediocre, and she was so young, she must have extraordinary abilities. Moreover, Narcissus's first invitation clearly showed high expectations for her. She seemed like someone not to be trifled with. Of course, a small group of people felt that Lassie's performance so far was naive, and that she might become a rotten apple. Little master, do you have teammates? Why not join us? Narcissus suddenly extended an invitation to the bullfrog man. The bullfrog man hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. The nerdy guy sitting in the middle became increasingly uneasy. He knew he was the weakest fighter here, and he was afraid no one would want him. Just then, the vehicle started moving. Silence fell again inside. No one on the right spoke. Some had tacitly agreed to team up, while others planned to act alone once they arrived. Watching the plaza recede into the distance, Loci realized the competition area wasn't in the direction of the gathering zone. The vehicle had circled the city wall 180 degrees, reaching another side. During this process, each vehicle was followed by a surveillance camera, as if monitoring them to prevent anyone from escaping. Looking at the towering, imposing city gate before him, Loci realized that the refugee camp was merely the back entrance, and this was the true main gate. A well-organized army guarded the city gate, before which lay a massive plaza more than 10 times larger than the refugee camp square, its area easily exceeding 300,000 square meters. The previously bumpy dirt road became smooth here. However, the vehicles didn't stop, continuing eastward. Zhang Jie's attempt to win over the white brother and sister along the way failed. They set off at 7 a.m., driving at breakneck speed for 2 hours to reach their destination. However, it was currently the peak radiation level, and no one dared to disembark, forced to remain in the vehicles. Furthermore, no one was allowed to bring supplies, not even a meal. Fortunately, the safe zone didn't actually force them to go into battle hungry. The soldier driving the vehicle passed nutrient solutions through the connecting window. Exactly 10, no more. Narcissus, being closer, took the supplies directly. Looking at the 10 nutrient solutions, her fingers paused slightly. She took one and handed it to Loci beside her. One nutrient solution was passed to each person until it reached Zhang Jie. Looking at the mere 50 grams of nutrient solution, he grinned and said, "The safe zone is too stingy. One isn't enough. Can I take 2? His words successfully drew the attention of all 5 people opposite him, their expressions turning grim and creating a palpable sense of pressure. Just kidding, don't be angry, Zhang Jie chuckled, taking one and tossing it to the aloof woman opposite him. He was just testing the waters. He didn't really intend to provoke anyone. They had divided the nutrient solution evenly in their vehicle, but with 5,000 participants, some weren't properly allocated. Several conflicts erupted, but due to radiation concerns, they could only occur within the vehicle. Those ranked lower on the list didn't have to squeeze into a car like the top 100, where 10 people could fit. Instead, 30 people had to share one car. A little over 10 minutes later, the Sky Eye broadcasted the lieutenant's voice. The hunt hasn't started yet. Fighting is prohibited. Hearing this, the fighters paused briefly, but were about to resume their brawl. Violators will be executed. Now everyone froze. Those who hadn't received the nutrient solution had no choice but to accept their fate. The group sat in the car to rest, quietly waiting for the time to arrive. Lassie rubbed her temples. Her head was still throbbing. Several people remembered this gesture. Seeing her looking unwell, they lowered their guard against Lassie slightly. 4:50 p.m. The Sky spoke again, explaining the rules of the competition. 1. Fighting is allowed in the competition. There will be no compensation for any participant who dies. 2. No weapons are provided in the competition. Hidden weapons are available on the field, first come, first served. 3. Hunting competition, 5 p.m. to 8 p.m., 3-hour time limit. Ranking will be determined by the number of prey caught, and the entire event will be recorded by surveillance cameras. 4. The top 100 finishers will receive 1,000 points. 5. Entry order will be determined by ranking, with a 1-minute interval between each vehicle. When the first rule was announced, almost everyone tensed up, and many considered giving up. However, upon hearing the fourth rule, many regained their resolve to hunt. 1,000 points isn't much for those within the safe zone. But for most refugees, it's a huge sum. The fifth rule is less favorable to those who come later, but for the sake of points, no one cares. At 5 o'clock sharp, the first vehicle, the one carrying Loci, saw all 9 of them slide out and rush forward without a moment's delay, not even having time to see what the hunting grounds looked like. Everyone put aside their previous team formation for the moment. Getting their weapons was the most important thing now. Except for the nerdy guy, who lacked exercise, and was unusually clumsy even getting out of the vehicle, a sight even the soldiers beside him couldn't bear to watch. Loci didn't dare to waste any time either, ranking third in speed, after the black guy and the bullfrog guy. Narcissus had taken off her heavy coat before the race started, now wearing a full set of black, tight-fitting combat gear. Looking at Loci running ahead, she couldn't help but widen her eyes in amazement. This girl was so fast. The surrounding temperature was around -7 or -8 degrees Celsius, and the feeling of the cold air rushing into their lungs while running was unpleasant. The hunting grounds were in the wild, and with winter approaching, the surrounding green trees had lost their color, leaving only a dry, desolate blackness. Ice from the rain a few days ago still clung to the trees. The world was reduced to only black and white. Notably, 5 wooden baseball bats were hanging from a tree not far away. While not very lethal, they were a good advantage for the unarmed contestants. Whoever got a weapon first gained the upper hand. The black man grabbed one first, followed closely by the bullfrog man. Loci and the fourth-place twin sister both got them. The last one was surprisingly taken by the seemingly unreliable Zhang Jie. With weapons assigned, everyone stopped. It seemed that Narcissus's team had 3 bats, giving them an advantage. Chapter 37. A minute had passed, and the second car arrived. The otaku rushed to reach Loci's side just before the second car arrived. In his eyes, Loci was the least dangerous. Loci silently took 2 steps back, maintaining a distance to avoid being ambushed. His box likely contained weapons. Zhang Jie, Loci, Little Master, still want to team up? Narcissus, not having received a weapon, asked somewhat hesitantly. Zhang Jie agreed first, and Little Master, the bullfrog man, also agreed. Only Loci remained. Loci, are you going to back out? Narcissus asked uncertainly. Loci's lips curled into a smile, and she blinked her innocent eyes. No, I'm just waiting for my friend. If you don't mind my friend joining, the team-up agreement still stands. Hearing that Loci had teammates, Narcissus looked at the second group of people. Among the 10, she saw a little girl even smaller than Loci. Her intuition told her that the little girl was the one Loci was waiting for. As expected, unlike the others who left upon seeing no weapons, Dale immediately ran towards Loci. Narcissus hesitated slightly but ultimately agreed. Since they were in the second group, they must have some resources, especially since Loci had weapons. After running over, Dale immediately stood behind Loci with her back turned. They didn't know anyone here, and even teammates needed to be treated with caution. Were you alright in the car? Loci asked, moving closer to Narcissus. I was fine. Are we going to team up with these people? Dale followed Loci. After receiving an affirmative answer, Dale quickly accepted. Given the constant threat to her life, she would try her best to overcome her social anxiety. The original 4-person team had grown to 5, leaving the nerdy guy alone again. He was too embarrassed to go any further. Just as he was despairing his imminent demise, Lucy called out, "Big brother, want to come together?" The nerdy guy, as if hearing heavenly music, jogged over carrying his suitcase, giving Lucy a grateful look. Zhang Jie and Shui Xian had different expressions, but didn't stop him. The nerdy guy might be useless, but he could be used as a shield in a pinch. In this brief moment, the gunwoman had already left, and the brother and sister, along with the landlady, stood motionless beside the black man. Soon, 2 more people joined the black man, making the original 4-person team 6, the same number as Lucy's group. However, the black man's group was strong and muscular, appearing much more formidable than Lucy's group. The black man held a baseball bat, weighted in his hand, and scanned the 6 people. "Let's go," the black man said, choosing a direction and leading his teammates away. The third group had already disembarked, and Shui Xian and the others didn't dare delay, choosing a direction and starting to move forward. Luo Shi looked up at the sky, 2 or 3 meters above her head. 6 heavenly eyes were following their group, meaning each person had one. It seemed almost impossible for her to use the space to tamper with anything. The group jogged along, and Zhang Jia couldn't help but mutter, in this freezing weather, what prey could there be? They're either hibernating or migrating south. Are we really going to have to search the burrows of hibernating animals? Shui Xian raised an eyebrow, slightly furrowing. She felt this competition was probably more complicated than it seemed. The bullfrog man silently followed the group, offering no opinion. The otaku, knowing he was useless, didn't dare to interrupt. Lucy gripped her baseball bat tightly, silently switching places with Dale, sandwiching her between herself and the nerdy guy. If there were no prey in winter, then the contestants themselves would be the prey. But was it truly necessary to kill their opponents, or the heavenly eyes above their heads? Dale followed Lucy's gaze, glancing at the heavenly eyes, but didn't find anything amiss. However, behind these heavenly eyes were countless pairs of eyes watching the large screens within the safe zone. They were betting on who would win. Even the civilians were participating, though they only found out after the 3rd round began. Otherwise, the news would have leaked long ago. The instant the competition started, a message popped up on everyone's wristbands. Refugee camp election begins. A gamble between life and time. Guess the winner and win massive points. Come pick your favorite. At first, many suspected it was a prank, but seeing it was an official announcement, they clicked out of curiosity. Immediately afterwards, all the outdoor public electronic displays showed related images. However, the screens were limited, mostly displaying the top 10 contestants on smaller screens. If the Sky Eye detected a highlight, it would automatically switch to other videos. As more and more people joined, betting on the final round swept through the safe zone, with everyone, regardless of age or gender, getting involved. News from the safe zone quickly spread outside, and the contestants' friends and family hurriedly sent messages to warn them. However, the hunting grounds had deliberately shut down all signals except for the Sky Eye, so no one could receive the messages. Discussions in the safe zone were heated, and soon countless posts appeared online, the most viewed being about what the prey actually was. The most upvoted comment was about people. Refugees weren't considered fully human to them, but rather deformed, mutated half-humans. Of course, some guessed that the Sky Eye, a term referring to surveillance cameras, was the prey, while others felt the safe zone wasn't so cruel, and that it was probably just hunting hibernating animals. Even ordinary people within the safe zone could guess so much. How could the contestants not? Although the competition had only been going on for a short 10 minutes, someone had already attacked those around them. These bloody scenes were captured by the Sky Eye, transmitted back to the safe zone, processed by human scriptwriters, and frantically sent to every wristband. Shocking. Former friends turned against each other. Was it moral decay or a lack of humanity? In a video showing the election in full swing, a man picked up a stone and, without trembling, struck his companion. After confirming his death, the man even instructed the Sky Eye following him, "Pray one, remember this." While many were shocked by the cruelty of the officials and refugees, a video quietly went viral. In the video, a lone individual finds a palm-sized, snow-white bag containing 3 blue glass beads. After glancing around to make sure no one is watching, he quietly slips the beads into his pocket. He now reasonably suspects these are the prey. The official caption reads, "The prey has been revealed. The first lucky winner has appeared." 2 lines of smaller text explain why the prey is beads. The gist is that the organizers originally planned to hold the election at the end of the warm season, when large prey are searching for food to prepare for winter. However, a cold wave arrived early, causing the animals to either freeze to death or hibernate prematurely, so beads were used instead. However, the organizers deliberately didn't inform the participants beforehand that the prey was beads. Only with sufficient excitement could more people participate. Those who initially criticized the organizers for being too cruel gradually fell silent after seeing the video. A few more minutes passed, and more people discovered the bag. Some, still unaware, had already begun fighting among their own kind. The first person to make a move has been edited into a meme by civilians in the safe zone, and is appearing on various forums. Prey number 1, remember this. The man has become a laughing stock online, but he himself is still completely unaware of what's happening. Chapter 38. Lassie finally found the first bag. Looking at the beads, Everyone realized their misunderstanding. Although no one explicitly said it, they all assumed the prey was a person. The nerdy guy, who had been living in fear the whole way, let out a long sigh of relief, thankful he wouldn't have to kill anyone. The guard between the teams dropped considerably. Even if they fought for rankings in the end, they would wait until everyone else was dealt with before fighting amongst themselves. However, everyone was standing too close together, making the search for beads inefficient. Narcissa suggested that everyone spread out at 100-meter intervals for a thorough search. Everyone tacitly spread out, with some carrying weapons and others unarmed, for easy support. Lossie had the nerdy guy to her left and Dale to her right. Time passed slowly, and almost everyone found a bag, containing anywhere from 1 to 3 beads. In the first hour, about a third of the team had found weapons. Most were baseball bats, iron bars, and machetes. 2 lucky individuals found pistols, and used them to intimidate and steal a considerable number of beads. Those without weapons, even if they find the beads, will mostly have them snatched by those who are armed. For example, in Lucy's group, once Dale found an iron rod, 4 of them were armed. On the way, they encountered someone and, taking advantage of their numbers, Narcissus directly snatched the iron rod from that person, leaving the beads behind. With their weapons in hand, the group continued their thorough search for the beads. Because they weren't very close, and given Dale's young age, she quickly attracted attention. Loss's ears twitched. Since the competition began, she had been using her hearing and vision to her fullest extent. Hearing any unusual movement, she immediately became alert and moved closer to Dale. The person hiding to her right front breathed even more rapidly upon seeing 2 children. He was waiting for his prey to fall into his trap. Dale was puzzled by Rossie's sudden appearance. She was about to ask when she saw Rossie blinking rapidly. Dale's resolve hardened, and she swallowed her words. The 2 approached, pretending not to notice anything. Rossie gestured, and the 2 flanked him from the left and right. The man, thinking they had simply separated, became somewhat flustered. He had originally intended to take care of both of them simultaneously. After much deliberation, he decided to deal with the larger one first. There was a downhill slope, and the man was hiding below, completely invisible unless you got close. As the 2 feet drew near, he suddenly stood up and charged towards Ross's position on the left. But the girl above smiled, easily dodging his attack and striking him on the neck with a backhand blow. With a muffled thud, the man fell to the ground. He wasn't dead, but it was unknown when he would freeze to death. Dale, who had just rushed over, hadn't even had a chance to swing her stick. Undeterred by missing, she looked at Rossie with admiration. "Sister Rossie, you're amazing. You're so fast. How did you find him hiding here?" Rossie crouched down and took the machete from the man's hand. "I just saw that bush move, and I suspected someone was attacking." After saying this, Rossie had already searched the man. There were 2 bags containing 4 beads in total. Rossie immediately gave one to Dale. Dale wanted to refuse, but Rossie said, "You have to be in the top 10 for me to waive the interest." After saying thank you, Dale accepted it. Her grandfather said that as long as she protected herself from injury, it was fine, but Rossie insisted, and she couldn't refuse his kindness. This scene was recorded by the Sky Eye. Because Rossie and Dale's original rankings weren't low, many people noticed this. Posts about them quickly appeared online. One post read, 14-year-old girl makes outrageous claims to guarantee 12-year-old girl's place in the top 10. Is it wishful thinking or a hidden mastermind? Another read, shocking. A 12-year-old girl participates in a perilous election, and her protector is a 14-year-old girl. The youngest contestant in history, a lowly sweet, a stark contrast. The posts quickly gained traction, accompanied by videos showing the girl's swift tap. First post, holy crap, there really are contestants this young? The safe zone must be really hungry. Second post, that girl named Loci is so efficient, no hesitation at all. I bet she make it into the top 10. Third post, she was already in the top 10, just wondering where she ranked. She must have some skill. I'm following her now, I'd be a long-time fan. Fourth post, just 2 little girls, how could they possibly make it into the top 10? Fifth post, add one, 2 kids can't cause any trouble. If you ask me, it has to be Black Yaru. He's already killed 5 people, at least 20 beats. Sixth floor, didn't you guys notice something's off about Dale Durand? She's only 12, and that iron rod weighs at least 10 pounds, yet she lifted it without any effort. Her strength is extraordinary. Seventh floor, is she really a lowly, or rather, a super strong lowly? Her smile is so sweet, I love her. Eighth floor, the person upstairs is a pervert. The tone gradually shifted, and most people didn't have much hope for the two of them. In a villa district with the highest land prices in the safe zone, in an absurdly large and exquisitely decorated room, a girl lay bored on her bed. A custom-made golden heavenly eye floated on the ceiling. It projected various software programs. A circular device emitting blue light was attached to the girl's temple. She didn't say anything. With just a thought, the heavenly eye entered the most popular social media app. She simply blinked, and the projection continued to scroll down. Until she saw the post about Lucy and Dyer, she curiously entered, watching Lucy effortlessly dispatch enemies with a smile, her eyes filled with longing. The safe zone was too boring. She should be a cunning and ruthless boss outside, instead of spending her days at home learning etiquette or going to school. She watched the video over and over again, even standing up to pull a lily from a vase, plucking the flower and mimicking Lucy's movements, dodging and then hitting it with a stick. The more she imitated, the more enthusiastic she became, having Sky release Lucy's Sky live stream, while simultaneously searching for information about Lucy online. Upon finally finding Lucy's full name through certain means, the girl couldn't help but murmur, "Lucy Brenda." Meanwhile, Lucy gave her extra baseball bat to the otaku, who thanked her profusely, and silently moved closer to Lucy. Suddenly Losai sneezed. Thinking she still had a cold, she rubbed her nose, and continued searching for the bead. Unbeknownst to her, her full name, which she herself didn't even know, had already been discovered by a certain young lady in the safe zone. Zhang Jie, seeing the three of them gathered, excitedly ran over. "What good stuff did you find?" Seeing the man on the ground and the machete Losai had just switched to, Zhang Jie gave a thumbs up. "Impressive, little sister. You two took down such a big guy." "Not bad, he's a bit slow," Losai replied modestly. Zhang Jie saw through her, but didn't say anything. Being in the top 10 meant he wasn't an ordinary person. He smiled and looked at the nerdy guy who was very happy to have just obtained his weapon. "Young man, what's in there? You've been carrying it around all the way here. I'm so curious." Losai and Dale both looked at him, equally curious. The nerdy guy was conflicted. If he took it out, he definitely wouldn't be able to keep it. If he didn't take it out, he wouldn't be able to intimidate others, and it might even be targeted and stolen by someone with ulterior motives. Looking at the cocky Zhang Jie, he still didn't take it out. "I use it when it's crucial. I'm not taking it out now." Zhang Jie, having been rebuffed, made no attempt to hide his disappointment. "All right then, you must let me see it later. I'm just so curious." After repeatedly emphasizing that he was only curious and meant no harm, Zhang Jie returned to his seat. Seeing him leave, the nerdy guy breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Luoshi pleadingly. "Can I get closer to you? I'm a little scared of him." Luoshi readily agreed, of course. She needed someone to act as bait to get more beads, and the nerdy guy, looking so weak and carrying a mysterious box, was practically a sitting duck. Chapter 39. The otaku was delighted that Lucy agreed, silently shortening the distance from 100 meters to 50 meters. With the baseball bat, his sense of security increased dramatically. The three moved again, and soon encountered people. They glanced at Lucy, who was holding a knife, hesitated, and then left. Lassie couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. She had seen that person had 3 bags. However, not long after, a man and a woman, carrying a knife and a stick, walked over openly. Seeing the two small and weak people quickly huddled together, they smiled disdainfully. The man pointed his knife at the three of them with extreme arrogance. "Put down your weapons and beads, and we might spare your lives." The otaku's legs began to tremble. He was doomed. Was it too late to open the box? Lassie shielded the 2 people behind her, facing the 2 enemies less than 3 meters away. The man was over 1.9 meters tall and very strong. They did indeed look too weak. However, Losai wasn't afraid and bluntly said, "You can try." Losai's eyes were firm, showing no fear, which made the man and woman a little hesitant. Was it a trap? They couldn't help but glance at the otaku's suitcase again. They didn't know what was inside. But the otaku's fear didn't seem fake. They even suspected that scaring him too much would make him wet himself. Never mind, they'd take them down first. Whatever was inside would be theirs. The man roared and charged forward, his machete aimed straight at Losai's neck. The woman behind him reacted immediately and followed. "Dare, protect the otaku," Losai quickly instructed, facing the man's knife head-on. Clang, the 2 blades clashed, exploding into orange-red sparks. Sweat beaded on the man's forehead. He had clearly used all his strength, yet a girl of only 10 years old had caught his attack? His face was filled with disbelief, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't budge her an inch. Frustrated, he could only retreat a few steps, looking for another opportunity to attack. At this moment, the woman rushed over, wielding a wooden stick, and swung it at the nerdy man. Losai gave the man no chance to breathe, pressing forward relentlessly. The man parried 3 of Losai's blows, each one more alarming than the last. This child's strength was 3 times greater than his own. Losai wore a faint smile, but the man felt increasingly terrified. The 4th blow came, and the man instinctively tried to block it. But he lost. With a clang, the cleaver slipped from his hand and embedded itself in the ground half a meter away. He didn't have time to retrieve it. Half his leg was severed. The man fell to the ground with a piercing scream. After finishing her attack, Losai created some distance, avoiding being injured by the man's dying struggle. The man lay on the ground, knife back in his hand, swinging it wildly in a near-frenzied frenzy to keep Losai at bay. He didn't want to die. He placed his only hope on his companion, only to find the woman's right hand a bloody mess. Just now, the woman had charged forward, her baseball bat aimed straight at the nerdy guy's head. If it landed, he wouldn't be alive. But just as it was about to fall, it was blocked by an incredibly steady iron rod. When she saw it was that inexperienced girl, terror almost overflowed in her eyes, for she realized she was no match for Dale. The baseball bat had been pushed back by the iron rod with the force of a mountain. She hurriedly retreated, but Dale's iron rod had already swung towards her. She knew that even if she blocked with the baseball bat, it would be useless. The difference in strength between the two was too great. The iron rod sent the wooden stick flying into the air, carrying immense force straight towards her right hand. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, the residual force slamming her to the ground. Cold sweat poured down her body. This group was not as weak as they appeared. They were demons. The man shouted frantically, "Run!" Seizing the moment, he hesitated. Losai knocked his machete away and severed his neck. Warm blood splattered on her face. Losai could clearly smell the stench. She didn't wipe it away, but instead said to Dale, "Kill her." Dale, holding the iron rod, took a deep breath. It wasn't her first time killing, but she was still very nervous. However, she knew before coming here that it was a fight to the death, and she wouldn't show mercy. Seeing Dale approaching step by step, the woman cried, writhing on the ground, desperately begging for mercy. However, she was met with a black iron rod. The immense force shattered her spine. She died quickly, experiencing only a brief moment of pain. Lossie found only a bag on the man, filled with 20 beads. It seemed he had robbed quite a few people. Lossie was satisfied and retrieved the machete she had knocked away, handing it to Dale. Dale stiffly took it. She found 15 beads on the woman, asked Lossie, gave one to the nerdy guy, and kept the rest for herself. Lossie also took out a bead and gave it to the nerdy guy as compensation for the bait, even though he didn't know he was the bait. Having seen 2 people die before his eyes in such a short time, the nerdy guy was still somewhat stunned. He had just felt like he was going to die. Having grown up in a refugee camp, he had witnessed death several times, but this was the first time he had been so close, and had almost died himself. His heart was still pounding, the rapid heartbeat telling him that he could die at any moment. Looking at the 2 white beads he had just received, he was momentarily dazed, then made a very wise decision. "I give you the box. Can you protect me? I don't need a high ranking, just to stay alive." Dale looked at Rossi, who agreed after only a moment's thought. The nerdy guy happily opened the box. Inside lay a silver-white gun, completely different from the usual black and brown guns. Its material and shape were unique, resembling a 5XL pistol, with a glowing green stripe on the left side, much like the exaggerated firearms in video games. "This is my self-developed laser gun. It's still a bit unstable. It can fire 35 rounds in total, with a range similar to a rifle. The last 5 rounds have a 50% chance of overheating and self-destructing, with a detonation power equivalent to a hand grenade." The nerdy guy proudly introduced the laser gun's usage and various features, all the while observing his surroundings. Seeing that Zhang Jia and his 2 companions were almost there, he quickened his pace. Chapter 40. Lossie took the rifle and weighed it in her hand. The recoil accounted for 40% of its weight, making the overall weight roughly the same as the rifle. Lossie wanted to try it out, but she only had 30 rounds of ammunition left. After thinking about it, she decided against it, and handed the machete she was holding to the nerdy guy for self-defense. "By the way, I haven't asked your name yet." The nerdy guy happily took the machete, excitedly adjusting his slightly slipping glasses. "Lin Zijo." Dale, having recovered somewhat, said, "Dale Durley." Lossie extended her hand. "Lossie." Lin Zijo slightly bowed and shook hands with both of them, clearly placing himself in a subordinate position. In Lin Zizhou's eyes, Narcissus seemed easy to get along with, but she didn't want to be associated with him, a burden. If he hadn't been carrying the suitcase, she probably wouldn't have bothered with formalities. Only Lossie and Dale, who arrived later, gave him a sense of security. His intuition told him that as long as he didn't have any ulterior motives, the two of them wouldn't abandon him. Inside the safe zone, betting closed at 6:30. Seeing Lossie with a laser gun, everyone regretted not betting on her. With that weapon, first place would have been a sure thing. Many angrily accused the organizers of cheating, saying that others couldn't bring anything, yet Lin Zizhou was allowed to bring a laser gun. Where was the fairness in the competition? A very small number of people bet on Lossie making it into the top 10, and their faces were beaming with joy. Her odds were 1:8, a guaranteed win. At this moment, Zhang Jie and his two companions arrived. Seeing the empty crate and the silver gun in Lossie's hand, everyone immediately understood what had happened. The three of them instinctively spread out, knowing that guns were faster beyond 10 paces and more accurate within 10 paces. But this weapon was probably the best in the entire arena, and they really didn't want to give it up. Narcissus glanced calmly at the corpse on the ground, a kind smile spreading across her face. Lossie, you saved the young man? No wonder he gave you all his hidden treasures. On the surface, Narcissus was gentle and charming, but inwardly she was practically grinding her teeth. She should have befriended the otaku and gotten him a weapon too, then the gun would have been hers. With this weapon, a top 10 finish would be guaranteed. Zhang Jie also felt a pang of regret. He thought that given the safe zone's temperament, they would only allow him to bring one auxiliary machine at most, but they actually let him bring a gun. If it weren't for others around, he would have wanted to curse the heavens. Where was the fairness? Even in his anger, Zhang Jie maintained a smiling face. The bullfrog guy wasn't too bothered. Although their team was a bit unreliable, he knew that as long as he didn't have a direct conflict with Lucy and the others, she wouldn't attack him. Little sister Lucy, can you shoot? To be honest, I won 3rd place in a shooting competition. Zhang Jie said proudly, trying to use his words to get the gun. As for winning 3rd place, it was just a weekly competition at an underground club. Lucy smiled sweetly, casually twirling the gun in her hand a few times. I can shoot, no need for you to worry. Haha, time is running out. Let's split up and continue searching. If you need help, just call out. We adults can't let you kids handle things. Seeing that he couldn't get the weapon, Zhang Jie didn't want to make a fool of himself and told the other three to continue searching. Before leaving, Narcissus, still clinging to hope, said a few more words of endearment before departing. As soon as the three left, Lin Zizhou breathed a heavy sigh of relief. He was genuinely afraid his weapon would be stolen, which would mean losing his only lifeline. Luoshi patted Lin Zizhou on the back. Don't worry, they won't dare to forcibly take it. After a brief exchange, the group resumed their search for the beads. Time flew by, and it was 7:30. With the gun on her person, Luoshi had 120 beads, Dale had 98, and Lin Zizhou had 70. Since taking Lin Zizhou's gun, Luoshi had divided the beads equally among them, giving any extra 1 or 2 to the person who had helped the most. Each person carried 2 or 3 bags, their bulging shapes clearly indicating a large number of beads inside. Luoshi was still wearing the down jacket she had worn at the beginning. She tore a hole in one of the pockets and put her hands and gun inside. Otherwise, the others would run away at the sight of the gun and wouldn't come forward to their deaths. Of course, she wasn't a bloodthirsty person. As long as the other party didn't intend to kill, she would simply take their beads and let them go. She didn't throw away the otaku's box either, using it as bait. With only half an hour left, if they didn't get the beads, they wouldn't get any points. The atmosphere in the arena gradually became tense and oppressive. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Narcissus and her 2 companions gathered around. Having guns was the only way to win. They had stolen beads from many people earlier, and were likely to face collective retaliation. Many people were following them, but it was difficult to act from a distance. Just as they were on guard against others, they encountered a group of black men. They were also 6 people, each carrying 2 or 3 bulging bags, while the 2-meter-tall black man had 4 bags hanging from his shoulders. Lossie estimated that they probably contained over 200 beads. The atmosphere between the 2 teams was tense, with one of the black henchmen holding a handgun. Lossie's gun wasn't revealed, and on the surface, it seemed her side was at a disadvantage. However, the black man merely glanced at her before turning and leaving. He had already learned that the little girl in Narcissus's team possessed a laser gun. This wasn't the time for a life-or-death struggle. He had the sorceress on his side, so finding her wouldn't be a problem later. Now they needed to find the second gun. The members of Narcissus's team were somewhat puzzled. The black man was looking at them like prey, yet he wasn't making a move. Lossie rubbed her temples. She still wasn't fully recovered, and the icy weather seemed to be aggravating her headache. Time was running out, and Narcissus and her team decided to take the initiative. After easily seizing some beads from ordinary people, they finally faced their first opponent. Before this, they had rarely fought and didn't know each other's skills very well. There were 8 people on the other side, most of them from the same car as Dale. Besides Dale and 3 others who had joined the black man later, the remaining 6, along with 2 other people from the top 30, formed a team. Their strength wasn't much lower than Narcissus's team. Zhang Jia's joking face fell, and he became serious. The other team spoke first. "You have guns?" Zhang Jia replied nonchalantly, "Yes." The leader's eyelids twitched, acknowledging that they also had guns. At this point, he still thought Lossai's team only possessed ordinary pistols. "I don't want things to get too ugly. How about we all just use strength and skill, without guns? Whoever wins takes the other's bead." Zhang Jia quickly exchanged glances with his teammates behind him. They had seen Lossai fire 3 times. The difficulty wasn't too high, and she had hit all the targets. But what if the other team had a sharpshooter? They would be finished. Although if they didn't fire now, the other team would definitely break their promise later. They were hesitant to gamble. Moreover, excluding the nerdy guys, there were only 4 truly capable fighters, while the opposing team, excluding the gunman, still had 7 people. Dale trusted Lucy completely, and immediately agreed. Seeing that even a young girl trusted Lucy, the others were now in a bind. Even if they didn't want to fight, the opposing team would still pursue them. Reluctantly, they had no choice but to fight. Chapter 41. As soon as Zhang Jia agreed, the opposing team moved. One of them was incredibly fast, almost twice as fast as the others. Shui Xian made the first move, facing the man head-on. When they were only 3 steps apart, Shui Xian did a somersault, leaping over the 1.8-meter tall man's head, causing his attack to miss. Her target was the person behind her. The person in front realized they'd been tricked and tried to go back to save their teammates, but Zhang Jia stopped them. "Your opponent is me." Although Zhang Jia was surprised by Shui Xian's jumping ability, the battle-hardened veteran quickly filled the gap. The 2 blades clashed, sparking a considerable amount of fire. After the initial raid, the entire team's weapons had been replaced with machetes. A scream rang out as Shui Xian caught the opposing team off guard, taking down one of their arms. The remaining 5 opponents charged forward, and the bullfrog-like man met them head-on. He was indeed a trained fighter. He single-handedly withstood the combined blows of both men's blades, and even managed to push them back. Dale, not to be outdone, countered with a single strike, sending one of them flying a considerable distance, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Hearing the commotion, the crowd managed a quick glance at the departing figure. They now realized just how strong the youngest Dale truly was. The man injured by Narcissus had only his right arm, and was no longer a threat. Narcissus simply skipped over him to move on to the next opponent. This time, however, her luck ran out. The opponent she faced was exceptionally strong. The grip on her hand holding the blade was throbbing painfully, as if it were about to split open. She quickly retreated, leaping to engage another opponent before the man could catch up. "Dale, this one's yours." Narcissus landed, shouting for a change of opponent. After defeating another attacker, Dale took 2 steps to dodge the onslaught, and turned to deal with the person Narcissus had mentioned. The remaining attackers wanted to give chase, but Narcissus's strike drew all their aggro. Dale felt her heart pounding in her chest. This was the first time she had fought and killed so seriously, and the first time she had unleashed her full power without restraint. The strong man wielded his sword with imposing force. Though he was no match for Dale in strength, he was far more experienced. Dale jogged forward, ready for a one-on-one duel, when Zhang Jia cried out, "Watch out!" Facing the speedster, Zhang Jia was struggling to close the distance. The speedster, however, immediately switched targets upon seeing Dale approach. Too fast, Dale could only parry passively. Before she could even muster the strength to unleash her power, her opponent retreated and then attacked another area. Zhang Jia rushed over. Dale was at a huge disadvantage against the speedster, but her original opponent, the strengthster, blocked her way. Under the frenzied attacks, Dale gradually lost ground, a thin layer of sweat beading on her forehead. What should she do? Dale lacked practical combat experience and quickly exposed an opening. The speedster seized this opportunity, unleashing a powerful slash. At the crucial moment, a strange beep sounded, and the next second, the speedster's blade was knocked away by the immense force. It was Lossai, she had struck first. The opposing leader was stunned by the laser gun. How could he not know such high technology existed in the hunting grounds? You cheated? His voice had barely rang out when Dale had already sliced the speedster in two. Dale's hands trembled slightly. She had almost died, never to see her grandfather and brother again. So, the moment the speedster's knife was knocked away, she instinctively swung her sword with ferocity, cleaving him in two at the waist with such force that not a single inch of flesh remained. The speedster's body plummeted, staring in horror at the bloodshot-eyed girl before him. He was dead, killed by a mere child. Blood gushed from his lower back. The color that had flushed his face with the excitement of impending murder faded rapidly, his complexion turning deathly pale. His body temperature would soon be as cold as the ground. He knew his days were numbered. But in his terror, he still managed to drag himself backward, half buried on his hands. Dare was still reeling from the shock. She didn't like such bloody and violent methods of killing. After all, she was still a child. The opposing captain was unusually panicked. He had been killing relentlessly throughout the third round to get into the safe zone, and at least 100 people had died before his eyes. Perhaps, having not encountered any real competition, he had become arrogant, daring to challenge a team from the top 10. Especially when he saw that the gunman on the other side was a little girl, he felt confident. At such a young age, her marksmanship couldn't be mature, and even if she was mentally immature, she might not be ruthless enough to commit. His own gunman, on the other hand, had been training with guns since childhood. Killing was a piece of cake for him. He just needed to choose the right opportunity. However, he was wrong, terribly wrong. The other side had no promises whatsoever. Just as he was about to remind his gunman to fire, he heard the sound he least wanted to hear. Less than a second later, another beep rang out. Lossie fired again, this time targeting the gunman on the other side. A white laser beam shot out, striking the gunman squarely between the eyebrows. He hadn't even had time to pull the trigger before his consciousness faded, but with his last ounce of strength, he managed to pull it. But the gun veered off course, hitting the unfortunate man whose arm had been slashed by Narcissus. That man had been lingering outside the fighting circle since his injury. He was there to compete, not to die. His teammates were just strangers he recently met, not worth risking his life for. But he was unlucky enough to be shot squarely in the carotid artery in his neck. No matter how hard he tried to stop the bleeding, he couldn't. The opposing leader had lost 3 teammates, and was no longer in a position of advantage. Before the others could react, he took off running, but a white light locked onto him. The next second, the man collapsed, shot in the heart. The remaining 4 were caught in a dilemma, to run or not to run. One quick-thinking man simply knelt down and begged for mercy, throwing his knife far away as a sign of his sincerity. I was bewitched. I don't want the beads or weapons, just spare my life. The other 3, seeing this, imitated her and begged for mercy. While everyone's attention was diverted, Narcissus had already silently taken the gun from the opposing gunman. Zhang Jie, realizing the gun was already in Narcissus's hands, was filled with regret. Why hadn't he thought of it sooner? Lossie didn't care, leaving the lives of these 4 men to Narcissus and the other 2. She picked up the bag they had thrown at her. Countless people had died in the hunting grounds. Saying they wouldn't use guns was a lie. She had simply drawn her gun first. What is morality? She had never heard of anything more important than life. Suddenly, Lossie heard a strange joining sound. Like a mouth opening, soft flesh writhing inside, something poised to pounce. Chapter 42. It was a hidden weapon. Lossie quickly rolled away, and the next second, a poison needle pierced the ground where she had just been. Lossie raised her hand and fired. The first man to beg for mercy had a bloody hole between his eyebrows and fell face first to the ground. He died without knowing how Lossie had discovered it. Everyone was shocked for a moment. This man had a poison needle hidden in his mouth. How did he do it? And how did Lossie discover it? The other 3, seeing their companion dead, felt they wouldn't let them go. They stood up to fight, but the next second, Narcissus fired, killing one instantly. The bullfrog man snapped another's neck with his hand, and the remaining one was kicked to the heart by Zhang Jie, killing him instantly. The battle between the 2 teams ended in just 5 minutes. 1 pistol and 614 beads were seized. After being divided equally, each person received 103 beads, and the extra 2 were given to Lin Zizhou, who fired the gun, and Lossie, who fired the shot. Lucy now had the most beads in the team, and after robbing a few more people, she successfully reached 300. As the competition neared its end, everyone hid and stopped lurking around. The team was unlikely to gain any more beads. Lucy was almost guaranteed a top 10 finish, but Dale was in danger. The black team wouldn't have fewer beads than hers, and they had seen too many unfamiliar corpses along the way. The other team would definitely take several spots. Lucy glanced at her laser gun. She had already fired 25 shots. It wasn't out of guilt for killing. Those she killed had all tried to harm her. It was just that the light bar turning from green to yellow meant she only had 5 more chances to fire. Suddenly, she saw a familiar face on the ground. She had learned about her election from a conversation between him and his mother. He was now covered in wounds, his face pale and ashen, having been dead for some time, a patch of crimson ice flowers blooming on his back. The fatal wound was a dark hole in his head, inflicted by a stick. Lassie paused for only a second before continuing with the group. They were strangers. She had no reason to grieve for someone insignificant. 7:45, only 15 minutes remained. Narcissus and the others grew increasingly tense, each step incredibly cautious. They knew the black group would inevitably find them. They considered hiding along the way, but the taciturn bullfrogman said, "It's useless. Uncle Master Jingbai is skilled in divination. They figure out where you hide." Helpless, they could only move aimlessly, hoping to avoid them. Lassie's throat itched. She coughed lightly twice. A headache flared up, the throbbing in her head plunging her into a daze. Only 2 seconds passed before she regained consciousness, but danger was already imminent. The cold metal muzzle of a gun was already pointed at the back of her head. Lassie's heart pounded. When had this person arrived? Her hearing was nearly 200 meters, and she could hear even the faintest sounds. This person couldn't possibly go unnoticed if he was breathing, unless he was hiding more than 200 meters away. He had covered over 200 meters in 2 seconds. His speed was incredible. The speedster she had just killed was probably less than half as fast as him. Lassie didn't dare move. She automatically raised her hands, and the laser gun was snatched away the instant it was pointed at her. No, it wasn't so much a snatch as Lassie offering herself up. Resistance meant death. She didn't even struggle, her hand holding the gun barely exerting any strength. The attackers carried 2 guns, one pointed at Loci, and the laser gun they had just stolen was aimed at a group of people in front. The vigilant group, upon hearing the noise, quickly looked in Loci's direction. Narcissus, gun in hand, turned around, only to find that the weapons, previously pointed at others, were now pointed at her. The group remained motionless. Soon, a group of black men appeared from several hundred meters away and approached. An older woman beside them held a compass-like device. Clearly, they had used her to locate Narcissus's group. The leader of the black men grinned triumphantly, saying gleefully, "Sorry, I won." He held a pistol in his hand, not raising it, but casually twirling it. The moment the black man appeared, Narcissus pointed her gun at him, but she dared not pull the trigger. If she did, she would be dead the next second. She had already witnessed the power of the laser gun. Zhang Jia's face was grim, but a second later he put on a smile, rubbed his hands together, and chuckled, "Blackie, need any more underlings? The kind who do whatever you say." Blackie stroked his chin, seemingly considering the possibility. More than a dozen sky eyes hovered in the air, transmitting these images. The safe zone immediately erupted in chaos. Many had bet on Narcissus's team to win, but now it seemed even a single chance of making the top 10 was gone. How could they accept such a huge loss? They couldn't just fly to the arena and punch them, so they could only curse them on various websites. Those who had previously boasted about buying Los Angeles stock were immediately ridiculed. Having such a powerful weapon was useless. Blackie's stock was the real deal. In Blackie's livestream chat, someone couldn't help but ask, was that guy a genetically modified person? He was so fast he couldn't even see him. No way. Refugee camps can produce such good genetically modified individuals? What's the point of me working myself to death in the safe zone earning money for potions? I might as well go outside. You're dreaming. If 1 in 1,000 genetically modified individuals is produced in our safe zone, then the refugee camp would need at least 10,000. Don't be so optimistic about the outside world. Okay. The girl in the villa area bit her finger, intently watching Loci's live stream, silently sweating for her. Was the person she just become a fan of about to disappear? She was unwilling to accept it. Should she try to get Loci back? But her father would definitely scold her if he found out. What to do? So conflicted. Loci's live stream attracted a barrage of mockery, with comments flying everywhere. The girl couldn't stand it, and immediately reported it. Given her status, someone quickly took action. The person on the other side of the screen wanted to continue mocking, but found themselves banned for 3,650 days. Just one insult, and it's this long. The mocking comments gradually decreased, but the girl couldn't be happy. Her father told her not to idolize those pretty boy celebrities, saying they were pointless, but now her first time idolizing a contestant was about to ruin her reputation. Isn't death a kind of ruin? Hunting grounds. After a moment's thought, the black man said, "Give me all the beads, and I might consider it." Zhang Jia's face stiffened. He said he became a lackey to protect the beads. If he lost the beads, why would he be a fool to become someone else's lackey? Impossible. Hee, I was just kidding. In the black man's live stream, many people clamored for him to kill him directly. Villains die from talking too much. Unfortunately, the black man couldn't see this, and he also had his own worries. The top-ranked contestants weren't just simple refugees. Many were cultivated by powerful forces, and then sent to academies and military districts through the election. If he killed the wrong people from other forces, especially those more powerful than the Black River Gang, both he and the Black River Gang would be in danger. Therefore, facing Losai's group, he could only resort to threats, avoiding killing them if possible. Unfortunately, the personnel chosen by each faction were not disclosed to each other, making it impossible for him to accurately identify who the civilians were. However, this also prevented some factions from deliberately stifling the talent of others. Chapter 43. As for Losai, he didn't dare move. The leader she had just killed was the only person the black man knew about the power behind her, the Hermel family of the safe zone. In other words, the power behind Losai was even greater than the Hermel family. The Black River Gang couldn't afford to offend her. Hand over all the beads, the black man ordered, not wanting to waste any more time. Seeing they still didn't move, the black man raised his gun, his eyes fierce. "I say it one last time, hand him over." Left with no other choice, everyone threw their bags away. Only Losai didn't move. The man behind her, holding a gun, pressed it hard against her head, threatening, "I told you to hand him over, or I shoot." In front of everyone, Losai sighed heavily. The black man was puzzled. Was she going to reveal her power in front of everyone to threaten him? To his surprise, Lucy looked at him earnestly. "To be honest, I'm also a member of the Black River Gang." She calmly lowered her raised hands. The men behind her looked at the black man in bewilderment. Logically, he should have shot if the hostage moved, but in this situation, should he still shoot? The black man frowned. Of the 5,000 men sent by the Black River Gang, 30 made it into the top 100, and only 3 survived and joined him. How come he didn't know this little girl was on the list? However, just in case, he turned his gun, which had been pointed at Narcissus and the others, towards Lucy. Lucy, seeing the black man's disbelief, proudly announced, "My father, Lao Lev." The black man quickly scanned the Black River Gang's high-ranking members, but none of them matched. "You're lying, the Black River Gang doesn't have such a person." The attacker, who had almost lowered his gun, slammed it back against Losai's head. "You little brat, trying to fool us? If you want to die, just say so." Losai winced in pain, but the next second, she stomped her leg heavily, seemingly enraged by their ignorance. "How dare you? Grandpa Lalev retired over 20 years ago. Just because you don't know doesn't mean he doesn't exist. He wanted to join the safe zone as an undercover agent, but you forced him to reveal his identity. You're so short-sighted." Losai's confident tone actually fooled the group. Nearby, Dale was stunned. She knew about Grandpa Lalev. He was a henchman for the Black River Gang in his early years, later retiring due to injury. However, a teammate he had saved once rose to a mid-level position. The two maintained some contact, but ultimately, he didn't wield much power. Grandpa's teammate could still manipulate the interest-free arrangement, but it would use up previous favors, and 5,000 points was no small sum. At this moment, Losai's confidence was practically implying that Lalev was a hidden mastermind, but Grandpa Lalev was really just a nobody. Now that their lives were at stake, Dale knew she couldn't say anything and quietly shut her mouth. A hint of uncertainty flashed in the black man's eyes. He really didn't know who had retired 20 years ago. Could this girl really be a member of the Black River Gang? The Black River Gang had always wanted to become a top-tier power, and in recent years, they had arranged for various elite members to participate in the general election, which was why he had been able to gain his current advantage with the help of his teammates. In previous years, there were only overt operations. He never heard of covert operations. Could it be that there were covert operations in previous years, but he had simply been unaware of them? A covert operation only counts if no one knows about it. The black man was increasingly convinced that Losai was telling the truth. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Losai's tone softened considerably. "Humph, but it's also our fault for not informing you beforehand. We get to know each other better once we're in the safe zone, and we rearrange our covert operations." The black man was internally conflicted. Losai seemed far too relaxed. Inside the safe zone, Losai's reputation reversed once again. Those who had just criticized them for investing in Losai were now turning the tables. This was a classic case of after the darkest hour comes the dawn. Many also began researching the Black River Gang's background, the largest force outside the refugee camp, yet a negligible second-rate power within the safe zone. Outside the safe zone, Laurev was dumbfounded watching Losai's livestream. How could he not know he was so powerful? Even if Losai came out alive, he had already offended the Black River Gang. Suddenly, Laurev's bracelet rang. It was his mid-level friend. As soon as the call connected, a voice filled with anger and panic came from the other end. You, Laurev. I wouldn't dare send anyone in on my own, but you did, and you even dared to use the Black River Gang's name. If headquarters blames you, I'd be in big trouble, and neither will you. With that, the call ended with a beep. Zach and Barry, watching Dale and Lizzie's livestream nearby, couldn't understand why Lizzie didn't just hand over the bead. Even if she didn't get into the safe zone, at least she could come back alive. Laurev scratched his head in frustration. This was going to be troublesome. Unless Lizzie came out alive and genuinely wanted to join the Black River Gang, they wouldn't give up. In his dilemma, the black man's focus lessened considerably, and the people behind him relaxed their vigilance. Just then, Lizzie moved, her speed even greater than before. She tilted her head and delivered a powerful elbow strike to the chin of the man behind her, sending him staggering back a large step, a tooth flying through the air, splattered with blood. Using this opening, Lizzie swiftly moved behind him. In just 2 seconds, she had reclaimed the laser gun and taken the pistol. The black man reacted quickly, firing a shot, but it only hit Lizzie's left arm. There was no chance to fire a second shot. Lizzie pointed the laser gun at the black man, her injured left hand gripping the lighter pistol tightly, pressing it against the attacker's waist. Warm blood flowed, slowly dripping from his arm to the ground. In the sub-zero temperature, the blood quickly turned into round, red ice crystals, freezing the wound and relieving some of the pain. Sorry, I lied to you. I need to get into the safe zone. Laurev is just a shop owner, I know. Losai smiled. The attacker's speed was extraordinary, they weren't easy to train, and they wouldn't easily give up such a talent. Sure enough, the black man just held his gun without firing. Even if he were to commit, he couldn't risk his life. The laser gun was pointed directly at him. Dale wanted to go over, but Losai stopped her with a look. Turning to the black man, she said, "Give them back the bead." The black man hesitated, and Losai continued, "I don't want yours. I just want the bead that originally belonged to us. I promise I won't lay a hand on it." Losai's right hand held the laser gun steady, her marksmanship unwavering. 3 guns against 1, and Losai herself was a human shield. The situation was hopeless. The black man had no choice but to throw the bead back. Not firing was the best option now. Time ticked by, and it was almost 8 o'clock. An ordinary person would find it difficult to hold a still, empty-handed position for 10 minutes, yet Losai held the gun for almost 10 minutes. While the laser gun wasn't as heavy as a rifle, it still weighed a good 3 pounds. Her muscles were about to burst, the sweat on her back soaked the clothes Laurev had given her, which then turned into thin ice in the cold wind. She felt increasingly dizzy. Chapter 44. Dale looked at Rossi with concern. The others weren't feeling well either. Rossi had done this for their sake, and they had to accept the debt of gratitude. Countdown, 10, 9, 8. The heavenly eyes above simultaneously announced the end of the match, but Rossi didn't dare relax for a moment. 3, 2, 1, match over. Please cease all fighting. Only after hearing the last sentence did Rossi lower his hand. Dale rushed over to support Rossi, who was about to collapse, but instead, she was given a bag of beads. Rossi blinked, a smile playing on her lips. These were the beads she had stolen from the attacker at the last second. There were 3 bags, and she had given 1 to Dale. She wondered if giving them after the match would still count. The attacker had rushed to the black man's side the instant Rossi lowered his gun, not even noticing the missing beads. However, when the black man saw her return, his face darkened, his already dark skin almost obscuring his features. He discovered that Losai had taken all the beads from his team, leaving them 1 short of a spot, and his first place was gone too. However, the competition was already over, and there was nothing he could do. Now announcing the results. 10th place, Kappa Victor, 228 beads, final score 83 after 3 rounds. 9th place, Lin Zijo, 210 beads, final score 84 after 3 rounds. 8th place, Kuroda Victor, 230 beads, final score 84.5 after 3 rounds. 7th place, Zhou Wu, 241 beads, final score 85 after 3 rounds. 6th place, Shui Xian, 230 beads, final score 86 after 3 rounds. 5th place, Zhang Jie, 270 beads, final score 87 after 3 rounds. 4th place, Scanley Andrew, 268 beads, final score of 90 after 3 rounds. 3rd place, Dale Duran, 320 beads, final score of 91.5 after 3 rounds. Hearing that Dale had made it into the top 10, Lucy finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the beads he had just given her had been counted. 9th and 8th place should be that brother and sister duo, but he didn't know which of her teammates was 4th. The older woman was purely Asian, so it shouldn't be her. 2nd place, Yaru Bonley Baston, 376 beads, final score of 93 after 3 rounds. 1st place, Lucy Brenda, 480 beads, final score of 97 after 3 rounds. Upon hearing her name, Losai was momentarily stunned, never expecting to learn her full name under such circumstances. Narcissus and the others looked at Dale with envy, finding a powerful ally was truly advantageous, practically guaranteeing her a spot in the top 3 even before the competition ended. Then, Tianyan explained the final score calculation method. The interpretation of all scores rests with the safe zone. The first round of the exam accounts for 10% of the total score, the second round for 40%, and the third round for 50%. The live stream ended as soon as the top 10 results were announced. Within the safe zone, the winner was a major upset, along with the third place winner Dale. It could be said that 90% of the bettors lost. The two hadn't even entered the safe zone yet, and they already made a huge number of enemies. Only a few people who correctly predicted the results were not far behind. Some were happy, some were sad, a few bet on Losai just for fun. Her odds of winning were 1:100, a huge win. The girls in the villa area weren't short of money. They placed all their bets on Losai, and now that Losai had won, they actually made a considerable profit. In the refugee camp, Barry Jeff listened to the broadcast in disbelief. The girl he had looked down upon had actually turned the tables at the crucial moment. If he had been in that situation, he would definitely have failed. However, he was even happier that Dale had made it into the top 3, meaning she could choose any academy within the safe zone. Lolev sighed heavily. He knew Lucy was a seasoned pro, but he hadn't expected her to be so good at bluffing, managing to go from almost having no beads to first place through sheer bluster. If only he had bet everything on her, the money he made would have been enough for him to retire in the safe zone for the rest of his life. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs, but at least he had bet on both Lucy and Dale making it into the top 10, which should earn him a few thousand points. Zach also made a few thousand, while Barry only bet on Dale, earning a little over 2,000. The joy of making money was quickly extinguished by the arrival of the Black River Gang. The newcomers wore well-tailored suits, followed by a dozen strong thugs, and several cars were parked nearby. The leading man in a suit stood ramrod straight and gestured towards the car door. "The 3 of you. Please." The 3 knew it was the Black River Gang leader looking for them. They couldn't escape now, and had no choice but to go. The 2 from the hunting grounds were still unaware of anything, and followed the soldiers onto the return vehicle. Most of the passengers were the same as before, except for one new addition, Dale. Surprisingly, the 4th place finisher wasn't the black man's teammate, but the woman who had left at the start of the competition. The woman looked much more disheveled than before, with many wounds on her body. Climbing to 4th place alone was indeed no easy feat. Silk Lei, who was further away, was the last aboard. The first person she looked at was Lizzie. She was surprised, for some reason, that the woman who seemed second to last had come in first. Then she looked at Dale beside Rossi. This must be the dark horse who had snatched her 3rd place. However, when she saw Dale's youthful face, she was clearly taken aback. Were all kids this capable these days? Once everyone was together, the car immediately started moving. The other vehicles didn't move. Once the rest of the people were all there, they would take them directly back to the refugee camp. The car swayed and rattled, clearly going much faster than on the way there, and even had the air conditioning on, a luxury they hadn't received on the way there. Dale looked worriedly at Ross's arm. The temperature inside the car was rising, and the wound that had been frozen was about to thaw. If this continued, the wound would worsen. Tsurugi didn't seem to care much as she tore open the clothes on her forearm along the bullet wound, revealing a large, blurry burn scar and a bleeding bullet wound underneath. Most people only glanced at it out of the corner of their eye and didn't interfere, not expecting such a large scar on her arm. Just as Rossi was about to tear open the clothes on her forearm with her teeth, a small hand reached out first. Dyer carefully avoided Rossi's wound, then forcefully ripped the fabric from his elbow joint, tearing it cleanly with a tearing sound. Rossi couldn't help but marvel at the power of strength. The clothes Lavrov had given him were several times more durable than ordinary clothing, yet they were torn apart so easily. Unable to tie it himself, Rossi simply had Dyer tie the torn strip of fabric a little above the bullet wound. The pain didn't lessen much. Sitting at the back, Rossi banged on the partition of the driver's compartment a few times. "Hey, give me a knife." The two soldiers in the driver's compartment exchanged glances, unsure if they could give him one. This time, Rossi bluntly ordered, "I'm number one, I want a knife." The two soldiers, not daring to offend him, rummaged around for a while, and pulled out a small knife about the length of a palm, opening a small window in the partition to hand it over. Rossi took the knife, but the next second something flew towards him. With her injured hand, she grabbed at the air. It was a lighter that Zhang Jia had thrown at her. She had clearly collected all the supplies, so she had no idea where this guy had hidden it. Chapter 45. "Thank you, Uncle Zhang Jia." Lucy smiled sweetly, a stark contrast to her previous domineering demeanor, demonstrating how quickly she could change her expression. Zhang Jia waved his hand. "You're welcome. Just don't forget you have me as a teammate in the future." "Of course." Lucy was about to light a lighter when Dale snatched it away. "I'd do it." Lucy knew she felt guilty, so she let her. After repeatedly heating the knife over the flame several times, Lucy waited for it to cool slightly before inserting the tip into the bullet's muzzle. The intense pain made her wince, cold sweat pouring down her face, but she gritted her teeth and didn't cry out. After stirring the wound 2 or 3 times, she finally found the bullet. Holding her breath, she deftly pulled out the golden bullet. The clatter of the bullet hitting the ground was drowned out by the car engine, but everyone heard the crisp sound. Her first-place finish was well-deserved. She was intelligent, bold, and possessed exceptional skill. Lassie took a deep breath, causing her to bleed even more. She obtained a wound-healing potion from a soldier. The potion contained only 15 grams of green liquid encased in a thick, transparent plastic bag, with the words "Healing Potion" printed in large white letters on the outside. Lassie opened it, and poured it directly onto her wound. It didn't sting as she had expected, but it was too cold and not very comfortable. However, it was extremely effective. The bleeding stopped within half a minute. At 9:30 p.m., the group could finally see the walls of the safe zone. The soldiers guarding the city verified their identities before allowing them to enter. Suddenly, a notification sounded on her bracelet. 2,500 points credited. This is the reward for entering the top 100. The first round's top 100 earns 500 points. The second and third rounds each earn 1,000 points. The signal returned, and almost everyone in the car checked their wristbands for messages, except for Sekanli, who remained still. The competition was over, so these messages were no longer important. Only the live stream made them uneasy. There hadn't been a live stream in previous years. Entering the safe zone, Losai stared intently at the buildings on the street. The radiation concentration was now green 9. The outermost area resembled a third-tier county town. Most buildings were low, and the main street was well-maintained, allowing 8 cars to pass side by side. Upon closer inspection, the houses were built very close together, and many of the dark, narrow inner streets were barely wide enough for small tricycles to pass through, like an old town before a wasteland. Every few streets, there were several drunkards lying on the ground. Pedestrians, hearing the sounds of vehicles, curiously looked up. They didn't look like normal people as expected. They were also skin and bones, with only a thin layer of flesh hanging on their high cheekbones. Losai wasn't too surprised. Wherever you are, the marginalized poor never have it easy. The safe zone, considered a sanctuary by refugees, was no exception. If the poor people within the safe zone were well fed and watered, they would have let the refugees in long ago. The reason they weren't letting them in now was because they didn't have enough resources to consume. The further they went in, the lower the radiation concentration dropped from green 9 to green 5. The buildings transformed from civilian dwellings to ultra-modern structures. Both the streets and the interiors were clean and bright, with trees planted along the roads, remaining evergreen even in the cold, barren winter. Cars crisscrossed the ground, while hover trains sped overhead, creating considerable sonic booms. Losai was lost in thought when she suddenly remembered it was past 9 o'clock, the peak of radiation exposure, and the radiation concentration should be much higher. She glanced at her bracelet. It was indeed only green level 5. The streets were brightly lit, and many people were walking their dogs after work, half of whom were robotic dogs wearing plush coats. The residents were so relaxed, they must know there's no danger, so the safe zone could temporarily shield them from radiation. 10 minutes later, the vehicle arrived at the skyscraper complex in the very center of the safe zone. A middle-aged man of Asian descent, dressed in a black, modified Chinese-style suit, stood in front of a slightly shorter building, followed by two young assistants in similar attire. The man calmly approached the car as soon as it stopped. Everyone got out and looked around. Instead of the sky, they were on an elevated road rising hundreds of meters into the air, supported only by pillars a kilometer away. Many of the 10 were entering for the first time and were dumbfounded. Sakami glanced around, seemingly lost in thought. Winners, hello. I am Qin Hui, the Dean of Studies at Zhongzhou Academy. The academy is on the 3rd floor. Please follow me. The man nodded slightly and walked ahead. The group followed. Inside, the temperature was a comfortable 25 degrees Celsius. The clean and bright lobby was decorated with many green plants. Besides a beautiful woman in uniform at the reception desk, only a metal humanoid robot was cleaning. Upon seeing Qin Hui, the receptionist greeted him first, bowing at a 45-degree angle. Mr. Qin Hui. The robot followed closely behind, bowing in kind, its tone smooth and natural. Mr. Qin Hui. This was the first time Losai had seen such agile robots, almost indistinguishable from real humans. While their home planet's technology was relatively advanced, it focused more on weaponry and interstellar development, investing little in service robots like these. Qin Hui simply nodded in response, walked to the elevator at the end of the lobby, and an assistant beside him swiped a card. The elevator opened quickly, revealing ample space inside. 20 people could easily fit. One assistant went in first, while another waited until everyone else was inside before entering. As soon as the elevator doors closed, Qin Hui silently stepped away from the group. The smell hadn't been too strong in the open space, but now, in the elevator, with its high temperature, the mixture of blood and sweat was truly unpleasant. Noticing Qin Hui's action, the 10 people's expressions turned sour. The safe zone hadn't given them time to change, and now they were being treated with disdain. The 3rd floor was close. The elevator doors opened in just a few seconds. Qin Hui walked out somewhat hastily. The 10, though dissatisfied, knew they couldn't offend him, and could only follow him to a meeting room. Inside, there was a warm-toned yellow and white color block fabric sofa, and a soft white carpet underfoot. The 10 people who entered left several dark footprints. Please, everyone, have a seat. Qin Hui leisurely sat down in the main seat, opened a box beside him, and with a light tap, the platinum heavenly eye immediately took flight. Once everyone was seated, Qin Hui leaned back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and placed his hands on his stomach. Although some of you know about the academies within the safe zone, some of you don't. Let's watch the promotional video first. The heavenly eye immediately projected a video, still requiring no props. Its projection hovered about 1.5 meters above the ground, making it easy for those seated to watch. Chapter 46. Security Zone 3, for Major Academies. 1. Adlington Private Academy, 120 years old, founded by the White Adlington family. 2. Central State Private Academy, 130 years old, founded by a coalition of ethnic groups. 3. Onedo Private Academy, 118 years old, founded by the Black Onedo family. 4. United Public Academy, 70 years old, founded under the leadership of the 12th leader of Security Zone 3 after the new calendar. Losai watched with great interest. It turned out that Planet Angel had more than one security zone, at least 3. Within Security Zone 3, there were 4 academies. 3 were founded by people of color. Although the video said that people of all skin colors were welcome to join, there were definitely more of their own people inside, and going there would mean facing exclusion. As for the United Academy, its short history, coupled with suppression from the other 3 schools, made it difficult to guarantee educational resources. This was evident from the video introduction, which was a minute shorter than the other academies. It seems that only attending an academy representing one's own skin color is the best option. Colossi doesn't know which race she belongs to. Although she has most of the characteristics of East Asians, Amy says she has beautiful green eyes, which only Caucasians have. Dale is a pure-blooded Caucasian, so Adlington Academy would be the best choice for her. After the promotional video finished playing, Qin Hui stood up and said, "I'm from Central State Academy. Today, I'm here to welcome everyone and also to campaign for the Academy. Central State Academy treats every student absolutely fairly, regardless of skin color. Central State Academy has the longest history, is located in the center of the safe zone, and has abundant teaching resources. What was shown in the video is just the tip of the iceberg. I guarantee that everyone who joins our academy this time will be placed in Class A, with tuition and fees waived, and free accommodation provided. The tuition fee is only the most basic 10,000 points per year. Hearing the exorbitant tuition of 10,000 points, Losai and Dale exchanged shocked glances. The election only mentioned admission, not such a high tuition fee. Lin Zizhou was equally surprised, while the others seemed unfazed, as if they already knew. Qin Hui noticed their shock and kindly explained, the tuition in Zhongzhou isn't expensive. Adlington Academy's annual tuition is 15,000 points, Onado Academy's is 10,000 points, and only the United Academy is lower, at only 5,000 points per year, although the facilities and buildings are a bit old. Slightly, Qin Hui emphasized the word, the meaning clear. The facilities there were far inferior to the other 3 academies, and it wasn't just the equipment that was outdated, the teachers were also quite old-fashioned. Hearing this, Lin Zizhou, who had originally wanted to go to the joint academy, suddenly hesitated. Qin Hui added, we have student loans, interest-free for 5 years. Normally, you can complete your studies in 4 years, and if you're quick, you can finish in 3. This offer made Lin Zizhou's eyes light up. Qin Hui continued, I've seen the data on the firearms you made. Although there are some flaws, for someone who hasn't studied systematically, it's already genius. Coincidentally, a senior firearms researcher from the military region is a professor at our school, and he teaches Class A 1 class a week. With your talent, you might be able to become his apprentice. This promise was so grand and promising that Lin Zizhou almost eagerly agreed. However, for him, being of Asian descent, going to Central State Academy was indeed the best choice. Besides Lin Zizhou, the only other pure Asian was Sekanli, who, despite her English name, looked exactly like an Asian. Qin Hui was just about to seduce Sekanli when she unexpectedly asked, when can your academy send us to the battlefield? Qin Hui was taken aback, not expecting this young man to be so bold. Most people would rather never go to war, but her tone suggested she was eager to go. Haha, as long as you get straight A's, you can go in 2 years. Of course, if you're truly exceptionally talented, it might even be possible in a year. As for other academies, it's hard to say. Qin Hui wanted to continue, but Sekanli readily agreed. Qin Hui didn't understand, but respected her decision. His next target was Losai, who looked slightly more Asian. Losai smiled innocently and preemptively said, can I think about it when I get back? Thinking to herself, however, she was thinking that Qin Hui claimed not to discriminate against other races, but he always asked people of his own skin color first. The discrimination within the safe zone was probably much more severe than she imagined. Qin Hui's smile froze for a moment, interrupted from his spellcasting, but he quickly regained his composure, of course. He then looked at Zhang Jie and Zhou Wu. They were also Asian, but too old, their future prospects were limited, so Qin Hui put them last. Zhang Jie communicated with Qin Hui smoothly, but didn't immediately agree, saying he would think about it. Zhou Wu, however, agreed. He had studied his ethnic group's martial arts since elementary school, and entering Zhongzhou Academy was the best option. After asking the Asians, Qin Hui started asking the Caucasians, and finally asked Yaru, who had come in 3rd place. The blacks were too united, it was almost impossible for Yaru to come to Zhongzhou Academy. As expected, while the others said they would consider it, Yaru refused without hesitation, stating that he would attend Onado Academy. Having secured 3 students this time, Qin Hui's expression was relatively good. That concludes the introductions. You have 1 day to pack your belongings and supplies. Report directly to the academy you wish to attend the day after tomorrow. Someone will greet you at the entrance. After a few more pleasantries, Qin Hui led everyone downstairs, got into his flying car, and sped away. The 10 people exchanged glances. The car that brought them in hadn't left yet. It would probably take them back. Lassie and Dale climbed into the car, only to find that the black man Yaru, the twins, and Sekanli had left on foot, not in the same direction, so they weren't together. Seeing that everyone who wanted to board had gotten in, Lassie patted the partition in the carriage. We can go now. The group successfully boarded the car and left the city. The adults politely asked the soldiers to take Lassie and Dale, the 2 children first. The car first stopped at Lala's shop, but the door was tightly shut, and not a single light was on. He doted on Dale so much, even if the radiation was too high to open the door, he would at least leave a light on for Dale. They were in trouble. Losai had already made up her mind. She didn't let the driver take her home, but got out of the car with Dale. As the car drove away, Dale patted the shop door. Grandpa, I'm back. Grandpa, are you there? There was no response. The radiation from the yellow 8 radiation made Losai, standing outside, feel inexplicably irritable. A black car drove up in the distance. Losai didn't hide. She was the one who caused their arrest, so she naturally had to deal with it. Sure enough, it was the Black River Gang. Seeing that Losai and Dale didn't hide, they politely invited them into the car. Dale looked worried, and Losai patted her shoulder to comfort her. After navigating the chaotic streets, a building of about 10 stories came into view, its outermost layer entirely decorated with glass, much like the high-rises within the safe zone. A meticulously maintained small garden surrounded it, a stark contrast to the filthy and disorderly refugee camp. The machine recognized the driver's face, opened the door, and let them in. Upon reaching the building, the two people in the front seat got out first, opened both doors, and gestured for Lizzie and Dyer to enter. Chapter 47. Following the guide to the top floor, they were greeted by an exceptionally luxurious mahogany door. A Argali skull hung in the center, its horns curving almost 360 degrees, exuding an imposing aura. Two tall, black bodyguards stood at the door. After scanning them to ensure they carried nothing, they knocked. Lossie strained her hearing, but the house was too soundproof. She couldn't hear anything inside. There was no response, but the door opened by itself, a sign that the boss had allowed them in. The bodyguards at the door slightly turned their heads, gesturing for them to enter. Lossie stepped out first. Dale, nervous, took a deep breath before following. Inside, there was a soft, gray carpet. The overall decor consisted of only black, white, and gray. Opposite the door were floor-to-ceiling windows, through which the faint lights outside could be seen. Wow, the mob boss has gone for a minimalist, Instagram-worthy style. Losai turned to her right, but didn't see the burly black man she expected. He was over 6 feet tall, wearing a well-tailored gray pinstripe suit with a matching bow tie. He sat elegantly at a heavy solid wood desk, a steaming cup of coffee beside him. Behind him was a wall filled with various paper books. In this age of digitization, it was rare to see so many physical books. The black boss's face wasn't rugged, and his skin wasn't pure black. His ancestors must have been of other races. He stood up and gestured to the sofa beside him. "Please sit, ladies." For some reason, seeing him reminded Losai of the protagonist of a pre-apocalyptic movie she'd seen on her home planet, Green Book. Don Shirley. Their temperaments were similar, each possessing their own reserve and principles. The two sat down. Dale wanted to plead for them, but Lizzie stopped her by grasping her hand. The black man smiled and sat down. A recently extinguished cigar lay in the ashtray on the table. "What would you two like to drink?" "We have coffee, milk, orange juice, and tea." Lizzie's eyes lit up. They hadn't been able to eat anything in the safe zone, but here they were. These were all expensive foods. 2 glasses of milk and 2 glasses of orange juice, please. Lizzie looked at the black leader with sparkling eyes. She and Dale were at a crucial stage of growth. Such nutritious food wouldn't be unreasonable for them to each have 2 glasses. The black leader hesitated for a moment, then instructed the robot beside him, "Little Black, go pour 2 glasses of milk and orange juice for the 2 ladies." "Yes, master." The robot replied, opening the refrigerator and deftly pouring out the milk and orange juice, placing them before the 2 women. "Thank you." With that, Losai eagerly picked up the milk and started drinking. Dale remained motionless, looking worried. The black leader watched with considerable admiration as Losai downed half a glass of milk in one gulp, quite bold for such a young age. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Gro Rex, and I'm in charge of all the Black River Gang's activities in the refugee camp." Tasting the long-lost sweetness, Losai was almost moved to tears. Since arriving here, she had hardly eaten any normal food. The plain milk, which she used to dislike, tasted better than any nectar at this moment. Seeing the black leader speaking to her, Losai stopped talking. "I'm Losai, and this is Dale. You should already know our information, so I won't say more." She then finished the remaining half glass of milk and waved to the robot. "Little black assistant, could you please refill my glass of milk?" As a service robot, Xiao Hei would execute the most basic commands, whether from its owner or a guest. However, this was the first time someone had called it Xiao Hei assistant. Xiao Hei, devoid of human emotions, found it somewhat novel and quite liked the name. Watching Xiao Hei turn and open the nearby refrigerator, Grodd was somewhat amused and exasperated. This Losai was truly a natural at making friends. No wonder she had so easily fooled Aru and the others. "Drink up, all you can eat." As the host, Grodd wasn't stingy. While Xiao Hei poured herself some milk, Losai drank a whole glass of orange juice. These were rare vitamins, and she had to drink them all to try and make up for the points Rod owed her. Dale, still looking worried, was handed her glass of orange juice by Losai. He whispered, "Don't worry, I definitely get them out. Let's drink some interest first." The gang leader was definitely drinking low-radiation juice. One glass contained at least 2 oranges, about half a pound, meaning a glass of orange juice was worth around 100 points. Dare sighed almost imperceptibly. She was genuinely worried, but still obediently drank it. Lossie finished her orange juice in one gulp, smiling at Xiao Hei, who had just poured the milk. "Xiao Hei, assistant, could you please refill my glass of orange juice?" "Refill whichever glass we finish later." Xiao Hei, having worked for so long, had never encountered such a request before. His brain, which hadn't been working properly for a while, took a second or two to process. "No problem, sir." Meanwhile, Grot was watching Lossie drink with interest. If he knew Lossie would later boast about the thousands of points he received, he wondered if he'd still be laughing. The two drank 3 or 4 glasses before slowing down. Grot finally found a suitable opportunity to speak. "You two performed exceptionally well in the election. Would you be interested in joining our Black River gang?" They were both definitely qualified to join one of the 4 major academies, perhaps even Class A. Class A connections were an invaluable asset. Recruiting them into the gang would undoubtedly be beneficial, so Grog was willing to overlook past grievances, and even personally entertain them with the best food and drink. Lossie put down her empty glass, and Xiao Hei immediately refilled it with a 2-liter glass bottle, becoming practically her and Dale's personal assistant. To exaggerate a bit, Dale and I are practically celebrities now. If we get into your car, we'd probably be seen, and even if we join the Black River gang, it'd be easy to find out. There's not much we can do for you. Grog wasn't angry at Lossie's refusal. That's not important. What we value is your ability. When you return after your studies, you definitely make a name for yourselves in the Black River gang. Lossie was somewhat surprised, but quickly realized this was just a pie in the sky. The original owner's father's death was somewhat related to them, and she had suffered greatly from their debt collection efforts. Lossie still harbored some hatred towards the Black River gang. If she were Grot, she would never have taken in someone with a grudge against the gang, let alone specifically train them. Her greatest value now was the opportunity to choose from the 4 major academies, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, she would likely enter Class A, where everyone was either a genius or from a wealthy family. The refugee camp was entirely under their control, and their focus would undoubtedly shift to development within the safe zone. At this point, her and Dale's value to them would be immense. It wasn't so much about training as it was about exploitation. Lossie feigned hesitation, but with our skin color, Dale and I'm afraid it wouldn't be suitable. Grot interjected, "Don't worry about that. We in the Black River gang don't discriminate. We have many white people like Zach here, and many Asians too." After drinking half a glass of milk, Lossie asked only one question: "Which house will most of your elected members go to?" Grot's smile froze. Of course, it would be Onado, but saying that would prove the Black River gang's discrimination. Each person is suited to a different house. We choose the most suitable one. Lossie, what about Aru? Onado. Faced with Lossie's persistent questioning, Grot could only tell the truth. He believed that cooperation maintained solely by lies wouldn't last. He thought Lossie would refuse again, so he could only rely on threats to maintain a temporary cooperation. Unexpectedly, Losai then said, "Okay, then tell me about the compensation and what we need to do. If it's good, we consider it. If not, you can hire me, no one will refuse points." This time, Grot's smile was genuine. He liked Losai's way of doing things. Chapter 48. 1. We will release Lolev and Zach, and will never charge Lolev rent again. Although we didn't before, it was ultimately based on connections, which wasn't in accordance with the rules. 2. Your father Rod's debts will be completely wiped clean. 3. You will receive a subsidy of 500 points per month while attending the academy. 4. During your time at the academy, we will assign you a few tasks as needed, and each task will be paid according to its difficulty. 5. After graduation, you must follow the gang's arrangements. We will assign jobs based on your situation. He still spoke very graciously, as if doing small tasks would suffice. Lossie finished the remaining half glass. Sounds alright. Inwardly, she thought, it's only what it sounds like on the surface. Little Black beside her had already refilled the empty glass. Grot, if you need it, the Black River gang within the safe zone will provide assistance when necessary. You can do many things you want. We value individual freedom. Of course, we also have many elites in various fields who can teach you anything you want to learn, helping you develop into all-rounders. You can also choose the academy you like. Grote understood. Being in Class A would be very useful to the gang. Previously, the gang had only trained black people, mostly sent to Onado. The intelligence and connections they had were limited. Having someone from another academy would allow for better development. As he spoke, he lightly tapped his fingers on the table. He had to include a threat as well as benefits. The Black River Gang wasn't a place for genuine cooperation. If you agree, you can leave here safely, otherwise, the 4 major academies might lose 2 promising young talents. After a 2-second pause, Losai agreed. This was the only way to get out alive. However, she had 2 conditions. Dale, standing nearby, hadn't even had a chance to voice her opinion. Grote, surprised by Losai's quick agreement, was very curious about her conditions. Please speak. First, Dale was implicated because of me. I can join the Black River Gang, but she's out of the question. Her brother is one of yours. She won't do anything to harm you. She's too young to do anything significant. Second, help me kill 2 people from the refugee camp. I only know his name is Yang Bing. After saying this, Losai asked Xiao Hei to bring her paper and pen. She knew a little sketching. She had entered the safe zone, but the lingering effects of using the marijuana powder hadn't been resolved. She hadn't encountered them again recently, and hadn't been able to kill them. If Amy were to encounter them again later, she might face danger. She couldn't let her be harmed. Dale grabbed Ross's hand, her face tense. No, you don't have to do this for us. I'd join with you. Before she could finish, Rossi interrupted her. You're not suited for the Black River Gang. Living freely is enough. Although she had helped Dale, she had also implicated Lavrov and the others. There was no need to drag the child into it. Today, they only had 3 outcomes. Either they died here, she joined alone, or she joined with Dale. The best option was for her to join alone. She wasn't some saint. Since she was forced to join anyway, it would be good to spare one person as a favor. She looked at Dale, her green eyes now seeming to possess a magical power. It was the same smile as before. Even the curve of her lips hadn't changed, but Dale saw an undeniable pressure in it. Dale's hands clenched unconsciously, her jaw tightened, and she dared not speak again. But in the blink of an eye, Losai returned to his harmless demeanor. The previous oppressive aura seemed to have been merely a momentary lapse in Dale's memory. Dale fell silent, unsure how to speak again. While Losai was drawing, Grote was also considering the 2 conditions. The second was a piece of cake. The refugee camp was Black River Gang's domain. Killing 2 people would be effortless. However, Dale's talent was considerable. She absorbed the gene-modifying serum very well. It was rare to find someone like her among thousands, and abandoning Dale would be a loss for Black River Gang. However, among ability users, those with enhanced physical abilities were the most numerous in the safe zone, making it easy to find replacements. 15 minutes passed, and Losai, having replicated Yang Bing's appearance as closely as possible, handed it to Little Black. Grote took it and placed it beside him. He had already made up his mind. He had just received inside information that Losai scored 94 in the second round, ranking first. Faced with 2 disloyal subordinates, and 1 highly talented but loyal one, Grote weighed the pros and cons and chose the latter. He stood up and walked to Losai. Welcome to the Black River Gang. Looking at the outstretched black hand, Losai shook it. It's an honor. With the cooperation agreed upon, the atmosphere in the room became more harmonious. Losai took the opportunity to ask his father why he borrowed money, and why the Black River Gang dared to lend him money. I saw about Rhodes borrowing money. He brought 2 source crystals, 1 D grade and 1 E grade, worth over 2,000. He said he had a way to find source crystals, and borrowed 5,000 points in return. Adding what he got in exchange for source crystals, it totaled over 7,000. Hearing this, Losai's heart skipped a beat. Did the Black River Gang know that Rhodes knew she was looking for the source crystal? No, the Black River Gang shouldn't know. Otherwise, she would have been captured and used as a tool by them long ago, instead of having to negotiate terms today. She stopped halfway through her orange juice. You actually believe this? If he really had a way to find the source crystal, he would have been the richest man on planet Azure by now, instead of living in a refugee camp. Grote replied, no one in the refugee camp has ever found 2 source crystals, nor have ordinary people in the safe zone. Except for professional teams. Finding even 1 source crystal is already incredibly lucky. So just because Rhodes possessed 2 source crystals, the Black River Gang was willing to lend him 5,000 points. Even if it all went down the drain, the Black River Gang could afford to lose that amount. Hearing this answer, Losai's face remained expressionless, but she breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she hadn't been exposed. The source crystal given to Zach was a bribe. He definitely hadn't reported it, and had sold it somewhere for points. As for Lalev, he was essentially a middleman. There was no need for him to reveal to the buyer who sold him the goods, and he was safe. Grot personally escorted the two downstairs, where Lalev and his two companions had already been released and were waiting at the door. Seeing Losai chatting and laughing with the Black River gang boss, Lalev couldn't help but feel worried. Had they really compromised after all? As soon as Dale saw the three of them, she couldn't help but rush over. Zach hugged his sister tightly, while Barry and Lalev anxiously checked Dale for injuries. The Black River gang sent a limousine to take them home. Along the way, the three of them showered Dale with concern and care, but not a single word came from her. Looking out at the dark night scene, Losai missed her home planet and her sister more and more. Those were the places she cared about, and the places that cared about her. Although she had undergone the most rigorous training since childhood, everyone would come to check on her after training and rush her to get treatment. Especially her sister and Aunt Wang, who cared for her. Every time they saw her injuries, they would be heartbroken for a long time, secretly crying where Losai couldn't see them. As compensation, they would take her to places she wanted to go every month. She never lacked anything a normal child could play with. She was just an orphan. If her sister hadn't taken her in, she might have died in the jaws of zombies long ago. The road to adulthood was tough, but with so much love, the memories were sweet. Losai's eyes welled up with tears. She missed home. The driver dropped Losai off first. As soon as Losai got out of the bright, comfortable car, Laura reminded her, "Be careful. The brown bear sold for 580 points, and I transferred it to you." Losai stood in the darkness, not turning around, but casually raising her hand in an okay gesture. Back home, lying on her familiar bed, Losai, exhausted from the day, immediately fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, back in his office, Grot couldn't help but recall the two girls' frantic drinking of milk and orange juice. "Little Black, pour me a glass of milk." He usually drank coffee more often. Milk, orange juice, and tea were reserved for guests. The mechanical voice of the little black dog sounded, "Master, the milk and orange juice are finished, and there haven't been any replenishments yet." Grot looked puzzled. He remembered that there were 2 bottles of milk and orange juice each, 2 liters each. Even if some had been used up, there should have been at least 6 or 7 liters. Had they drunk it all? After carefully calculating the past half hour of their conversation, he had not only lost Rhodes's 5,000 initial investment, but also at least 2,000 worth of supplies. June 20th. Early in the morning, after changing her clothes, Losai knocked on Amy's door. Inside, Amy, who had been in low spirits, immediately smiled upon hearing the voice and opened the door. "Lossie, I watched your live stream yesterday. You're amazing." Lossie scratched her head shyly. "It's all right. It's all right. I'm here to say goodbye." She handed Amy her house key. "I'm going to the safe zone today, so I won't need anything at home. It's a waste to leave things here. You can use this, and move your bed over too. It'd be more spacious." She knew that Francie slept on the floor in the summer, and in the winter, with only 2 blankets, they had to squeeze together. Even though Amy's mother slept in the middle, it was still inconvenient. Amy wanted to refuse instinctively, but Lossie had already forcefully shoved the key into her hand. Chapter 49. "Alright, if you're not going to take it and wait for someone else to, and I think it bring bad luck if someone else takes it, then you can take it." As she spoke, Lucy suddenly leaned closer and whispered, "I already arranged for someone to take care of Yang Bing and the other man. Be careful when you go out to find supplies in the future." Hearing this, Amy's smile crumbled, and she lowered her head, trying to hide her reddened eyes. Lucy opened her arms and gave her a big hug. "Keep in touch. I come see you when I have time." Amy sobbed, managing a weak Lucy was her only true friend. She couldn't bear to part with her. There's always a time for separation, and Lucy didn't stay long. Once Lucy's figure had completely disappeared, Amy took her key and opened her door. In the dimly lit room, besides the furniture and household items she had seen before, there were 2 new sets of women's winter clothes and a small bag of nutritional supplements on the bed. Even in the dead of winter, Amy and her mother were dressed very lightly, wearing several thin layers of clothing together, making movement very inconvenient and not keeping them warm. Francie, who had followed them unnoticed, rushed in excitedly, "Your friend is great. She even left you something before she left. A 2-point nutrient solution. Not bad at all. It's just a pity she didn't have any clothes I could wear." Francie kept nagging, but Amy couldn't hear her. In fact, through her interactions with Rossi, she had gradually realized that she wasn't an ordinary person, although she didn't know why Rossi approached someone as useless as herself. Especially after watching Rossi's election livestream, she was certain that Rossi had been faking it all along. But she had genuinely enjoyed being with her, so even if Rossi was just using her and never considered her a friend, she accepted it. But seeing the supplies she had deliberately left inside, she realized that Lucy also considered her a friend. Tears streamed down her face again, lingering for a long time. At the back gate of the safe zone, Lucy had just stepped forward when she was met with disdainful looks from the soldiers. What could they do? Lucy had caused them to lose. However, the soldiers didn't give her a hard time. After scanning her wristband to confirm her identity, they let her in. This time, entering felt completely different from when she looked at it from afar through the city gate. Having seen the developed city center, this place seemed no different from an old, dilapidated place. Moreover, the various smells mixed together were truly unpleasant. This time, she was alone, without anyone to guide her, so Lucy could only ask for directions as she went. She encountered several groups of people asking for photos along the way, and of course, quite a few people gave her disdainful looks. Finally, she found a bus. Inside, a girl who looked like a student cautiously approached. "Excuse me, are you Miss Lucy Brenda?" Lucy nodded, thinking it was just another person asking for a photo. The other person asked, "Do you have a Guantian account? I'm a fan, and would like to follow you." The girl blushed, seemingly a little shy. "Luo," she kindly replied, "Guantian? I don't have one. Could you help me download it?" The girl immediately agreed, but seeing Luoshi's old bracelet, she was a little unsure how to operate it. The 5th generation bracelet was too old, it was already the 24th generation. After a while, the girl finally downloaded it, and helped Luoshi register. She immediately opened her own bracelet, found Luoshi, and followed her. She was Luoshi's first fan, something she could brag about to her classmates for a long time. Suddenly, she remembered something and, after some hesitation, asked, "May I ask which college you chose? I can enter the adult section next year, and I want to apply to the same college as you." United Academy, Losai blurted out without hesitation. There was no need to hide this information. The girl seemed surprised by the name, pausing for a moment. She and her classmates had assumed Losai would go to Central State or Adlington. She was number 1. She should be able to choose any academy, right? Why would she choose the worst, United Academy? Although puzzled, the girl tactfully refrained from asking why, but eventually asked for a group photo. The girl got off midway. Losai had taken a regular bus, but would have to transfer to a hoverbus halfway through the journey. She found the bus stop using a map, walked onto a 6-meter-high platform, and the hoverbus operated at a height of 6 meters above the ground. After waiting for 5 minutes, her bus finally arrived. No wristband scanning was required to board. The system would deduct the fare based on the distance traveled after disembarking. If the points on her wristband were too low, the hoverbus would not allow her to board. The bus was only 2/3 the size of a normal bus, entirely constructed of silver metal, and driverless. A large glass panel at the front, covering half the front of the bus, provided a clear view of the surrounding environment. Each row of seats had a window, but they were all fixed and couldn't be opened. Half of each window offered a view outside, while the other half projected an advertisement. Mons Pharmaceuticals, gene therapy changes your future. The projection showed a woman, undeniably stunningly beautiful, wearing a white lab coat, holding a can of green serum, smiling as she read the advertisement to the camera. Lassie was mesmerized. She was truly breathtakingly beautiful, arguably the most beautiful person she had ever seen in her 2 lives. Her features showed no signs of artificiality. Her exquisite and striking features seemed like God's most prized creation. Long, black, wavy hair, fair skin, sculpted features, a gentle smile, and a pair of strikingly bright sky-blue eyes. One glance was enough to captivate. Lassie admired her for a while, before her neck ached, and she stopped staring. After 2 swaying train rides for over an hour, they finally caught a glimpse of the United Academy. Ding dong. United Public Academy has arrived. Passengers alighting promptly. Stop time at this station, 1 minute. The hoverbus announcement finished, the doors opened, and Losai stepped off the bus, gazing at United Academy from the platform. It seemed no different from any other university, neither luxurious nor as shabby as she had imagined. Just then, Losai's bracelet beeped. She looked up and saw a fare deduction notification. She had only ridden the hoverbus for half an hour, yet 50 points had been deducted. On the regular bus, she had ridden for an hour and only received 3 points. Chapter 50. Looking at the missing points, Losai felt a pang of heartache and vowed to always check fares before taking public transport in the future. Carrying her 2 or 3 sets of clothes she had packed, Losai resignedly headed towards the United Academy. She came here to save some points, but she already been ripped off before even entering. The next second, a payment of 500 points instantly lifted Losai's spirits from rock bottom. Grote was quite trustworthy, he transferred the points so quickly. Looking at her 12,800 points, Losai smiled contentedly. The headaches and dizziness of the past few days were completely gone. At the school gate in the guardhouse, an elderly white man was leisurely dozing. He was on duty. The original start date for school was July 1st, but because winter had arrived early, the start date had been moved up. The next 2 days were for everyone to register. He'd been in meetings all morning, he was exhausted. Lucy knocked on the door of the old gatekeeper. Thinking it was a superior coming to inspect, the gatekeeper jumped up, startled. I wasn't asleep, I just closed my eyes to rest. Seeing no response, he looked around and saw Lucy at the door. She looked vaguely familiar, but not quite. A little girl dared to disturb his peaceful sleep. The previously timid old man immediately put on a fierce expression and strode over. You little brat, didn't you see I'm here? Before he could finish speaking, a dignified female voice came through the intercom in the guardhouse behind him. Mr. Thor, bring her here. Gatekeeper Thor hurriedly withdrew his raised hand, quickly replacing it with a smile and bowing obsequiously at the intercom. No problem, sir. When he looked at Losai again, his expression had changed to a kind and approachable one, though somewhat stiff, revealing his own embarrassment. Ahem, young man, I take you to the headmaster. Please follow me. Thank you for your help, Mr. Thor. Losai nodded obediently, completely unperturbed by Thor's earlier rudeness. This made Thor feel a bit more favorably disposed towards Losai. On the way, he couldn't help but ask, have I seen you somewhere before? You look familiar. And tomorrow's registration day, why are you here today? Although Losai wasn't old enough to be a university student, Thor had been a doorman for over a decade and had seen many people. Some were naturally smarter than others. The youngest he'd seen in university was only 13. So he assumed Losai had gotten in through intelligence. Just then, Losai's bracelet rang. It was the girl from the bus who had tagged him on the Skynet app. As she opened her Guantian account, she replied to the gatekeeper, I participated in the refugee camp election this year and wanted to get familiar with the environment as soon as possible. On her bracelet, the girl posted a photo of herself with her idol on Guantian, accompanied by cute music and a caption expressing her excitement at meeting her idol. Many people in the comments section shared photos of themselves with Losai, while those who hadn't met him expressed their envy. Of course, there were also some haters saying unpleasant things, which Losai ignored. The girl proudly pinned a comment saying, I'm Losai's first fan. I even helped him register the account. She also attached a screenshot. Losai looked at the comments, replied with thank you for your help and your likes, and then followed the girl back. By this time, her account had amassed 50,000 followers, and the number was still growing. Thor then remembered the live stream he watched yesterday. He'd been drinking while watching and had fallen asleep halfway through, which was why he hadn't recognized her. Aren't you number 1? What are you doing in our academy? Losai turned off the notification for her Guantian account's disappearance. She only been there briefly, yet hundreds upon hundreds of comments had flooded her screen, both positive and negative. The constant notification sounds giving her a headache. Because your school values equality, Losai replied very formally, though inwardly she was thinking that the tuition was cheaper, and the student body's overall level was lower than the other 3 schools, making it easier for her to get a scholarship. The promotional video for the Joint Academy claimed that a single scholarship could reach up to 100,000 points. This answer greatly pleased Thor, who proudly puffed out his chest. Of course. Our Union College is the most egalitarian, unlike the other 3 colleges, which claim to be non-discriminatory, but people of color are ostracized there, with suicides every year. During their conversation, Losai was led to a 7-story office building. The warm white walls had darkened slightly with age. Downstairs, Thor pointed to a room. The 6th floor, at the far left, is Headmistress Sarah's office. She has the most power besides the principal and vice principal. She's very strict, so watch your words. Losai nodded her thanks and added Thor on Feishin, the universal communication software within the safe zone, similar to WeChat in Kyushu. Entering the office building, the interior was simply decorated with ordinary tiles and white walls. The most luxurious thing inside was probably the elevator at the far end of the lobby. Reaching the 6th floor, Losai knocked on the door of the room Thor had mentioned. Come in, came the cold, almost perfunctory voice. Losai turned the handle, and a wave of warm air rushed out. Although the sun was out, the temperature was still a terrifying minus 20 degrees Celsius. The room was simply furnished. A bookshelf covering one wall, a set of meeting table and chairs, a separate solid wood desk, a painting, and a few green plants. Director Sarah was wearing a black pantsuit. A laptop, recently closed, sat on the table, and a glass of water, still steaming, sat beside her. Her shoulder-length brown hair was slightly wavy and tousled. Her features were those of a typical Caucasian, and she wore gold-rimmed glasses over her brown eyes. Her sagging skin suggested she wasn't young, at least in her 40s, with many forehead wrinkles from years of heavy work. Her sharp chin and thin lips, coupled with a cold, aloof look in her eyes, gave her an unapproachable air. "Please sit down, Miss Losai." Losai had barely sat down when Sarah's question, accompanied by a freshly poured cup of hot water, came. "Why did you choose our academy?" Losai took the hot water. It seemed the influence of Chinese culture was quite effective. Facing Sarah, she didn't offer any empty words about equality, but spoke frankly. "I don't have money. Tuition here is low, and I like to earn some scholarships." Sarah adjusted her glasses, seemingly satisfied with Ross's honest answer. "You did perform well in the election. But there are hundreds, if not thousands, of geniuses like you here. What makes you think you can get a scholarship?" Rossi held her hot water cup, warming her hands instead of drinking from it. "Because I'm young, and my future is promising. I'm the hope of our home planet." "And why do you think my performance in the election represents my entire potential?" Sarah's lips curled slightly, but her words remained sharp. "Promising future? Everyone who enters the 4 major academies thinks that way. But only a few truly stand out." Sarah assumed Rossi was referring to planet Aegir as her home planet. It was indeed common in interstellar space to call one's birthplace one's home planet. Some people on planet Aegir also followed the trend and called planet Aegir their home planet. Looking at the scrutinizing, pressure-filled gaze, Rossi met it directly, showing no fear. Her tone was light, almost joking, but her eyes held an undeniable determination. "I only have 2 endings, either I die, or I become the brightest star." She had no choice. For her home planet, she would never stop. Unless death struck. Chapter 51. Now that her strength has recovered, and with the added boost of the source crystal, she had been forced to conceal her abilities in the refugee camp. Things are different now. She wants to return to interstellar space as quickly as possible. Sarah had never encountered someone so audacious before, but looking at Losai's determined eyes, she was actually starting to believe her a little. "All right, then I see what your fate is." After saying that, she asked Losai what benefits she wanted. This was a reward for the top 10, within reasonable limits. Losai. The Central State offered a full tuition waiver, only tuition fees. "Your school should be able to waive them too, right?" They also said they could get into Class A. Sarah nodded. This was always the case for some high-achieving students, with tuition waivers available every year. "Sure, but you grew up at a refugee camp. You might be able to handle the high-intensity training, but the cultural aspects will be difficult. I still suggest you start from a lower-level class." However, Losai insisted on joining Class A. Sarah didn't try to persuade her further, but said seriously, "There's an assessment every month. If you don't meet the standard, you'll be demoted to the next level. Whether you can stay in Class A after that depends on yourself." After saying that, Sarah stood up and extended her hand. "Welcome to the United Academy." Losai stood up and also extended her hand. "It's an honor." Watching Losai's departing figure, Sarah honestly liked her confident demeanor. A person with a strong heart always brings unexpected surprises. Some people are capable, but without a strong heart, it's difficult to achieve anything. Of course, excessive confidence without corresponding strength will lead to a quick demise. "I wonder which type this little girl will be." Following Sarah's directions, Losai successfully found her dormitory. The dormitory supervisor was unpacking her belongings when she suddenly saw Losai and was startled. But after recognizing her, she excitedly rushed out. "Losai. You're Losai, right?" Seeing that she was a fan, communication became much easier. After a brief explanation, Supervisor Joan immediately arranged a room. Because she was in Class A, she had a double room in a separate building with an elevator. Although it was called a double room, it was essentially the same as a regular 2-bedroom apartment. Each person had a 1.5-meter bed, and the room had a desk and wardrobe. The living room had a comfortable sofa with a chaise lounge and a large double-door refrigerator. The kitchen was equipped with electric appliances, and the bathroom had a bathtub. The entire dormitory was about 70 square meters, with central air conditioning throughout. Losai was secretly pleased. She was definitely in Class A. Luckily, tuition and fees were waived, otherwise, the dormitory fees would have cost a lot of points. Before leaving Sarah's office, Losai had already paid her 5,000 yuan tuition fee. She didn't like being indebted, it made her anxious. Now, besides the unsold source crystal, she had 7,480 points, and a dozen or so nutrient solutions left. With the start of the semester approaching, she needed to go out and buy supplies. The coat she wore in the refugee camp was too dirty and hadn't been washed properly, so this time she bought 4 new sets, 4 sets of innerwear, and 3 sets suitable for warmer weather. Shoes, socks, and gloves were essential, and she also bought a cute plush hat with animal ears, as the cold wind stung her ears and face. She also bought a complete set of toiletries and hygiene products. Finally, she exchanged her old bracelet for the latest 24th generation, worth 150 points. The cost of living in the safe zone was much higher than in the refugee camp. These purchases cost a total of 914 points, leaving her with only 6,566 points on the bracelet. As for her old 5th generation bracelet, nobody wanted it in the safe zone. She was almost kicked out by the shopkeeper for being a troublemaker. The difference between the safe zone and the refugee camp was indeed huge. In the refugee camp, only people with a little money wore this 5th generation bracelet. After changing her identity information, Losai crushed and threw away the useless 5th generation bracelet. The 24th generation bracelet had a full range of functions, supporting projection like a telescope, allowing her to manipulate many things out of thin air, unlike the 1st generation bracelet which required clicking the screen. When she first came out, she wanted to buy some groceries to cook, but the vegetables and seasonings were all incredibly expensive, so she gave up. Back in her dormitory on the 3rd floor, Losai jumped onto the bed, feeling incredibly comfortable. Awesome. The sheets and blankets in Class A are replaced every year. The dorm supervisor even washed them before making the beds. Everything is new now. Losai lay on the flower-scented bed and drifted off to sleep without realizing it. She slept soundly, oblivious to the noise outside, until her new roommate moved in. The door clicked open with a card swipe, and a particularly disdainful sweet female voice said, "Why is it so small? There's nothing here." Then, looking aggrieved, she said to the people behind her, "Father, Mother, I don't want to live at school. Let's go home." Her tried and true method of pleading was met with rejection. At home, how can you get up for school? How many times have you driven away the servants with your morning grumpiness? Grandma spoils you rotten at home. While she's away, I'm going to teach you a lesson about your spoiled princess attitude. The girl pouted, her eyes immediately reddening, and she looked pitifully at the elegantly dressed woman at the door. The woman, feeling sorry for her daughter, stepped forward and took her daughter's small, pampered hand. The girl thought her mother had changed her mind, but instead, she received even worse news. "Nicole, your father and I discussed it. The average monthly living allowance for students at the Joint Academy is 1,000. But you never experience hardship, so we decided to give you 2,000. You must plan your spending carefully. We won't be giving you any extra points." The girl was stunned. Was this really the mother who used to spoil her? Shocked, she even held back the tears that were about to fall. 2,000? Not even enough to buy a nice dress. "You expect me to live on 2,000 a month?" she said, but inwardly, she wasn't worried at all. She had plenty of savings. Her grandmother had even given her a 500,000 point reward for going to university. But then, her father delivered devastating news. "I stopped all your credit cards, and I warned your friends not to lend you money. From now on, you focus on your studies at the United Academy, understand?" The girl was completely dumbfounded. Her family was rich, but now that they were gone, what was she? The woman nodded in agreement with the man, saying mysteriously, "Actually, we have a surprise for you. Your parents definitely won't let you suffer." Chapter 52. The girl snapped out of her daze. She knew her parents wouldn't be so cruel to her, and a smile appeared on her face as she awaited what they would say next. The woman said, "We topped up your cafeteria with 100,000 points. We replenish them when you run out. Don't worry about meals, and take care of yourself at school too." The man added, "I already arranged for the points to be there, you can't withdraw them." The girl paced back and forth in disbelief, finally settling on the living room sofa and rolling around wildly. "You're bullying me. You don't love me anymore. I'm going to find Grandma." This was the scene that greeted Lassie when she opened the door. The girl, who had been throwing a tantrum, froze as if in a daze upon seeing a stranger. An awkward silence fell over the room. 3 seconds later, the girl seemed to have forgotten what had just happened. A polite smile appeared on her lips. She stood up, straightened her skirt, and then gracefully curtsied to Lassie. "Hello, miss, I'm Nicole Deep, your roommate." Lucy was also stunned. Even after such an awkward moment, she could still greet her as if nothing had happened. No wonder she was from a wealthy family. Her manners and unwavering will were something others couldn't achieve. Lucy scratched her head. Her trousers didn't allow her to bow like Nicole, so she could only extend her other hand. "Hello, Miss Nicole, I'm Lucy Brenda." Looking at the calloused hand offered, Nicole extended her own smooth, delicate hand, giving it a brief handshake with just her fingertips. Feeling the touch of her fingertips, Nicole couldn't help but think to herself, "This hand is rougher than the bark of the tree in my yard." However, she hadn't expected to be assigned to a dormitory with people from the refugee camp. It wasn't that she disliked it. Aside from her slightly messy hair, Lassie was generally quite clean. She was just a little surprised, as Lassie's popularity was now comparable to that of a top-tier celebrity. At that moment, Nicole's parents walked in. Both were standard blonde, blue-eyed Caucasians, and both were strikingly good-looking. Even at only 16, Nicole was already a beauty in the making. The man took off his hat and held it to his chest. "Miss Lassie, hello. I'm Nicole's father. She's been spoiled since childhood, and I hope you can keep a close eye on her." Although Lassie had overheard much of their previous conversation, being exposed like this made Nicole's face flush with anger, but she still maintained her composure. "Father." Lassie smiled awkwardly, but when the man mentioned paying her 10,000 points as a reward, her expression immediately changed, and she patted her chest confidently, assuring him there wouldn't be a problem. Nicole, standing to the side, was nearly driven mad. Giving her own daughter 2,000, but giving the person in charge of her 10,000. What kind of logic was that? However, facing outsiders, Nicole, as a noble woman, maintained her composure. "Thank you for your kindness, father." She said this almost through gritted teeth, yet her face still wore a polite smile. The man and woman were pleased to see Nicole's discomfiture. After the servants brought in all of Nicole's luggage, they left with smiles on their faces. Downstairs, the man got into the extended limousine, his smile vanishing. He tapped a few times on the illusory image reflected in his bracelet, sending a message to his assistant, "Caroise Brenda." The woman, seeing the man's change in expression, wasn't surprised, but asked with some concern, "Is it safe for Nicole to stay with people like that? Shouldn't we change her dorm?" It would be a simple matter of a word from them. The man closed his eyes, wearily reclining on the soft chair. He had too many things to handle every day. Even sending his daughter to school had been a matter of postponing a meeting. "Unless she wants to die, even if the other 3 families want to take action against us, they have to consider the consequences. I watched part of yesterday's election. She's smart, knowing what she can and cannot do. Especially since she pulled off such a major upset. They, as one of the event organizers, made a fortune, and their previously struggling finances were revived." Hearing the man say this, the woman was no longer worried. The United Academy has surveillance cameras everywhere. If her daughter is threatened, they know immediately, and the teachers at the academy will protect her. Inside dormitory 301, Nicole looked at the pile of luggage on the floor, feeling a bit troubled. The servants had simply left it there and gone, not even bothering to unpack it properly. She'd be fired when she got back. She vented her frustration, knowing it was her parents' order, and she was just trying to vent her anger. The next second, Lucy picked up the luggage from the floor. "I already slept in that room. You don't mind sleeping in this one, do you?" Nicole felt a little embarrassed seeing Lucy, who was half a head shorter than her, offering to help her with her luggage. She was 16, and Lucy was only 14, wasn't she? But then she remembered her father had given her 10,000 points. It was only right that she do this. She convinced herself and, with a clear conscience, directed Rossi to move all the luggage into her room, though her words remained elegant. Just as she was about to instruct Rossi to bring out the clothes, Rossi said, "These are all your own things, including some underwear. It's a little unhygienic for me to touch them." Nicole thought she made sense. Rossi continued, "Just bring out the things you usually use in winter. It only take about 10 minutes. I won't bother you any longer." With that, she left. Nicole squatted down and actually started working, but something felt off, though she couldn't quite put her finger on it. An hour later, Nicole finally managed to clear out most of the things, but having never done housework before, she hung them up haphazardly, making it look much messier than before. She wearily rubbed her back. It was nothing like the 10 minutes Rossi had said it would only take. She knocked on Rossi's door with an annoyed expression, but didn't forget to put on a smile. "Miss Rossi, It took me an hour to clean this up. Rossi emerged from the room, looking apologetic. Aw, I'm sorry. I've been doing these things since I was little. It really only takes 10 minutes. I forgot you never done this before, so it took you longer. But you're a rich girl, you're good at everything, right? You get used to it this time. I'm sure you can finish in 10 minutes next time. She even gave her a thumbs up. As the saying goes, you can't hit a smiling face, and with Rossi praising her again, Nicole couldn't afford to be angry anymore, and was happily coaxed back to her room. Sitting on the bed, looking at the room that was messier than a bird's nest, she felt a surge of pride. To do it so well on her first try, she was simply a genius. Chapter 53. 9 o'clock arrived in the blink of an eye, and the entire girls' dormitory building in Class A fell silent. Nicole said she was hungry and wanted to take Loci to the cafeteria for lunch, but the radiation was currently very strong. The radiation level, which was originally green 1, had now reached yellow 1. Although this wasn't high for Loci, it was far too high for a young lady like Nicole, especially since her family didn't have a car for her. Hearing Loci's concern, Nicole's expression was strange. She simply glanced at her bracelet. Loci also looked, 8:59. A few seconds later, the time reached 9 o'clock, and a ripple of transparent energy waves rippled across the safe zone. The radiation, which had been rising rapidly, then dropped at a rapid pace, stopping at green 2. Nicole smiled smugly. Our safe zone operates radiation shielding for 1 hour each from 9 to 10 a.m. and 9 to 10 p.m. to facilitate residents' daily lives. Hearing this, Loci suddenly understood. No wonder the radiation was so low last night when she went to choose a school, even though it was past 9 p.m. Nicole stepped out of her room and called to Loci to come out quickly. Loci, fully armed, followed her out. She hadn't had a proper meal since arriving, and today she gained 10,000 points for free. She was determined to try it. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Nicole wanted to wait for the cafeteria shuttle bus, but Loci said, "But Uncle only gave you 2,000 points. You spend them all on transportation every month. Let's walk to school. It'd be good time to get familiar with the environment." Nicole blushed slightly but still insisted, "As the young lady of Deep, I can certainly afford the transportation costs. But you're right, we really should get to know the school." Having said that, she confidently walked forward. Hearing that Rossi hadn't followed, she turned around, her back ramrod straight. "Miss Rossi, aren't we coming?" Rossi pointed to the left. "The cafeteria is this way." Luckily, she hadn't believed her. She checked the map, or she wouldn't have gotten any food. Her straight back slumped slightly, but Nicole quickly straightened up again. "Ha ha, I know, I just thought that floor tile was a bit broken, so I wanted to go around it." With that, she walked around halfway, following the direction Rossi had pointed, her 5-centimeter heels clicking on the ground. Rossi followed. The person in front of her was only wearing a light purple knitted cardigan, over which was a white dress of some unknown material, with a beautiful drape and quality, completely covering her ankles. Ross's hands and feet were freezing. She couldn't help but sigh at how good it was to be rich. Nicole was dressed so thinly yet wasn't cold at all. Her clothes must have been made of the latest insulating materials. The school was quite large. It took them 15 minutes to reach the nearest cafeteria. Many students who had already registered and returned to school were queuing for food. Nicole saw an escalator leading to the second floor and went up without hesitation. Upon reaching the second floor, the decor was far superior to the first floor, boasting the amenities of a high-end restaurant, with a huge crystal chandelier hanging in the center. Nicole's first words were, "So tacky. Forget it, let's eat first." Loci was speechless. It was luxurious, but not particularly attractive. Nicole chose a window seat, touched the sensor on the table with her left wristband, and a projection immediately appeared showing the available dishes. Loci tried tapping the screen too, and the menu appeared. It felt similar to scanning a QR code, but much more convenient. The second floor featured freshly made dishes, categorized as low radiation and medium radiation, with a wide variety of options. Nicole glanced at the menu, and casually ordered 5 or 6 dishes. All were low radiation. A simple plate of stir-fried cabbage cost 100 points. Meat dishes were even more outrageous. A plate of sweet and sour pork ribs cost 300 points. Loci almost laughed at her own poverty. No wonder Nicole's parents had spent 100,000 points. At this price, 100,000 points would only last her 2 months. Loci quietly ordered a plate of vegetable fried rice and a plate of stir-fried pork with chili peppers, medium radiation, costing only 150 points. But Nicole deleted the order Loci had made. Since they were at the same table, They could easily switch orders. Miss Lucy, this meal is on me. Order whatever you like, but only low radiation dishes. I don't eat medium radiation ones. Lucy was taken aback, then silently ordered a low radiation fried rice. She ordered enough for 2 people. After confirming Lucy didn't want anything else, Nicole ordered the stir-fried pork with chili peppers she just deleted, but it was low radiation, and then pressed the payment button. A pop-up appeared showing her cafeteria balance of 100,000 points. She could choose to pay with her bracelet or her balance. Nicole naturally chose to pay with her balance. The 2,000 points in her bracelet were only enough for 1 meal. Lucy looked at the 7 dishes, a plate of fried rice, and a bowl of white rice costing a whopping 1,800 points, and swallowed hard. Too extravagant. The dishes were quickly delivered by a robot. Stir-fried cabbage, sweet and sour pork ribs, steamed sea bass, stir-fried pork with chili peppers, edamame and chicken soup, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and steamed pork with rice flour. Lucy swore she never felt so hungry. She could feel her stomach acid rumbling, ready for a feast. Eat up, don't be shy. Nicole picked up her small bowl, taking the first bite of a piece of sea bass. It wasn't as good as home-cooked fish, so she moved on to try the other dishes. Lucy eagerly picked up a piece of steamed pork with rice flour. The texture, the juiciness, it was so delicious she almost cried. After being reborn for so long, this was the first time she felt the happiness of being well-fed and clothed. Unable to resist, she ate heartily. Nicole, who had initially put down her bowl after a few bites, suddenly felt hungry again and picked up her bowl to eat more. Back home, the food was much more abundant, the taste better, the presentation more exquisite, with candles and flowers. Everyone ate politely. But she could only eat a little before she couldn't eat anymore. But here, even though nothing compared to home, she wanted to eat more and more, and before she knew it, she'd eaten 2 bowls of rice. Looking at the bowl, barely half the size of her palm, in Nicole's hand, Lucy couldn't help but urge her again, eat more. You're eating too little. The only response Lucy received was a burp. Lucy fell silent. Okay, Nicole's appetite was too small, only half the normal amount. Lucy, on the other hand, had transformed into a glutton, finishing all the dishes, even the fried rice. Nicole couldn't help but exclaim impressive. Although Lucy ate a lot, her table manners weren't bad, her mouth was clean, and she picked up food properly without rummaging around. Nicole found it pleasant to watch. At this moment, a few people arrived from the 2nd floor. One of the men seemed to recognize Lucy and called his companion over. Oh, isn't this the big star? What brings you to the United Academy? The man's tone was contemptuous, looking at her with disdain. This woman was the one who made him lose 3 months' worth of living expenses. He wanted to give her a hard time. After all, she was just a useless refugee from a camp. Bullying her wouldn't be a big deal. Chapter 54. Lucy looked at the person in front of her, who seemed to know the way well. They were likely a year or 2 older than her. She had just finished eating and put down her chopsticks, saying, I came because I like it. Is there a problem? Or do you think the United Academy is trash? The man was about to say that the United Academy was trash, but since he was studying there, wouldn't that prove he was trash too? He quickly changed his mind. The United Academy isn't trash. Only certain people are trash. Lucy looked him up and down, nodding approvingly. Indeed, some people are trash. The group behind the man immediately chuckled, the embarrassed boy about to retaliate. But then, they suddenly heard a slightly familiar female voice. Lucy and Nicole were sitting facing each other, so these people only saw Nicole's back. Mr. Bourne Charles, I heard you're an excellent student and very approachable. But what I see seems slightly different from what I heard. Under Bourne's flustered gaze, Nicole wiped her hands and gracefully rose to face him. Upon seeing who it was, the man who had been smirking earlier fell silent. Second miss, what are you doing here? The arrogant Bourne of moments before had completely vanished, his head slightly lowered as he carefully observed Nicole's expression. Nicole didn't answer. She didn't need to explain to anyone. I think Mr. Bourne should answer my question first, shouldn't he? Nicole's chin was slightly raised. Although Bourne was taller than her, her overall aura overwhelmed him, and even though her eyes were looking upwards, there was no trace of servility. Bourne's father worked for Nicole's father, and he'd seen her a few times at staff gatherings from afar. This second young lady was always aloof and superior. His father had introduced her once, but she only briefly mentioned her name and hadn't said another word. He hadn't expected her to remember his name, but that didn't matter now. If he offended Nicole, his father's position might be in jeopardy. His current comfortable life was all thanks to his father's work, So he knew that even if he offended other powerful families, he couldn't afford to offend his own. You're right, Byrne lowered his posture slightly. I was momentarily blinded by greed. I lost a lot of money betting in the refugee camp, so I wanted to teach Miss Rossi a lesson. It was all my fault. I apologize to your friend. I'm sorry, Miss Rossi. Please forgive my unintentional words. Rossi raised an eyebrow. It seemed the Nicole family was more powerful than she anticipated. Just a few words had forced this man named Byrne to apologize. She didn't want to waste time on unimportant people, and since no one had made a move, she couldn't very well take advantage of Nicole to do something to him. It's alright, we still be classmates. But you were the one who made those sarcastic remarks first, so is it alright if I ask for some points as compensation? Hearing that Rossi wasn't angry, Byrne breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Thank you for your understanding, Miss Rossi. How many do you want? Rossi, 1,000 points. So many? Although reluctant, with Nicole present, Byrne had no choice but to obediently hand over 1,000 points. He hadn't expected Rossi to forgive him so easily, and only ask for such a small amount of points. However, Nicole couldn't punish Rossi on her behalf, so she politely said, "It's getting late, we won't disturb your meal any longer." Remembering her upbringing, she straightened her posture with a slight bend in her knees, completing the formal greeting. The others opposite her quickly followed suit, though their bends were much deeper. After the two left, Byrne wanted to vent but felt embarrassed. His friends didn't dare joke around either, and they quickly finished their meal and dispersed. Back in his dorm, Byrne couldn't understand why the second young lady of the Deep family had arrived on the first day of registration. Weren't the other young ladies usually arriving on the second day, or having their butlers handle the registration process? And there weren't any luxury cars parked outside the cafeteria. If there were, he would know there were people he couldn't mess with there. Didn't all those rich kids like to drive around the school? How did the second young lady know Rossi, and even eat together? It was really strange. Inside the dorm, Rossi was putting fruit and drinks that Nicole had bought from the supermarket into the refrigerator, costing over 2,000. At home, she was only allowed to drink healthy, natural beverages. Once out of sight of the house, she bought many drinks she wasn't normally permitted to have. Miss Rossi, why don't you take this opportunity to punish that Byrne? I back you up, after all. Nicole initially sat on the sofa, but her body slumped down. She tried to maintain her posture, but she was tired from walking so much today. Rossi didn't answer immediately, instead telling Nicole to be casual. Just call me Rossi. It's tiring to keep up appearances. Lie down if you want. Do whatever makes you comfortable. I won't tell anyone. Hearing Rossi's words, and remembering that Rossi had seen her throwing a tantrum that morning, Nicole really didn't want to maintain her composure anymore. She sat up halfway before slumping back onto the sofa. There are too many haters like this, said Losai. If I had to care about every single one of them, I'd be exhausted. I'm here to study properly, so I try to avoid these trivial matters as much as possible. Making too many enemies isn't good for me. Besides, I did ask for 1,000 points. Although it's not even enough for a meal for you, it's a month's salary for an average person. Nicole nodded. She was right. She dared to be so arrogant only because of her family. Without their support, she'd probably be living a worse life than Losai. Born's father earned around 8,000 points a month, and his allowance for Born shouldn't exceed 2,000 points. Asking for more than half, that was already quite generous. Moreover, she really liked how Rossi addressed Byrne. Now that you mention it, these kinds of troublemakers really do seem similar to haters. They only develop a liking or dislike for you after following you. I wonder if I'm more of a hater or a true fan. She then turned to Rossi, lying on her side. My Guantian account has 400,000 followers. How many are on your account? Let's follow each other, and add each other on Fission. Rossi gave her account name, and Nicole exclaimed in surprise. You have 450,000 followers. You just registered your account yesterday. Your follower growth is too fast. She stood up, took a photo with Rossi, and quickly posted it on her Guantian account. Only 3 minutes later, the likes exceeded 100,000, and she herself gained 10,000 followers. Nicole was truly impressed by Rossi's current popularity. It was ridiculously high. However, the currently popular young star was calmly sitting on the sofa reading a book, only slightly surprised to hear that she had already reached 450,000 followers. Nicole stood barefoot on the sofa, curiously approaching Losai. The Encyclopedia of Plants on Planet Ager? That kind of book is so boring. Why are you reading it? Losai tapped the projection on her bracelet, turning to the next page. I didn't learn anything in the refugee camp. I knew nothing. Now that I have the chance, I want to learn a little bit of everything. Nicole lay back on the sofa, bored. She didn't like reading. From a young age, she was forced to read all kinds of books and take exams. If she failed, she had to relearn everything. Now that she was away from home, she didn't want to touch it at all. She had studied the book Losai was reading when she was 8 years old, and even now, 8 years later, she still remembered 70% of it. As one of only 2 heirs to the Deep Group, she was destined not to live an ordinary, carefree life. Unless she didn't want to be involved in power, and was just a decorative figurehead for the family. Chapter 55. Thinking, she slowly drifted off to sleep. Later, she felt someone cover her with something. In her drowsy state, she thought it was the family's maid. She only hummed in response, too lazy to even open her eyes, obediently letting the person cover her with a blanket. Luo, she couldn't help but admire her carefree nature. After tucking her in, she returned to her room. Although the dormitory had the air conditioning on at 25 degrees Celsius 24/7, it was still easy to catch a cold without some covering. Sitting at the desk by the window, Luo, she stared intently at her book. She knew too little about this world. She had neither power nor strength to attract attention. To go to interstellar space, she had to be among the best. Perhaps because the source crystal had modified her body, her memory was much better than before. She could remember anything she had carefully read, without needing to memorize it. Human potential was too limited. She didn't really want to pursue the path of genetic modification. Her only hope was the source crystal. Thinking of this, she took out the source crystal from her spatial storage. She had originally intended to save it for emergencies when she ran out of points, but now that she was quite wealthy, absorbing it might be a better choice. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and tried to sense the energy contained within through her hands. She had never actively absorbed anything before, and didn't know if she could succeed. In the darkness, everything quieted down, the once clear sound of the air conditioner fading away. Only a faint blue light appeared ahead, with a thumping sound emanating from its center, gradually merging with Losai's heartbeat. In her mind, she slowly approached, and the blue light remained motionless. Until she touched it with her consciousness, the previously quiet and peaceful blue light suddenly shattered into countless tiny points of light, the energy seemingly coming to life the instant it began to move. Under Losai's strong will, the light slowly merged into her body. She opened her eyes. 5 minutes had passed. It seemed long, but the actual absorption time was only about 10 seconds. This was mainly because it was her first time actively absorbing light, and she wasn't very skilled at it. She spent a lot of time finding the right method beforehand. Her space had increased by 30 cubic meters, but her body showed no obvious changes. The source crystal in her hand had turned grayish-white, its appearance no different from an ordinary stone, but it crumbled to the touch and could turn into powder at any moment. Out of caution, Losai didn't throw it in the trash can, but instead put it directly into her space, conveniently near the blood-sucking vine seed. Time flew by as she read, and before she knew it, it was 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The sky began to darken, and Losai got up and turned on the light. At this moment, Nicole knocked on Losai's door. "Want to eat?" "No, I ate quite a lot at noon. I just have some nutritional supplements this afternoon." Losai opened the door and decisively refused. Nicole's food was too valuable. She couldn't keep freeloading. "Oh, but I already ordered takeout for 2, and the cafeteria has already delivered it. If you don't eat it, I can't finish it all by myself, and it just have to be thrown away." Hearing Nicole say this, Rossi sniffed and indeed smelled the aroma of Chinese food. Even though she wasn't hungry, her mouth was watering uncontrollably. "Thanks a lot this time. Next time you eat out, just order your own food, you don't need to take me." Nicole understood Rossi's embarrassment and didn't insist. The two happily finished dinner, and Rossi volunteered to clean up the trash and take on the cleaning duties for a month. Nicole had no objection. She didn't want to do housework. "By the way, feel free to take anything from the fridge if you want." Lucy hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. However, having accepted a favor, she felt obligated to continue doing the housework. The next morning, the noise outside was even louder. There were significantly more people reporting for duty today than yesterday. Lucy got up early and did some light exercise indoors. After taking a nutritional supplement for breakfast, she started reading again. Perhaps due to absorbing the source crystal yesterday and her desire for better memory, her memory seemed to have improved slightly today, about 10% faster than yesterday. Unfortunately, the source crystal didn't contain much energy, so the increase was limited. Now that she was in a safe zone, she couldn't freely find source crystals like she did in the refugee camp. she had to accumulate more points to exchange for them. Nicole ate bread from the refrigerator this morning and went out in the afternoon. June 23rd, school officially started. Lucy got up at 4:30, washed up, and took a bottle of milk from the refrigerator. Seeing that Nicole was still not up, Rossi had no choice but to knock on her door. "Nicole, it's 4:50, time for class." There was no response from inside. Rossi called twice more, but still no reaction, so she finally opened the door. She knew this young lady had a rather grumpy temper when she woke up, so she didn't intend to be forceful. Instead, she whispered in her ear, "Miss Nicole, today is the first day of school. You probably don't want to leave a bad impression on your homeroom teacher and other teachers, right? You are the second young lady of the Dip family." Hearing this, Nicole sat up abruptly. She represented the Dip family. She couldn't bring shame to the family. Now, without Rossi needing to urge her, she threw off the covers, completely disregarding Rossi's presence, and began to take off her pajamas and change into her everyday clothes. Seeing this, Lucy hurriedly left her room, and within 3 minutes she was out, rushing towards the washroom. What usually took her at least half an hour from getting up to leaving the house only took her 20 minutes this time. Yesterday, Nicole said class started at 5:30. So there were still 20 minutes left. Only a few girls from Class A of the first year hadn't left yet. The corridor lights were on, and they recognized Nicole and greeted her warmly, also being quite welcoming to Lucy beside Nicole. Lucy responded politely, knowing they probably wouldn't have greeted her at all if they hadn't seen Nicole with her. But she didn't care, appearances were enough. Nicole was too concerned with etiquette, which delayed them a little. Fortunately, the teaching building wasn't too far from the dormitory, and the lights were on along the way. The two finally arrived at the classroom with 2 minutes to spare. As soon as they entered the classroom, everyone looked at Lucy and Nicole beside her. The noisy classroom fell silent instantly. Nicole smiled and nodded politely. A girl in the front row waved, and Nicole immediately went over. Seeing there was only one seat next to the girl, Lucy wisely refrained from going with her, and instead went to an empty seat in the back row. As Nicole settled in, the classroom gradually filled with murmurs. "It really is the second young lady of the Dip family. Why is she at the United Academy? I don't know, but she's in our class and now. Do you think her dad will sponsor any events we have? That's Nicole Dip. She's even prettier in person than in photos. Humph, the heiress of the Dip family, you praise even a pig as beautiful." The voices of envy and jealousy from boys and girls were incessant, though they were spoken softly. Lucy heard them all. Of the 60 students, a few discussed her briefly, but quickly forgot about her. Nicole's allure was far greater. "Who's that black-haired mixed-race girl sitting with Miss Nicole? They seem to know each other well. She's from the Cheen family. Don't mess with either of them. We can't afford to offend either of them." "The Cheen family? Why not go to Jongjo Academy, which her family owns a stake in?" "Because she's the Cheen family's illegitimate daughter. It's not a good look. The eldest daughter and second son of the Cheen family are both studying at Jongjo Academy now. If she went there, she'd probably be bullied to death. But don't get any funny ideas. Even if she's illegitimate, if we offend her, we won't be able to survive." Chapter 56. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the 8 o'clock school bell rang. The classroom door opened, and an exceptionally burly man entered. His well-fitting black suit couldn't conceal his massive muscles. Using his evolved eyes, Lucy, sitting at the back of the tiered classroom, could clearly see the calluses on his hands. His gait was steady, his entire being radiating a menacing aura, his eyes sharp. He must have been a soldier for a long time. His skin was tan dark, and judging from his features, he had mixed blood of 3 different skin tones. Most notably, he wore a small white ring, about the size of a fingernail, on his temple, which was gleaming with a blue light. The classroom immediately fell silent as soon as the man entered. He stood in front of the podium, doing nothing, but the screen behind him lit up, displaying the man's photo and some information. "My name is Watson Angus, and I be the homeroom teacher for Class A of the first year starting today. I recently retired from the military, where I served as a colonel. I hope you offer suggestions, and be understanding if I make any mistakes this first time." Hearing this, everyone assumed the homeroom teacher was just tough on the outside but actually easygoing. However, they were immediately proven wrong. "But the class I'm teaching absolutely cannot be worse than the other colleges. From today onwards, I will strictly monitor your attendance. You can only take 1 day off per month at most, and any special circumstances must be reported to me. If you are absent without prior notice, or if you are late or leave early more than twice in a month, you will be demoted to Class B. Whether you worked hard to get in or came through connections, everyone will be treated equally. Furthermore, if you fail one subject in the monthly exam, you will be demoted to Class B. Don't think you're safe just because you're in Class A. Many people in Class B are eyeing your place. After the initial intimidation, the students in the classroom couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Demoting someone for one unexcused absence? That's too harsh. Yeah, who does he think he is? Don't we have the second daughter of the Deep family in our class? I don't believe he dared demote even Nicole. Sergeant, Master Sergeant, Second Lieutenant, First Lieutenant, Captain, Major, Lieutenant Colonel, Colonel, Senior Colonel, Major General, Lieutenant General, General. Holy crap, a colonel's rank is that high. That's it, his good days are over. Seeing the classroom getting increasingly noisy, Watson slammed his fist, the size of a sandbag, on the podium. Quiet. The wooden podium cracked as the powerful word quiet was uttered. Instantly, the classroom was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. But some fearless individuals whispered to their companions, "Damn, he's exaggerating." They thought Watson couldn't hear them from this distance, but Watson's eyes locked onto them like radar. "Zhao, do you have any objections to what I said? Feel free to ask everyone." Zhao inwardly cursed. How did Watson know his name? And Watson's pressure was overwhelming. His eyes seemed to want to kill him at any moment. He jumped to his feet, cold sweat breaking out on his back, unable to utter a word. Facing the curious gazes of the crowd, he lowered his head and slowly swayed from side to side. "Ask your questions. As your homeroom teacher, I have an obligation to answer them. From now on, you don't need to stand up to answer questions. Sit down." Watson's booming voice was like a super loudspeaker. Even Losai in the back row felt it was deafening. Everyone heard, but no one dared to ask a question. Instead, most people lowered their heads even further, afraid of being called on. But a hand went up from the back row, and Watson accurately called out her name. "Lossie, do you have a question?" All eyes turned to Lossie in unison. "Teacher, could you please give me the class schedule?" Lossie asked calmly. She wanted to preview the next class. This class was just the new homeroom teacher's usual antics. Nothing interesting. Watson frowned upon hearing this. "I already created the Fission group yesterday and sent out the class schedule and related course materials." Losai looked bewildered. "I didn't see the group." Watson's hawk-like eyes immediately locked onto a man sitting in the front row. "Jill Newman, you volunteered to add everyone to the group. You have everyone's contact information. Why did you leave Losai out?" Jill Newman covered his face with one hand, not expecting Losai to bump into him at this time, nor expecting his homeroom teacher to be so unfriendly. He stammered, I think I accidentally forgot." Watson snorted coldly, making Jill shiver. "You know what happened. If you dare to try anything under my nose again, don't bother coming to class." "Mr. Watson," I added Losai, Nicole said confidently from the front row. She hadn't been paying much attention to the group messages, and didn't know Losai wasn't in the group. Watson glanced at her indifferently, and nodded approvingly. As expected of a child raised in a prominent family, she was quick-witted and not as timid as the others. However, he wouldn't offer any special treatment. "In my class, there's only one condition for preferential treatment." Everyone couldn't help but strain their ears to listen. "Academic performance talent." Everyone was speechless. This was as good as saying nothing at all. After his intimidation, Watson continued to introduce himself. He graduated from the Union Academy at 20 and joined the Army. He was truly remarkable, rising one rank every 1 or 2 years. In the past, promotions were based solely on merit, but later, the rank of major was practically only available when a vacancy opened up. Yet, by the age of 32, he had already reached the rank of colonel, a position many could only achieve in their entire lives. However, this year he suffered a serious injury in a battle, and with an invitation from his alma mater, he retired to become a homeroom teacher. Watson didn't explicitly mention his various military achievements or the battles he had participated in, only referring to them as battles and merits. At this point, the others were still unaware of just how formidable their homeroom teacher was. After he finished speaking, Losai finished downloading the course materials. The Joint Academy also had a dedicated app with various functions and a vast library of e-books. Just then, her bracelet beeped, the sound particularly noticeable in the classroom. Watson gave her a warning look. From now on, everyone must be on silent during class. Losai gave an OK sign and muted the device. "Everyone in Class A, are you all deaf?" Watson wasn't satisfied yet, scrutinizing everyone. "Yes." Losai and Nicole answered simultaneously. Losai raised an eyebrow slightly. Her roommate was quite interesting. The homeroom teacher wanted to use Class A as a training ground, and she were both very conscientious. The others also mumbled a yes in response. Watson, hands behind his back, didn't you eat? Your voices are so soft. Speak louder. After shouting 4 or 5 times, finally, the voices were clear and loud, and Watson was satisfied. Losai looked down at her bracelet. It was a photo Grote had sent, showing Yang Bing and another person kneeling on the ground. It was followed by the question, is it them? Chapter 57. Lossie, yes. Just 5 seconds after she sent the message, Grote sent another message, this time with pictures, but Yang Bing and his companions' heads were now separated, blood splattered everywhere. Lossie typed expressionlessly, thank you. The Black River Gang has a dedicated app called Black River for communication, but downloading it requires an internal invitation code. Only members of the Black River Gang can download the software. Lossie exited the app and instead sent Amy a text message. Yang Bing and the others have taken care of it. I treat you to barbecue this weekend. This was Lossie's promise to her. Lossie then sent her the Fission app, saying that she could use it to chat from now on. It wouldn't cost money. Logically, since it's winter and Amy doesn't go out, she should have replied quickly, but she didn't reply until the end of get out of class. The break between classes was only 10 minutes, and soon the second period began. A middle-aged female teacher wearing a black suit skirt walked in. She also had a blue and white ring on her temple. Hello everyone in Class A, I'm your history teacher Jane. We only have 2 classes a week, much fewer than other classes. I won't ramble on. Everyone, open your first history lesson materials. Losai quickly found the relevant materials and projected them onto her bracelet. She hadn't expected to hear about falling behind in her studies right after arriving on planet Aegir. The historical materials were very detailed, with Jane focusing more on explaining the details, helping everyone understand the causes of events and why they ended up this way from multiple perspectives. She was a very good teacher, for most people. But for Losai, a complete history novice, it wasn't so friendly. She had to frantically read the materials while trying to remember what Jane said. Before get out of class ended, Jian mentioned there would be a quiz this Friday. No wonder there were 2 classes, it was for the test. After 1 class, Losai was already drenched in sweat. However, she learned much more about planet Aegil. This year is 3028, also the 138th year of the new calendar. 139 years ago, in 2889, planet Aegil suffered severe environmental pollution due to social development, leading to a certain increase in radiation levels. Until one day in May, a terrifying sound resounded throughout the entire planet, and disaster struck Aegil. At that time, ordinary people lacked radiation detection equipment, and many died after entering highly radioactive areas. The survival rate was less than 0.2%. Even those who survived highly radioactive areas couldn't endure long before dying a painful death. A very small number would mutate, but most would also perish. High radiation levels nearly wiped out half of planet Aegil's population. Because the government couldn't take over the people in time, ordinary people had to search for supplies day and night to survive. Most of them died within 1 or 2 years after being exposed to moderate to high levels of radiation for extended periods. In 2890, through the efforts of the survivors, safe zones were finally established. There were 4 in total: Safe Zone 1, predominantly populated by Asians, Safe Zone 2, predominantly populated by Caucasians, and Safe Zone 4, predominantly populated by blacks. Safe Zone 3 was somewhat unique, with a mixed population, and a certain balance was achieved among the 3 races. Initially, the 3 races were practically irreconcilable. But with societal development, integration was inevitable. The situation is much better now than before. At least on the surface, everyone is polite and says they don't discriminate. The 4 safe zones now have a combined population of approximately 90 million, up from over 7 billion before the disaster. However, Losai estimates that including refugees from each zone, the total is around 100 million. To this day, no one has figured out what caused the terrifying sound. However, not long after the safe zones were established, on May 1st, a powerful enemy arrived on planet Aegir. They possessed state-of-the-art weaponry and spaceships, arriving from distant space. They were neither human nor inhuman, but rather mutated monsters. They claimed to be from planet D4-081 and declared the now ownerless planet Aegir their subordinate planet, designated D4-081-10607. Planet Aegir must acknowledge D4-081 as their sovereign planet and pay tribute every 10 years as required. Otherwise, according to interstellar law, they have the right to destroy their subordinate planet. The enemy's technology was far too advanced. Planet Aegir, already weakened, was utterly powerless to resist, even in its prime. Planet Aegir was forced to go from being ownerless to having an owner, utterly reduced to a lowly subordinate planet. After reading this history, Losai felt it was all too familiar. His own home planet, Kyushu, also experienced a similar situation a year after the zombie outbreak when a mysterious spaceship from planet A9-020 arrived, forcibly making it a subordinate planet, required to pay tribute every 10 years. Planets floating in the boundless universe, plundering and being plundered, have, over a long history, developed a complete set of rules. Using A, B, C, and D as the sequence, each number has 10 completely independent and autonomous planets. All other planets are the ones being plundered. In other words, apart from A1 to A10, B1 to B10, C1 to C10, and D1 to D10, all others are subordinate planets. For example, A9-020 is a subordinate planet of A9, and Kyushu is a subordinate planet of A9-020. Planet Aegir is a subordinate planet of D4-081, and D4-081 is a subordinate planet of D4. Of course, if Planet Aegir can discover an unclaimed planet not named by other planets, and control it, it can also have its own subordinate planet. Therefore, many planets with surplus resources send people to conduct interstellar exploration. Finding an unclaimed planet yields a huge amount of resources. Besides demanding periodic tributes, they can also claim half of the resources from the subordinate planet. Planet Aegir had already discovered a large amount of source crystals, but was struggling with how to develop and utilize them. Then D4-081 arrived and stole 90% of the unearthed source crystals. According to interstellar law, only half could be looted, but there was still a lot unexplored underground, so they said it wasn't against the rules. The only good news was that before they left, they taught Aegir how to develop source crystals and provided some of the technology. Using source crystals, Aegir's progress was advanced by 50 years. After more than 100 years of radiation exposure and selection, people today have much stronger resistance to radiation and can avoid many unnecessary casualties according to radiation regulations. The total population increases by tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands every year. In 2890, the population was at its lowest point at only 50 million. The third class was biology, taught by a rather young-looking mixed-race black female teacher with shoulder-length curly, slightly blonde hair parted in a 3:7 ratio. She walked with a bouncy gait, looking very cute. Unlike the other teachers who wore suits, she wore a black, tight-fitting combat suit, looking quite cool and stylish. It perfectly showcased her figure. Perhaps because the previous teacher, Jane, gave them a very approachable impression, some male students whistled inappropriately as soon as the black female teacher entered the classroom. Chapter 58. She smiled nonchalantly, and the next second, she pulled 5 small knives from a weapon pouch on her leg and threw them at the whistling boys. Her movements were too fast. Before the boys could even see her actions clearly, there was a loud thud as half the blades were deeply embedded in the solid wood desk in front of them, only a finger's width away. The blades still vibrated with residual force. The 5 knives were thrown and hit their targets in just 3 seconds. This speed, accuracy, and power were beyond human capabilities. This show of force was even more frightening than the homeroom teachers, and the classroom fell into an eerie silence once more. My name is Timmy Hanna, your biology and combat instructor. Those boys seem quite energetic. I definitely take good care of you in tonight's class. Timmy's voice was pleasant, but the boys didn't feel that way. They only felt they were doomed. Don't be afraid. I don't have any manic episodes. You can give me back the knife now, Timmy said with a very calm smile. The 5 boys hesitated, not daring to step forward, but under her intimidating presence, they tremblingly handed it back. Timmy said sarcastically, "Thank you for your trouble." With that one sentence, the 5 boys almost knelt down. The white device on her temple flashed a blue light, and the screen behind her immediately displayed today's lesson content. It was supposed to be biology, but it also included a bit of geography, and the biology was completely different from what Losai was familiar with. She talked entirely about mutated animals, and the environments and regions where they lived. The animals on the screen looked bizarre, some even resembling lumps of mushy flesh. They had clearly mutated after being exposed to radiation. Losai couldn't help but recall the brown bear she had hunted. It had hardly mutated at all, and none of the gathering points near the refugee camp seemed to have such severely mutated animals. You might think these animals pose little threat, that they can all be dealt with by firepower, right? Timmy asked, noticing the crowd's confusion. Many nodded. Modern weapons were indeed very advanced. But a few already guessed what Timmy was about to say. But they can resist high levels of radiation and have evolved different abilities? The screen behind them played the next image. A rat larger than a dog spitting ice spikes at fully armed soldiers, the brown earth frozen white. The next image showed a spider the size of a house, its limbs comparable to a two-story building. Most terrifyingly, beneath its web was a blackish-purple pool of poison, where several blackened human skulls could be vaguely seen floating. It was spitting venom towards the camera, the venom surrounded by a purple aura, clearly extremely poisonous. Just inhaling a single breath of its venom would likely be fatal. Similar photos are countless, featuring all sorts of animals. Most terrifyingly, these animals possess a variety of abilities, embodying all 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. One of the most terrifying is its spatial ability. In the video, dozens of tanks bombard it relentlessly, and helicopters drop explosives from the sky, yet none can breach its defenses. And it is merely a palm-sized white butterfly, gracefully fluttering within its own space, displaying its elegant form. The tanks and explosives outside seem merely fireworks providing accompaniment to its stage. Just then, Loci couldn't help but raise her hand. "Teacher, it seems to only defend and not harm. Why did the army kill it? It shouldn't have harmed humans, right?" Teacher Timmy, who was about to turn the page, paused, glanced at Loci, and then looked seriously at everyone. "Yes, it has never caused any loss to humans." The students in the classroom couldn't help but murmur amongst themselves. If it was harmless, why kill it? Teacher Timmy's tone was serious, but the mistake lies in its incredibly powerful abilities. The army didn't kill it. After deploying countless troops, they successfully contained it, designating it W-A5. Currently, it's used for experimental research. If you can get a certain position in the future, you might be able to see it for yourself. Speaking of it, Teacher Timmy's tone held a hint of reluctance. She felt that humans were indeed too cruel to W-A5. If one day you receive orders from your superiors to kill or contain a completely harmless but capable plant or animal, would you do it? This question only fueled the discussion. Many people volunteered to answer the question, roughly falling into 2 camps. Some wouldn't do it because it was too cruel. Others felt that human sacrifice was inevitable for the sake of their home, let alone for inanimate animals and plants. Timmy listened to everyone's opinions, and they all made sense. She looked at Loci at the back, the winner of the election, and the only one of the 10 to come to the United Academy. So she knew her name. Loci, as the questioner, please answer. Loci rested her chin on her hand, not directly answering whether to capture or not. Sacrificing innocent people or things ultimately stems from insufficient strength. Only when we humans are strong enough can we avoid unnecessary sacrifices. Instead of discussing unknown sacrifices, we should study hard and strive to improve our planet's strength. Actually, she suggested increasing the rate of education, but resources and infrastructure are insufficient. The most basic food problem must be solved as soon as possible. This digression leads to other issues, so she only touched on the surface. This immediately angered her classmates. Damn it, who does she think she is? When the teacher asked if we were going to choose, she told us to study hard. She's just pretending. If I had known she could answer like that, I wouldn't have mentioned sacrifices. She's stealing all the limelight. She get the highest score on the exam, and I'm hoping to get a scholarship. Faced with Loci's reply, Timmy chuckled, said not bad, and continued lecturing. Since she said that, he couldn't afford not to teach her properly. The 3 morning classes passed quickly. The closest cafeteria to the first-year building was the first-floor cafeteria. Following the flow of people, Loci went straight to the first floor. The second floor was too expensive for her. Most students chose the first floor, and Loci only had to wait a short while before it was her turn. The dishes were simple: stir-fried cabbage, 7 points, braised pork, 20 points, stir-fried eggs with chives, 10 points, and rice, 5 points. The prices were surprisingly much cheaper than on the second floor. Although it was all moderately irradiated food, it was still a great deal. Lucy ordered cabbage, braised pork, and rice, totaling 32 points. The portion she received was pitifully small, only half the amount of a normal meal. No wonder it was so cheap, but for 32 points, she got vegetables, meat, and a staple food, so she was quite satisfied. What she didn't know was that the food on the first floor of each cafeteria was subsidized. Otherwise, a meal of vegetables and rice would easily cost 50 points. After finishing her meal, Lucy found an empty classroom and began reviewing what she had learned that day and previewing tomorrow's academic lessons. Afternoon classes started at 5:20, giving her over 7 hours to study. While others were still taking their lunch break, who else could get a scholarship if not her? Successfully motivating herself, Lucy studied even harder, becoming completely absorbed in her studies. She knew that if she didn't work hard, she wouldn't be able to compete with those who had studied from a young age, especially rich girls like Nicole, who were undoubtedly well-rounded. Her previous self was indeed excellent, but now in this unfamiliar world, she had to relearn even the most basic knowledge. Chapter 59. The Joint Academies app is very useful. If Loci doesn't understand something in the textbook, she can directly search for relevant books or proactively post a question. Many of Loci's questions have already been asked by upperclassmen, so she can just read the comments. At 5:15 p.m., Loci was waiting early at the number 1 playground. The first period was Timmy's combat class. Students arrived one after another. Nicole saw her and asked, "Where did you go at noon? I didn't see you in the dorm." Loci, wandering around the teaching building. Nicole nodded, not pressing the matter. The illegitimate daughter of the Chin family looked at Loci with interest. Nicole was polite to everyone, including Loci, whom she knew fairly well. She always addressed her as Miss. But why would Nicole address this person from the refugee camp by her first name? Was Nicole looking down on her? Or were they just very close? Chin Dinglon leaned towards the latter, so she generously extended her hand. "Hello, Miss Loci, I'm Chin Dinglon. It's a pleasure to meet you." Her voice was like a clear spring, and coupled with her harmless and gentle face, she gave off an exceptionally friendly feeling, making one feel as if bathed in a spring breeze, as if one's mood had improved. Loci was a little surprised that she felt such a strong liking for a stranger, but one shouldn't refuse a smiling face, and it's always good to get to know more people. She returned the handshake. "Hello, Chin, it's a pleasure to meet you too." "Loci, you're too kind. I watched your election live. You were amazing, especially the part where you retrieved the gun." Chin Dinglon's smile was sweet, and the praise in her eyes seemed genuine. Loci felt something was off, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. "Ha! Thank you for the compliment. I thought the prize for first place would be doubled. Even doubling 1,000 points only gives you 2,000. Is it really necessary to work so hard?" Chin Dinglon didn't understand the hardships of life in the refugee camp. Although she was an illegitimate child and couldn't compare to children born to legal wives, she still lived a life 1,000 times better than others, like a pampered young lady. Hearing this, Loci was brought back to her senses. This woman was strange. She couldn't possibly feel such affection for a stranger. Recalling the blonde man she had killed saying he had exceptional intuition, could Chin Dinglon's approachability be similar? Was it a mutation caused by radiation, or was she injected with a gene-modifying drug? Since animals can mutate and develop abilities, humans can too. "Chin, you're joking. We poor people are like this," Loci said self-deprecatingly, without a trace of inferiority or shame on her face. Chin Dinglon covered her mouth and chuckled, unaware that Loci had already shaken off her influence. "Loci, you're so funny. No wonder Miss Nicole likes you too." Loci gave a forced smile. "Haha, roommates are bound to be close." Just then, Teacher Timmy arrived. Loci was ready to stop dealing with Chin Dinglon. That woman was really strange, and she had almost developed feelings for her again. Teacher Timmy was still in the same outfit as that morning. She blew her whistle, and everyone immediately lined up, boys in front, girls in front, and tallest. Loci, the youngest, was at the very front. "Warm up for class. 10 laps." Hearing the number 10 laps, the previously silent group immediately began to discuss. This track was 800 meters. 10 laps was 8,000 meters. And this was just a warm-up. Someone mustered the courage to ask if it could be reduced, but Timmy spoke first. "The bottom 10 will lose 1 point on the monthly exam. The top 10 will gain 1 point. There are physical education classes every day. If you rank low in warm-up each time, you lose a point. Even if you get a perfect score on the monthly exam, your final grade will only be 70 or 80. What if you don't do well on one test and fail? You be demoted to Class B." Before anyone could plead for her, Teacher Timmy blew the whistle, and Lucy dashed off. The others realized the warm-up had started and were filled with regret, watching Lucy, who had already run dozens of meters, with envy and jealousy. Timmy's wristband started timing when the whistle blew. She needed to record the time accurately to easily monitor students' progress later. Lucy ran for a while, but her throat became very sore, and her speed slowed down. It was below -20 degrees Celsius, and every breath felt like a spoon scraping her throat and lungs. Plus, Lucy was wearing thick clothes, making movement difficult, and gradually people overtook her. Especially Jill Newman, who deliberately didn't invite her to the group chat. He was wearing light clothing and had already lapped everyone 2 times. His speed was extraordinary. He must have been injected with genetic modification drugs. Loci swallowed hard, trying to melt her frozen throat with saliva. Fortunately, there weren't many speed-type ability users. She was currently ranked 6th. Meanwhile, the pampered young lady Nicole was ranked 3rd. Her physical abilities were beyond the reach of ordinary people. No wonder she was raised by a powerful family. While Loci admired others, she was also the subject of much discussion. She was only 14 years old, someone from a refugee camp, yet she was ahead of them, a group of already adult prodigies. You see, those who could enter Class A were considered geniuses from a young age. They were at least exceptional in some aspect. Only 15 minutes had passed, and Jill Newman finished the warm-up lap in the lead. Hearing teacher Timmy read out the numbers, Loci swallowed hard again. The Kyushu 8,000-meter record was only 26 minutes, a height most people could never reach in their lifetime. As for the 15 minutes, she could only say the gene serum was incredibly effective. The people behind were noticeably slower. 2nd and 3rd place were in 24 minutes. Nicole ultimately finished 4th in 25 minutes. Loci barely managed to stay in the top 10, and 9th place in 27 minutes. Jean Dinglan's stamina was poor. She was second to last in 43 minutes, while last place was a skinny boy named Lucas in 45 minutes. The last 10 finishers all had less than ideal results. Each of them was practically panting with every step they took. They no longer cared about the points deductions. Just surviving was a blessing. However, the worse off weren't them, but the 5 boys who had been whistling during the day. Having finally finished the 8,000 meters, they were given an extra 20 laps. They wouldn't have to attend class today, but they would lose points if they didn't finish before the end of get out of class. 10 laps were already exhausting, and then another 20 laps were added. Everyone in Class A shuddered, no longer daring to complain. After warming up, Ms. Timmy had no intention of teaching. Instead, she proposed a challenge match. She would take on the entire class by herself. Besides your abilities, give me your all. I deduct points if you deliberately hold back. Go in order of student ID number from smallest to largest. 1 point for every 3 minutes you can withstand me. With that, Ms. Timmy assumed a fighting stance. She had also run the 8,000 meters, finishing 2 minutes slower than Jill Newman. She didn't feel ashamed of losing to her students. Strength isn't determined by one aspect. She had absolute confidence in her overall abilities. Chapter 60. Lossie remembered her student number was 60, last in line. But she was more concerned about the abilities Timmy had mentioned. Many people here had been injected with gene serums and possessed abilities, like Jean Dinglan's previous charm or allure. What was Nicole's ability? Guessing wouldn't work. Lossie watched Timmy's gauntlet intently. The student with the highest student number was actually Lucas, who had been in last place. He hadn't recovered yet, his legs trembled as he stood up, and he needed help from someone nearby to steady himself. Teacher Timmy looked relaxed and took him down with a single move. Lucas lay on the ground, his eyes vacant, feeling like all his bones were about to shatter. Someone had to drag him away to make room for the next person. Second place was Nicole. She had changed into a simple outfit specifically for the combat class. Facing the seemingly frail Nicole, Teacher Timmy didn't underestimate her. The second daughter of the Deed family had received the most elite education since childhood. Her fighting skills were undoubtedly formidable. As Teacher Timmy predicted, Nicole withstood her for over a minute before finally succumbing. Your skills are good, and your speed isn't low either, but you haven't had real combat experience. Your attacks weren't ruthless enough, and you avoided vital points multiple times, focusing more on self-preservation. On a real battlefield, I could kill you 7 times over. Substandard performance, 1 point deducted. She expected Nicole to feel it was unfair, since Lucas had been taken down in one move without her deducting a point, yet she was being penalized after a minute of fighting. Nicole pondered for a moment. I understand, teacher. Thank you for your guidance. Nicole knew her weaknesses, but none of her sparring partners had ever dared to go all out, cultivating this habit within her. She felt that her ability to perform so poorly warranted a point deduction. Timmy nodded in satisfaction and called the next person up. Several of the next few lacked fighting ability, most being subdued in 10 seconds or so. Teacher Timmy looked down at the group, deliberately mocking, Class A, which prides itself on being full of geniuses, doesn't even have a single one who can fight. Without ability, you're nothing. His words successfully ignited the fighting spirit of everyone, except for Lizzie. Lizzie warmed up on the sidelines. The provocation that worked on her 10 years ago, when she was still naive, had now become as steady as a seasoned veteran. After a while, Jill Newman stepped up. He was confident he had beaten the teacher during warm-up, and now he was terrifyingly strong. He yelled at Teacher Timmy and charged forward. Thump. Jill Newman, 1 point deducted. Teacher Timmy subdued him in a single move, a sidestep and a hook kick, and he was down, all speed and no brains. This was Timmy's second deduction. His performance was truly terrible. As a speed user, he could have done much better. Incidentally, it helped him save face during the warm-up. Well, incidentally. Although he couldn't use his abilities, this kind of physical ability was outside the scope of his abilities. Jill, head down, scrambled to his feet in a sorry state. He had actually fallen flat on his face without even making a single move. It was too embarrassing. He just wanted to dig a hole and disappear. A few more people passed, and it was Qin Dinglan's turn. She managed 3 moves before being defeated. Afterward, she politely offered a few high-sounding words of thanks, gave a slight smile, and left. This action earned her a lot of goodwill, and Timmy also had a fairly good impression of her. All 59 students had gone up, except for Nicole and 2 other classmates, who lasted a minute. Everyone else finished in under 30 seconds. After so long, the audience was losing interest. Teacher Timmy, who had fought 59 people, was also tired, wiping sweat from her brow and drinking water. One more, it's your turn, Losai. After a short rest, Timmy didn't forget about one more person. The first in the refugee camp. She was curious about her true strength. Losai stepped forward and took off her heavy, long down jacket. This person's pretty pretentious. She came down in less than 10 seconds, and even took off her jacket? The students' whispers reached her ears. Losai was truly innocent this time. She just wanted to fight well. How was that pretentious? At this moment, Qin Dinglan's clear voice rang out. Don't talk nonsense. Losai is just showing respect to her teacher. The gossiping students didn't expect Qin Dinglan to speak up for the refugee camp students, and they shrank back, not daring to continue. Losai had a good memory and hearing. She remembered that Qin Dinglan had spoken with the gossiping students that morning, and they seemed to get along well. Their voices weren't quiet, most people heard them. Qin Dinglan was hard to judge, and Luo she simply ignored her, pretending not to hear. She continued walking towards Teacher Timmy. Qin Dinglan noticed Luo she wasn't looking at her, and bit her lip in confusion. Hadn't she heard her speak up for her? Her voice wasn't quiet. She expected Luo she to turn around and give her a thank you smile after hearing her. Meanwhile, Luo she had already engaged Teacher Timmy in combat. She was skilled in martial arts in her past life, but facing the experienced and clearly battle-hardened Teacher Timmy, she dared not be careless and focused intently. Timmy's lips curled slightly. He could tell a person's ability just from their actions and eyes. Luo she was no ordinary person. Luzi struck first, feinting a punch before launching her real attack. Unfortunately, Timmy dodged it. Timmy smiled. She could feel the residual force of Luzi's punch. Both power and control were excellent. The instant Timmy dodged Luzi's attack, her own attack was already upon her. Luzi wasn't one to be trifled with. After watching Timmy's moves for so long, she had roughly figured out the patterns of her offense and defense. So those 2 previous moves were feints. Her current one was the real attack. Just as Timmy's punch came hurtling towards her, her body dodged the attack with incredible speed, delivering a solid elbow strike to Timmy's chin. Timmy hurriedly took a step back to absorb the force, but the power still caused a trickle of blood to seep from her gums. If her body hadn't been modified, she suspected Luzi's blow would have knocked her teeth out. She wanted to comment on Luzi's move. It was quite good, but Luzi charged forward like a bull. She was forced to dodge. None of the previous 59 fighters were strong enough to require her to retreat, yet Luzi forced her to back down with a single move. Of course, she wasn't one to be trifled with after so many years on the battlefield. After creating some distance, she chose to fight head-on. After a few exchanges, Luzi was also punched. Her arm was definitely bruised. Both fighters aimed straight for each other's vitals, each blow landing with a visceral impact. In just 1 minute, numerous injuries had already been inflicted. The classmates who had been bored to death around them all opened their eyes wide, not wanting to miss a single detail. Previously, Nicole had held out longer because Teacher Timmy wanted to test her strength, and therefore hadn't gone all out. But Luzi was different now. The exhilarating battle was unmatched by anyone else in the class. Chapter 61. The splattering blood and the explosive force of punches created a feast for both the eyes and ears. Jill Newman was particularly mesmerized, as was Nicole. She had never fought like this before. Qin Dinglan frowned. Was Losai really that strong? She wasn't at all at a disadvantage against her powerful teacher. Losai spat out a mouthful of blood. This teacher was really going all out. Across from her, Timmy swallowed the blood in his mouth. This was a promising talent, but his pride was about to be tarnished. The two fought for another 3 minutes. Loci really didn't want to fight anymore. Treatment must be expensive. So she pretended to be seriously injured and made a mistake, resulting in her defeat by Timmy. Timmy, panting heavily, held out his hand to Loci, who was lying on the ground. Not bad, 1 point. Then he coughed a few times, swallowing the blood in his mouth. Hearing the point, Loci's eyes lit up. This beating hadn't been for nothing. Timmy's temple ornament flashed blue light. It's getting late. Students who need treatment, please go to the infirmary. Everyone was still watching with fascination, but their bodies were indeed aching, so they followed him to the infirmary. As for the 5 boys still running, they had come over to watch the intense competition and take a break. But then Mr. Timmy discovered them and added 5 more laps. They cried out in despair. There were only 10 minutes left before get out of class ended. They hadn't even finished their previous laps, and now they had 5 more. How were they supposed to survive? The infirmary. It was called an infirmary, but it was actually about the size of a medium-sized hospital. The nurses in the lobby weren't surprised to see so many people arrive at once. Some classes were more prone to injuries. To their surprise, the course teacher was also injured, and quite seriously at that. Apart from another girl who was seriously injured, the others only had minor cuts and bruises. One of them, clearly familiar with Teacher Timmy, rushed forward. You got beaten up by a student too? I'm so lucky to see you like this, ha ha ha. Timmy's face turned bright red, but for the sake of her image, she could only glare fiercely at the nurse where her classmates couldn't see, then said seriously, take them to treatment. The nurse gave Timmy a playful glare and looked at everyone. You and that girl come with me. The rest of you can stay in the recovery room for half an hour. The girl was naturally referring to Lucy. Taking the elevator, Lucy was led to the 2nd floor by the nurse. After scanning the nurse's face, a room door opened. Inside was an oval-shaped treatment chamber, 1.2 meters by 2.5 meters, with a smooth white exterior and a transparent glass front. The junction between the two was decorated with warm yellow accents, adding a touch of warmth to the otherwise cold room. The nurse opened one of the treatment chambers and helped Loci lie down. But before she did, she asked, do I need points? The nurse patted Loci's head. No money, it's all free. Come find me if you get hurt again, okay? My name is Nanu. Loci obediently called out sister, and then happily laid down. The chamber door closed. Contrary to expectations, it wasn't oppressive. Instead, it felt very relaxed. The material beneath her was just the right amount of soft and comfortable, and Loci soon fell into a deep sleep. Seeing Loci asleep, and knowing the treatment chamber was completely soundproof, Nanu teased Timmy, how come my female warrior got beaten up by a kid? Do you have a video? I want to watch it. Timmy rubbed her shoulder, feigning pain. She'd been pretending for so long, and it was killing her. You don't recognize her? The number 1 in the refugee election. She really went all out, didn't treat me like a teacher at all. You know I rarely read things online. But everyone's been talking about the election lately. So she's the number 1 student in our academy. No wonder she'd beat you up like this. Nanu flipped through the data transmitted from Loci's treatment pod. She needed to determine the dosage of various medications based on Loci's injuries. The treatment pod automatically provides a dosage range based on the patient's injuries, but just in case, it still needs to be manually confirmed. You're still laughing? I only been in my 2nd class, and I already been beaten up like this by a student. How am I supposed to teach in the future? Timmy had already opened a treatment pod. She used to use it frequently, and was very familiar with it. I wonder who was complaining to me before that their students were too weak, that they couldn't find a single one who could fight back. Now that they found one, they're not happy. Nanu didn't hesitate to expose Timmy's past. Timmy blushed and turned her head away. She didn't want to talk. Nanu had already set up Ross's medication and walked to the treatment pod where Timmy was lying. Alright, you should be secretly happy about finding such a promising talent. To be able to fight you to a draw right away is already genius among geniuses. She's so young, she definitely has a lot of potential for future development. Maybe you even have a student who becomes a general someday. A general? That's not something you can become just by having strength. Timmy took it as a joke. But Nanu said she fought Rossi to a draw. Actually, she realized Rossi had let her win later. She had lost this round. Rossi hadn't shown her full strength during the election. She thought she could defeat her in 3 minutes. Lost in thought, Nanu was already closing the pod door when she suddenly remembered something. Rosie is severely malnourished. Don't be too harsh on her. Also, the residual radiation in her body is quite high. Timmy was startled. Losai's incredible fighting skills had made her forget Losai's emaciated body, her sallow face and hair. What she didn't know was that Losai had previously been even thinner, almost unrecognizable, but now she had gained several pounds, making her look less terrifying. Before she could think further, the chamber door closed, and after only 3 breaths, she fell into a deep sleep. To better facilitate recovery, the oxygen in the treatment chamber was mixed with a small amount of anesthesia. An hour later, the treatment chamber opened, and Losai stretched comfortably. Timmy got up first, now watching her alongside Nanyu. Losai quickly sat up, surprised to find that the pain was gone, and her injuries were almost completely healed. Even Timmy's face, which had been bruised and purple from her earlier beating, had returned to normal. Teacher Timmy, Sister Nanyu, did I sleep for a long time? Next class. Losai anxiously left the treatment chamber. You only slept for an hour. Timmy and the weapons teacher discussed it, and they postponed your class's start time by half an hour today. Now's perfect for you. Nanyu smiled happily at being called sister. Physical education class is undoubtedly tiring, hence the half-hour break. With Timmy's get out of class ending early, there are still 5 minutes left. Luoshi quickly thanked them, and then ran out of the infirmary like the wind. Luckily, the first-year classrooms have the best locations, close to everything. Luoshi is now in excellent health, and can walk with great speed. A nap in the treatment pod made her feel much more energetic. It only took her 4 minutes to get there. Chapter 62. As soon as she entered the classroom, everyone looked at her, a stark contrast to the disdainful glances she received that morning. This time, the look was filled with intense curiosity, scrutiny, and even a hint of goodwill from some. A 14-year-old girl from a refugee camp, capable of such fighting, how could they, a group of adults, possibly accept this? Nicole stepped forward enthusiastically, showering her with praise. You're amazing. Teacher Timmy is from the Hell team. Her fighting skills are among the top 10 in the safe zone. Losai, unaware of the Hell team's significance, simply took Nicole's praise. Qin Dinglan, who had come with Nicole, also wanted to say something flattering, but the teacher arrived. An elderly man of Asian descent with a white beard, dressed in a flowing white robe, appeared. He was only slightly over 1.7 meters tall. Most of the female students were taller than him. The old man placed one hand on his slightly hunched back, and the other stroked his long beard. Behind him was a wall filled with pistols and rifles. Everyone stood at attention, certain that this teacher was a highly learned man, and they were determined to learn from him. Well. The old man frowned slightly, looking up at the sky, wondering what he was about to say. Right, the textbooks have detailed introductions to guns. I won't be teaching them today. You all learn to use all the pistols, submachine guns, and rifles on your own. There's a shooting range in the back where you can practice. If you don't understand something, ask someone who has. If you really can't figure it out, then ask me. Study hard, there will be weekly tests. With that, he picked up a stool beside him, moved to a corner, and sat down to doze off. The students stared at each other wide-eyed. After being lectured by their homeroom teacher and Mr. Timmy, they no longer dared to underestimate their teachers. But who was this teacher? They were students in Class A, yet he wouldn't even give them lessons? Was he testing their resolve? Nicole knew this teacher, so she whispered to Losai and Qin Dinglan beside her. This week's classes are all about learning about various weapons, the kind where you just read the textbook. Teacher Jean will have us study on our own for the first week. Hearing Nicole say this, Qin Dinglan had a vague recollection of him. She seemed to have heard of him before. The Qin family had once wanted to hire him as a tutor for her older brother and sister, but he refused. His reason was that he didn't want to move. Now it seemed he really was lazy, but he was quite knowledgeable about weapons. Otherwise, the Qin family wouldn't have asked him. As wealthy young ladies, Nicole and Qin Dinglan had learned about firearms since childhood. Although they didn't use these low-level guns often, they could handle them with a little familiarization. They just needed to review the materials again before the exam. So the two of them randomly picked a few guns and went to the shooting range. The range was large, divided into several rooms, with both live targets and projected targets. Half of the students chose to try them out first, while others, like Losai, who were unfamiliar with the guns, looked at the information and compared it to the guns displayed on the wall. Losai could use these guns at a glance, but she wouldn't be able to answer questions about the various parameters during the exam. While memorizing the information, Losai sighed inwardly. After studying guns for so many years, she now had to learn everything again. Fortunately, The data for many guns was similar to that in Kyushu, such as bullet size and muzzle caliber. Each afternoon class was 2 hours long, but with 87 different weapons on this wall, memorizing all the data was virtually impossible. Many people in the weapons room sighed and groaned, feeling their hair was about to fall out. An hour later, Losai had memorized all the data, which she found unbelievable, yet the data was undeniably in her mind. Could it be that all the source crystal PowerPoints she absorbed yesterday had been added to her memory? She went to a less crowded shooting range, where only Lucas was. He was aiming at a target 3 meters away with the least powerful gun. In his heightened state, he suddenly heard footsteps. In his panic, he accidentally pulled the trigger. With a bang, he missed the target, and Lucas, instead of using the correct force, was jolted back a step. Losai paused. "Are you all right?" Lucas was young, with curly brown hair, looking only about 17 years old, one of the few underage students in his class. "No, I'm fine." Lucas felt embarrassed in front of the younger girl, his ears burning red. The shooting range was equipped with corresponding guns. Losai picked up a pistol in order. The magazine was already loaded as she turned. There were 3 control panels, accommodating 6 people for simultaneous training, each able to adjust their preferred mode. Losai immediately selected the laser-moving target. Bang! 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 3 shots fired almost simultaneously, all hitting the bullseye. After a quick test, Losai put the gun back and switched to the next one, completing the entire sequence in just 20 seconds. There were 12 types of pistols. She fired only 3 shots of each. Combining the textbook information with reality, she quickly mastered them. Submachine guns and rifles required more attachments, so they took much longer. She managed to try out all the guns before the get out of class ended. Lucas was stunned. What kind of monster was this? Not a single shot missed. And her skill with the guns was absurd. She hardly hesitated when setting them up. She'd been firing for an hour straight. Her stamina was off the charts. The teacher was still dozing off, snoring loudly. When woken, he mumbled, "Class dismissed. Time to go back to sleep." With that, he stood up, rubbing his eyes, and groped his way out. Everyone was speechless. Was this really the teacher for Class A? It was 9:40, with only 20 minutes left of activity time. Not daring to delay, everyone returned to their dorms. They slept soundly through the night. At 5:30 the next morning, the first class was history. Watson even made a special round of inspections. Although the school used wristbands for attendance tracking, some students were trying to be clever, letting classmates wear their wristbands to class while they slept soundly in their dorms. After his rounds, Watson left satisfied. This morning there were only 2 classes, history and biology, each lasting 2 hours. Since school started yesterday, an extra class was scheduled, taught by the homeroom teacher. After a morning of learning, Losai gained a deeper understanding of the safe zone and this planet. The matter of abilities and mutations is something that is publicly known, but not widely publicized. The upper and middle classes are aware of it, but the vast majority of the lower classes remain in a state of ignorance. Having never attended school, they have no opportunity to access this information through education, and their work is mostly confined to a small area within the safe zone. Even if they manage to send their children to school, ordinary schools rarely teach this knowledge anymore. Because for the general public, learning it wouldn't be useful, they would never leave the city walls in their entire lives. Chapter 63. So, 60% of the students in Class A knew everything, while 30% were like Losai, completely clueless. The probability of highly talented individuals emerging from the middle and upper classes is higher, but the sheer number of people at the bottom means there will always be those who win the genetic lottery. The first month of classes is essentially designed for students from lower socioeconomic backgrounds. There are only 4 universities in total, and the courses for all levels are designed to cultivate talent. For the current planet Agile, the knowledge acquired by ordinary people through middle and high school is more than sufficient. In short, ordinary people don't need to go to university. They can live their lives in the dark. Knowing too much is actually detrimental. At noon, Losai once again found an empty classroom and studied for a full 7 hours. For lunch, he simply ate 2 nutritional supplements, each costing 10 points, not cheap. The afternoon classes were the same as yesterday, starting with 10 warm-up laps. The 5 boys who were punished yesterday didn't dare utter a single word from beginning to end, fearing further punishment. Yesterday, none of the 5 of them finished the run within the allotted time, resulting in a point deduction. If they hadn't spent half an hour in the recovery room afterward, they probably wouldn't be able to get up today. Today's 10 laps were still a struggle for everyone, with Loci barely managing to stay in the top 10. After warming up, half of them were already lying down. Today, instead of a series of tag team matches, Timmy planned to formally teach professional fighting techniques. Loci was honored to be the demonstration student. The others were divided into pairs according to their skill level by Teacher Timmy. After Teacher Timmy threw Loci through 3 sets of combos, everyone began practicing on their own. Lucy rubbed her lower back. Timmy hadn't hit her hard, but she really fallen. "Teacher, who do I spar with?" Lucy asked. Timmy rolled his eyes at Lucy. "You don't need to spar? Go play." The students nearby, hearing that Lucy didn't need to spar, couldn't hide their envy. Before Lucy could even feel happy about this stroke of luck, Timmy added, "Beat me in 3 minutes during the monthly exam, or you fail." Lucy gave a wry smile and left. Since Timmy wouldn't spar with her, she might as well find a warm place to study. She arrived outside the weapons classroom. A class was in session, and old Zhang, just like yesterday, was dozing in the corner. Lucy didn't go in. She sat in the aisle. It was warm there. It was too cold outside, and her ordinary down jacket wouldn't last long. Of course, she didn't slack off either. She opened the course materials on her wristband and started reading. The instructions inside were very detailed, and many things had video demonstrations, so self-study was perfectly feasible. Time flew by, and the first class of the afternoon was almost over. Teacher Timmy had already gathered everyone, but Lizzie wasn't there. She really gone completely off to play, leaving Teacher Timmy feeling angry but unable to vent, since he was the one who asked her to play, and many students had seen it. The weapons classroom had also finished class, and people poured out, twice the number of students from Class A. They looked at Lizzie curiously, and a few recognized her, whispering among themselves, "Isn't she from Class A? How come she's here so quickly? I think I saw her waiting here when class started." Ah, maybe the A-class teacher didn't want to teach someone from a refugee camp, and deliberately kicked her out. Who knows? She's quite diligent, always studying the materials. Didn't you guys see that video? She was yesterday. The crowd gradually dispersed, and from their conversation, Loci learned they were from B class. During the 30-minute break, many chose to rest in the infirmary, while some who weren't so tired went directly to the weapons classroom. That's when they realized Loci wasn't playing around, she was secretly studying there. Loci looked up at the sound, saw it was just her classmates, and then lowered her head to continue studying. Time flew by, and Loci remained focused on her studies. Nicole came over and greeted Loci, who simply nodded in response. Nicole sat down curiously beside her, looking at the projector. It was all very basic stuff, and wondered why Loci was so engrossed. "Loci, you're famous again," Qin Dinglan said, sitting down to Loci's left. Lucy and Nicole both looked up at her. Qin Dinglan tapped her bracelet, immediately sending out a video of her sparring with Timmy from the previous night. It was a video of Lucy and Timmy's fight, which someone had secretly recorded and uploaded. The likes had exceeded 1 million, and the comments were over 100,000. Lucy frowned slightly. Her memory was excellent now. This angle was very close to where Qin Dinglan had been yesterday, but everyone was crowded together, and she wasn't the only one in that spot. Lucy couldn't be completely sure, but she definitely didn't have a good impression of Qin Dinglan. Who posted this? Posting it online without Timmy's permission? That's so rude, isn't it, Nicole? Nicole nodded in agreement. She'd be furious if a video of her fighting so pathetically were posted online without permission. Hearing Loci's undisguised disgust and Nicole's agreement, Qin Dinglan's smile froze for a moment, but she quickly recovered. She tucked a stray hair behind her ear, her voice carrying a hint of unnaturalness she herself didn't realize. "I don't know, that person really went too far. But aren't you happy you're famous? I just checked your account. You already have 580,000 followers." Loci turned off her bracelet. Class was about to start. Being too famous will attract jealousy. I wonder what the person who posted that video was up to. Just then, the class bell rang, and as everyone was about to enter the classroom from yesterday, Teacher Zhang came out. "Your class isn't here today, go to the next room." Teacher Zhang, hands behind his back, slowly moved to the next room, filled with sniper rifles, shotguns, bows, and crossbows. "Study the materials yourself. Ask your classmates if you don't understand anything. Okay, everyone disperse." A chair had already been placed in the corner of the room, and Teacher Zhang sat down and dozed off after speaking. Lassie couldn't help but twitch her lips. He really could sleep. Yesterday, she didn't know he had slept through an entire class, and didn't think much of it. She arrived early today, and discovered that Teacher Zhang had slept for 4 hours straight. He couldn't go out at noon, So was he sleeping too? What about at night? If you calculate it this way, he doesn't spend much time awake during the day. Today, the total number of weapons was a little less, but the difficulty was much higher than yesterday. Lossie had already memorized all of today's content outside, and after only glancing at it, she went to the shooting range. Now, her image in the class had subtly changed. As soon as she entered the shooting range, two people arrived immediately, Jill Newman and another male classmate who had been blowing a whistle in a vulgar manner. Lossie picked up a sniper rifle, quickly assembled it, and switched it to sniper mode. Jill Newman was about to speak when Lossi's focused concentration interrupted him. It would be impolite to strike up a conversation with someone so absorbed. Lossie raised her gun, squinted, and fired a shot at the distant laser target. The gun's powerful recoil barely caused her to shudder. It was incredibly steady. And judging from the score displayed on the control panel, it was a perfect bullseye. Chapter 64. Lossie quickly loaded her gun, fired another round, and then fired 3 rounds before switching weapons. From sniper rifles to shotguns, then to bows and crossbows, it took her an hour. Jill Newman and the others were dumbfounded. Holding a gun for an hour straight is physically demanding, especially with guns like sniper rifles and shotguns, which have extremely strong recoil. Nicole and Cheen Dinglon came in later, watched for a long time, and then tried it themselves, but they couldn't match Lossie's speed and accuracy. After trying out all the guns for the day, Lossie turned to look at the group, who were treating her like a monster. She remembered that Jill seemed to have something to say to her earlier. However, judging from his current expression, he probably didn't intend to say anything. Lossie smiled slightly at them, then walked out of the shooting range and sat down in the indoor corridor to continue reading her materials. Feeling the gazes behind her, Lossie's lips curled up slightly. She couldn't help it. She'd always been so studious since she was little. Let them admire her if they want. Time flew by, and it was time for get out of class to end. The third day, like the previous two, repeated the same lessons, except the weapons class focused on laser guns. This required Lossie to study diligently, spending almost all her lunch breaks and combat classes on it. Friday arrived, and everyone was tense. This was the first weekly test, and the scores from each weekly test would account for 10% of the monthly final exam. Entering the familiar classroom, however, everything was different. 3 green laser barriers rose between the seats to ensure no one was cheating. Instead of the original solid wood desks, there was a screen almost the size of the exam paper. Everyone took their seats in order, and as soon as they were seated, barriers rose behind them, successfully isolating everyone. Furthermore, all signals were blocked in the classroom, and no student was allowed to bring electronic devices. The exam lasted 1 hour, and the sounds of clicking on the screen were interspersed throughout. The questions were all based on knowledge from the study materials, nothing beyond the syllabus, and even the extra points the teacher had covered weren't included in the exam. It was quite considerate. Lossie remembered the material well, and finished the exam in 40 minutes. After confirming submission, the barrier disappeared, the screen on the desk creaked, and the previously vanished desktop flipped back up from underneath, covering its original position. Looks like she could leave now. Lossie had just stood up when she saw Nicole also coming out. History teacher Jane adjusted her glasses. The scores for the multiple choice and true/false questions for both of them were already out. Both had gotten full marks. The essay questions needed to be graded manually, and the final scores were still unknown. Nicole looked at Lossie walking down from above with surprise. Although the exam content wasn't beyond the syllabus, the material they had studied in the past week was enough to fill a whole book. How could Lossie have finished so quickly? Nicole didn't think Lossie was the type to answer randomly if she didn't know the answer. This meant Lossie's talents weren't limited to combat and shooting. Her memory was at least genius level. Although Lossie had been working very hard these past few days, constantly reviewing materials, even an average person couldn't remember everything even after a month of studying. A generous and appropriate smile bloomed on Nicole's lips. It seemed she had a formidable competitor. Not necessarily. What if it was a friend? Cheen Dinglon finished soon after, and 5 minutes later, half the students had come out, almost all from upper-middle-class families. An hour passed, some were happy, some were sad. There was still a 70-minute biology exam before the test, and everyone was diligently reviewing their exam materials, holding up their wristbands. Lossie quickly skimmed through the material, and found a quiet spot to preview the next week's exam. Indeed, she had previewed all of next week's material. Actually, it wasn't exactly previewing, it was practically the same as actually studying. Lucas happened to be nearby, pacing back and forth in the aisle while memorizing key points. When he couldn't remember something, he wanted to punch himself. Lossie quickly finished the biology exam and came out at the same time as Nicole. Mr. Timmy looked at the transmitted scores and said to the two with satisfaction, "Do your best this afternoon." The two nodded obediently and left the exam room. Nicole went back to her dorm, while Lossie, as usual, found a quiet place to study. However, halfway through her studies, she felt a slight pain in her lower abdomen. Thinking it was just needing to use the restroom, she ran to the bathroom and pulled down her pants, only to discover that her period had started. Her body had always been malnourished, and Lossie thought her period would be a long time coming. She hadn't expected it to arrive so soon after only a few days of comfort. Helpless, she could only use tissues first, then buy sanitary napkins from the school supermarket. On the way back, Lossie's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Her period cramps were extremely severe. She had to go to the infirmary instead. Seeing her struggling to walk towards her, clutching her stomach and leaning against the wall, Nurse Nanu quickly helped her up. "What's wrong? Where are you hurt?" Lossie grabbed Nanu's hand pleadingly, managing to utter a few words. "Period, pain." With that, she exhausted all her strength, closed her eyes, and fainted from the pain. She didn't know how long she had been lying there before she slowly woke up. Through the glass above her head, she saw the familiar treatment room. She pressed a button beside her. To prevent accidents, the inside of the treatment chamber could also be opened. Nanu heard the sound and came over from the side. "Luoshi, are you still in pain?" Luoshi shook her head. The pain was gone. She then looked at her bracelet. It was only 1 a.m. She breathed a sigh of relief. There was still plenty of time before the exam. Beside her, Nanu said earnestly, "You fainted from the pain at noon. Do you want to ask for leave for the exam this afternoon? The teacher should give you 60 points. It won't affect you much." Hearing 60 points, Luoshi immediately became anxious. She needed to get her scholarship, which she used to exchange for source crystals. Source crystals were the fastest way to improve her abilities. She couldn't miss the exam. She quickly came out of the treatment chamber. The radiation outside was high, so she would study in the infirmary. Seeing Luoshi working so hard, Nanu didn't try to persuade her further and led her to the convalescent room on the first floor. The treatment room was large, with screens on all 4 walls continuously playing various healing natural images. The air inside was infused with trace amounts of medication to help people heal wounds and relax their minds. Many other patients from other shifts were resting inside, and Lossie's entry went unnoticed. Before closing the door, Nanu said, "Your current lack of pain is probably just due to the anesthesia and painkillers. Be careful." Chapter 65. In the afternoon, everyone headed to the combat exam venue, the same playground where they usually warmed up. Teacher Timmy hadn't arrived yet, but the morning's results were already posted in the Feishin group, along with the graded electronic exam papers. Number 1 in the top spot was none other than Lossie from the refugee camp, whom they had previously looked down upon. She secured first place with an undisputed high score of 199. Second place went to Nicole with 195, also a very high score. However, she had lost 1 point. Lossie curiously opened her history exam paper. She hadn't answered any questions wrong, but her answers to the essay questions weren't written in a formal style, showing a bit of her own subjective opinion. She couldn't complain about the point deduction, but since she was ranked first, she didn't bother to argue. The other students in the class were also very curious about Lossie's near-perfect score, and all opened her exam paper. Her answers were practically identical to the standard answers. It was a real pity she lost 1 point. However, for someone from a refugee camp, her history was better than those from their safe zone. Some suspected Lucy of cheating, but this was quickly refuted by her classmates. They looked down on people from the refugee camp, but there was no need to frame her. They weren't that petty. They had all seen Lucy's hard work these past few days. Except for necessary breaks, she was almost always looking down at her materials. Soon, Mr. Timmy arrived. The exam is the same as usual. First, a warm-up. The first 10 get 1 point, the last 10 lose 1 point. After the warm-up, most of the students, who weren't good at sports, were exhausted. Although they had been running every day this week, they were still incredibly tired. Mr. Timmy didn't give them a break, fighting in pairs. First pair, Nicole versus Tuka. Tuka was one of the few who could hold out against Teacher Timmy for even a minute, his strength comparable to Nicole's. Their duel lasted 3 minutes before Teacher Timmy called a halt. She valued everyone's progress, not necessarily a decisive victory. Seeing that it didn't have to be a life-or-death struggle, the others began discussing with their teammates about putting on a show. Watching the increasingly lackluster fights, Teacher Timmy didn't intervene. She was willing to give them low scores if they dared to play it safe. She was waiting to see their regret. Soon, only Lucas and Loci remained without their exams. Usually, when Loci wasn't around, Lucas would practice with two other equally weak partners. But today, with the exam, it was clear that one person couldn't take 2 attempts. Teacher Timmy, having finished recording the previous group's data and performance, looked at Lucas. You spar with me. I won't attack. Use all the techniques I taught you. Lucas thought he at least spar with Loci, but instead, he was sparring with the teacher. He swallowed hard, mustered his courage, and approached the motionless teacher. His movements were technically correct, but he was weak and slow. Teacher Timmy could easily dodge his attacks with a slight sidestep. The more he sparred, the more embarrassed he felt. His face was almost completely red. He hadn't even touched a patch of the teacher's clothing. He was sure he'd fail. While Lucas thought this, Teacher Timmy thought his performance was acceptable for a beginner with no physical fitness. In just 5 days, he had made significant progress and was practicing diligently the material he had taught in class. Next, it was Loci's turn. Everyone excitedly formed a circle, ready to observe closely. Teacher Timmy smirked. Nicole, Tuka, the 6 of you will have a round-robin match. Lucy was definitely going to be the one getting beaten, Timmy thought smugly. She wouldn't do something so embarrassing again. Some brat had posted the video online, and her former teammates seized the opportunity to mock her mercilessly. They said she'd become so weak in the time they'd been apart. She frantically explained that she already fought 59 students and was tired. That's why she was beating so badly. They ignored her, making her so angry she couldn't sleep all night. The 6 Timmy had called on were the best fighters in the class. Anyone else would have been easy prey. Lucy stood calmly in the middle, but her period seemed determined to get better. The temperature was too low, and her abdomen started to ache again. Nicole stepped forward, looking excited. It was her first time fighting Lucy. Don't be polite. I want to see the difference between us. Loci desperately wanted to crouch down to ease the pain, but the situation didn't allow it. She could only end the fight quickly. Okay, come on. Nicole strode forward, throwing a punch when she was at a sufficient distance. Loci dodged, the force of the punch brushing a stray strand of hair near her ear. Nicole's strength wasn't much less than hers. Loci judged this as soon as her fist was already out. Nicole's speed was equally impressive. She quickly blocked, deflecting Loci's punch, but the force was so great that it forced her back 2 steps. In that instant, Loci appeared beside her like a ghost, a leg sweeping straight at her undefended lower body. However, Nicole was agile. Just as she was about to land, she braced herself with her hands, seemingly about to get up immediately. But a rough, bony hand gripped her neck. She lost in less than 20 seconds. Even in this crushing defeat, Nicole quickly regained her composure, flashing a generous and poised smile. I lost. You were really good. Rossi had already released her neck and extended his hand towards her. You haven't experienced the edge of death. Offense is important, but defense and retreat are the keys to survival. You were too slow. Nicole used Rossi's hand to stand up, and even after leaving the battlefield, she was still pondering Ross's words about defense and retreat being the key to survival. Yes, she had never experienced mortal danger, and she never paid as much attention to defense and retreat as she did to offense. She always only considered how to attack, not how to truly protect herself. Rossi dealt with the next 5 people as quickly as possible. All 6, including the time spent on the field, took no more than 3 minutes. Teacher Timmy reluctantly gave her a perfect score of 100. Ross's strength was undeniable. No one else could get a perfect score. The exam was over, and everyone dispersed. Nicole and Chin Dinglon approached Loci to speak, but Loci suddenly squatted down, cold sweat wetting her hair. What's wrong, Loci? Are you feeling unwell, or did you just get hurt? Nicole's concerned voice whispered in her ear. Menstrual cramps. I feel better soon, Loci said, her head buried in her knees, her voice muffled. She had taken painkillers when the pain first started, but they were taking a long time to work, and she was still in excruciating pain. Nicole had never experienced menstrual cramps, and didn't know what to do, so she and Chin Dinglon stood by her side. Jill Newman watched curiously for a while, then left some time later. About 10 minutes later, Loci's pain subsided, and she could barely stand. She declined their offer to help her, and slowly walked to the weapons department's aisle to sit down. The temperature inside was 25 degrees Celsius, and with the painkillers taking effect, the pain in her lower abdomen gradually disappeared. Loci sighed heavily, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and really wanted to have her uterus removed. Chapter 66. Nicole and her companion felt sympathetic towards Losai's situation. The young lady had been pampered since childhood, and rarely suffered from menstrual cramps or other ailments caused by external factors. For the final exam, Teacher Zhang finally didn't sleep. The exam was simple. 20 weapons were randomly selected from those studied that week. Students had to write down their detailed specifications and hit a target once. Each gun had 2 attempts, and the target distance varied for different guns. Losai drew almost every type of gun. She smoothly completed the electronic exam, then found her chosen gun from the weapon wall, and fired it in sequence. With just 1 bullet, each shot hit the bullseye. Teacher Zhang stroked his beard, impressed by her talent. The exam ended at 8:30. Nicole wanted to invite Losai to dinner, as a way to relax after the exam. Losai hesitated but declined. She really wanted to sleep. Nicole was visibly disappointed by the rejection. If Losai didn't go, she didn't want to go either. But Qin Dinglan had already promised to eat together, and it wouldn't be good to stand her up. The 3 parted ways on their way to the cafeteria. After walking for a while, almost reaching the dormitory, Lucy suddenly stopped. "Stop following us, your footsteps are too loud." On the streetlit concrete road, a figure emerged from the green belt beside the road. Lucy took a second look before recognizing him. Jill Newman. He was so dark-skinned that she couldn't see him clearly in the greenery at night. What's wrong? She was clearly not in a good mood, dealing with the person who had wronged her. Jill Newman, with one hand hidden behind his back, hesitated and remained silent. Lossie didn't have time to play with him, and turned to leave. "Hey, I haven't said anything yet." Jill Newman quickly caught up, and seeing Lossie still not stopping, he could only speak as he walked. "Well, it was wrong of me to tease you before. I apologize, I'm sorry." Although he didn't know why she suddenly apologized, Lossie didn't want to talk to him at the moment. "Oh." Faced with such a cold response, Jill Newman knew he was definitely disliked. He forced a smile, his white teeth seemingly shining in the darkness. "You're amazing in every way. You're the second person I admire." Lossie quickened her pace. "Oh." She wasn't quite right in the head. Jill Newman scratched his head. Shouldn't she normally ask him who he admired most? Seeing Lossie walking faster and faster, he took a long stride to catch up with her. He tried to speak to her several times, but Lossie only responded with an "oh." Seeing that she was almost at the girls' dormitory, Jill Newman finally revealed his left hand, which he had been hiding. A pink, round insulated box. Rosie stopped abruptly, looking at him suspiciously. What did this kid mean? She was only 14, and he seemed to be 19. Wasn't this just plain weird? Jill Newman felt embarrassed by Rosie's stare and shyly lowered his head. Because of the backlighting, he couldn't see the disgust in Rosie's eyes. "I noticed you seemed quite uncomfortable this afternoon, like you had menstrual cramps. I looked it up online, and it says you can drink some hot brown sugar and honey water at this time. I specially made this after my combat exam when I got back to the dormitory. If you don't mind, you can." When he talked about menstrual cramps, he blushed with embarrassment, though his dark skin made it hard to see. Disgusted? Before he could finish speaking, Losai expressed his disgust without hesitation. He looked up in surprise. He hadn't done anything wrong, and he even apologized. Why was Losai still disgusted with him? Seeing the guy who was a head and a half taller than him, Losai held up both hands, giving him 2 big middle fingers, almost sticking them in his face, so he wouldn't see. "You pervert," Losai said, turning and entering the dormitory without looking back. This guy was clearly out of his mind. Even after Losai returned to the dormitory, Jill Newman was still in a daze. This was the first time he'd been so nice to a kid, and not only was he being disgusted, but he was also being treated like a pervert. Girls from Class A occasionally passed by, and seeing Jill Newman standing downstairs in the dormitory, they couldn't help but stare curiously at him, especially the pink insulated food container in his hand. "No way, are we going to have a couple in our class so soon? Wow, that's a huge piece of gossip. It's really bad luck if anyone gets crushed on by that idiot who only knows how to run. Look, he's been standing there for so long, and he still hasn't given her anything. Maybe the girl doesn't like him? I don't know. I can't hold back anymore. I'm going to go ask her." One of the bolder girls took the initiative and went to Jill Newman. "Excuse me, is that a gift for you? I can help you." Jill Newman, who had been feeling down, hesitated for a moment, but still handed over the gift. "Please, just give it to Lizzie Brenda." But when the girl heard it was Lizzie, her smiling face immediately fell, and she called her a pervert before rushing back to her friends to complain. "He's a pedophile. He's actually pursuing 14-year-old Lizzie. Is the world crazy, Or am I crazy? My God. I never thought he was this kind of person. Back in her dorm, Lucy curled up on her bed and slowly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, she was awakened by a delicious aroma. Her lower abdomen was slightly sore, much better than yesterday, and her daily activities weren't affected. A knock came at the door. Lucy, are you awake? I ordered takeout. Want to eat together? Lucy slipped on her slippers. She hadn't eaten since the first 2 days when Nicole had cooked for her. Why was Nicole calling her again today? Opening the door, she saw a fragrant meal laid out on the living room table. A Chinese 5-dish meal with soup and a glass of hot milk. Nicole, though white, had a particular fondness for Chinese food. Are you still in pain? She asked, blinking her big blue eyes with concern. I'm much better, Rossi replied truthfully. That's good. Nicole then pulled out a chair at the table, gesturing for Rossi to sit down. This was so unusual. While Nicole was usually quite polite, she wouldn't go to such lengths as to pull out a chair for her. Just tell me what's on your mind. I help if I can, she said, considering the food. Her stomach was rumbling, urging her to quickly stuff the food into her mouth. Nicole tugged at Ross's sleeve, gently swaying it from side to side in a coquettish manner. Can I become your apprentice? I take care of all your meals from now on. All her meals? At her rate of eating, that would average at least 20,000 yuan a month per person. That was a huge sum. Rossi admitted she was tempted. Deal. But I only teach you when I have free time. Is that acceptable? Nicole nodded frantically. Yes, I accept. Asking the top student in the entire grade to teach her, she accept anything. The results came out early this morning, and Losai ranked first with a total score of 399 across 4 subjects. This is the highest score ever achieved in a weekly test since the founding of the Union Academy. Geniuses may excel in one area, and there are always students who score 100 in a single subject, but this is the first time we've seen someone get almost perfect scores in all 4 subjects. Chapter 67. Half the class failed the combat skills test. They had planned to let each other pass, but were stunned when they saw the results. They failed, while the skinny Lucas scored 80 points, even though he always came in last during warm-ups, incurring a 5-point deduction. They felt that even if they hadn't fought seriously, they were still better than Lucas. How could they fail while Lucas got a high score? They gathered together, outnumbered and powerful, to confront teacher Timmy. However, they were quickly humiliated and kicked out. They then realized that teacher Timmy was looking at everyone's progress, not just pure skill. Of course, Losai was an exception. She could even fight the teacher to a draw, so the teacher couldn't give her a low score, and she was always in the top 10 during warm-ups, so teacher Timmy gave her a perfect score. After finishing her meal, Losai was about to clean up the trash when Nicole hurriedly stood up and stopped her. Master, let me do it. Let me do it. You're on your period. Just sit and rest. Can you do it? Losai was a little skeptical, but after watching Nicole confidently promise and clumsily clean up, she let her continue. I have something to do outside. I teach you when I get back. Losai changed her clothes, gave her instructions, and left. After nearly 2 hours on the bus, Losai finally approached the city gate. She chose to get off at a food street and spent 288 points on a moderately irradiated barbecue set meal with a grill. She had promised to treat Amy to barbecue, and she hadn't contacted Amy beforehand, intending to surprise her. But when she arrived at the familiar place with the meat, Amy was gone, the ground was covered in footprints, and everything inside had been looted. Lucy asked several nearby households, but they all said they hadn't seen them. No one had come out for the past 2 days, and yesterday someone checked and found their homes empty, though their belongings were still there. However, the first family to find them had taken most of their belongings, and the remaining few were quickly taken by other families. Unable to find any useful clues, Lucy could only message Grote asking for help before returning to the safe zone. Upon arriving at her dormitory, Grote replied, they were taken away in a car on Wednesday night, but didn't enter safe zone 3. According to the Black River Gang signal detection, someone in their area made a long-distance call on the day he reported to the United Academy, but it's uncertain if it was them. Ordinary bracelets can't make long-distance calls. It must have been using a device made in some private workshop. Lucy sent a thank you. The long-distance call, coupled with the fact that the car didn't enter the safe zone, almost certainly meant they were taken by people from other safe zones or some private bases. Besides the safe zones, there are also some small, self-established bases outside, but they are still insignificant compared to the safe zones. She couldn't help but recall Amy's mother's serene face. Even emaciated in the refugee camp, her radiance remained undiminished. Her background must be extraordinary. Knowing Amy was most likely alright, Losai felt relieved and sent her a message via her bracelet, but received no reply. She ate the barbecue for lunch. Nicole, who didn't eat food with moderate radiation, didn't join in. After lunch, Losai scheduled training for the afternoon, as Nicole needed a nap. After reviewing materials all afternoon, Nicole finally woke up. She rushed into Losai's room excitedly as soon as she woke up. "Master, I'm ready, let's start training." Losai had originally planned to practice in the living room, but Nicole said she had already reserved a practice room at the school. "You have money?" She remembered that practice rooms required points on weekends. Nicole grabbed Losai's hand and was about to leave, saying as they walked, "My dad heard I became your student, and after watching your sparring video with teacher Timmy, he booked a practice room for me for 6 months. He even increased my allowance to 4,000 per month, so I can learn properly from you." Losai, money talks. Arriving at the building dedicated to practice, after scanning her face, Nicole asked for a combat practice room. The system immediately found an empty room and granted permission. Nicole then granted the permission to Losai, so even if Nicole didn't come, Losai could use it alone. The two followed the signs to a practice room on the second floor. A facial recognition system scanned their faces, quickly opening the door. The room was well equipped, with protective gear and various melee weapons. Lossie picked up a long, thin wooden stick, weighing it in her hand. "Our training is very strict. If you don't perform well, you get beaten." To her surprise, Nicole wasn't afraid at all, her eyes even gleamed with anticipation. Aside from her father hitting her once, no one had ever hit her. Lossie was somewhat speechless and let her attack. This time, Nicole was much more wary. She immediately feinted, quickly retreating, trying to bait Lossie's attack before launching a sneak strike. Unfortunately, Lossie saw through her trick. Instead of attacking, she swung the stick and struck Nicole's arm the instant she retreated. Nicole cried out in pain, quickly rubbing her arm with her other hand. The blow had been quite forceful. "Too slow. If you were facing a real enemy, you'd be seriously injured. Although we're practicing, I want you to treat this like a real life or death battle. This stick in my hand is a weapon that can take your life. Your task is to attack me while dodging the stick." Nicole nodded emphatically. She had to become stronger. "Charge! Ah! Ah! Ah!" The screams were incessant. 2 hours later, Nicole collapsed to the ground, exhausted, her eyes vacant. Her hair was soaked with sweat, clinging to her tattered clothes, and her body was covered in bruises and welts from being whipped and beaten. This was the first time in her life she had suffered such severe injuries. She had been too slow to dodge. Losai had truly gone for the kill. After this ordeal, she genuinely felt like she was on the verge of death. Now, she instinctively dodged the stick, her reactions much faster than before. Losai grabbed a glass of water and gulped it down, a thoroughly satisfying one-sided beating. "That's enough for today, we continue tomorrow. I take you to the infirmary." Lying on the ground, Nicole struggled to raise her right hand and give an okay sign. It was the weekend, and it was Nan Yu's turn to be on duty. Seeing Losai, she approached Yu. She was about to ask if she had period cramps again, but seeing Losai acting as if nothing had happened, while the girl beside her looked like she'd been bullied, with red marks everywhere except for her face, she noticed. "You too?" Nan Yu's eyes darted between the two. The young people were quite the flirts. "Sister Nan Yu, Nicole got injured during training, could you please take her for treatment?" Losai deliberately emphasized the word training, and the teasing in Nan Yu's eyes was blatant. Chapter 68. Although Nicole was exhausted, she still smiled and nodded politely. "Nurse Nan Yu." "No problem, Nicole, come up with me." As a nurse, Nan Yu naturally knew they were training, but being on duty alone was too boring, so she did it on purpose. However, it was somewhat unexpected that the second young lady of the Dip family was training so diligently, remaining silent even after being beaten like this. While Nicole was receiving treatment on the second floor, Losai went to the first floor treatment room to look at materials. She liked this place, it helped her relax. On Sunday, training was divided into morning and afternoon sessions. While Nicole was lying in the treatment pod, Losai studied in the treatment room. In just 2 days, Nicole's dodging ability had improved considerably, and her attacks were more cautious. Losai's attacks were so unpredictable, and the angles so tricky that if you couldn't dodge, it was a real blow, and it really hurt. If she hadn't gone to the infirmary every day, she probably would be bedridden by now. Monday, classes were the same as usual. The first period was history. As soon as the two left the dorm, several female classmates stared at Lizzie in the hallway. She was a little confused, but the stares intensified as soon as she entered the classroom. That's terrible, being targeted by a pervert at such a young age. Why isn't Jill Newman here yet? I want to see if that pervert has the face to show in class. Seriously, does anyone actually like Lizzie, that skeleton? Is it just a rumor? It's true, my roommate asked him herself. It's definitely true. Lizzie overheard the classmates' whispers. She realized why so many people were staring at her today. It was because of Jill Newman. Just then, Jill Newman arrived, and the classroom quieted down considerably, everyone waiting to see what the two would do. Rosie pulled Nicole's hand, and was about to leave when Qin Dinglon from the front row waved to them. This time, 2 seats were empty. Rosie didn't stand on ceremony, and went straight to sit down. Jill Newman, who was about to raise his hand, lowered it again. He had wanted to greet her. Still a little dazed, he didn't understand what was happening. He walked up the steps, wanting to sit with someone he was close to. But the other person simply put their legs on the empty seat. Sorry, this seat is taken. Jill could only walk to the back row and sit down. It was really strange today. Even his usually close roommate wasn't leaving with him. Nicole sat in the middle, and Qin Dinglon, chin in hand, asked, "What did you do all weekend? I looked for you twice, and you weren't there." Nicole replied without hesitation, "Training." Qin Dinglon clearly didn't believe her. The second-ranked student in the entire grade, Miss Deep, had to train on weekends? She wasn't like Losai, who came from a refugee background. She pouted, Fine, don't tell me then." Nicole shrugged helplessly. She had told the truth. Whether she believed it or not was up to her. Compared to the 2 rich girls daydreaming in class, Losai was studying exceptionally diligently. After class, she only went to the restroom before continuing to study. Nicole and Qin Dinglon chatted casually. They really didn't need to go through the first month's academic classes again. During their conversation, when she heard that Jill liked Losai, Nicole was utterly shocked. Is that true? Nicole looked at Losai for confirmation. Losai could only explain that Jill had brought her a thermal lunchbox that night, which she refused, and that Jill might not even like her. It was probably just out of concern between classmates. Faced with Losai's explanation, the 2 clearly didn't believe her. Why would classmates go back to their dorms to make brown sugar water? That evening, during weapons class, Nicole followed Losai to the shooting range to practice. Your movements are very standard. You can hold your gun steady as long as the recoil isn't too high. I can't teach you much about shooting. You can only practice more and increase your strength. A steadier grip will lead to a higher accuracy. Shooting can only improve strength proficiency. The rest is talent. There's a limit to talent. No matter how hard you try, you can only reach your limit. Another week passed. Losai focused more on written language in her history exam, simply copying the text verbatim. She successfully scored 100. A perfect score of 400 across 4 subjects. She broke the record once again. Now she's a legendary figure on campus, recognized wherever she goes. Even upperclassmen often gather around to watch her during class. Meanwhile, Jill Newman's reputation for being a psychopath has spread throughout the entire school. Life seemed to go on as usual until the day of the monthly exam. Jill Newman finally understood why he was disliked. He realized he'd been misunderstood and hurriedly went to explain to Lizzie. This month, Lizzie had been avoiding him whenever she saw him. Now that he stopped her, it was better to be clear. I'm not a pervert. I don't have a pedophilic tendency. Lizzie nodded, silently distancing herself from him. Seeing her disgusted look, Jill Newman knew she didn't believe him and hastily stamped his foot, explaining, "Oh dear, I just wanted to apologize. I really didn't mean it that way. I deliberately didn't add you to the group before because I looked down on you. That was wrong of me. But ever since you fought with Teacher Timmy, I've been completely impressed by your abilities, skills, martial arts. Well, I'm totally impressed. But that's really not what I meant. I just wanted to apologize for my previous mistakes, so I made you some brown sugar and honey water because I saw you had menstrual cramps. I was so offensive, I really didn't mean it." Losai gave him a suspicious look, but seeing his anxious demeanor, which didn't seem fake, and noticing his somewhat dazed expression, her suspicions lessened considerably. "Oh, you can explain it to your classmates yourself. I didn't spread this rumor." Having received forgiveness from the person in question, most of the pent-up stress vanished instantly. Heaven knows how he spent the past month. No one spoke to him. Even his roommates and sparring partners avoided him like the plague, as if he were something filthy. He felt incredibly wronged. Then he remembered the girl who had offered to deliver his insulated food that night. To stop the rumors, he had to explain things from the source. The monthly exam was crucial. Failing even one subject would result in being demoted. However, There was also a scholarship of up to 10,000 yuan. If he got first place in the final exams at the end of the year, the scholarship would be a full 100,000 yuan. He had successfully completed the first 2 academic subjects. In the afternoon, everyone gathered early on the playground. When the time came, it was their homeroom teacher, Watson, who arrived. Everyone was too afraid to speak upon seeing him, obediently lining up as they usually did in class. Mr. Timmy has been temporarily recalled. I will be taking today's exam for him. Watson's voice was deep and resonant, and he was dressed differently from his usual suit, in a light camouflage combat uniform. Upon hearing that today's exam would be administered by the homeroom teacher, everyone simultaneously felt a sense of impending doom. Teacher Timmy judged students by their progress. Even if you didn't do well, as long as you improved, you could pass. But the homeroom teacher wasn't watching every day. How could he know if you improved, or what if you performed below the class average and failed? Besides, judging by his massive physique and the power to smash the podium with a single punch, there was no way they could beat him. At that moment, a blue light flashed from the device on his temple, and a heavenly eye suddenly flew in from afar. The heavenly eye will record your exam video. The final grading will be decided by Teacher Timmy. Hearing Watson say this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it was Teacher Timmy grading. Just when Lossie thought she would be last, Watson called her name. Lossie, you go first. Chapter 69. The crowd, with a mixture of sympathy and anticipation, made way for Lizzie, hoping she wouldn't be beaten too badly. Meanwhile, many silently raised their bracelets, intending to record what might be a historic moment for Class A. Many were waiting for Lizzie's monthly exam match against Teacher Timmy. Now, although the opponent had changed, it was even more anticipated, wasn't it? Lizzie slowly stepped forward, still a little nervous. This match concerned her 10,000 yuan scholarship. Moreover, she hadn't seen Teacher Watson fight before, and didn't know his strength, techniques, or fighting style. But he must have seen her fight, right? Lizzie gave an innocent smile, and rushed forward at top speed. She liked to use feints to probe her opponent at the start, but this time she didn't. Instead, she launched a direct attack. Watson's body tensed. He knew Timmy's strength, so he didn't underestimate Lizzie, and was always ready to attack after a feint. But even at such close range, her strength didn't diminish at all. He quickly realized this wasn't a feint. He stretched out his arms to block, protecting his head. Lucy's near full-force attack hadn't even flinched her opponent. Her fist felt like it had struck a rock. Lucy quickly created distance. Her opponent hadn't pressed his advantage. She flicked her right hand, cautiously shifting her position. Mr. Watson was too strong, not the kind developed through training, but the strength forged in the crucible of battle. He was incredibly solid, with not a single inch of useless flesh. Lucy couldn't break through his defense anytime soon. Mr. Watson, have you ever sparred with Mr. Timmy? Lucy stopped attacking, and started chatting from a safe distance. Watson stretched his arms, staring intently at the constantly moving Losai. We fought before, but I'm not the kind of guy you find in a refugee camp election. You can't beat me with words. Losai's eyes were mocking. Then who won? Watson sneered. Guess. Seeing that his opponent wasn't buying it, Losai attacked again, launching at least 10 attacks in just half a minute. But not only was his opponent unharmed, his own hands were aching terribly. However, he rarely moved, mostly defending, hardly attacking. Was he trying to test his strength? Losai smiled. No, he wasn't agile. Attacking would only make it easier for her to find an opening. Even if he could match her speed, smaller people are definitely more agile. Larger people are better suited for defense. So what Losai needed now was to get him moving. Looking at Losai's malicious smile, Watson felt a chill run down his spine. This girl might have seen right through him. Although he appeared unharmed, only he knew the truth. Lucy was incredibly strong, but he could hold out for a while. Lossie's attack came again quickly. Watson didn't move his lower body, extending his left hand to block and deflect the force, while his other hand grabbed Lucy's wrist. But he was wrong. Lucy was doing it on purpose. He had grabbed her hand, but her leg was already aimed at his groin. Watson was forced to release Lucy and try to block her leg. Just as he grabbed Lucy's left calf, Lucy used the momentum to leap up and deliver a powerful flying knee strike to his face in midair. Watson felt like his brain was about to be smashed to pieces. The world around him blurred for a moment. However, as a colonel with extensive combat experience, he braced himself with one hand and quickly rose to his feet just before falling. He knew that defense alone was no longer enough. He had to attack. But Lucy knew her strength was likely far inferior to his, and had no intention of engaging him in a direct confrontation. They began a chase across the playground. However, she would occasionally stop to exchange a few blows with him, and if she couldn't win, she would continue running. Nicole watched intently. Lucy was truly skilled at dodging. Thinking of her own improvements under Lucy's tutelage this month, she felt she had gained a lot. This couldn't drag on indefinitely, so Watson had to increase his speed. If he could land a punch on Lucy, he would definitely be unable to get up, but she was too cunning. Seeing that he was about to catch Lucy, he even threw a punch. But the next second, she used the iron fence at the edge of the playground to perform a backflip, appearing directly behind Watson. And in just 2 seconds, she completed a series of moves, including a choke hold and an over-the-shoulder throw, finally stepping on his arm. Watson, lying on the ground, had a deep look in his eyes. He had been too careless. That's enough. Hearing the exam was over, Lucy let out a heavy sigh of relief. Every move she made against Watson was almost all out, and although the fight lasted less than 10 minutes, it was much more tiring than usual. No one expected the fight to end like this. It was completely different from the intense battle they had imagined. It was more like a game of chase. Only a very few people saw Lucy's brilliance. The homeroom teacher's strength was far beyond what was expected. A direct confrontation would definitely result in defeat. Just look at the power of that final punch. Because of the inertia, the punch didn't have time to retract, and it punched a hole in the iron mesh. 3 of the iron pillars used to support the mesh, buried deep in the ground, were uprooted. It practically overturned half of the mesh on the playground. Putting everything else aside, the mesh is designed with a certain degree of elasticity. An ordinary person's punch would only make the mesh sway. Deformation would be almost impossible. This kind of playful strategy was the most effective, and her ability to identify the homeroom teacher's weakness in such a short time was quite impressive. Lucy wiped the sweat from her brow. That punch could have nearly killed her. The homeroom teacher really went all out. The other students' exams were the usual 2-person sparring sessions, but Lucy's was a special case. The exams went smoothly. Lucy had just returned to her dorm when a red dot appeared on the Black River Gang's long dormant app. It was a message from Greta. The gang urgently needs some information and requires your assistance. Judging from the message time, it was sent during the exam. Lucy hesitated for a moment before replying, "At the United Academy?" She could only move around the United Academy now, so the information the Black River Gang needed must be from there. As expected, Greta replied quickly. Chapter 70. Yes, tonight at 9 p.m., the location is under the wisteria trellis on the East Campus. Someone will meet you there. There's a reward of 20,000 points after it's done. Seeing so many points, Lucy immediately replied okay, then turned and pulled out a black outfit she never worn before from her spatial storage. Also, there was a hood, gloves, men's leather boots a size too big, and platform insoles, all the standard equipment for a ruthless bandit, along with super black foundation. With 20 minutes to spare, Lucy went downstairs in her usual clothes, quickly changed into the suit in a secluded spot, and didn't forget to blacken all her exposed skin. As long as her voice was changed, no one would recognize her. When the time came, Lucy arrived on time. It was winter, and no one would linger here at this hour. She only waited about 3 minutes before a footstep approached. Just from the voice, Lucy could roughly determine the person's physical characteristics. The newcomer was male, about 1.9 meters tall, weighing between 175 and 180 pounds. His feet landed firmly, indicating good leg strength from regular exercise. Will the temperature be above freezing tomorrow? Lucy initiated the signal, her voice hoarse, like that of a teenager, completely belying her gender. The man paused. Yes, just like Wenji. He deliberately lowered his voice, afraid someone passing by would hear. But Lucy felt a jolt. That voice sounded familiar. She stepped out from behind the concrete wisteria trellis pillar. The newcomer was none other than her classmate Jill Newman. It was him. No wonder he'd been targeting her since the start of the semester. He was from the Black River Gang, seeking revenge for her mistake in the election. However, he didn't do anything shady afterward. In fact, he even seemed somewhat ingratiating. He was quite a strange person. Jill Newman looked suspiciously at his companion, who had appeared. Dressed entirely in black, short and thin, probably only a little over 1.7 meters tall, looking like a skinny monkey. What use could someone like that be? He didn't recognize Lucy, nor did he match any of the classmates he remembered. He suspected he might be an upperclassman or someone from outside the school. To maintain secrecy, many of the Black River Gang's spies kept their identities secret. My code name is Black Panther. What's yours? Jill Newman spoke first. Black Panther? That's similar to Jill Newman, black and fast. Isn't that Black Panther? As for his own codename, Lucy thought for a moment and casually said Diamond. After exchanging names, Jill Newman explained the details of the mission. The location was Dean of Student Sarah's office. The objective was to copy the contents of Sarah's office computer. If the target information was found, the reward would be 20,000 points. However, without the target information, only 5,000 points will be awarded. Other useful information will be rewarded with points based on its importance. Sarah leaves work at 9:30 p.m. every night, sometimes no earlier than 9 p.m., and sometimes she works all night. And she has a habit of clearing all computer data left in the office after she leaves work. After listening, Losai couldn't help but ask, so, are we just going to rob her? Otherwise, once Sarah leaves, all the data will be gone, and what will they steal? Jill Newman turned away in disgust. Was his partner not very bright? How could that be? We arranged for someone to distract Sarah, but she's very alert. We only have 3 to 5 minutes to act. Jill handed Losai a black, square device, about the size of a fingernail, resembling a USB flash drive. This doesn't need to be plugged in, but hacking it will take time. You need to keep this on the computer for at least a minute. Because Sarah's computer automatically destroys itself if it leaves the office area, they can only steal data, not take it directly. Losai, okay, no problem. Aren't you going? Jill Newman pulled a finger-length black strip from his backpack. He pressed a switch, and the black strip immediately projected a screen and keyboard. Computers commonly used on planet Aegir these days are very lightweight. I'd be in charge of hacking the surveillance. Wear this for communication. Jill pulled a ring-shaped device from his pocket. It looked familiar, similar to the devices the teachers wore, but this one was silver. I didn't expect him to be a hacker. I know a little bit too, just basic stuff, and it's rarely useful. Lossie took the device, gently pressed it against her temple, and it adhered easily to her skin, remaining firmly in place no matter how much she shook it. Jill also took out the same device, skillfully placing it on her temple with her well-defined knuckles. They're preparing to move over there. Go wait nearby, I contact you promptly. Lossie could hear Jill's voice, yet it echoed in her mind without any delay. It was a strange feeling. The same voice seemed to be heard simultaneously, as if through a helmet. You could clearly sense it was the same person's voice, yet you could also clearly distinguish which was real, and which was coming from this magical device. After giving an okay sign, Losai chose a side street with almost no surveillance cameras. Their meeting point wasn't far from the administration office, and Losai easily made his way downstairs in just 5 minutes. The administration building was pitch black, with only one room on the 6th floor still lit. Jill's voice came through the device, not very loud, but it felt like someone was living inside your head. They moved in. Sarah is expected to leave her office in 1 minute. The surveillance will stop in half a minute. Jill, 3, 2, 1, Sarah has left her office and is in the corridor. You can move now, be careful. Roger. Losai's voice was deep and calm, carried on the cold wind into Jill's mind, inexplicably making him pause. That kid, he seems kind of reliable. Jill didn't know why he thought that. He shook his head, focusing on tracking the movements on both sides to prevent the operation from failing. Lucy had already scouted out the entrance to the building. As soon as the time came, she nimbly climbed up using the window and the floodgates, making almost no noise. The walls, at minus 20 degrees Celsius, were terrifyingly cold. Luckily, she had brought gloves, otherwise her hands would have frozen raw. She reached the 6th floor in about a minute. However, no one was opening windows in sub-zero temperatures. Lucy tried pushing one, but it wouldn't budge. She then pulled out the window-breaking tool Jill had given her. A transparent suction cup connected to a diamond-like blade by a wire. Lucy used the suction cup to hold the glass in place, and quickly used the blade to carve a circle half a meter in diameter wide enough for her to pass through. This window-breaking device was very useful, and extremely quiet. She used the suction cup to steadily place the glass against the interior wall near the window, then crouched down and entered Sarah's office. She saw it immediately. A half-finished coffee on the desk, and a computer with only the screen off. Because of an urgent matter, and not wanting to waste too much time, Sarah had only turned off the computer, not erased the data. Lossie took out a reader from her pocket and placed it on the device. 9 hours 31 minutes and 20 seconds. The item is on here, over. Jill immediately replied, Roger that. Sarah is more alert than we expected. She's sensed something's wrong and has started her return journey. Estimated time 1.5 minutes. Evacuate immediately after reading, over. This bad news was expected by Lossie. Half a minute was enough time to escape. Going downstairs was much easier than going up. Her current physical condition was 20% better than her previous self. She could climb 6 floors in 15 seconds. But her luck seemed to run out. 3 gunshots rang out downstairs. Half a minute later, the surveillance cameras were back online, and the school's system noticed the anomaly, immediately notifying Sarah. Jill's voice inside the device was noticeably more anxious. "Damn it, we've been discovered." She took the elevator upstairs. Mission failed, retreat. Chapter 71. It only takes 15 seconds to get from the first floor to the 6th floor, and at least 2 seconds to run to the office. Lucy had ridden this elevator before. She knew the approximate time. She glanced at the time, 9 hours 32 minutes and 10 seconds. In 10 seconds she would have 20,000 points, and she didn't want to give up. This meant she only had 7 seconds to escape. Jill, not receiving a reply, immediately understood what this person wanted. "Diamond, are you crazy? Sarah isn't an ordinary person. Get out of here." Lucy still didn't respond. Time was almost up, and she could already hear the elevator approaching in the corridor. Sarah would be there soon. Finally, time was up. Lucy grabbed the reader, and used a nearby stool for leverage to get her legs out first. Just as she was fully out, the elevator arrived. She had 3 seconds between the doors opening and her entry. Lucy gripped the windowsill with one hand, and after spotting the 4th floor rain shelter, she let go without hesitation. The jump covered 2 entire floors. The eaves, including the rain shelter, were barely 1.5 feet wide enough for a normal person. Even 1 floor was difficult to maintain balance, let alone 2. Colossi landed gracefully and accurately, like a nimble wildcat. The people in the corridor above had reached the door, but it was locked from the inside. Sarah was stunned, but the lock used facial recognition and unlocked it in a second. She fired several shots at the most likely hiding place in the room. Seeing a large circular hole in the window, she realized the person had escaped. But still unwilling to give up, she peered down, her gun ready to fire at any moment. Unfortunately, she only saw a thin, indistinct figure. Before she could even lower the trigger, the person had vanished completely. Under the wisteria trellis, Lucy tossed the device and reader from her temple to Jill. 1 minute's been up. Give me points even if there's nothing inside. She turned and left. Staying outside could lead to trouble. Jill looked down at the device in his hand, finding Diamond's desperate struggle somewhat familiar, but he couldn't place it against anyone. He assumed Diamond might resemble someone he knew, and didn't intend to dig into his identity. They were both members of the Black River gang, and if the other didn't want to reveal it, he wouldn't force it. He didn't connect Lucy's true identity to anything. He firmly believed Diamond was black and male, never considering any other race. After a good night's sleep, Lucy's anonymous account had a full 30,000 points. It seemed there were other useful items among yesterday's items. Fearing someone might trace her connection to the Black River gang online, she specifically had them create an anonymous account for her, which she then linked to a bracelet. When not in use, she kept it in her online storage. After breakfast, Lucy trained with Nicole as usual. There was no news from the school. It seemed they didn't intend to publicize the theft. Having followed Nicole's diet for half a month, Lucy gained several pounds in a short time and even grew a little taller. At 162 centimeters and 75 kilograms, her hands and feet were still slender, but not as alarmingly so, and her previously sallow and thin complexion had improved. Her hair, which had been yellowish due to malnutrition, was showing signs of darkening. The weekend flew by, and Monday, after the monthly exams, was the award ceremony. Inside the grand auditorium, which resembled a concert hall, all 5,000 first-year students were present, but the second-year students were noticeably fewer. Only half of the third-year students remained, and almost no fourth-year students showed up. As the first award ceremony for the new students, the principal made a rare appearance. After a long and tedious speech, everyone began to drowsily observe. Finally, the unexciting award ceremony arrived. The scholarship winners were determined the moment the exam results were released. Lassie from the first year, Lu Yuan from the second year, Wayne Anthony from the third year, and Shadia Benjamin from the fourth year. All received 10,000 points. The fourth-year students were absent, but the other 2 were there, their eyes fixed curiously on Lassie. How could someone so young have broken the school's academic record, and she was just a little girl who had come from a refugee camp? Ignoring their scrutiny, Lucy immediately beamed as soon as the principal approached, happily accepting a plaque displaying 10,000 points from his hand. The points were already in her account. This was merely a formality. The principal, an elderly man with white hair and beard, looked at Lucy's excited and hopeful expression, patted her on the shoulder encouragingly, and offered several words of encouragement. He couldn't help but sigh at how much better the freshmen were, unlike those seasoned veterans, especially Zayudia, who had been absent from every school event since going to the battlefield. Even on vacation, he refused to show his face to his juniors. Losai raised her left hand for a photo with the principal. The principal chuckled and gave a thumbs up. Everyone stood shivering in the new outdoor teaching area. A closer look revealed several unfamiliar faces. The new month had changed not only the curriculum, but also the people. Those who failed the monthly exam were demoted to Class B, while the top performers in Class B were promoted to Class A. After the award ceremony, everyone began their first class of the day. A biting wind swept through, warping the trousers of Watson, who stood at the front in camouflage, his hands behind his back. He wore sunglasses, not to look cool, but because of the heavy snowfall the previous night, everything was white, and white eyes couldn't tolerate prolonged exposure to such intense light. As students of Class A, at least half of you will end up on the battlefield, the rest may become public servants or technicians. But a strong body and a firm will are both essential. Watson's gaze swept over each person. In the sub-zero temperatures, his eyes were colder and sharper than the biting wind. Based on the data recorded by teacher Timmy, I developed 4 training intensities. By the end of the month, I need to see progress in each of you, or you be sent to Class B. Class A doesn't welcome those without ability or willpower. He then read out the group assignments. Lucas was naturally placed in the lowest intensity group, with only 6 people in his group. The second group was significantly larger, with 20 people including Cheen Dinglon. The third group, including Jill Newman and the Whistling Guys, had 24 people. The fourth group was the highest intensity, with 10 people including Lucy, Nicole, Tuka, and others. Watson had initially intended to group Lucy separately, but considering her strength in combat, but not in stamina or speed, he placed her in the fourth group. The training ground was vast, 3 times the size of the combat training area. Behind them lay frozen mud, and a 100-meter-long, low barbed wire fence with sharp edges. That's right, today's first lesson was crawling in the dead of winter. Everyone entered their assigned training areas. Inevitably, some found it unpleasant, the ground was dirty and cold, and they had to crawl across it. Chapter 72. At Watson's command, the group, lined up in a row, awkwardly began to advance. Suddenly, the person crawling at the back screamed, and the others turned around in alarm. Watson reminded them in real time, "Oh, I forgot to tell you. This net will gradually become electrified. As long as you crawl fast enough, you'll be fine. Crawling slowly, however, would be a problem." The last person cried out in pain. The iron net was still shocking him, his face contorted with agony, tears welling up in his eyes. But he could only crawl forward desperately. The group hesitated for a moment, then used both hands and feet to increase their speed. But they were still too slow. The current quickly caught up, and screams of shock echoed throughout the room. Lossie, however, was already at the finish line, not forgetting to help Nicole, who had just come out. Some people finally managed to get out, only to find that others had already been electrocuted unconscious. The homeroom teacher was serious. Seeing that it was almost over, Watson turned off the power and kicked the unconscious students awake to continue training. The group reluctantly repeated the training. Their speed noticeably improved compared to the beginning. Even with their hands swollen from the cold, they persevered. Of course, the 2-hour class couldn't just cover this. There were also obstacle courses, physical training, and more. By the end of the morning, everyone was exhausted, their clothes filthy. After lunch, Lucy and Nicole returned to their dormitory, changed into clean clothes, and went out. Within the safe zone, radiation levels approached green 9 after 10 a.m., rising to yellow 1 further out. For Lucy, this level of radiation was nothing out of the ordinary. The radiation levels in the refugee camp she lived in were much higher. Arriving at the slums within the safe zone, she knocked on the door of a small shop. As she reached the door, a familiar sense of unease washed over her. It seemed she hadn't come to the wrong place. Inside the shop was a middle-aged woman of Asian descent, her plump figure suggesting she was quite well off. She was bundled up in thick clothes and wore a fur scarf. She sized up Luoshi, asking, "What do you want?" Luoshi, wearing a mask and hat, obscuring her features, replied, "C-grade source crystal." "C-grade source crystal?" The woman frowned, arms crossed, scrutinizing Luoshi, the gold bracelet on her wrist particularly eye-catching. In her eyes, Luoshi, dressed plainly and unable to afford even a decent piece of fabric, dared to ask for C-grade source crystal. It was simply ridiculous. "We don't have any in stock. If you really want it, you can pick it up this weekend. The deposit is 10,000 points." She had hoped to scare away this arrogant girl with a high deposit, But to her surprise, the other woman agreed. Okay, I take one worth 30,000 points, and one worth 10,000 points. Hearing Luo Shi's genuine agreement, the shopkeeper realized that the other woman was serious about buying, and not just playing around. She quickly put on a fawning smile and brought out a chair from inside the shop, placing it behind Lizzie. Little girl, please sit down, please sit down. Are you thirsty? Let me get you a glass of water. Lizzie stopped the shopkeeper, intending to pay the deposit and leave. The shopkeeper put down the disposable cup she had just picked up and closed the shop door. We have stock, we have stock. Don't rush, come with me. Lizzie followed her to a back booth, where she pressed her fingerprint on the raised paw of a lucky cat figurine. The previously perfectly sealed cement floor opened up, revealing an iron staircase large enough for 2 people to pass through. The lights weren't on inside, but a faint blue glow could be seen. With each step, the staircase creaked, clearly indicating its age. Downstairs, besides the smell of rust, there was a faint smell of gunpowder. The proprietress turned on the lights. The 50-square-meter basement was filled with iron shelves, piled high with goods, source crystals, and various weapons. The proprietress walked to the source crystal shelf, pointing to one displayed. This one has a content of 11,270, purchase price 12,000, selling price 12500. This one has 28,315, purchase price 29500, selling price 30,000. No bargaining. The proprietress was straightforward, stating the content and purchase price upfront. The buyer's decision was left to them. She only earned 1,000 points from each source crystal sold. Although these points were roughly equivalent to a month and a half's expenses for a family of 4 in the slums, source crystal trading was illegal, and she was taking a huge risk. After a moment's thought, Losai decided to buy both source crystals. She would pay 30,000 with the money from the Black River Gang, and 12,000 with the scholarship she had just received from school. The shopkeeper happily packed the items into a box, and then placed them into an inconspicuous black plastic bag. Seeing Losai staring at the weapons, she was about to introduce them one by one when Losai specifically requested a pistol, a submachine gun, a rifle, a sniper rifle, a shotgun, and a quantity of ammunition. She had already studied these guns. She knew which one suited her. Ordinary firearms were cheap, a pistol cost only 100 points, and rifles and submachine guns could be obtained for just 200 to 300 points. Only the laser gun was outrageously expensive, costing 3,000 points each, with an energy clip costing 1,000 points. Each energy clip contained 40 rounds, and each round cost 25 points. That was money. She only bought one laser gun, and besides the included energy clip, she also asked for an extra one. The firearms cost a total of 8,000. After paying, Losai only had 5,800 left in her account. If it weren't for the 10,000 points given by Nicole's father, she wouldn't have been able to afford those guns. Leaving the shop, Losai went to a secluded corner without any surveillance. Just in case, she faced the wall and stored everything into her spatial storage. She learned about this shop after joining a Black River Gang chat group. The Black River Gang's app was very feature-rich, including a public chat channel. Losai joined after seeing someone promoting their group. The people in the group were a mixed bag. While most of the conversations were trivial, some were quite useful. For example, the shop sold weapons at reasonable prices, and the mention of selling source crystals was just a casual remark. Most people wouldn't use the source crystals unless they were researchers of weapons or machinery. Back in her dorm, with 2 hours before class, Losai locked the door and checked the room again before taking the source crystals out of her spatial storage. She nervously opened the box. Inside lay 2 palm-sized blue source crystals, emitting a faint blue light. The 12,000 yuan source crystal was about the same brightness as the one Losai had mined in Development Zone 26, but she had absorbed a portion of it, causing her grade to drop from C to D. The 30,000 yuan source crystal was only slightly brighter than the 10,000 yuan one, but it was free of impurities, resembling a piece of warm, smooth blue Hitian jade. Losai first touched the 10,000 yuan source crystal. Having learned from her previous experience of actively absorbing it, she quickly found the right feeling this time. It only took her 3 minutes to absorb the 10,000 yuan source crystal. She felt lighter than ever before, as if some impurity had been peeled away, and even her breathing became much smoother. Chapter 73. She absorbed the second source crystal in 5 minutes. When she opened her eyes, the calluses on her hands seemed to have diminished considerably, with only slight protrusions indicating the suffering the original owner had endured. Upon closer inspection, her skin had also become lighter, no longer a terribly sallow yellow, and was now closer to a normal person's skin tone. Moreover, Losai felt an unprecedented sense of fullness and satisfaction, and her energy was exceptionally high. She felt she could easily run 50 kilometers in one go. Her strength and physical fitness had improved to a certain extent. She activated her hearing and vision, but the improvement wasn't significant, only a little over 200 meters. However, her sense of smell was much more sensitive. She could smell the stench of trash cans not far from the girls' dormitory, along with the scent of soil mixed with snowmelt. The space's capacity increased from 250 cubic meters to 800 cubic meters. No wonder it cost over 40,000 yuan to acquire the source crystal. The effect was truly remarkable. The source crystal, having lost its energy, turned grayish and easily crumbled into powder, which Losai casually stored in her space. In the afternoon, the two went to class together. When the time came, everyone was present. However, the teacher was late. The students started discussing it, and someone even tagged the homeroom teacher in the group chat to ask what was going on. Lossie's ears twitched slightly. It seemed the teachers from other classes hadn't arrived either. Every class was incredibly noisy. Unable to hear anything useful, Lossie rubbed her ears, trying to control her hearing. The simultaneous cacophony of hundreds of voices was unbearable. Nicole looked down and tapped her wristband, which was in privacy mode, so nothing was projected. By this time, many students couldn't contain themselves and left the classroom to find out more, while others idly scrolled through their wristbands. Just then, a female voice came over the classroom loudspeaker. All classes are cancelled tonight. Students are free to do as they please. The announcement was repeated before silence returned. Discussions erupted in the classroom. Some students, without much thought, happily left in groups. Qin Dinglan had also sent many messages, but received no reply. Frustrated, she could only pin her hopes on Nicole. Lossie quietly looked at her documents, when Gil Newman and a group of boys suddenly approached Nicole's desk. "Second miss, is there any news? Is it related to Mr. Timmy's temporary recall? Did something happen on the battlefield?" A barrage of questions rained down on Nicole. She stood up, pretty much. "Let's go back and wait for news. There will be results tomorrow." She then looked at Lossie. "Come on, it's time to go back to the dorm." Qin Dinglan tacitly agreed to go with her, since they were all in the same building. Seeing that Nicole was unwilling to reveal more, the others' curiosity had nowhere to go, and they dared not press her for answers. On the way back, Qin Dinglan couldn't help but ask, what exactly happened? Did something really happen on the battlefield? Nicole's expression was grim. The matter was more serious than anticipated. Yes, an S+ high-level mutated venomous snake was discovered. S+? The Hell team or the Heaven team could handle it, right? Didn't Teacher Timmy go? Qin Dinglan knew the strength of a mutated beast of this level. It wouldn't warrant a meeting of all the teachers at the Joint Academy. Nicole's expression was serious. He did go, but something went wrong. The Red 2 radiation we measured before has risen to Red 8. While Losai didn't understand the severity of the increased radiation, Qin Dinglan exclaimed in alarm. Really? Did the radiation rise during the operation? Nicole nodded. Yes, the Hell team's operation was originally scheduled for 5:30 p.m., but the radiation suddenly spiked as they approached. Vipers were lying in ambush nearby, and the losses were severe. Is Teacher Timmy seriously injured? Losai asked with concern. Nicole, he lost half an arm, but he managed to retrieve it in time and has it put back in. He need at least a few months to recover. However, the Hell team captain is dead. Qin Dinglan covered her mouth in disbelief. Captain Seth, how could someone as powerful as him be like this? Seth was a household name in high society, a combat star known not only for his strength, but also for his exceptional character and appearance. Seth was also a student at the United Academy. Although his grades weren't as phenomenal as Losai's, he was still undisputed number one, especially in combat. He defeated the geniuses from the other three schools in the final exams, securing first place for the United Academy and gaining them considerable resources. At that time, the United Academy had been losing for over 20 years, almost always at the bottom. He was booked by Team Hell before even graduating, and started doing missions with them in his 4th year, once single-handedly fighting an S-rank mutated beast. Within 3 years of graduation, he surpassed the veteran members and became captain. 90% of the battles he participated in were completed perfectly. He was definitely 10 times more dazzling than Losai is now. Teams Hell and Heaven are the most formidable forces in the military, composed of elites among elites. Even the weakest among them could single-handedly fight an A-rank mutated beast. How can anyone believe that someone in their 20s, who could fight an S-rank mutated beast alone, now dead during a team attack. Losai silently opened the Skynet software to search for information about Seth. He was indeed incredibly capable. His life could be described as glorious. He had completed countless missions. Although Skynet didn't detail the specific battles he participated in, a rough estimate suggested close to 200. After her initial disappointment, Jean Dinglon was more worried about one thing. Does that venomous snake have the ability to increase radiation levels? Or did the radiation increase on its own? If the snake had the ability to increase radiation levels, its rating would need to increase by at least 1s, maybe even 2. Nicole silently shook her head. Nothing is known yet. The safe zone has already sent people to investigate. If possible, she hoped it was the former. Animals could be killed, but radiation wouldn't. Losai had a hunch. The information the Black River Gang had asked her to steal was very likely related to this. The next morning, Watson taught everyone as usual. The entire morning was his class. In the afternoon, Watson taught all of Timmy's and another teacher's classes. After a day of torment, everyone was even more curious about what had happened the day before. Many students in Class A had connections and managed to glean some information, which then spread rumors that radiation levels were rising. Within a day, the rumors circulated throughout the campus, eventually reaching the point of claiming the end of the world. Many were panicked, but seeing the teachers still conducting classes normally made them less certain. For 3 consecutive days, Watson taught Class A's classes. Everyone was exhausted, and discussions about the matter decreased somewhat. On the 4th day, on her way to class, Nicole received a message: "We're going to be divided into classes." Losai and Jean Dinglon looked at Nicole simultaneously, continuing to walk without stopping. Why? Nicole's expression was serious. The radiation situation is probably true. Just like the rumors say, it's going to rise. The students with special talents and those with abilities will be divided into 2 classes. Chapter 74. The school bell rang, and as Nicole had predicted, Watson came to announce the class assignments. Actually, this was fine. The training in the regular classes wasn't very friendly to students with special talents. Watson roughly drafted 2 lists. If anyone felt they weren't suited to Watson's assignment, they could apply to transfer to another class. Lossie, Nicole, and Jill Newman were in the ability class, while Jean Dinglon, Lucas, and others were in the talent class. Jean Dinglon was in a dilemma. She wanted to get close to Nicole to build a foundation for future connections, but the ability class wasn't suitable for her. She couldn't stand the grueling training. She managed to stay in Class A in the monthly exam by deliberately manipulating her rivals and the bottom-ranked students. But if she entered the ability class, the people there would be even stronger and more determined, making it difficult for her to manipulate and control them. If she fell out of Class A, her precious pride would be gone. After much deliberation, she still chose the talent class. After the class reshuffle, they no longer attended classes together. Watson continued to teach the ability-focused classes, while Jane, their former history teacher, became the homeroom teacher for the special talent classes. Rosie and Nicole sat together. The curriculum had been revised. The first class in the morning was containment. As the name suggests, it covered the containment of mutated creatures. Containment was divided into 2 types. First, death containment. Most mutated creatures possess high levels of radiation, which is difficult to dissipate even after death. Some creatures are highly aggressive and difficult to control, making live containment impossible. Therefore, death containment is used. The target is killed, its body is collected and sealed. Second, forced life containment. Almost all mutated creatures are impossible to tame, but they have significant research value. In such cases, forced life containment is necessary for research purposes. Actually, a very small percentage of mutated creatures are friendly towards humans and can be directly contained, but this is so small, it's rare to find even 1 in 10,000, that they aren't listed separately. Instead, they're categorized under mandatory life containment. The containment equipment is custom-made and requires a highly radiation-resistant material. This material isn't cheap, but the good thing is that containing mutated creatures earns a significant amount of points, so many people are willing to do it. The Safe Zone has a dedicated organization for handling mutated creatures. Besides accepting mutated creatures contained by official teams, they also accept those contained by mutated creature hunters. Therefore, in addition to officially organized teams, many retired military personnel and civilian organizations also go outside the Safe Zone to contain mutated creatures. In class, the teacher showed several containment case videos. Different creatures have different resistances and abilities, and the containment personnel's lineups and weapons also vary. The mutated creatures in those videos were powerful and terrifying, unlike anything Loci had ever encountered before. But what surprised her most was the diverse abilities of the combat personnel. Half of the class were ability users, but they usually focused on basic physical training in class. She had never seen such amazing abilities before. In the video, a man in a gray combat suit touches the ground with his palm down. Invisible energy emanates from his hand, and in an instant, ice spreads rapidly like ink dripping into water. A layer of white ice, half a finger's thickness, instantly covers the ground within 100 meters around his palm, forming a large white ice circle. The surrounding plants are completely frozen, and parts of the mutated creature's body are frozen. Suddenly, a person leaps from behind the video, jumping a full 2 stories high, and after leaping, crosses nearly 50 meters to stab a knife directly into the mutated creature's eyeball. There were many video examples, some with ice type, some with fire type, and most involving individuals with physical enhancement abilities. One example was the Hell team, who were fighting a regular S+ mutated creature. Teacher Timmy was also on the team. Unlike at school, Teacher Timmy was incredibly agile, wielding various weapons with remarkable skill. Aside from lacking elemental abilities, she was practically a perfect warrior. Loci also saw the deceased Captain Seth, who possessed lightning abilities. With a wave of his hand, he could unleash blue-purple lightning, controlling it to curve or strike from the air, not just using his hand. The Hell team worked together seamlessly, defeating the S+ mutated creature in just over 10 minutes. Other examples involve fighting an A-rank creature for at least half an hour, even with various weapons used. The Hell team was simply not in their league. Loci studied diligently. The situation had changed, and her Class A might have to go to the battlefield sooner. A Class A mutated creature costs 500,000 to 1 million points. With enough points, one can buy source crystals. Only with source crystals can one increase their strength and have a chance to save their home planet. Given the original owner's powerful abilities, she's probably the only one on planet Azure capable of absorbing source crystals. The power of source crystals definitely won't be limited to improving this body's hearing or vision. It can certainly unlock much more. It's just that I don't have enough points to support using source crystals for upgrades. After the containment class, the second period in the morning is a training class led by Instructor Watson. This hasn't changed. It's similar to the past few days. However, the difficulty of the ability class has increased significantly. Even Loci is finding it somewhat challenging. The afternoon class was changed to an exoskeleton training course, also taught by Watson. Loci vaguely remembered exoskeletons. They appeared a few times in the videos she's seen that morning, but few ability users wore them. Ordinary soldiers wore them more often. Exoskeletons come in full-body and half-body versions. A standard full-body exoskeleton suit is 3 meters tall, making the wearer look like they're on stilts. Exoskeletons are made entirely of metal, mostly a combination of platinum and silver gray, and come in 3 weights: light, 300 caddies, medium, 500 caddies, and heavy, 1,000 caddies. Light exoskeletons are more flexible, but have weaker defenses and fewer weapons. Heavy exoskeletons offer strong defenses and carry more weapons, but are quite cumbersome. Medium exoskeletons are somewhere in between, with no obvious weaknesses or outstanding advantages. Most people will start with the medium type to adapt. There are 34 people in the ability class, and the school has provided 34 medium-sized exoskeletons. The group entered according to the instructor's instructions. The medium-sized exoskeleton isn't a full-body suit, it's more like a robot with its upper body and internal thigh parts removed. After activating the exoskeleton, the built-in neural tracking suit instantly enveloped everyone, leaving only their faces exposed. Even the back of their heads were covered. In just 3 seconds, the initially loose suit became a perfect fit. Its material resembled soft plastic, but against the skin felt like a mixture of human and fish skin. In short, it was very eerie. Furthermore, to more accurately capture neural movements, the women could only wear basic athletic tank tops and thigh-length shorts. The men were only allowed to wear a pair of similar thigh-length shorts, and their upper bodies had to be bare. Many were wearing it for the first time, and the feeling of being completely covered was awkward, so some were inevitably nervous. The suit detected that the host was too tense and slightly increased the amount of clothing to facilitate breathing. At this moment, Mr. Watson said, "In 1 month, you will undertake your first mission to contain mutated creatures. You will need to wear an exoskeleton for protection. Do not remove it unless absolutely necessary. Today, your task is to familiarize yourself with this exoskeleton." Everyone in the class looked surprised. The normal procedure was to study for a year, or 2 semesters, before undertaking a mission. Now they're starting after only 2 months of training? That's too fast. Chapter 75. Watson continued earnestly, "There's bad news. Radiation levels are gradually increasing. As a result, the number of mutated creatures is rising rapidly, and we will lose more territory and arable land. The safe zone needs more assistance and plans to take in all refugees. More supplies are urgently needed within the zone." Radiation levels had indeed risen. The classroom was eerily quiet. No one made a sound or discussed it. Instead, they listened intently to Watson's next words. "If radiation levels rise, will the end of the world be far behind? Watson, as people of Asian descent are good at farming, and Safe Zone 2 has ample food. To cope with future food shortages, our Safe Zone will need to exchange large amounts of source crystals or containment materials. Professional containment teams will go to more distant areas for containment, while nearby containment tasks will be handled by students from the 4 major academies. Since you are freshmen, most containment tasks will be assigned to second and third year students. But you must always be prepared. The outside world is far more dangerous than you imagine." Silence fell, and the classroom became eerily quiet. The students, standing so high up, felt a chill run down their spines as they listened to Professor Watson's words, which required looking down to see him. Taking missions wasn't scary. From the moment they entered the academy, especially Class A, everyone knew they would eventually face the battlefield. But now they were told that radiation levels had risen, and that the mutated creatures would eventually be eradicated by humanity's relentless efforts. But what about the radiation? The 4 safe zones undoubtedly prioritized radiation research. However, over 100 years had passed with no substantial progress. Rising radiation levels would further shrink humanity's living space, dwindling resources would cause the population to plummet, and it would be questionable whether humanity would even exist on planet Ager then. Watson would usually be very pleased with the quiet classroom, but today he felt a pessimism. Does humanity truly have no future? He was a teacher, he couldn't be like this. Watson swept away his earlier gloom, his eyes sweeping over his students with unwavering determination. "You don't need to be pessimistic. While radiation levels are rising, the increase is relatively small, with only a few isolated areas experiencing significant increases. Study hard. As long as we have sufficient resources, our Zone 3 will exist forever. Don't forget, our zone's radiation shielding technology is the best. As long as we have enough source crystals, we can live in a safe environment forever." This news was somewhat good. The increase was only slight, and humanity still had hope. As soon as the students' emotions calmed down, Watson began forced training. Being tired enough made him forget all his worries. The exoskeleton was heavy. Although powered, it still created significant resistance. Each movement felt like having 20 pounds of weights tied to his hands and feet. Without strength, it was truly difficult to move. Moreover, the exoskeleton was difficult for beginners to maintain balance. Everyone fell face first after only a few steps, getting up drenched in sweat. Lossie adapted relatively well. After one lesson, she could jog without problems. The last lesson in the evening was specialized skills development, but instead of starting training immediately, the homeroom teacher took everyone to the infirmary for a physical and ability check. The check was quick. Half an hour later, everyone received their examination forms. The first section listed basic health conditions. Aside from some malnutrition, Lossie had no other issues. The data that followed was quite interesting. Body radiation levels, number of gene serum injections, degree of gene modification, ability direction, etc. Lossie's data was 0 except for her radiation level, which was 30. Curious about the other people's data, she asked if she could see it. Nicole generously showed it to Lossie. Body radiation level, 5. Number of gene serum injections, 1. Degree of gene modification, 12%. Ability direction, plant manipulation. Unexpectedly, Nicole's ability was plant manipulation. A 12% modification level after 1 injection was questionable. What was the level of Dale's strength? Lossie really wanted to see Cheendinglan's data, but unfortunately, they weren't in the same class and hadn't come for testing together. However, she saw Jill Newman's and several other classmates' data. Jill Newman's speed was enhanced. He had received 3 injections, achieving an 18% modification level. His talent was considered average within the ability class. After examining several patients, Lossie realized that while Nicole's modification level wasn't the highest, she was definitely the most effective. The others had received at least 2 injections, and some had received as many as 5, but on average, each injection only resulted in a 4% to 8% modification rate, far less than Nicole's 12%. Faced with Lossie's curiosity and astonishment, the class stared at her as if she were a monster. She hadn't received a single injection? Were her shooting, fighting, and learning abilities all innate? She was someone who could withstand attacks from the Hell Team instructors, and she even fought off the Colonel's homeroom teacher. Such a powerful person hadn't undergone genetic modification? They even suspected the testing machine was malfunctioning. Watson had the data for the entire class, and he was shocked when he saw Rossi's data. A very small number of people, through hard work and sufficient talent, could indeed reach Rossi's level. But that would require someone to be at least in their 20s, and Rossi was only 14. Watson spoke with Nurse Nanyu, who was in charge of the examination, and they concluded that besides his exceptional talent, Rossi was very likely suffering from some kind of physical mutation due to prolonged exposure to radiation. The medical room's machines could only detect the degree of physical modification after the injection of gene-modifying agents. They couldn't detect mutations caused by radiation. Because radiation-induced mutations are so rare, and most are pathological, the Academy didn't have the corresponding equipment. Testing would have to be done at a military hospital. However, that was too troublesome, and Watson had no intention of taking Rossi there. Nurse Nanyu nodded with a smile, her eyes glancing meaningfully at Rossi. Rossi understood, and pretending to ask about parts of his form that he didn't understand. Sister Nanyu, could you explain these data to me? I don't quite understand them. Nanyu took the money. I just need to get something. I explain it to you as we walk. She spoke gently, her face almost always bearing a sweet smile. Nanyu's office wasn't far. Once inside, she closed the door. Luoshi looked around. It was a normal office, decorated in white and gray. The only unusual thing was the abundance of human skeletons and internal organ models, about 20 or so. But she was a nurse, so that was probably normal. Sister Nanyu, is there something wrong with my medical report? Chapter 76. Nanyu walked to the window, looked around to make sure no one was outside, and then drew the curtains. What's wrong with the radiation in your body? Last month, when you were in the treatment chamber, it was always 35, but today the test showed 0. I thought the machine was broken. I tested you twice, and it was 0 both times. Luoshi looked stunned, scratching her head blankly, her eyes full of confusion. I don't know, I just ate and drank, I didn't do anything else. Her performance was flawless, but her initial stunned expression was genuine. She hadn't expected that the residual radiation in her body would be completely gone. However, she quickly realized it was due to absorbing the source crystal energy. No wonder she felt lighter, it was being expelled. So the 30 radiation level on her test report was changed by Nanyu, otherwise, she really wouldn't have been able to explain it. Really? Nanyu felt something was off. Radiation levels had been rising recently, but Luoshi's radiation levels were gone. Could it be that humanity isn't truly abandoned, yet someone can reduce radiation levels despite rising radiation? Nanyu felt she had stumbled upon the truth, staring at Luoshi like she was looking at a treasure. Luoshi, embarrassed by her gaze, lowered her head shyly. Really, but I went out for a trip last week. She really did go out, but only to buy some daily necessities. Nanyu paced back and forth in the office, her chin resting on her hand. She still couldn't determine whether the reduced radiation was due to Luoshi's physical transformation or external factors. However, the thought of a human reducing radiation was terrifying, so she was more inclined to believe that Luoshi had some kind of extraordinary encounter that caused the radiation reduction. Did you encounter any strange people or things that day? Lucy thought for a moment, then shook her head. No, just a normal outing. I bought some daily necessities, and a bowl of fried potatoes as a snack. It was quite delicious. Hearing that Lucy ate something outside, Nanyu reasonably suspected there might be something wrong with the potatoes. She immediately asked for the address, planning to buy some to try after get off work. If the potatoes were the problem, humanity's future would be saved. Of course, she also asked Lucy about her route throughout the day and added her on Fission, a Chinese instant messaging service. To avoid overlooking any suspicious points, she wanted to buy everything Lucy had purchased. Lucy listed everything off. Nurse Nanyu shouldn't be short of money, a little waste shouldn't be a problem. Not wanting to linger, Losai feigned concern, saying, Sister Nanyu, thank you for hiding this for me. Otherwise, I might have been captured and dissected. Nanyu patted Losai's shoulder. It's all right. I won't tell anyone about the radiation issue with your body until the truth comes out. Planet Agil is on the verge of collapse, and the higher-ups are practically insane. Even if your condition wasn't caused by you, you'd still be captured and studied. Losai thanked her again, and the two left the office together. How's Teacher Timmy's recovery going? Losai asked as they walked. Nanyu, hands in her pockets, gave a regretful smile. She's recovering all right, But Captain Seth's departure was a big blow to her. Captain Seth did it to protect his teammates. Sigh. Chatting, the two returned to the lobby. Everyone had received their forms, and Watson announced that get out of class could end. He needed to customize different training plans based on each person's abilities. That night, Loci checked her Sky observation account. Without any activity, she already had 550,000 followers. Loci desperately needed source crystals, so she added her contact information for collaborations to her profile. Then she posted a photo of herself with the principal that day, captioned, "The reward for hard work." Comments and messages surged quickly, reaching 100,000 within minutes. Sure enough, more than a dozen businesses soon sought collaborations. Loci carefully screened them, not wanting to deal with easy money. After extensive research, she chose a hot pot restaurant. It wasn't that she wanted to eat there, it was just that it had many positive reviews. After finishing her classes the next morning, Loci arrived at the hot pot restaurant they had agreed on the day before. The owner was a young woman, looking to be in her early 20s. As soon as Loci texted that she had arrived, the owner immediately came out to greet her warmly. "Miss Loci Brenda, it's an honor to have you here. Please come in." The owner's voice was surprisingly mature. Behind her was a girl in a black uniform from the hot pot restaurant, who looked somewhat similar to the owner, and appeared to be just coming of age. The restaurant was called Good Luck, a very festive name, and the overall decor was predominantly red. Since it was already 10 a.m., almost no one was eating. Loci was seated in the best spot, surrounded by the aroma of hot pot. The proprietress put up all the restaurant signs, and then handed Loci an electronic menu. "Here are some other dishes. You can order whatever you like." Except for seafood, the menu was plentiful, especially the meat from mutated creatures, the moderately radioactive kind, of course. The table was almost entirely covered in meat. Loci added some romaine lettuce and enoki mushrooms. She had just finished mixing the dipping sauce, when the vegetarian dishes and the medium spicy hot pot arrived together. The broth was very hot. It immediately started bubbling as soon as it was placed on the heated base. There were 5 or 6 servers in the restaurant, but only the owner and a girl who bore a slight resemblance to him sat opposite Luoshi. Luoshi tossed the beef rolls into the pot and, taking advantage of a lull, started a conversation. "What's your name, boss?" The owner chuckled. She preferred Luoshi's address to boss's wife. "Just call me Hiyu," she said, glancing at the person beside her. "This is my daughter," he meowed. "Daughter?" But they looked about the same age. Hiyu noticed Luoshi's surprise, but wasn't angry. Instead, she happily explained, "I received a gene-modifying injection, so I become much younger." She then shyly smoothed her hair, clearly pleased with her youthful appearance. Loci picked up a piece of beef, remembering the advertisement she'd seen on the hover car. "Montes Pharmaceuticals?" Hiyu nodded matter-of-factly. "Yes, Montes is the only company in the safe zone that sells gene-modifying drugs." Loci dipped the meat in the sauce, and put it in her mouth. It was very fresh, and the hot pot seasoning was delicious. Hiyu continued, "Didn't you inject yourself with Montes's drug?" To outsiders, Loci's incredible abilities were attributed to injections from Montes. "Ah, I also injected myself with theirs. I just don't pay much attention to Montes Pharmaceuticals. I didn't know they had this kind of drug that makes people younger." Loci didn't bother explaining, simply going along with Hiyu's words. Mentioning this, Hiyu had something to say, proudly introducing her daughter. Miao Miao also had the injection. She's very talented, a healing type. She only had 2 injections, and the transformation was a full 20%. It's a pity her body is too weak to go to the battlefield, otherwise she could choose any of the top 8 classes from the 4 academies. "Mom." Miao Miao's ears turned slightly red, her tone coquettish. Luoshi was her idol, and being praised like this in front of her idol made her really embarrassed. It was she who brought up Luoshi herself when the store needed advertising this time. Chapter 77. Hiyu ignored this and continued, "I plan to save up money to give her an injection to strengthen her body after the branch opens. If it works well, I let her participate in the general election. People in the safe zone who want to enter the 4 major academies also need to participate in the general election, but the conditions aren't as harsh as in the refugee camps, and there's no danger to their lives. They just need to take a normal exam." As they chatted, Hiyu suddenly became interested and asked her daughter to demonstrate her abilities. Although Himiao was shy, she still performed under pressure from her mother. Hiyu used a knife to make a palm-length mark on the money tree in the shop, clearly revealing the tender, warm yellow wood beneath the bark. Himiao placed her hand on the mark, and Luo she observed curiously. She discovered that she could actually sense the fluctuations of the other's energy. An invisible energy overflowed from her hand, gently covering the mark under its master's control. Although she couldn't see or touch it, she could feel the warmth, comfort, and growth emanating from the energy. The energy was complex, and Losai couldn't quite explain it. She strained her hearing, and could faintly hear the creaking sound of trees rapidly growing and healing. Meow removed her hands in just 3 seconds. The scratches on the tree trunk were gone, leaving only a faint glimpse of a slightly lighter-colored new bark. This ability is quite impressive. Losai couldn't help but praise, amazing. You're the most powerful healing user I ever seen. This wasn't untrue. Losai had only ever seen one healing user. Perhaps hearing her idol's praise, Meow coughed. He quickly patted Meow's back to help her catch her breath, but her smile wouldn't fade. Oh, not really. Although I think Meow's healing abilities are more than enough for the academy, her health is too poor. We have to wait. Meow's health seemed to be a bit off, and she was curious about the cost of the gene-modifying serum. She had previously said she didn't pay much attention to Ming's pharmaceuticals, so he wasn't too surprised by her question. The one that can enhance the body costs 100,000 points per dose. It'd be about 6 months after my third branch opens. 100,000 points per dose? That's expensive. She couldn't help but gasp, suddenly realizing that source crystals seemed more cost-effective than the gene-modifying serum. Their family's hot pot restaurant had a considerable turnover. With an average salary of 1,000 points per person, and by focusing on a more affordable approach, plus the points she had accumulated, she could reach 100,000 points in just 6 months. Each store's monthly net income was about 5,000 points. After a hot pot meal, the food was indeed delicious, and she signed an advertising contract with the Good Luck Hot Pot restaurant. Now, she had 670,000 followers. In the 15 million strong third safe zone, that meant 1 in every 22 people had her as a follower. The final ad was priced at 5,000 points, and filming took place that same day, so she got another free hot pot meal. Meow often edited videos to promote her shop, and this one was finished in no time. She was very satisfied after watching it once. It wasn't a formulaic ad, nor did it require any advertising copy, it was more like a vlog. The video mostly featured she eating, and the dishes were beautifully presented, looking delicious just from the pictures. She immediately posted it on her social media account with the caption, "You know once you try it. Delicious food, a satisfying meal." It was getting late, and she had to catch her afternoon class. After taking a photo with and her daughter, she rushed back to school. As soon as they arrived at the exoskeleton classroom, Nicole approached. "Hey, I was wondering where you were at lunchtime. Turns out you were out doing advertising." Losai chuckled. "Sorry, I'm short on cash." Nicole's bracelet was playing Losai's video. "Great filming, it makes me want to eat it." Losai shook his head regretfully. Her family goes the middle-class route. Their products are all moderately radioactive. You probably can't handle them. Okay, so how much did you make from that ad? Nicole had already experienced the hardships of life since coming to the academy. She couldn't even afford decent clothes. 5,000, Losai said directly. To his surprise, Nicole's eyes widened suddenly, her voice rising an octave. 5,000. Losai had assumed she thought it was too little, considering this young lady usually spent at least 1,000 points per meal. To her surprise, her next words were, "So much. I'm tempted, I want to advertise too." Your family must have many businesses, right? Wouldn't it be inappropriate for you to advertise other products? Losai hadn't expected this rich young lady to understand the value of money so quickly, in just 1 month. That makes sense. I was thinking that with 500,000 followers on my account, my advertising fees should be about the same as yours. If I took 4 or 5 ads a month, I could go out and have fun. Now my pockets are empty, I don't even dare to go out. Nicole was currently broke and often went home on weekends, or during lunch breaks to freeload. The school cafeteria was good, but ultimately it only had a few dishes, and she was tired of eating there every day. Actually, she went home to sell some jewelry or something to get money, but the servants had been instructed that she would be searched before leaving. Helpless, she could only eat more to vent her frustration. Amidst casual conversation, class time arrived. Everyone donned their exoskeletons and began training. Although they had spent the previous day getting used to it, most were still struggling today. Nicole and Lizzie were among the more adaptable, having already begun simple sparring. The medium-sized exoskeleton could generate a punch with a force of 1,000 pounds, producing a deafening metallic clang when the fists collided. The crowd was drawn to the sound. Humans have a physiological craving for power, so they practiced even harder. Before get out of class ended, Watson announced the cancellation of weekly tests, with the monthly test being for the containment of mutated creatures. Furthermore, the scholarship system had changed. Instead of just one person per grade, a team could receive an award. Team size was limited to 5 to 12 members. The final class was for specialized ability training. Watson had already developed a general plan, and the school had approved the use of some equipment. These included enclosed, non-motorized treadmills specifically for speed and endurance training, a special training room for reaction time, and a training room where abilities could be released at will, among others. Those with special abilities, like Nicole, chose to go to the ability training room. Most physical ability users opted for reaction speed training rooms with treadmills and similar equipment. Lossie thought about it and decided to train in close combat. The training room had specialized sparring robots, whose movements were incredibly fluid, almost indistinguishable from real warriors. Half an hour later, Lossie was drenched in sweat. She could knock down the robots countless times, but they didn't need rest or recovery. They could immediately continue fighting. Since she was training, she couldn't just dismantle them. Chapter 78. An hour and a half later, Lossie was too exhausted to continue training. She took a water bottle from her bag, her hands trembling as she unscrewed the cap. She always trained with all her might. Only by persevering after exhausting all her strength could she repeatedly break through her limits. During her rest, she glanced into her inner space and saw 2 tiny green sprouts, like bean sprouts, magically appearing there. Upon closer inspection, she realized the sprouts were where she had placed the energy-less source crystals. The unused source crystals had turned to gray ash, about half the size of a wash basin. Lossie remembered the vampire vine seeds she had collected in the refugee camp, but they were gone. It seemed these 2 sprouts must be them. The space could actually grow plants. This good news came too suddenly. Lossie's eyes momentarily lost focus as she looked into the space, but a smile quickly spread across her lips. Source crystals were indeed a good thing. It was a pity she couldn't verify whether people could enter from the outside, otherwise she would have wanted to try it right now. Watson was in his office watching the surveillance footage from her wristband, monitoring the students' training progress. Lossie had been working almost non-stop for an hour and a half. She was certainly very diligent. But had she just exhausted herself? Her eyes had lost all their sparkle. Watson hesitated whether to forcefully wake her up, but the next second, Lossie revealed a lewd grin. So she wasn't just tired, had she thought of something funny? But even that didn't warrant such a smile. Lossie glanced at the monitor on the ceiling. She knew, of course, that every classroom was monitored, so she couldn't possibly give herself away unintentionally. The day's classes passed quickly. After washing up, Nicole and Lossie returned to their respective rooms. Lossie almost impatiently tried to enter the spatial dimension, but failed. Her body remained outside, only her consciousness could enter. After a 3-second moment of disappointment, Lossie quickly recovered. Being able to grow anything was already quite good. However, she wasn't sure if only source crystal ash could be used for planting, or if ordinary soil would work. Lossie's consciousness returned, and looking at the succulents she was growing by the window, she gently touched them and collected them into the spatial dimension. She had collected radish seeds while in the refugee camp, and now she could use them for experiments. Lossie emptied the soil from the box containing the succulents, arranged the succulents, and then sprinkled radish seeds on top. She also sprinkled a few seeds on the source crystal-formed ash soil. The first batch of ash soil had been formed for some time, and the vampire vine seeds hadn't sprouted. The new ash soil, which had been sprinkled yesterday, sprouted in less than 2 days. This meant that the previous spatial dimension didn't have the conditions for growth. It was only after absorbing the source crystal yesterday that it supported plant cultivation. There are so many things that can be developed with source crystals. Being able to transmigrate into the original owner's body is incredibly lucky. After a wonderful night, Lossie was full of energy, training like crazy in class. Has Lossie taken the wrong medicine? Why is she working so hard? Yeah, yesterday she could barely control her exoskeleton to throw a punch. How come she's improved so much today? Holy crap! Did she almost do a backflip just now? They all knew how heavy that thing was. Even if it was almost as heavy as normal movement after mastering it, a backflip was something only a lightweight could do. The class stared at Lossie like she was a monster. Those close to Nicole couldn't help but go up and ask, "Miss Nicole, what happened to Lossie?" Nicole shook her head in confusion. She didn't know either. Lossie was perfectly fine before going to bed yesterday. The only unusual thing was whether earning 5,000 points yesterday counted. Was she so desperate for money? Could 5,000 points really excite her so much? Nicole understood a little, but felt more respect and envy. She also wanted to make such progress. After a day of training, Loci was more exhausted than ever before. Her legs were shaking on the way back to the dormitory. However, she was happier than ever before. Even without a smile, her good mood was evident. Suddenly, a message popped up on her phone. It was from Dale. She opened it, and saw that Dale had invited her to dinner as a thank you for her help. Ever since Dale entered the safe zone, Laulev and Zach had been trying to find a way in as well. But ordinary people need verification to enter the safe zone. Each person needs at least 5,000 points. Zach initially thought his sister had little chance of making it into the top 10, so he exchanged his accumulated points, along with points borrowed from Laulev, for a gene-modifying serum, intending to give it to Dale upon her return. He figured with this year's experience, they should be able to break into the top 10 next year. But then, a mere 14-year-old girl named Lucy carried them to victory, leaving him and Barry with almost no points left. Laulev only had enough points left for himself to enter, so it took them over a month to settle things and gather enough points to get in. They rented a small 3-bedroom apartment in the slums, only about 80 square meters. Dale went to school, and the 3 men each had a room. When Dale came home on weekends, Zach and Barry took turns sleeping in the living room. Lucy replied with an okay, adding that the gathering was on Saturday, and it was only Wednesday, a few days away. On Thursday, after morning classes, Lucy planned to train Nicole. She consumed nearly 1,000 points worth of Nicole's food daily, and since she had things to do on Saturday, she'd make up for it at lunchtime today. Nicole had no objections. The more she learned from Lucy, the more she realized the immense gap between people. Even though her progress was phenomenal, she was still far behind Lucy. She was even considering injecting another body-enhancing drug. But then she thought about how amazing Lucy was without any injections, and she abandoned the idea. Lucy, how about we team up for the monthly exam? During a short break, Nicole sprawled on the floor, panting heavily, asking. Lucy agreed without hesitation. Nicole's overall strength was among the top 10 in the class. She trained hard and wasn't pretentious. Even if Nicole hadn't invited her, Lucy's first choice for a team would have been Nicole. The two hadn't expected Qin Dinglan from the special talent class to join as well. The special talent class monthly exam is also about containing mutated creatures. Most of the students in the special talent class didn't have much combat ability, and Nicole had assumed their assessment would be held within the safe zone. Sai, the homeroom teacher, said different exam content based on our different talents and abilities. Lucas and the others can take the exam within the safe zone, but those of similar ability to me need to take the monthly containment exam. Qin Dinglan wasn't really keen on going out. She had only ever suffered from studying in her entire life. She was an illegitimate child, with no family business to inherit, and her father hadn't forced her to do anything. She was content to live like a caged bird. But she didn't want to be forever overshadowed by legitimate children, so she worked hard to get into Class A at the Joint Academy. However, having never experienced the hardships of training, the suffering she endured in this month here was more than she had in the past 10 years. Now, being asked to contain those man-eating monsters outside the safe zone, she was genuinely afraid she wouldn't be able to return. Chapter 79. The most outstanding first-year student at the Joint Academy is Loci, and Nicole is definitely with her, so Qin Dinglan came to her. Nicole looked at Loci seeking her opinion. Qin Dinglan lowered her eyes, looking dejected. Am I too incompetent? Will I be a burden to you? Nicole's smile was awkward, and she slightly turned away to avoid direct eye contact. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Loci couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. Okay. After thinking for a moment, Loci agreed. Qin Dinglan, who had just looked aggrieved, immediately put on a grateful smile. However, Loci added, but I have a condition. I want to know your abilities. Qin Dinglan is quite popular, and she also has a good relationship with Nicole. If she refused, she might get a bad impression in the eyes of her classmates. Although the impact wouldn't be huge, it's better to avoid trouble and cause a scene. It would be better to let her join, taking the opportunity to understand her abilities, so we could be more prepared for the future. Fearing her intentions were too obvious, Luoshi explained further. These will all be teammates on the battlefield. I want to understand everyone's abilities, so I can confidently entrust my back to you. Qin Dinglan's eyes flickered. If her abilities were known, everyone around her would be wary, making her less useful. But Luoshi wouldn't let her join unless she explained. When her father learned she had entered Class A, he was overjoyed and gave her 2 shops as a reward, even taking her to a banquet. From childhood, because of her status, her father had never taken her to public events. If she failed the monthly exam and fell to Class B, her father would not only be disappointed in her, but might also take back the shops. Although she lacked nothing in terms of food and clothing, and losing 2 shops wouldn't affect her daily life much, she was unwilling to remain a hidden illegitimate child. She not only wanted to prove her talent at the academy, but also to demonstrate her business acumen with the shops her father had given her. She wanted to appear openly at banquets she had previously been barred from attending. She wanted to be on equal footing with Qin Tianhao and Qin Tianyin, even surpassing them. She had to stay in Class A. And she had to get a scholarship. Previously, there was only one scholarship available, and there were too many people more talented than her. She couldn't get it. Now the rules had changed. As long as she joined Luoshi's team, she was sure to get it. She took a deep breath. Nicole could get along well with Luoshi, so could she. My ability is. So that's how it is. After hearing Qin Dinglan's explanation, Luoshi finally understood what her ability was all about. It wasn't as bad as she had thought. She had just used it in the wrong direction. From then on, the team grew from 2 to 3. Others in the special talent class wanted to join, but Losai refused them all. Tuka wanted to form his own team, but Nicole invited him. The team was still 1 person short, and after careful consideration, they chose Matsushita Yukikuna, who had been promoted from Class B. A girl with metal manipulation skills and basic medical knowledge. Kuna confirmed the invitation 2 or 3 times before she was sure she had been invited, and she almost cried with excitement. She thought that since she had been promoted from Class B and didn't know most of the people, she would only be able to team up with classmates who had been promoted at the same time, but they rejected her because she was a girl. She even thought she was going to team up with her classmates from Class B, but unexpectedly received an invitation from Lucy, who ranked first in the exam. Thus, the 5-person team was complete. After a good night's sleep, new green shoots sprouted in the space, radishes sprouting from the source crystal gray soil. Normally, there was no movement, and the succulents showed no change whatsoever. Everything in the space was static. Plants wouldn't die, but wouldn't grow either, except for the plants in the gray soil. Considering the succulents weren't tasty, Lucy didn't transplant them to the gray soil. Instead, she filled the soil in their original small pot, and took them out together. Saturday. Lucy went to the banquet as agreed. After a nearly 2-hour drive, she arrived at a slum in the Green 8 radiation zone. The situation was a little better than she had imagined, much cleaner than the streets near the city walls. As soon as Lucy got off the bus, she saw Dale already waiting at the bus stop. She was bundled up, her little face red from the cold wind. Like Rossi, she couldn't afford expensive fabrics, but being able to wear a down jacket was already quite good. Sister Rossi. Having not seen her for a long time, Dale was still a little shy, her head slightly lowered, her hands neatly crossed in front of her, calling out softly, "Sister." Rossi chuckled and patted Dale's head. "You lost weight. It seems training is tough, but you've grown a little taller." Hearing Rossi's familiar tone, Dale dared to believe she wasn't disgusted by her. Although she knew Rossi wasn't that kind of person, she was indeed too dazzling now. Only after entering Class A did she realize the gap between herself and a genius. The sheer volume of knowledge she needed to learn was overwhelming, and she even ranked last in the monthly exams. It seemed that besides her great strength, she was utterly useless. But Sister Lucy managed to get first place in the monthly exam, a test teaming with geniuses. Adlington and Union College have different exam systems. Only those who fail the final exam are demoted to Class B. You've grown a little taller, but Sister Lucy, the change in you is truly remarkable. You're not as thin as before, you're fairer, and, in short, you completely changed. Actually, when Dale first saw Lucy, she almost didn't recognize her. The change was too drastic. Lucy put her arm around Dale's shoulder, saying as they walked, "I met a rich girl at school who treats me to meals every day, so I gained weight." Chatting, they arrived at Dale's current home, on the 3rd floor where the lighting wasn't very good. Dale knocked on the rusty, blue iron door, which quickly opened. "Oh, you're here. Come in quickly, the food will be ready soon." It was Zach who opened the door, warmly inviting her in, almost not recognizing Lucy at first glance. The skinny, dark-skinned girl from before had changed so much in just over a month. Losai greeted them, and went inside. 6 dishes, both meat and vegetables, were already laid out on the small living room table, all high quality. Lalev was busy in the kitchen, barely able to move, while Barry assisted, occasionally getting scolded for getting in the way. After the last 3 dishes were served, the table was barely set. Even if the meal consisted entirely of moderately irradiated food, it was worth several hundred points. Losai remembered she had brought some things and picked up a bag beside her. I brought some drinks, perfect for now. Zack politely accepted them, saying thank you for your hospitality, but his hands were already opening them. A large bottle of orange juice, and a small case of beer, 6 bottles in total. Losai hadn't chosen anything too expensive. The moderately irradiated food cost a little over 200 points, and 6 bottles of beer only cost 60 points. The orange juice was much more expensive. Dale was growing and needed more nutrition. At her brother's direction, Dale took out 2 glasses and filled them to the brim with orange juice. Lolev came out of the kitchen after washing his hands, and his eyes lit up when he saw the beer. Rosie's got my heart, he said, picking up a bottle of beer, biting off the cap with his teeth, and gulping it down. The taste was indescribable. Due to the extreme weather on planet Aegir, drinks in winter need to be stored in heated containers, otherwise, they would freeze solid. The beer, which was originally quite warm, was kept perfectly chilled from the moment he got off the train to his room. Anyone who tasted it would know. Chapter 80. Half an hour passed, and the group finished their meal. Dale offered to wash the dishes. Lauref tapped his bracelet a few times, and Losai's bracelet immediately popped up with a message. A transfer of 5,000 points. Before Losai could speak, Lauref, lying drunk on the sofa, explained, although your father's debt doesn't need to be repaid, ultimately I didn't help. This is a promise from before, and also to thank you for helping Dale get into the top 10 and freeing her from the Black River Gang's control. Losai didn't accept the transfer, not even opening her bracelet. Nobody knew things would turn out this way. You don't need to be so polite. Besides, Mr. Lauref, you also given me a lot of help, and Brother Zack also helped me postpone the repayment deadline. I wouldn't be where I am today without your help, so forget about the points. 5,000 points was far too much for their family of 4. Their small new home contained only the most basic furniture. It was clear they truly had no spare money. Besides, Lolev could still run a shop outside and earn some money from time to time, but after coming to the safe zone, he lost his source of income and relied entirely on Zack and Barry's work for the Black River Gang. What would happen to this family if something unexpected happened one day, leaving only the old man and the young girl? For those who were kind and had helped her, Losai didn't mind being a good person. You exchanged source crystals for the extension back then, so let's keep things separate. We feel bad if you didn't take these points, Zack persuaded from the side, and even Barry, who had never been particularly fond of her, nodded repeatedly. Seeing that she might not be able to leave this place if she didn't take them today, Losai had no choice but to accept them. After chatting for a while, Dale escorted Losai back to the platform she had come from. The two stood before the platform. Losai tucked the wind-blown strands of her hair behind her ears. Her delicate features were beginning to take shape, her long, curled, dark eyelashes fluttering in the wind, and her green pupils shone brightly against the gray sky. She lowered her head and said 5,000 points to Dale. Before Dale could refuse, Rossi looked at her seriously. Can you keep it a secret that I found a source crystal? Dale nodded instinctively, not understanding why she suddenly brought this up. Of course, but it doesn't require points. You helped me so much, it's only right that I do this. Rossi smiled and patted her head. You also need to keep it a secret with Lauref. Your brother and the others don't know about the source crystal I found later, and it's best if they never find out. Hearing this, Dale solemnly promised. Grandpa and I haven't told my brother, and we never will. In the distance, a bus approached, and Rossi suddenly smiled and leaned closer. Let me see your bracelet. Dale was confused, but still obediently opened her bracelet and held out her hand for Rossi to see. Rossi quickly opened her fichen and received her transfer. Dale realized what was happening and tried to pull her hand back, but it was too late. The bus had just arrived, and Rossi waved and got on. Who knew when they would see each other again? Watching the car drive away, Dale remained lost in thought for a long time. Sister Lucy was truly a kind person. She must have sensed her family's difficulties, which was why she made an excuse to return it. Dale looked longingly at Lucy's account on the chat window. She wanted to become someone as strong and gentle as her. Regardless of how important the source crystal was, she would definitely keep it a secret. On the bus, Losai genuinely wanted them to keep her discovery of the source crystal a secret, while also playing the good guy. 5,000 points wouldn't be of much use to her, and she didn't need them. A single advertisement could easily earn her that back. But if a powerful figure really wanted to investigate her, having them keep the secret would delay things for a while. Dale had good talent. How far she could grow in the future was still unknown. Building a good relationship now, Having a genuine friend was better than having a fake one. Back in the dorm, seeing there was still time, Loci dragged Nicole, who was applying a face mask, to the training room. Feeling indebted to them, Loci diligently completed her task. Nicole, who had thought she could rest for a day, was on the verge of tears. After a day of sparring, Nicole collapsed on the floor, exhausted. Loci stood up and wiped her sweat. She wasn't feeling well today, wondering if it was because she had eaten too much moderately radioactive food. Since eating with Nicole, she had been eating only mildly radioactive food every day, and she felt much better. Recalling the feeling of lightness she experienced when absorbing the source crystal, Loci couldn't help but wish she could purify radiation. No sooner said than done. How could she know if she wouldn't try? Loci diligently tried to sense the energy within her body. It was very thin, and most of it had been absorbed and integrated into various parts of her body. She sat on the ground, closing her eyes and pretending to rest. In reality, she was trying to control the energy to flow towards her stomach. The closer one got, the more she could feel a turbid aura. A thin layer also appeared on her skin, probably because she had been to Dale's house, where the radiation was green level 8, and since she had left after 10 p.m., the radiation had already risen to yellow level 4. She felt her internal organs were more important, and decided to deal with her stomach first. The energy wasn't very powerful, about the same as her remaining energy. She slowly guided the energy into her stomach, encountering slight resistance, as if passing through a thin membrane, which she easily passed through with a little effort. The turbid energy inside seemed to have met its nemesis when it encountered the ethereal energy. Just moments before, it had been spreading and trying to integrate into her organs, but now it was firmly clumped together, motionless. Loci continued to control the energy to approach. The instant they made contact, the energy surged forward on its own. In just a few moments, the turbid energy was enveloped by the energy. It didn't disappear with her, but remained quietly in her stomach. The energy contained in this source crystal was truly miraculous. She could actually purify radiation? Loci was somewhat incredulous. However, leaving this stuff in her stomach wasn't good. Loci used her willpower to send the gas upwards until it reached her mouth, where she exhaled it. From the outside, it looked like Loci sighed. The radiation was gone, but Loci felt inexplicably tired and had an urge to sleep. Nicole was exhausted, but still managed to turn over and ask, "What's wrong?" "Sigh, I'm afraid I won't get the scholarship," Rossi said worriedly, seemingly genuinely concerned. Hearing this, Nicole lay back down. "Our team is the strongest right now, don't worry, we be fine." Then she muttered, "I can always make it up to you, you've been working so hard to teach me anyway." 10,000 points were nothing to her savings, but she couldn't use them, she needed to ask her father for them. Rossi waited for her next sentence, only to find her already asleep on the floor. Rossi smiled helplessly, stood up, and scooped her up in his arms. Nicole had always loved sleeping everywhere as a child, and was often carried back to bed by the servants. Combined with her extreme exhaustion, she barely managed to open her eyes a crack in Rossi's arms, and once she was sure it was safe, she immediately fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 81. Many students from the same school witnessed this scene on the way. Nicole was held effortlessly in Rossi's arms, like a delicate doll, exuding girlfriend-like strength. They were all going crazy. Rossi understood their gazes, and could only smile helplessly. She knew Nicole's sleeping habits. She wouldn't wake up for at least 10 hours. She couldn't leave her alone in the training room waking up in the middle of the night. The heating would be turned off at night, and she'd freeze to death lying there for so long. Many girls took photos with their wristbands, and Rossi could only lower her head slightly, trying to hide her face. The next morning, a photo went viral. Under the starlight, the lean but capable Rossi held the sleeping Nicole, gazing lovingly down at Nicole's delicate face. Her shoulder-length, straight black hair, ruffled by the wind, partially obscured her face, highlighting her high nose bridge, her slightly smiling lips, and her well-defined jawline, all creating a captivating aura. Nicole, nestled in his arms, possessed a delicate and beautiful face that evoked pity. Her superior figure was accentuated by her tight-fitting training clothes, and the strands of golden hair, slightly damp with sweat and clinging to her face, only fueled his imagination. Rosie didn't care, but wondered if Nicole would mind. No classes today, Nicole slept in until noon. When she saw the photo, her expression turned serious. Pointing to her face, she explained, "Who took such a big picture of my face? My face is clearly very small." She looked up and carefully examined Rosie's face, concluding, "Your head seems even smaller than mine. No wonder you look so good in the photo." Then, with a hint of jealousy, she added, "But you're young, you'd definitely grow taller. My head will definitely be smaller in the future. She paused slightly, a slight jolt running through her. Why did Losai look so familiar? She felt like she'd seen her somewhere before, but she couldn't quite place her. Could it be some kind of hippocampal effect? Nicole didn't think much of it. Lost turned off the bracelet, oblivious to Nicole's distraction, and simply replied perfunctorily yes, yes, yes. She didn't mind. But honestly, Losai felt she was becoming more and more beautiful. Before, she was too thin and dark-skinned, her eyes bulging out unnaturally, making her look like a skeleton, utterly lacking in beauty. Now, with a bit more weight, her smooth face shape and deep, delicate features, especially her striking green pupils, gave her a truly exotic and mysterious beauty. Lost was naturally happy with her good looks, but she was even more focused on becoming powerful. After breakfast, Losai dragged Nicole to training again. This time, she wanted Nicole to use her abilities. They moved to a larger training room, which, as requested, was furnished with dozens of potted plants. Lossie grabbed a baseball bat, watching Nicole and the plants behind her with unwavering vigilance. Having not used her abilities in a battle for so long, Nicole was excited. A smile played on her lips, and her voice rose. Here we go. As soon as she spoke, a vine suddenly grew taller and thicker several times its original size, from the thickness of a pencil to the thickness of a wrist, hurtling towards Lossie's face. Lossie wasn't using her hearing, so she couldn't predict which plant was attacking. Moreover, its speed was 3 times faster than she had anticipated. The 50-meter distance was covered in just over a second. She didn't have time to block with her bat, so she could only turn her head to dodge. Taking advantage of the vine's momentum, Lossie leaped and quickly created distance. The vines attacked at that moment, but luckily she was prepared and swung her staff down. The vines were unusually tough. Rossi's staff knocked one to the ground but didn't break its tip. The flattened section of the vine quickly regenerated. Before Rossi could even marvel at its miraculous recovery, Nicole's voice rang out again, "Be careful." Seeing that Rossi could dodge and counterattack, Nicole gained control of 2 more branches of the vine. Rossi's agility was remarkable. 2 blows knocked the vines to the ground, but before she could even rest for 2 seconds, the vines had regenerated and attacked again. After a fierce struggle, Rossi had had enough. With all her might, she smashed 3 vines in half. Nicole realized the vines were useless and relinquished control. The thick vines instantly returned to their original form, lying limply on the ground, with traces of green liquid remaining near the broken branches. Although her plants couldn't defeat Losai, Nicole was excited. Battles were only fun against strong opponents. This time, she would control 8 plants simultaneously. 2 hours later, both collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Losai looked up at the ceiling, marveling at the power and wonder of her abilities. She had barely managed to hold on this long. Nicole, panting heavily, was equally exhausted. She had been controlling her plants almost beyond her limits. Although she had intended to give Losai some practice, Losai was incredibly resilient. Not only was she agile enough to dodge the barrage of attacks, but she could also shatter them with enough force. Moreover, Losai had only used a baseball bat the entire time, not even touching a knife. She could only repeatedly squeeze out every last drop of energy from her body until Losai finally collapsed. Nicole, using the last of her strength, her vocal cords trembled uncontrollably, her voice barely a whisper. Let's skip training today." She was utterly exhausted. Ability and stamina were different. It wasn't something that could be recovered simply by eating and sleeping. "Okay," Lossie replied weakly, equally exhausted. "How about we go to the infirmary to lie down and get the residual radiation on her skin checked?" Nicole, her hands trembling, struggled to her feet, supporting herself on the ground. "Good idea." She was incredibly weak. Lossie, equally disheveled, stood up, using the last of her strength to help Nicole to her feet. The 2 of them, supporting each other, staggered towards the infirmary, realizing for the first time how far it was from the training area. Their legs trembled, their backs drenched in sweat, as they did push-ups with the skinny guy, almost flying. Today, Nurse Nyanangwe wasn't there. Another nurse received them. Seeing how hard the top 10 students in their grade were training, the nurse couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. So success really does require hard work. She used to think that being born into a good family was all it took. They worked so hard, they deserved to be in the top 10. If Rossi knew what the nurse was thinking, she would definitely argue with her. Being born into a good family really does mean you don't have to worry about anything. If Nicole hadn't been interested in coming to the academy herself, she could have easily gone home to enjoy a carefree life as a pampered young lady. The nurse helped the two to the treatment ward and devised different treatment plans based on their conditions. Rossi was exhausted and recovered after lying down for an hour. Nicole needed to lie down for another hour. Rossi, who had come out first, didn't leave but sat down and read a book. An hour later, Nicole emerged from the ward, her face slightly pale, and plopped down next to Rossi. She glanced at her stats out of habit, and discovered that her body's modification level had increased by 0.5%. Since the drug was almost fully absorbed last year, her stats have remained stable at 12%, so today's 0.5% increase was nothing short of miraculous. Chapter 82. Nicole couldn't wait to share the good news. Lassie was also happy for her. Every time I improve, it's after using all my strength. Maybe your ability can do that too. Nicole thought it made sense, and immediately booked Lassie's lunch break from Monday to Friday. She wanted to improve. Lassie readily agreed. Nicole's ability was quite good, and she had learned a lot from sparring with her. Before leaving, Lassie glanced at the treatment pod. The data from the treatment pod was sent to her bracelet each time. She checked her body's radiation level, and it was 28. She was right. Radiation from going out during the day would remain on her skin surface, not much different from the previous 30, and wouldn't give her away. However, the radiation on the skin surface shouldn't stay for too long. Unless there was prolonged exposure and accumulation over time, it wouldn't penetrate the body, otherwise, humanity would be extinct. The radiation would disappear in a few days. It seemed she needed to get out more. Another week has passed, and the 5-person team has been working together. While everyone else is still adjusting to the medium-sized exoskeleton, Loci and Nicole have already started trying out the light and heavy exoskeletons. Loci feels good about both. For close combat, she would definitely choose the light one, but for a sniper role, the heavy one, with its better defense, suits her better. However, the situation during the first containment mission with mutated creatures is unpredictable, so the medium-sized one is safer. Nicole is torn between the medium and light exoskeletons. The heavy one is not under consideration. However, Tuka will likely choose the heavy one in the end, and Jiona will probably be either medium or light, just like Nicole. As for Qin Dinglan, they are not in the same class, so it's unknown which one she is more comfortable with. The monthly exams are fast approaching, and everyone has already formed teams according to the required numbers. In the last class, Watson came to the classroom and announced the areas that the United Academy would be responsible for. The North Inner Ring. The refugee camp is located in the South Inner Ring. Because its radiation levels are lower than other areas, it has been specially developed and certain crops have been planted there. Therefore, the South Inner Ring has a regular presence for containing mutated creatures, and now there are almost no powerful mutated creatures there. So, Adlington Academy, assigned to the southern region, will be going to the Middle Ring, which is significantly more dangerous than the Inner Ring. The East and West Inner Rings are respectively the responsibility of Central State and Onado Academy. The United Academy will be taking the exam for first-year and second-year students, while third-year students will go directly to the battlefield. However, given the relatively weak strength of the other classes, only classes A, B, and C will actually go out to take the exam. The 3 classes have a total of 420 students. After deducting some students with special talents who are not suitable for going out, approximately 280 students from each grade will actually go, forming about 25 teams. The dangers outside were already apparent to everyone during their daily classes. Teams like Loci's, with only 5 members, were rare. Most people preferred as many people as possible. Although you're only first-year students, as Class A, the school has assigned you the second most dangerous area. The second-year classes B and C are behind you. I conducted a danger assessment based on past data for this area, and the specific area your team is responsible for has been sent to the group chat. You can raise any concerns, but they might not be helpful. Before Watson could finish speaking, everyone nervously opened the data and spreadsheets in the group chat. Unsurprisingly, Loci's team was responsible for the most dangerous area for the first-year Class A, and it was also the largest area, twice the size of the other team's areas. However, no one in the team objected. They had gained a better understanding of their teammates' abilities this month. Besides, even if the Inner Ring was dangerous, there was still time to retreat or provide support. Unless they were extremely unlucky, nothing bad would happen. Some teams wanted to change locations, but after hearing Watson's comment that it might not be useful, they silently kept quiet. Tomorrow morning at 5:10, assemble promptly in the exoskeleton classroom. The containment period is 2 days. Prepare your own necessary supplies. He then took out a box of round metal objects, identical to the device the teacher wore on his temple. After this period of learning, Losai already knew its name and function. A multifunctional sensor. Its function is similar to the bracelet, but more convenient. Wearing it is like having a small computer installed in your brain. The host can perform various operations using their thoughts, including data processing. Of course, it also has the communication function used when stealing data earlier. This is the equipment you must wear for any mission. Set up your teams, regional communications, and public communications. If you need support or supplies, just shout through these channels. The safe zone will receive the message and make arrangements accordingly. Watson finished his instructions and then ended the get out of class, giving the students time to rest and himself a little time to relax. Since the radiation increase was confirmed, he'd been given extra work, working non-stop every day, his head spinning and his feet barely touching the ground. Communication was similar to group chats. Everyone in the class was creating group chats, team groups, class groups, and even a group for the North Inner Ring Road. Qin Dinglon also finished class and rushed over to join the group chat. The four girls discussed what they were still missing on their way back to the dormitory. Tuka, a burly man following behind, couldn't get a word in edgewise and could only listen silently. The boys' dormitory was very close to the girls' dormitory. They had to walk the same route. Jill Newman's team was also walking and discussing when suddenly he ran up to them. Our two teams are responsible for adjacent areas. If you need any help, just call us. Qin Dinglon covered her mouth and chuckled. You probably need our help, don't you? Jill blushed, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. Hey, we're all classmates, helping each other out. If you're in trouble, our team will definitely come to help you. You'd definitely help us too, right? Of course. No one else spoke. It was Qin Dinglon who continued. However, they were all classmates, with no deep-seated hatred, and would naturally lend a hand in times of trouble. Therefore, they weren't displeased with Qin Dinglon's presumptuous answer. Having received the assurance, Jill said a few words of thanks and returned to his team, muttering a few things. Hearing that Losai's team was willing to help, the atmosphere immediately brightened. The next morning, around 4 a.m., Losai got up early to pack. Each of them brought 10 vials of nutritional supplements, 6 vials of healing potion, a roll of bandages, and 5 liters of purified water. Matsushita Yuki and Kuna, as the team doctor, brought more medical supplies. Tuka, who chose the heavy exoskeleton, had strong load-bearing capacity, and was responsible for carrying not only personal supplies, but also tents and other equipment. Just as she was about to leave the dormitory, a familiar feeling washed over her. Losai slapped her forehead. She had almost forgotten it was her period again. Fortunately, this time she felt no pain at all. Her body was unusually strong, probably due to the source crystal's modifications. Unfortunately, she had bad luck. Resignedly, she grabbed a sanitary napkin. Her period coincided with her monthly exam. At 5:10 a.m., everyone arrived on time, already wearing multifunctional sensors on their heads. They donned their exoskeletons and switched to appropriate exoskeleton weapons according to their individual needs. Losai and Nicole were medium-sized, while Qin Dinglon and Kuna were light-sized. When they emerged, dozens of smoothly moving hoverbuses were already parked in the campus square. However, this one was 3 times the size of a normal hoverbus. The group controlled their exoskeletons to board the bus, which traveled about 20 meters above the early morning safe zone. Many houses along the way already had their lights on. Watching one combat-specific hoverbus after another drive out of the city, they assumed something major had happened. Rising radiation levels were indeed a serious matter, but the general public was unaware of it. The authorities, fearing it would cause unrest, had not yet made it public. Chapter 83. The hoverbus was incredibly fast. What would normally take at least an hour and a half to leave the city gates took only 20 minutes. The second-year group led the way, and after inspection, the city gates opened wide. The hoverbus continued its journey, finally dropping everyone off after traveling approximately 10 miles. The second-year students, being more experienced, quickly set off towards their destination after disembarking. The recording device also flew away. Lassie and her group quickly planned their route and followed closely behind, about 20 kilometers from their mission point. Jill Newman's group followed behind, each group equipped with a recording device. 30 minutes later, Jill Newman arrived at the mission area. Using their exoskeletons, another 10 minutes or so passed before Lassie and her group reached the mission area. The reddish-brown earth was devoid of life except for undulating hills. While many areas remained frozen due to the persistent low temperatures, this place showed no trace of ice or snow, appearing utterly out of place. This place wasn't very friendly to Nicole, but fortunately, the group had done their research. Nicole had brought several potted plants this time. It was similar to where Loci first found the source crystal, but the situation here was worse. Not even a weed could be seen. A thought flashed through her mind, and the radiation level was immediately registered in her brain. Yellow 8. This value was still within the activity time range, but after 9 p.m., the radiation here was very likely to exceed the red line. It was only 6:30 now. The radiation would rise in 2.5 hours. They needed to find a simple shelter first. The radiation imposed too many restrictions, otherwise, the mutated creatures alone wouldn't be able to withstand a human attack. Each area had a shelter, and after confirming its location, the group continued their journey. This area was roughly the size of a second-tier city, so finding anything would be a bit of a challenge. Fortunately, there were no obstructions, and they spotted it while patrolling. The makeshift shelter, constructed of corrugated iron and wood, stood out prominently in the open space. It was only 4 meters high and could only accommodate 15 warriors equipped with exoskeletons. If it only held 5 people, the area would feel rather empty. Having identified the shelter, the 5 split into 2 teams to patrol the surrounding area, ready to contact the authorities immediately if they spotted any mutated creatures. However, the barren land stretched as far as the eye could see, with no animals in sight. The mutated creatures will likely only emerge after our activity period has ended. There's no vegetation here, so they're most likely underground. If any suspicious holes appear on the surface, notify us immediately. Over. Tuka's voice came through the 4 sensors. Understood. The 4 replied immediately. Lassie and Jiu-Nai formed one team. Qin Dinglon and Nicole, along with Tuka's team, and Tian Yin, who only had 1 member, joined the larger team. Luo Shi suggested another possibility. This area is frequently cleared out, so there might not be any native inhabitants. The mutated creatures came from other areas. Part of this area borders Class 2A, their mutated creatures might have been frightened and fled here. Nicole, possibly. Anyway, let's be prepared for both scenarios. Until 9 o'clock in the morning, the 5 of them hadn't noticed anything unusual. The sun was high, but there was no warmth whatsoever, as if this world were unreal. The group returned to the shelter to wait for the high radiation to subside. Nicole's team remained on guard, not removing their exoskeletons. Lassie and Jiu-Nai removed their exoskeletons, immediately shivering from the cold in their sportswear. They quickly pulled out pants and jackets to put them on. Then they took out nutrient solutions and water from their bags to replenish their energy. Tuka untied the tent attached to the exoskeleton and placed it on the ground. Lassie and Jiu-Nai would rest during the day, and his team would rest at night. The 2 thanked him without ceremony. The tent was compressible, and would inflate immediately upon being placed on the ground. The tent was large enough to sleep 5 people comfortably, and there were sleeping bags inside, so it wouldn't be cold. Jiu-Nai, perhaps out of trust, quickly fell asleep. Lassie, however, couldn't sleep with her eyes closed, listening intently to the sounds around her. After an unknown amount of time, she finally felt a little sleepy, but just as she drifted off, a strange, cold female voice echoed in her mind. This is Lu Yuan from Class A Grade 2. A Class C mutated creature is fleeing southwest in Area 1, which our team is responsible for. It is highly likely to pass through Areas 7, 8, 9, and 10. Students in these areas, please be on guard. Students in other areas, please also be careful. This Class C mutated creature is a mutated vulture, 4 times the size of a normal vulture, with a wingspan of about 4 meters, and can easily carry 200 to 300 kilograms. Its abilities are currently unknown, but it is extremely fast. If you need help, you can call for assistance within the area. Over. It was a message from the area communication system. Losai's eyes snapped open. Their assigned area was Area 8. Received. 4 different voices sounded in the area communication system, one of which was Nicole's. Losai couldn't sleep anymore. She checked the time. Only 2 hours had passed. The radiation concentration in the shelter was currently yellow 9, making even breathing somewhat uncomfortable. She had learned the definition of radiation. Yellow and red were a chasm, and yellow 9 wasn't like yellow 2, which was twice as strong as yellow 1. Yellow 9 contained roughly 6 yellow 8s, so the radiation here was definitely equivalent to 2 yellow 8s. The last record here was yellow 8, but the radiation has increased. Jiu-Nai also heard Lu Yuan's voice. She didn't plan to sleep anymore either. The 2 quickly got up, packed their things, and returned to their exoskeletons. Nicole and the others didn't try to persuade them to stay asleep. They were likely about to conduct their first containment of a mutated creature, and since it was a sea-level being of unknown origin, they had to be on high alert. Lassie quickly measured the radiation in the unprotected environment. It was already Red 1 and very close to Red 2. If the mutated vultures came at this moment, would they fight or not? Under the high radiation levels of Red 1 and Red 2, they couldn't stay outside for more than 10 minutes, even with the exoskeleton providing some radiation protection. A human could only stay for a maximum of 1 minute, otherwise, after 1 minute, the skin would crack and the body would experience allergy-like symptoms. In 1 minute, her body's functions would suffer irreversible damage. In 10 minutes, she could say goodbye to this world. Lassie, using an exoskeleton to mount an oversized sniper rifle, had this persistent feeling that the mutated vultures would come to her location. It was probably the illusion that the teacher would call her name in class. As the name suggests, she felt she would be called every time the teacher called roll. If she was right once out of 5 times, she'd think her intuition was incredibly accurate. In reality, it was just probability, and she selectively forgot the time she wasn't called. Lassie hoped it was just her imagination, but as the regional communication sound rang out again, her premonition came true. Chapter 84. This is XX from Team 7, Year 2. The mutated vulture just passed through Area 7, and is about to enter Area 8. Please be on alert. Loci, Roger. After replying within the area, Loci switched the communication to the team. Get ready. See if you can shoot it down. Don't go out unless absolutely necessary. Roger. All 4 exoskeletons were equipped with guns, with Tukas even equipped with a small cannon. Just as everyone was tense, Qin Dinglon spoke up at the right moment, her voice clear and melodious like a babbling brook. We can do it. Everyone is very capable, and their marksmanship is among the best in the first year. As long as we coordinate well, we will definitely take down the C-rank mutated vulture. Nicole and the other 2 relaxed considerably upon hearing this. Loci frowned. She had tried her best to lower her guard and trust Qin Dinglon's words, but it didn't seem to be working. Loci looked intently into Qin Dinglon's eyes, signaling her to say more. Qin Dinglon, thinking that Loci had been encouraged by her, wanted to listen a little longer, so she confidently said, Loci, your marksmanship is the most accurate. Jiu Nai and Nicole, you 2 can precisely control metal and plants. Tuka, your combat strength is the strongest, you can even defeat a vulture in a head-on confrontation. Nicole and the other 2 felt their confidence surge, but Loci still didn't seem to notice. However, she didn't say anything and pretended to be encouraged as well. Qin Dinglon's ability was similar to emotion control, even rarer than metal-based or plant-based abilities. However, her ability wasn't very useful on the battlefield because it was ineffective against mutated creatures. Furthermore, she could only control emotions subtly, not forcefully. If the other person was wary or had a strong sense of self, the effect would be greatly reduced, or even non-existent. Qin Dinglon was both nervous and excited. She had always used her abilities for social interaction. If Luo Shi hadn't reminded her, she wouldn't have known they could be used on the battlefield. She was afraid of ineffectiveness, yet happy that her abilities were finally being put to good use. Qin Dinglon first received the gene-modifying serum at the age of 12. Because her ability was somewhat unique, all her stats were average at that time. She still remembered the look of disappointment on her father's face when he looked at her, as if he were looking at a failed experiment. After that, her father rarely visited, and her mother was also very disappointed in her, blaming her for everything and resorting to beatings and scoldings. It was only after numerous tests and various methods that they discovered she had the ability to manipulate emotions. Upon hearing the news, her father visited them again after a month. He brought jewelry, various beautiful little clothes, and a promise. 2 years later, when her gene stabilized, she could receive another injection of the gene-modifying serum worth 500,000 points. It sounded wonderful, but when the man learned that her ability was weak, unable to even control an ordinary servant, her father was still disappointed. He anticipated a meteoric rise after injecting the second dose of the drug. But reality was harsh. The changes after injecting the 500,000 point dose were negligible, even less effective than the first 100,000 point dose. Her father was disappointed, but after 2 years of absorbing the drug, Qin Dinglon's emotional control improved slightly. She could influence her father's emotions to some extent, making him feel warm and comfortable in this home away from home. Gradually, her father visited more and more often, and her mother always had a smile on her face, praising her as a precious child, not an illegitimate daughter, a slut. Sometimes she couldn't tell if her mother truly loved her, or if she was unintentionally being controlled by her. Under her daily influence, everyone in the family became increasingly harmonious and happy. Everyone praised her, and her father was pleased to hear it. They were like a real family, loving and caring for each other. That period was her happiest memory. Her father would grant her any wish, except for the Qin family's assets. As an illegitimate daughter, she could enjoy the Qin family's wealth and luxury, but she couldn't touch a single penny. This happy period didn't last long. Her father's frequent visits to his mistress displeased his wife. Her father didn't come for a long time, not returning for half a year. Qin Dinglan still thought she could continue living a real family life as before, so she tried to guide and control him. But this time, her father sat motionless on the red velvet sofa in the living room, his face expressionless, scrutinizing her as if she were a product. She was afraid. She felt her smile must be stiff and ugly. Her father only acted this way when he was angry. Would he punish himself? Would he abandon her and her mother, kicking her out? From a young age, her mother had told her to please her father. He was everything, his heaven and earth, the source of their happiness. If her father didn't like her, then everything she had now would be taken away. She would be kicked out, becoming a pauper or even a refugee. She panicked. Her father's hand was already raised, and she instinctively hunched her shoulders and crouched down to protect herself. She thought her father was going to hit her, this unfilial daughter who was trying to control him. But her father's large, warm hand only gently stroked her head. Good daughter, you did very well. 14-year-old Qin Dinglan looked up in disbelief, tears welling in her eyes from fear, glistening with a pitiful light. The man slightly turned his head, whether out of guilt or fear of being influenced by Qin Dinglan's abilities, it was unclear. His tone was gentle as he looked down at Qin Dinglan. Don't be afraid, I will always be your father. We share the same blood and our family. Qin Dinglan hadn't seen her father's gentle side in a long time, and could only nod blankly. Your abilities can be used on anyone except me. The bond between father and daughter should be pure and untainted, understand? The man, dressed in a suit and tie, stood tall and imposing. He pulled Qin Dinglan up, and made her sit beside him, offering a long and earnest speech of concern and advice. It seemed he genuinely cared for her. From then on, the man would occasionally introduce her to scions of wealthy families around her age. That's how she met Nicole, but their relationship remained superficial. They had only met 2 or 3 times. They became classmates, their social classes being the closest, so they gradually became a little more familiar. However, attending banquets was impossible for someone of her status. She would only occasionally bring her along when visiting others privately. Even so, she still suffered retaliation from the main wife and her family. Qin Tianyin and Madame Qin visited her home repeatedly, often ordering servants to smash decorations and utensils, and even forcing her mother to kneel while serving tea and water. When displeased, they would smash teacups in her mother's face, the scalding tea repeatedly burning her skin. But to avoid troubling her father, her mother could only swallow these grievances and silently heal her wounds with medicine. She had to prove her worth, to gain her father's attention, so that the mother and daughter wouldn't dare to easily harm her and her mother. She would climb to the highest point, and trample Qin Tianyin and her mother under her feet. Chapter 85. Nicole was initially unaware of Qin Dinglan's abilities. Later, her mother, worried, obtained information on everyone in the class and learned of Qin Dinglan's powers. Afterward, she became wary of her, and Qin Dinglan's influence on her diminished. However, Nicole was still somewhat angry. After all, no one likes being controlled. Nicole deliberately kept her distance, and Qin Dinglan, knowing her abilities had been discovered, dared not deliberately guide her anymore. Their relationship remained ambiguous. For the past month, Losai often had Qin Dinglan train with her. Tuka and Jiu-Nai didn't think much of it and interacted normally. Qin Dinglan also used her abilities more naturally, and Nicole's opinion of her changed, their relationship improving slightly. Losai gazed at the sky. She saw it. The vultures were coming. She aimed her sniper rifle through the scope, whispering warily, "The vultures here, 30 degrees northeast, get ready." All 4 raised their long-range weapons simultaneously, aiming in the direction Losai indicated. Through the high-powered scope, they could see the vulture was indeed approaching in the distance. Losai took a deep breath, her gun barrel following the vulture's movement. Once she was confident of success, she pulled the trigger. The power of the enlarged sniper rifle was enough to blow a person's head to smithereens. A hit would almost certainly kill the vulture. But as expected, something unexpected happened. The vulture, as if sensing something, dodged with a preemptive dive and acceleration. The speed was incredible, like a flash. "Fire!" Losai commanded, and all 4 pulled the trigger simultaneously. But the vulture nimbly dodged them all. Losai's subsequent bullets were all dodged without exception. The best one barely struck a feather on the wing, having no effect whatsoever on the vulture. Its speed was simply too fast. While not quite at the speed of a bullet, it seemed to know where attacks would come from, reacting half a second in advance. A whole magazine went down, but not even a scratch. Wasting more bullets was pointless, so the group stopped, watching the vulture fly further and further away. That location was Area 9. Like the previous person who had given the hint, Losai gave a signal within the area, mentioning the vulture's eerie speed and predictability. He replied received immediately after mentioning Area 9. The five looked at each other. Such a good opportunity for extra points gone just like that. But its speed was truly terrifying. It was better that it was gone. The group rested in the shelter, not daring to remove their exoskeletons. An hour later, the area communication system crackled to life again. No vulture activity detected in Area 9. It may have escaped to other areas. Everyone be careful. The notifications echoed in her mind, and Losai, feeling somewhat disoriented, briefly switched off the area communication. Just then, the sound of powerful wings slicing through the air came from afar. It was coming from behind. The shelter was completely sealed off from the rear. They couldn't attack it unless they went outside. Losai immediately sensed something was wrong. The vulture was back. Perhaps it hadn't left at all. It was currently a period of high radiation. They couldn't stay outside for too long. But the shelter's roof was made of pieced-together wood. If it blew the roof off, they would be finished. The vulture is coming. Everyone get out. Protect the shelter. Before she could finish speaking, Losai had already run out. The vulture charged at her with incredible speed, instantly growing from a black dot to the size of a palm. It could swoop in from hundreds of meters away in just 3 seconds. Lassie abandoned her sniping and switched to her rifle. The 4 people inside hadn't heard a sound, but seeing Lassie's serious expression, they knew it couldn't be a lie and rushed out. By then, they could clearly see the vulture's appearance, white plumage and a terrifyingly large wingspan, probably close to 5 meters. Under the high radiation, everyone struggled to breathe, as if they were in a room filled with chili powder, each breath sending countless particles into their nasal passages and throats, corroding them. But now it was a matter of life and death. They had no time to worry about the discomfort and fired wildly at the rapidly approaching vulture. But the vulture was too cunning. It managed to knock over a wooden plank. As the distance between the two sides closed, the vulture, as if knowing it couldn't outrun bullets, began to circle as it approached. The people, with their guns at rest, could only keep firing in circles. Otherwise, if the vulture found an opening, its claws, sharp as iron hooks, and its incredible speed would teach them a lesson in death. A magazine of bullets was almost empty. Losai fired first, and was also the first to run out. Without reloading, she immediately raised the sniper rifle on the left side of her exoskeleton for faster reload. The other 4 were about to run out of ammunition simultaneously. They lacked sufficient defense to reload at the same time. Losai stared intently at the vulture, her body and gun moving rapidly in sync with it. Nicole Jonai, get ready. The moment the vulture drew close would be their opportunity. They hadn't used their abilities before because the distance would greatly reduce power and accuracy, and using them immediately would scare the vulture away or reveal its weaknesses. Understood. Amidst the gunfire, the 2 men, under intense tension, spoke with unusual seriousness, their minds blank, with no other thoughts. Because they were out of bullets. The vulture seized its opportunity, striking down like a black lightning bolt. 100 meters, 80 meters, 60 meters, 40 meters, 20 meters, all in the blink of an eye. At close range, the vulture could already smell the fresh scent of its prey. It could almost see its prey being gutted under its claws, the bright red blood and entrails exploding and spilling onto the ground. But at the same time, it foresaw its own demise. Its dark pupils dilated to their maximum size. It had let its guard down, and it was too late to change course. In that instant, a leaf as thick as a wall, resembling a dripping wanting plant, appeared before them, protecting the group. Simultaneously, 6 vines attacked its claws, wings, head, and tail. Meanwhile, 20-30 centimeter long, finger-thick metal spikes instantly hovered in the air, directly in front of the vulture, hurtling upwards at speed comparable to a race car. Now only 10 meters from Losai, it tilted its body at top speed to avoid the metal spikes hitting its vitals. It tore the vines binding its claws apart with tremendous force, barely managing to avoid them with its wings. But the vines around its head and tail grew wildly and coiled around it as soon as they touched its body. Meanwhile, 2 metal spikes, 8 in total, pierced the vulture's wings and body, penetrating 10 centimeters deep. Although the vulture was in pain, it endured it silently. Survival was now paramount. It flapped its injured wings with all its might, stirring up a considerable sandstorm. Its proudly powerful wings once again helped it break free of its restraints. Chapter 86. The vine snapped, freeing it, but its fate was sealed. The metal spikes it had just dodged flew back under human control, the black muzzles of guns and cannons offering no escape. The roar of cannons drowned out all other sounds. A sniper rifle shattered its brain first, followed by artillery fire that blasted its body to smithereens, skin fragments scattering onto the dark red earth. The metal spikes, a step too slow, had no target, but they served their purpose of blocking the vulture's escape route. The vulture died with its eyes wide open, having underestimated its opponent. It possessed such powerful precognitive abilities, yet it died at the hands of a battlefield novice. For minutes had passed since it emerged. The group, hesitant to attempt containment, hastily entered the shelter. Only inside did they truly breathe a sigh of relief. The group had been completely absorbed in the intense shooting and radiation exposure, and now that they could rest, they realized their hands were trembling, especially Jiao and Qin Dinglan. This was their first time facing a real mutated creature. Its unpredictable speed and ability to anticipate attacks were chilling. Only Tuka and Luo fared slightly better, though they too were still somewhat shaken. Everyone silently drank an oral medication to alleviate the discomfort caused by radiation. A moment of silence fell. Luo opened the area communication. Sector 8, sea-level mutated creature vulture killed, over. She wasn't trying to show off, she just wanted to let everyone know that the mutated vulture didn't need to worry about it going to their territory. She expected no one to reply, but a familiar female voice rang out in the area communication system. Received, thank you for your hard work. It was Lu Yuan, the top student in the second year. Hearing Lu Yuan's voice, Jiao, who had been slightly dazed, smiled with relief. It's Senior Lu Yuan. I don't know why, but hearing her voice makes me less afraid. Luo knew a little about Lu Yuan. Not only was she the top student in the second year, but her character was also highly respected, with half the students in the school being her fans. Qin Dinglan's expression shifted slightly, revealing longing. The Lu and Qin families were the most powerful among the yellow-skinned people. The two families merged to establish Zhongzhou Academy, and their businesses numbered in the thousands. Although Lu Yuan was only from a collateral branch of the Lu family, she had carved out a niche for herself in the United Academy through her own abilities, and was valued by the main branch of the Lu family. Although she was born into the main family, she was an unacknowledged illegitimate child. If she had the chance to start over, she would rather be a collateral branch like Lu Yuan. At least she could legitimately engage in business and do what she wanted. Over the years, she and her mother had accumulated a considerable amount of points, but because of her status as the first wife, they couldn't buy shops or start businesses. They could only use them to buy useless jewelry, and even buying a beauty potion required asking their father's permission. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The radiation concentration dropped rapidly, and the previously stagnant air began to move again. With some relief in her itchy throat, Losai was the first to leave the shelter, picking up her containment box to contain the mutated vulture's corpse. Before containing it, she specifically checked the mutated vulture's radiation concentration, Red 4, already a very high level. Direct contact with the skin would cause corrosion and ulceration. However, their exoskeleton spared them this trouble. The four followed closely behind. Their containment boxes were 50 centimeter cubes, and the vulture's feathers were enough to fill one. All the fragments filled 2.5 boxes. Losai and Tuka took the full ones, while Nicole took half. The group didn't plan to rest during the activity period and began patrolling Area 8, also searching for materials to repair the shelter. They were only staying for 2 days, but the safe zone would send people to contain any mutated creatures that appeared later, so repairing the shelter was crucial. Losai and Jiao headed towards Jill Newman's area, where there were many trees. The path was peaceful, without any signs of life. Just as the two spotted suitable trees, Jill's voice suddenly came through the area communication. Area 17, a large number of mutated rats, level E, have appeared. They are about 50 centimeters long, comparable to a house cat, and number between 400 and 500. Their defense is extremely strong. Ordinary rifles, laser guns, and artillery shells are unlikely to inflict fatal damage. Requesting support. He had barely finished speaking when he immediately sent a voice message to Losai's team. Losai, you're the closest. Come save us. These rats are impossible to kill, they're so troublesome. These are all points. Hearing about the points, Losai admitted he was excited. Roger that, coming right away. Nicole and the others also received the message and turned to rush over. Jill immediately sent the location to the area and Losai's team. After confirming the location, Losai jogged forward. The distance wasn't too far. 8 minutes later, he saw Jill Newman's team surrounded by countless rats. The rats had dark brown fur. If it weren't for their disgusting bald tails, they would look like a group of cats playing from a distance. Their defense was too strong. Jill and her team could only protect themselves with flamethrowers. The flamethrower consumes a lot of energy and can only last for 30 minutes at most. Once the exoskeleton loses energy, it's useless, like scrap metal, unless you have enough strength to wield 500 pounds of metal. Lossie picked up her sniper rifle and quickly aimed at a rat's head, firing. With a bang, a large hole appeared in the rat's head, but it didn't die. It continued to try to attack the humans inside the flames. Kuna controlled the metal spikes, but with little effect. The spikes hitting the mutated rat's fur was like hitting hard concrete. Only the flames were somewhat effective against them. They charged forward, stepping on their companions' bodies, trying to break through the flames' defenses. Lossie and Kuna's relentless attacks relieved a lot of pressure on Jill and the others, finally attracting the rats' attention. A portion of them, nearly 100 rats, turned to attack Lossie and Kuna. Only then did the two see that their eyes were completely red, like vampires. "Attack their eyes," Lossie said, putting down her sniper rifle and switching to the flamethrower. Gionai immediately redirected the metal spikes, aiming them at the eyes of the mutated rats. This time, the effect was excellent. The mutated rats screamed in agony, but the damage wasn't fatal. Even with the metal spikes completely embedded in their bodies, they could still move. Lossie was momentarily stunned. This was so similar to the zombies on their home planet. As long as their heads weren't chopped off, they could move regardless of the damage. Gionai only had a limited number of metal spikes, 100 in total. Even if 2 were inserted into each rat's body, it wouldn't be effective. Lossie moved while breathing fire to prevent the mutated rats from ambushing her, and also threw grenades, which could blast them away but not kill them. In just a few seconds, they would crawl back and continue attacking. "Lossie, how's the situation over there?" Nicole's slightly anxious voice sounded in her mind. "Not good, come quickly," Lossie replied succinctly, her mind highly focused. Chapter 87. Jill's situation was worse than Losai's. Grenades and bullets were running low, but the flames could last for another 20 minutes. Suddenly, a mutated rat, which had somehow climbed a tree, leaped down. Aiming at Losai's neck, she stopped throwing a grenade and punched it, sending it flying far away until it disappeared from sight. Although she had dealt with this rat, other rats followed suit and began climbing the trees. This was bad. Countless rats jumped down from the trees, like dumplings being dropped into a pot, making it impossible to defend against them. Even after being burned, they were only charred on the surface. Their mobility remained undiminished. The mutated animals were truly strange. Losai considered countless solutions, but none worked. They possess such combat power thanks to radiation. Absorbing the energy of the source crystal can remove the radiation. What if she coated the bullet with that energy? Losai shifted her position, confirming that Gil Newman's team surveillance system couldn't detect her, and forcefully released the energy within her body, coating the bullet. Bang! Bone and flesh flew everywhere. This time, the sniper rifle seemed to unleash its full power, directly shattering the rat's head. The rat's remaining body fell to the ground with a thud, twitched twice, and then remained still. The others were too busy fighting to notice Losai's unusual actions. Losai was spitting fire into the sky, while using the sniper rifle like a pistol. So many people had been fighting continuously for so long, and only about 20 rats had died. Their defense was terrifying. She was running out of bullets, and had to stop to reload. Several of Gil Newman's teammates were already injured, one even being tackled to the ground and soon to be devoured. No, this won't do. She could run, but she couldn't bear to abandon these mutated creatures that could be exchanged for points. At the same time, she wanted to test the true power of the source crystal. Lossie made a desperate decision, transferring energy directly from her legs to the ground. However, this covered too much area, draining too much of her energy at once, like suddenly losing half her blood. Her vision went white, and she almost fainted. Fortunately, she stopped transferring energy and regained her balance, avoiding a fall. The mutated rats, which had been so aggressive, had just landed when their energy was suddenly suppressed. Now they were no different from ordinary rats. The flames burned, and the rats let out their first, desperate, dying screams. They struggled in vain. The flames, which could burn for a long time, finally took effect, clinging to the mutated rat's fur and refusing to go out, like ghosts, relentlessly consuming them. At the same time, a man screamed for help. Jill's teammate fell to the ground, and countless mutated rats swarmed him. One of them tore through his protective suit, about to sever his carotid artery. Lossie had already switched to her automatic rifle and fired, accurately hitting the mutated rat's hindquarters. The body was blown to smithereens, half of it splattering onto the man's face and body. The rat's head, severed from its body, fell directly to the man's neck. Lossie's shot was incredibly precise. If she had been even a fraction closer to the rat's head, the man would have been hit. A second slower, and his life would have been in danger. The sniper rifle exploded near his ear, the deafening sound causing ringing in his ears. He nearly died. For a moment, his world turned black and white. "Get up," Lossie commanded over the communicator. He still had so many rats on him. If he didn't get up soon, he might really be saying goodbye to the world. Lossie's powerful voice roused the man. He had never known that a person's voice could have such power, instantly pulling him back from the brink of death. At the same time, a rat tore through his protective suit on his thigh, biting off a chunk of flesh. The man screamed and scrambled to his feet on all fours. His teammates breathed a sigh of relief. They had been too busy protecting themselves to help their teammate. Thankfully, Lossie was there. However, they didn't dare waste any time, quickly processing the situation in their minds. Fortunately, the mutated rat's defenses had decreased significantly. Flames and ordinary rifles could kill them. Lossie now realized that switching from a sniper rifle to a faster one meant that even with the sky eyes recording, they couldn't find any openings. The mutated rats, which were previously difficult to kill even one of, were now as easy as slicing watermelons. 400 or 500 were dealt with in just 5 or 6 minutes. Once everyone was sure they were all dead, they finally came to their senses. What had just happened? Why were the mutated rats, which were usually so difficult to kill, suddenly so easy to kill? Lossie was still a little dizzy. Leaning against a tree, she took out a healing potion and poured it on her eye socket. So many rats had jumped down from the tree. One had scratched her eyelid. Jill Newman, as the team leader, spoke first. "Heal your wounds first, then we contain them later." Then, remembering that others might still be on their way, he relayed the news over the regional communications that the mutated rats had been dealt with. He hadn't publicly announced the rats' unusual behavior, but he did mention Lossie's team's help. As if on cue, Nicole and her companions finally arrived, with Tianyin floating in the air, following them closely. Hearing that the situation had been resolved, the three of them didn't dare delay and rushed over. Seeing the mess and confirming that no mutated rats were still alive, they finally relaxed. Junai had several wounds, but thankfully none were serious. After applying some healing potions, she went to check on Jill Newman's team, whose injuries were more severe. Nicole and the other two took out containment boxes to help clean up the battlefield. From start to finish, it took less than half an hour, but it was incredibly exhausting. Lossie was severely depleted, her legs trembled uncontrollably, and she could only barely manage to keep it from being noticed. She took a nutrient solution, and her body felt a little better. Suddenly, a man approached. It was the one Lossie had saved. His leg wounds had been bandaged, and he was carrying a containment box full of mutated rat corpses. "Luoshi, thank you so much for your help and for saving me. Otherwise I might have." Luoshi recognized him. It was Zhao Xiang, the one who got called out by Watson for talking too much on the first day of school. "We discussed it, and half of what we got this time will go to you. If you hadn't arrived in time, we probably wouldn't have been able to hold on." Zhao Xiang was genuinely grateful to Luoshi. Although they hadn't publicly argued, almost everyone in the class looked down on Luoshi at the beginning of the semester, something she probably knew herself. His opinion of her had changed after the monthly exam, and after this incident, he admired her even more for putting aside past grievances to save them. Luoshi smiled, showing no resentment. "You're welcome. We're all classmates. Just leave the things here. A gentleman judges by actions, not intentions. No one is perfect, even if the class looks down on her." They hadn't laid a hand on her, and that was enough. Besides, they needed to see if they were as capable as her, otherwise, they had no right to look down on her. Zhao Xiang was surprised that Luoshi was so forgiving, and his impression of Luoshi improved even more. Chapter 88. There were many mutated rat corpses. 12 were filled even with 1 cubic meter boxes. Fortunately, Jill's team had 10 people, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to gather so many containment boxes. Lossie took 6 with her, and also shared some of her ammunition and other supplies with him. Due to prolonged use of the flamethrower, Jill and the others' exoskeletons were running out of energy, but they could still last another day. On the way back, they cut down some trees at the border of the two areas to make thick planks to take back. The shelter was repaired, and the mutated creatures were back. Lossie was extremely tired, but looking at the constantly floating heavenly eye, she dared not show any abnormality. They endured until 9 o'clock at night, when the radiation level rose again. This time it should have been Nicole and the others turned to rest, but took a volunteer to keep watch. You two didn't get enough rest during the day, and you fought for so long with Jill. Rest for another 3 hours, and I wake you up when it's time. Although Giona was tired, she didn't want to trouble others, and was about to refuse, but Lossie eagerly agreed. Thanks, I'm really tired today. Call me if you hear anything. With that, Lossie removed her exoskeleton, gulped down a nutrient solution, drank some water, and happily went to sleep in the tent. Qin Dinglon followed closely behind. She rarely did such strenuous activity, and was also exhausted. She quickly finished her food and lay down beside her. Seeing Lossie go to sleep, Giona couldn't refuse, so she removed her exoskeleton and went to sleep as well. 3 hours later, Lossie's alarm rang in her mind. The moment she opened her eyes, she turned off the alarm. Her second feeling was that her body was still severely depleted, but she wasn't as tired anymore. She gently patted Giona beside her, startling her awake. Seeing it was Luoshi, Giona knew it was time. The two quickly got up and took over Tuka's place. Tuka waited until the two were wearing their exoskeletons before taking off his own. After eating, he went into the tent to rest. On the battlefield, the difference between men and women was minimal, and given the dead of winter, everyone was bundled up like dumplings, even wearing sleeping covers. Sleeping in the same tent seemed perfectly normal to everyone. The group was fortunate to have a good night's sleep. At 5 in the morning, they ate nutrient solutions together, chatting occasionally. How many points are the things we collected worth? Giona asked softly, her eyes bright. Tuka replied, I don't know, but at least a C-grade item is worth at least 10,000. These E-grade mutated rats aren't worth much, but there are many of them. Several thousand points should be no problem. Giona nodded happily. Even without the scholarship, these points would be divided equally among them, enough for several months' living expenses. Let's go, continue the patrol. Nicole was full of energy. A poor night's sleep didn't dampen her enthusiasm. After yesterday's confirmation, the possibility of native inhabitants in this area was very small, so the 5 of them stayed together today. The regional communication system remained on, and conversations between different areas occasionally echoed in their minds, including requests for help. However, Lossie's group was too far away to go there. People from nearby areas would go. If they were truly outmatched, they could request help from the safe zone. Several teams were seriously injured, and have been taken back to the school. On the other side of the planet, a slumbering behemoth opened its lifeless black eyes. It had sensed something from afar. A peculiar fragrance, purer than any source crystal. It opened its mouth and exhaled a puff of mist. The towering rocks that had merged with it tumbled down, birds and bees scattered, and the lake in front of it instantly boiled like water, the earth trembling violently as if a giant earth had overturned. The mist it exhaled rose with the air currents until it floated above the nearest safe zone. It closed its eyes again, and everything returned to calm. No one noticed the anomaly in the forbidden zone. After a morning of patrolling, the radiation was about to rise again, so the group returned to the shelter. It was time to go back in the afternoon. They wondered if the corpses of these mutated creatures would be enough to secure first place. Lossie wasn't very enthusiastic. She had thought that coming out to a place she'd never been before would allow her to find source crystals. But more than a day had passed, and she hadn't sensed anything. It was 5 p.m. in the blink of an eye, time to return. The 5 of them returned along the route they had come by, encountering many second-year and first-year students along the way. At their starting point, a hoverbus was already waiting. The group boarded the bus. The sky eyes were finally gone, all of them being collected. The hoverbus stopped at the Union Academy Plaza. Students below Class C who hadn't been able to go watched with curiosity and envy as their alumni, clad in exoskeletons, disembarked. The containment boxes hung conspicuously on the exoskeletons' waists. That's Miss Nicole's team, right? 7, 8, 9 boxes. My God, their team only has 5 people. How many mutated creatures did they kill in 2 days? Yeah, I've seen other teams with at most 5 or 6 boxes. Hey, Senior Lu Yuan is down. Senior Lu Yuan, look here. Amidst enthusiastic cheers, attention shifted instantly, with almost everyone raising their wristbands to take photos. Qin Dinglon turned to look at Lu Yuan, her expression a mixture of envy and a touch of jealousy. Lu Yuan got out of the car. Her exoskeleton's left arm was severely damaged, but it didn't prevent her from gracefully nodding and smiling at everyone. Her team only had 5 people, and they only contained 2 boxes. However, everyone had high expectations of her, and didn't see anything wrong with it. What level of mutated creature did Senior Lu Yuan contain this time? Could it be a B-level one? That's hard to say. I think an A-level isn't impossible either. Because it was the monthly exam, everyone went back to the classroom to deal with it. In the exoskeleton training classroom, Watson was already waiting. Some were happy, some were sad. Some were lucky enough to encounter individual D-level or E-level creatures, reaping considerable rewards. Other teams didn't encounter any, and for them, the monthly exam might mean failing and being demoted. Everyone in the class looked on with envy at Losai's team. They had contained the most, including a C-rank creature. They were undoubtedly number 1. The group first placed the contained items in the location designated by Watson, who would later take them to the mutated creature containment area. The group removed their exoskeletons. Watson looked around at the exhausted students and, for the first time, didn't use a stern tone. You all performed very well this time, especially Losai's team. Not only did they kill the C-rank mutated creature, but they also promptly helped Jill's team out of danger. Those of you who didn't encounter any mutated creatures don't need to worry. You all passed the monthly exam. Hearing this, the team that hadn't encountered any mutated creatures finally felt relieved. Chapter 89. Watson, the monthly exam results will be out next Monday. That concludes the exams. Everyone go and rest. Those with injuries, remember to go to the infirmary. Understood? Everyone shouted in unison, finally able to rest after 2 tiring days. Lossie's facial injuries had almost healed, so she didn't plan to go to the infirmary and return to the dormitory with Nicole. After cleaning up, the 2 eagerly lay down on their beds and fell into a deep sleep. While everyone was sleeping soundly, Lassalle and several homeroom teachers were repeatedly reviewing the video feed from the Heavenly Eye. The other students' feeds were fine, but Jill Newman's team was acting strangely. The mutated rats had extremely strong defenses. Previously, no amount of attacking them had worked, but suddenly they seemed to have turned into ordinary animals, easily killed. The Heavenly Eye's functions were comprehensive, constantly recording the radiation concentration. In that instant, the radiation concentration, originally yellow 8, dropped to green 9, and then rose back to yellow 8 within a single second. It seemed like the detection system had malfunctioned, but the fact that the mutated rats lost their defenses after the radiation fluctuations raised serious suspicions. On a side note, Losai's shot was truly impressive. Even the homeroom teachers present probably didn't have that speed and accuracy. Watson, as the homeroom teacher, straightened his back upon receiving glances from his colleagues. Yes, these were his students. Sarah adjusted her glasses, looking at the group of absent-minded people, and ordered, "Everyone else, leave. Watson, stay." The other homeroom teachers left, making sure to close the door behind them. Watson was tense. He was still very worried about his students, who had run into trouble. Sarah clicked on the computer, projecting the past data of all the students present at the time. The most important data came from her physical examination. Loss's levels had been around 30, until one day they jumped to 25. Sarah suspected something was wrong, but fluctuations of up to 5 in radiation levels are considered normal. The other students' levels also fluctuated occasionally, but generally within a smaller range of 2 to 4. Sarah zoomed in on Loss's data separately. Watson understood her concerns and explained, "She and Nicole are very close. Nicole even became Losai's apprentice, and they eat low-radiation food together every day. She used to live under moderate radiation, but now that she's here, the daily radiation exposure and the reduced radiation levels in her food have resulted in her body's radiation levels being within the normal range." Sarah silently shot Watson a knife with her eyes. She wanted to hear the suspicious points, not his explanations. "You're quite protective of your student." Watson remained composed, his eyes firm. "I'm simply stating the facts, and as her teacher, I can't let my students suffer injustice." His expression grew even more serious. Regardless of whether this anomaly was truly caused by Losai or someone else, if word gets out, the consequences will be dire. With radiation levels rising, the existence of someone who could reduce radiation even for a second was enough to drive Planet Ager into madness. No matter how noble the person's status, they would become a puppet or a test subject. This is no laughing matter. Even if it's fake, we can't let a single word of it leak out. It concerns a human life. Sarah shut down her computer. She had wanted to look at Nicole's information, but didn't have permission. She knew she couldn't, but she was just unwilling to give up. Nicole's file is generally off limits to the general public. Even the principal needs permission to access it. Watson, as her homeroom teacher, can see it, but only when absolutely necessary, and he must notify Nicole's father beforehand. Watson only saw her during the pre-training physical examination for the Specialized Skills program once. Her radiation levels were enviably low. I know what I'm doing. Don't worry. The idea that someone can lower radiation levels is utter nonsense, isn't it? Last time, the radiation spike caused such a stir, half the higher-ups thought it was controlled by mutated creatures, but it turned out to be naturally occurring. Even mutated creatures can't evolve to that extent, let alone us humans. Hearing Sarah say this, Watson breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely afraid his student would suffer an undeserved disaster. Sarah, there seems to be something wrong with that place. I send someone to investigate. If everything's alright, you can go. Watson had just opened the door when he saw the homeroom teacher of Class 2A waiting in the hallway. Are you done? I need to talk to Sarah about something. Yes, we're done. With that, Watson strode away, his mind racing through Liu Yun's information. A member of a collateral branch of the Liu family, Liu Yuan's mother's older sister. In her youth, she was considered an unconventional figure. She never married and rose through the ranks to become a major. After retiring from the military for unknown reasons, she disappeared for a period before reappearing to apply for a teaching position at the United Academy. Her ability is water manipulation. Even though he was certain Liu Yun couldn't eavesdrop, Watson still had some doubts. After all, Liu Yun was a member of the Liu family, and the Central State Academy, controlled by the Liu family, was a competitor of the United Academy. After a good night's sleep, Losai woke up hungry at 6 o'clock on Saturday morning. After washing up, she took a small carton of milk from the refrigerator and drank it while browsing Guantian, a Chinese online forum. Her followers had reached 700,000, and she had received a whopping 10,000 private messages. Just looking at them was overwhelming. She couldn't find anyone to advertise with. After thinking for a moment, Losai created a Feishan, a Chinese instant messaging service, account and posted it on her Guantian account's homepage. Just as she finished setting it up, a recommendation popped up on her Guantian account. The safe zone has taken a significant step, and today it will accommodate all 1 million refugees, a historic moment. Losai clicked on it. The video showed the safe zone's back gate wide open, with countless refugees carrying large bags and families queuing in front of the square. Clicking into the comments section, she learned that the safe zone had opened a refugee camp area in the west of the city. The 10-story, unfinished concrete buildings were completely empty except for the most basic doors and windows. There weren't even elevators. Dozens of high-rise buildings were crammed together, the sunlight blocked, making the buildings and the ground dark and oppressive. The comments section was incredibly lively, almost erupting into a heated argument. Losai glanced at it and closed it. Why release them into the safe zone now, of all times, just when radiation levels are rising? Is it for their own good, or ding-dong? Grote sent a message. Have you noticed anything unusual about the mutated rats? Looks like Jill has already reported to the Black River gang. Losai typed a few words and sent them. No, the mutated rats' defenses just suddenly disappeared. I only realized it when Jill burned them, and made them scream. Grote replied after a while. Okay, if you find anything, let me know, I can exchange it for points. Seeing the last sentence, Losai knew that Grote had figured her out, but she couldn't tell him. No problem. Chapter 90. After reviewing some documents on the sofa, Nicole got up and ordered takeout while washing up. After 2 tiring days, she decided not to train today, and would spend the whole day in her dorm. As soon as the takeout arrived, Losai naturally sat down to eat with her. Nicole always ordered more than she would eat herself, leaving enough for 2 normal people. Nicole's condition for becoming Losai's apprentice was to treat him to a meal, and she didn't engage in any fake politeness. She ate and drank as she pleased, avoiding any waste. Originally, Nicole would never use her fitness tracker while eating, but after Losai's influence, she now couldn't eat without it. While playing, she saw a recommendation for refugee shelter. So soon? I thought I have to wait until the warmer season after winter. But with radiation levels rising, it's better to come in sooner. She took a bite of her steamed bun, then, looking utterly dejected, propped her chin on her hand. The radiation outside is starting to spread. I don't even know if I live to old age. 60 is fine too if not. Losai ate voraciously. Ever since using the source crystal's energy to deal with the mutated rats, her body felt hollowed out, her desire surging wildly, never satisfied until they were filled. After quickly finishing a portion of her food, Losai felt sleepy again. She said goodbye and went back to her room to sleep. Nicole tidied her desk herself. Since becoming an apprentice, she seemed to have started doing housework, and now she was doing it quite well. Losai slept until the afternoon, only to be woken by the aroma of Nicole's takeout. After they finished eating, the class group chat on Feishin received the results of the mutated creature assessment. A C-grade mutated vulture is worth 65,000 points, and an E-grade mutated rat weighs 890 gene, approximately 445 caddies. Due to its low grade and large quantity, it only costs 10 points per gene. Together, they are worth a total of 73,900 points. Losai's eyes lit up. Even splitting the points equally among everyone would net them over 10,000 points. But Watson sent another message a second later. The school's exoskeleton weapons were free, but the source crystals used to power the exoskeletons needed to be paid for by the students themselves. Since the trip only lasted 2 days, each exoskeleton required around 1,000 source crystals. Losai's team didn't consume many, totaling 2,010, so they would receive 71,890 points. Jill's team had more members, and their efforts in dealing with the mutated rats resulted in a total consumption of 7,472. Their team had exactly 900 pounds of mutated rats, meaning the 10 of them only earned 1,528 points on this trip. Considering the supplies they prepared, each person probably only earned a few dozen points. Of course, one team consumed fewer, only a few hundred points, but because they failed to contain any mutated creatures, they had to pay out of pocket. Watson quickly transferred the points to the team leader's account, and Losai immediately distributed them equally among the team's Feishin group. Each person received a full 14,378 points, and Jionai politely sent a long message of gratitude. Nicole and Qin Dinglan were also quite excited. They weren't short of money, but this was the first time they had earned so many points on their own. Nicole couldn't wait to brag to her parents, and told them that her team was first in Class A. First in Class A was almost equivalent to first in the entire grade. Nicole's parents were very happy, and approved 10,000 points as a reward, allowing her to treat her team members to a meal. They also gave her an additional 50,000 points, the kind she could spend as she pleased. Nicole was almost crying with excitement. Heaven knows how hard she was living now, on a monthly allowance of only 4,000 yuan, having previously spent 100,000 points effortlessly. She couldn't even afford to take the school shuttle bus and walked every day. Nicole invited everyone to have a late-night snack in the group chat, but unfortunately Qin Dinglan had to go home, so they could only arrange it for tomorrow. That evening, Luo was looking at some documents in her room when she suddenly remembered that she hadn't checked on the vampire vines and radishes in her spatial storage for several days. Looking at them internally, the vampire vines were already about the same size as she had seen before. She remembered the book saying that vampire vines took at least 5 months to grow. The 4 radishes on the dusty soil were incredibly plump, each as thick as her thigh, and looked very sweet. Luo used her mind to pluck one, and in the blink of an eye, it was in her hand, heavy, weighing about 3 or 4 pounds. Not a speck of dust was on it, and Luo was too lazy to go out and wash it. She wouldn't be able to explain to Nicole where she got the radishes if she saw them. The bracelet tested it, and found it to be 0 radiation. Not the low radiation kind like green one, but truly 0 radiation. One bite, and the texture was even crisper than an apple, with absolutely no astringency, only pure sweetness and juiciness, like eating a snow lotus fruit, but easier to eat, requiring no chewing, a rare delicacy. Lassie ate with relish, and before she knew it, she had finished the whole thing. The uncontrollable appetite she had felt all day, no matter how much she ate, was suddenly relieved. She hadn't expected that plants grown in the gray soil formed from source crystals could replenish the energy depleted in her body. Although it couldn't completely restore it, it was far superior to the low-radiation food sold outside. She wanted to eat another one, but her stomach was simply too full. The bracelet kept sending messages. Nicole asked the others in the group what they wanted to eat, so she could book a restaurant in advance. Meanwhile, her alternate account had thousands of messages. Luo first looked at the advertisers. There were all sorts of things, from cotton swabs to appliances, and many fans who weren't even advertising. After only looking at half, Luo was already overwhelmed. She couldn't even choose everything, and besides, she didn't need any of these things herself. At Luo, how about we go to Haoyin Lai Hot Pot? It was Nicole tagging her in the group chat. Luo clicked in, and saw 4 people chatting enthusiastically, having already reached 99 plus points in no time. Luo sure, their food is good, but it only has moderately radioactive ingredients. Can you and Qin Dinglon eat that? Qin Dinglon. They recently opened a high-end store, which only serves low radioactive food. You advertised for them. How come you didn't know? Luo she thought for a moment. She remembered that a week after advertising, He Miao said their business was booming and they planned to open another store, thanking her very much for the promotion. She hadn't expected them to be going for the high-end market. Losai, I didn't really notice, but their food is pretty good, I can go. Jiu Nai, Miss Losai is usually too focused on her studies, it's normal that she didn't notice. Tuka, do you have clear broth hot pot? I can't handle spicy food. Losai, yes. Nicole, okay, then I decided to go to Haoyunlai Hot Pot Restaurant. I'd be there promptly at 6 p.m. tomorrow. After sending the message, Nicole sent her location again. The location is on the edge of the Safe Zone Center, only half an hour from the United Academy by hoverbus, not too far.